It was an ordinary and calm day in the city, where nothing new was happening. From the supermarket, surprisingly, it was filled with shoppers, and in the background, a television was playing the news. A guy takes a bag of chips from the shelf, but it looks like it's defective, and the news says the sky is covered in dust and smog due to recent sandstorms. A little girl next to him says that he is a thief because he steals food that he hasn't even paid for yet, but he denies it. Suddenly, breaking news is broadcast on television that an earthquake has suddenly occurred in the vicinity, but since it was not very strong, there were no casualties. And then they add that this earthquake is starting to gain strength, so it is advisable to protect yourself. There's still something being said on TV, but no one is watching it anymore because something much more interesting is happening outside. Suddenly the ground shook violently and rose up, as if something unusual had crawled out of it. In this place, as if from under the ground, a very strange and tall tower rises at a dizzying speed. All this is very frightening for people. No one understands what is happening here, especially a frightened little child. The whole store is shaking. People around are asking if everything is okay, if no one was hurt. The guy picks up the child and protects her from falling. He asks if everything is okay with her. The two of them look around and see what is happening outside, and the frightened child asks what happened. Meanwhile, a new unknown building appeared behind the shop window, frightening in its appearance. This strange building appeared not only in one place, it is also found in others, including England. In addition, this tower has disturbed people in Japan, as well as on all continents and countries of the world. There was a lot of debate and talk about it, but few people knew what it was or where it came from, and people called it the Nightmare Tower. Suddenly, people were told that they had been chosen to save the world, and those who pressed the button to accept the challenge were immediately sent to the battlefield. They were greeted by the system. It was all like a game. You could earn things and skills. But everyone quickly realized that this was not a game at all, and that everything was happening for real. Very quickly, this tower made itself known and caused unspeakable horror among all people. It happened one day when people were actively working around her. They had some kind of plan. At first, they didn't notice anything, but one of the workers looked up and drew their attention to the tower. A creature on two legs emerged from it, resembling a human, but it was clearly not a human. The creature has claws and a tail, and frightened people call the police when they see it. A real monster with large, very sharp and strong teeth emerged from the tower. A great catastrophe occurred, and many monsters escaped from this tower and spread throughout the world. And from the loudspeakers on the street came panicked cries that the tower had attacked people. The city's residents are terribly frightened and are trying to save their lives and those of their loved ones. And the authorities deployed the army and heavy equipment to destroy these monsters. However, these formidable monsters are not at all afraid of tanks and bullets, which do not harm them. The city is attacked by many different monsters. Some of them are extremely large and strong, while others have wings and can fly. Because of all these monsters that were constantly coming out of the tower, a third of the planet's population was brutally destroyed. And all those who voluntarily wanted to become walkers found themselves inside the tower and could only watch what was happening outside. Since the system said they could save the world, people decided to try. So we decided to try to climb the tower, clear it of monsters, and put an end to this horror. These strong and very brave people were the last hope for the salvation of all mankind. But one day this cursed tower was attacked by people called walkers. They are entrusted with a very important mission. They must prevent the end of the world and the destruction of humanity. However, at some point in their journey they came across a wall. A large stone blocked their path, and there was no further passage. No one was sure that they would be able to break this stone by force, but they tried to do it anyway. But strangely enough, it worked, and they managed to make a hole where they noticed something very strange. There was a shiny blue stone lying on the ground that they had never seen before, so they didn't know what it was. The tower sent a message with information about the Stone of Return. With its help, you can return to the past and save your memories. To activate it, you need to break it. The captain of the Walker, Huang In-chan, was extremely happy to have the opportunity to return to the past. So he said that he would tell about this stone after he used it and broke it with his foot. The bright blue light blinded all the warriors nearby, so they had to cover their eyes. The light became less bright, and everyone looked in surprise at the mountain where a bright point towered. When only smoke and fading light remained in the captain's place, they realized that their captain had truly disappeared. But the only question that hung in the air was whether he would be able to return to the present after being in the past. Former scientist Sakamoto, who was with them, said it could have been much more obvious. He stated that the man had traveled into the past, but due to a space-time rift, he would most likely never be able to return there. He explained everything that was happening based on scientific theories, such as the theory of the multiverse or the theory of parallel worlds. The man stated that there was a rift in time and space, meaning that the Huang In-chan who had traveled to the past was no longer the same Huang In-chan they knew here. Upon hearing this, the men were extremely surprised and found this information very strange and even frightening. Samatoko is sure that Huang In-chan ended up in a completely different time-space, so his trip to the past will not change the present in any way. As far as he knew, all these items from the tower never lied, their descriptions were absolutely truthful. The stone will send them into a time rift, but that's just his theory, and it's entirely possible that using the stone will land them in this very world. But ultimately, the impact of the objects in this tower goes beyond the human mind. And then the clouds thickened in the sky, huge lightning bolts appeared, and one of them struck the tower hard. All the monsters in the tower became active, as if they had been given a sign. A huge number of monsters flew out from all the cracks of this tower. They are ready to attack people again. And before the end of the world comes, the walkers must find a solution, use the Hearthstone, and go back in time. Or they can stay in the tower and try to deal with all these monsters. Then they will most likely die. A huge monster with a terrifying mouth emerged from the wall they had made a hole in. He mercilessly destroyed everyone in his path, and many suffered from this. All those who remain understand with despair that this is the end. They no longer have a choice. Poor people hold these stones in their hands and understand that their life in this world is over. Almost all the walkers decided to use the stone to save themselves from the ugly monster. There are 2 of them left, and one of them asks for forgiveness because they have no hope left. It immediately disappears, but the last warrior is still standing. He has no desire to use this stone. The poor fellow falls to his knees in despair and no longer tries to fight. He has lost all hope. With his hands down and in deep despair, he stands before a mad and ruthless monster. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a very brave man appears, confident that he can handle all this. He delivers a series of quick blows to the monster and releases a green liquid from it and its tentacles. Everything happened very quickly, and the boy cannot believe what happened. This young man looked at the poor thing and smiled sweetly. He always asks if everything is okay with them. The red-haired young man slowly looks around, enjoying what he sees. Behind him stands a whole legion of fighters against these damned monsters. They ask if everyone was saved. The boy looks at his saviors with tears in his eyes, and the man thanks him for standing firm until the end and not running away. It was these people who did not use the Stone of Return, who were humanity's hope for salvation. The head of this legion stood proudly among his brothers and urged them to move forward. These are the warriors who bear the responsibility for the fate of human existence. They are called Seize the Day. They are all defeated, their weapons are broken, and the one who remains alive is completely exhausted and wounded. The guy lies there exhausted, finding it difficult to understand at what point everything went wrong as they had planned. Although no one wanted it, many of their brothers died in battle in this tower. These monsters are extremely strong and always different, and it is difficult to immediately understand how to defeat them. The boy steps on the creature and worries about his friend who is planning something dangerous. Jae Hwan attacks the monster from behind while it is distracted by his brother. He gathered all his strength into a fist and swung his weapon to destroy this monster. On the other hand, his friend attacked her and also made every effort to destroy this evil. With their combined efforts, these guys finally managed to destroy this monster. They dealt it a crushing blow. And after they did that, the body of this monster simply turned to dust. Yun Hwan said that fortunately there were no casualties, and that those who were injured would recover quickly after rest. It seems that this tower gave them the ability to heal wounds quickly and painlessly. With such success, they have every chance of reaching the top floor of this ill-fated tower. The guys are smiling happily, and Jae Hwan noticed something interesting from the side, so he got a little distracted. He saw the dragon suppression sword. It was imbued with the energy of the sun and moon. It was forged by the master of the 85th floor in 1,000 days to kill the dragon. The warrior picked it up and admired the beauty and power of the sword. The boy was glad that a stronger weapon had appeared. Jae Hwan looks at the blade with a smile on his face and hopes that they can still reach the top floor. But now, looking back, he realizes that he actually thought that everything was going for the best and in their favor. Now they reached the 98th floor. This is the Purgatory Chamber. Here they met the strongest monster of all they had seen before. Their extremely durable weapons were almost completely destroyed. It looks like the monster simply melted them, and their legion seized the moment was almost completely destroyed. The poor guys couldn't survive this battle. Jae-hwan watches all this in horror and can't believe that it will all end here. At this time, the monster swung its huge limb to destroy another brave hero. He easily throws the poor thing into the wall, which cracks from the powerful blow. The boy screamed loudly in severe pain and appeared to have suffered serious injuries. You can tell from his eyes that he has already lost all hope of moving forward. The poor guy remembers the past, how much he went through with his friends in that damn tower. He understands that there is no chance now, and that continuing the fight is most likely useless. The boy had already lost all enthusiasm in fighting these monsters that had taken the lives of his faithful comrades. But he can't accept that they've already been through so much, and now he's just going to die one step away from victory. Jae-hwan stares at the terrifying monster he has to deal with. But suddenly he notices a brave man very close to the head of a terrible monster. This brave man, this is Yun-hwan. He gathered all his strength to finally destroy this monster. The Seize the Moment Legion warrior is very strong as he manages to pierce the monster's armor. He inflicts a lot of injuries, and does not give this creature the opportunity to destroy even one more person. Yun-hwan calls his friend and asks Jae-hwan to finally pull himself together. The guy tries to hold out as long as possible and inflict great damage on this monster that has taken many lives. He jumps high to deliver another powerful blow. This warrior is trying his best. The young man asks for help because he understands perfectly well that he cannot cope on his own. This terrible creature turned its red, burning gaze on the poor boy. Jae-hwan doesn't move. He still stands in place as if nailed to the wall. He is stunned by what he sees. His friend no longer holds his weapon as tightly as before. This terrible creature pierced a strong warrior of the Seize the Moment Legion. The young man could no longer fight. Jae-hwan screamed his friend's name in horror and despair. He couldn't believe that this actually happened. After this, for unknown reasons, the monster turned in the opposite direction from the guy. It's as if he's running away from something. Something very strange is happening to this terrible creature. The monster broke through the stone wall with its head. It destroyed it with its strength. The young man understands that all this is very strange. These creatures usually do not act like this, so it surprises him. Jae-hwan gritted his teeth and focused all his anger on the monster that took his loyal friend with him. The boy felt that he still had the strength to fight. He had to avenge all his brothers. So the last warrior gets to his feet and picks up his weapon from the ground. He still needs it. The young man doesn't want to let this monster go so easily. He speeds up and quickly approaches it. He doesn't know if he can survive the battle, but he does it for the sake of all those who fell in the fight to save humanity. The Legion warrior uses his power and, like magic ropes, wraps it around the monster. Suddenly he noticed a light on this creature. It seemed that these ropes were causing him irreparable harm. The guy adds strength and makes the liquid flowing inside the creature flow out. Jae-hwan now realizes that the monster escaped because it was already weakened and damaged enough to be easily destroyed. The creature falls to the ground with a loud thud, raising a large amount of dust. The walker puts in even more effort and approaches him at breakneck speed to deliver the finishing blow. The monster could not withstand this powerful blow and suffered a crushing defeat. The creature lies in the burning liquid that recently nourished it, and now suffers from it itself. The young man sighed in relief and turned to Yun-hwan, who explained that it was time for them to leave. But the boy was in no hurry to get up from the ground. He had a large wound on his stomach. The poor guy didn't have the strength to get up. This monster seriously injured the boy. It caused him irreparable harm. Jae-hwan looked at his faithful friend and realized with horror that with such wounds he would not be able to survive. The boy smiled one last time at his brother, with whom he managed to reach the 98th floor of the tower. But this is where his journey ends. He apologizes to Jae-hwan for not being able to go further with him and help him. During the time spent together, the young people managed to get to know each other well and develop a strong friendship. Kim Yun-hwan's smile never left his face, and it always warmed the hearts of those around him. Even that terrible tower couldn't take that away from him, so the walkers began to call him the Knight of the Smile. But at that moment, perhaps for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. The boy understood his end. Jae-hwan's heart was breaking, but he turned away from his friend and asked him to leave. He doesn't want this brave and strong warrior to leave him, so he goes another way. The young man looks down and walks away from Yun-hwan with a heavy burden on his heart, leaving behind only the memories of his sincere and kind smile. The guy stood up with difficulty. He knew that his friend had noticed everything and clearly understood what needed to be done. This stone was in too bad a condition to be used, and Jae Hwan realized this. The young man can barely move. He climbs the steps with difficulty and thinks about his friend. In fact, Jae Hwan turned out to be much stronger than he previously thought. The guy reached his goal and sat down to gather his courage and do what he had to do. He thought that it was Jae Hwan who gave him the confidence that reaching the summit was indeed possible. Yun Hwan gave this world his last smile. He is sincerely glad that his friend stayed here and will be able to finish his work. Then he pushed off the floor with his foot slightly, and what was supposed to happen happened. He disappeared from this world, and now his smile will not be able to warm the heart as before. Jae Hwan will miss him very much. This guy made this world at least a little kinder and better. He will miss Yun Hwan very much and will try to go all the way to the end for him. And his friend will continue to live in the boy's memories until he himself dies. But now he has no time to grieve for his friend. He needs to move on. He must continue on his way because now the fate of all mankind is his responsibility. The young man opened the door to the next level, and a bright blue light shone from there. It took Jae Hwan's eyes a few minutes to adjust to the bright light and figure out where he was. And the next moment, the young man realized that he would now have to fight on a snowy plain. A cold wind immediately blew on him. The boy's clothes were completely unsuitable for such weather. The Seize the Day Legion warrior didn't have to wait long for a new opponent to appear. It all happened so quickly that Jae Hwan barely managed to dodge the icy blows. However, he is not an easy prey, as he managed to get here and overcome various difficulties. Suddenly a very strong and cold wind arose, which almost knocked the young man off his feet. The dragon with a huge mouth slyly asks if his new victim has already surrendered. The boy's hand was covered in ice. Apparently, this creature still managed to harm the young man. But that doesn't stop him. Jae Hwan confidently declared that he will never give up, and the ice dragon took his words as a challenge and struck on the spot. The walker hid from this terrible creature to buy time and try to do something with his hand. The dragon tried his best to find his opponent. Apparently, people don't come here often. The boy sits quietly in his hiding place. He can't let this creature find him any sooner than necessary. This monster has been sitting here for 10 years. He uses some kind of potion to heal his injured arm, the monster's blows causing him great pain. At level 98, Jae Hwan had faced many difficult challenges, but what awaited him here was far more difficult than what he had already experienced. The boss of the 99th floor of this cursed tower is the ice dragon Velhisus. He inspires fear with his strength. The breath of this dragon from the Forgotten Lands is difficult to withstand, even if you have a high level of cold resistance. The young man understood that if it weren't for the weapons and supplies of the dead walkers, he would have no chance of winning. On the 85th floor, he received the dragon suppression sword, and from Yun Hwan, the ice demon armor. The boy sadly bowed his head and remembered his faithful friends, for whom he came here. He gently touched the Fire King's bracelet and remembered from whom he received this artifact. This is from Han Shiel. He suffered so many losses, lost so many friends because of these damn monsters. He was extremely sorry that such wonderful people had to die such a horrible death. An image of a beautiful girl with a warm and gentle look appeared before his eyes. He regrets that he was not stronger and could not save her from death. She did not deserve it. No one deserves it. He remembers with horror how Han Shiel died, unable to survive a fight with another monster, and Jae Hwan couldn't save her or prevent her death, and it breaks his heart. The young man remembered another incident when he was sitting at the table and calmly drinking tea. The man asked him if he wanted to try again, and the young man replied without hesitation that he definitely wanted to do so. Then the warrior boldly and confidently declared that he believed that this time he would definitely succeed. The Atopos blacksmith, whose name was Jae, looked at the young man with interest and was glad that Jae Hwan did not give up. Adipose City was the last one to be recaptured after defeating the 50th floor boss, Alniminus. People did not lose hope. Even when wounded or dead walkers were brought in every day, the priests founded a rescue squad to save wounded soldiers. In this city, blacksmiths worked to ensure that warriors had weapons and armor so that they could fight to save humanity. The guy thought for a moment and decided to note with sadness that Jae now seemed special to him, since he is the last blacksmith of Atopos. But the man asks not to remind him of this. However, he added that Jae Hwan was the only person he worked so hard for, and noted that weapons from the lower floors were no longer being returned. Jae explained that he had little ore left, although there was a lot of it a few months ago. The guy understood that this was to be expected, because there were almost no living people left in the village. He has lost track of time and doesn't even know what year it is. There have been more than 10 tremors since the tower was built. And at some point, people stopped coming to the first floor. It became completely empty. With sadness in his voice, Jae Hwan stated that, in his opinion, humanity had been destroyed after all. The last blacksmith in town looked down sadly and continued his work. Apparently, he too realized that the boy was right. He asked the warrior if he had studied the tower well and if he had noticed anything strange there, other than the fact that the tower always remained the same. This made the young man think, and he still remembered some rather strange things. He noticed something where the wall had been broken and where the return stones had been found. There he saw a very strange inscription, which read, "A tower within a tower, a nightmare within a nightmare." He assumed it might be a message from the people, but he had no idea what it might mean. Koval said that 2 days ago, Grandma Kylene disappeared, and this information scared him. Time stops in this tower, so if someone disappears from it, there are 2 reasons for this. The first option is that a person used the stone of return and found himself in the past. Or there is another, no less terrible option, that the one who disappeared jumped from the tower. Halen from Halen's potion and Jay from Jay's workshop were among the few remaining walkers. The blacksmith tries not to show that he is sad or worried about her. But Jae Hwan understands that underneath this mountain of muscles, this strong man hides a gentle heart. Suddenly the boy asks his blacksmith friend to teach him blacksmithing. The man's hand trembled when he heard such a bold request from this young man. Jae didn't answer, apparently needing more time to think about the request. And Jae Hwan waited patiently for an answer. He sincerely wanted to master this difficult task. A seize-the-day Legion warrior emerges from his hiding place, ready to continue the fight. The dragon reported that since the tower was built, no one had climbed to the 99th floor alone. The ice dragon Velhesis declared that he recognized in this boy an amazing person, but the young man did not want his skill to be recognized by some monster. The boy teased the dragon, saying that it would even hurt him if he died, since he knew his abilities, but the dragon explained that this was impossible. The young man doesn't believe the words of this overgrown lizard, so he grabs his sword and is ready to prove him wrong. Jae Hwan asked the dragon with interest why he was so confident. He is smart and observant enough to notice flaws in his opponent's defense. So he declared that even the armor that the dragon was so proud of had already cracked. The arrogance of this young man greatly irritated the overgrown ice lizard. So he aggressively declared that it was time to put an end to this senseless chatter and was ready to strike. And the next moment there was a very strong blow. The dragon used the power of his breath. This did not pass without a trace for the boy. Crimson drops appeared on the white snow. The poor guy was in a lot of pain from his breath. It seemed like their fight ended at the very beginning. The dragon chuckled and asked if this worthless man had really decided to fight to the end. Jae Hwan remembers his loyal friends who died in this fight for humanity. The dragon hypnotized the boy. He believed that even if he stood firm to the end, he would only receive loneliness. The ice figures, who look like his faithful friends, seem to encase him in ice. They do this at the will of the monster. This lizard-like echidna watches as the boy slowly dies in her clutches. The brave boy sighed heavily and declared that the dragon had been sticking out his tongue for too long. And then he put in a lot of effort and managed to free himself from the captivity of these ice sculptures. The dragon aggressively asks if this little man has decided to attack him again. He calls on the walker to surrender because he himself will never be able to defeat such a large and strong dragon. Jae Hwan went to the tower later than everyone else, so he missed out on a lot of different skills and hidden abilities. That's why he decided to give up all skills and focus on just one thing. His only skill was to attack the enemy, and he did it over and over again. Thanks to this lunge, he managed to kill over 50 million monsters, and his brothers gave him the second name, Lunge. Over time, the guy realized that his skills were changing. He was becoming faster, more accurate, and stronger, and as a result, he gained such strength that he became more effective than any hidden skills. This technique was not a skill that took away strength, so the boy did not get tired in battle. But despite this, it was still difficult for him. Jae Hwan had already made 100 attacks, but he had only managed to make one small dent in this dragon's armor. It was clear that this creature would not tolerate such a thing. The dragon immediately prepared for his powerful icy breath. The walker realized with despair that he had no time to evade. But suddenly, at the last moment, he noticed something very interesting, and it gave him hope. Jae Hwan noticed a light coming from the wound on his opponent's neck. He remembered everything that happened on the 98th floor and how he defeated the previous monster. The guy realized that he had already seen this same light on another monster, and this was great news. The walker has already gripped his weapon much more boldly and tightly. He hopes that he has a chance. So without hesitation, he takes advantage of the moment and attacks the dragon with his signature attack. The warrior hit the target accurately. His sword pierced the enemy and destroyed his armor. Now Jae-hwan knows for sure that he can do it. He is full of confidence in it. The wounded monster was very angry. He did not understand how this insect dared to do such a thing. But the young man smugly declared that he had not hit hard enough and that he should have simply torn the monster's head off. The ice dragon has spread its wings and does not want such a situation to happen again. He stood tall and declared menacingly that this time he would wipe him off the face of the earth. And without thinking twice, the dragon used his icy breath to destroy his offender. The poor guy barely had time to dodge all the attacks. If even one had hit him, he would not have survived. This is a very difficult test for Jae-hwan. He barely dodges. The boy is surprised that this monster can make such powerful attacks. With great disappointment, he realized that there was no chance of winning. The dragon has cornered him, and he won't be able to defeat this creature. But the monster looks pitiful, its jaw hanging open after being wounded. He explains that if at least 10 pedestrians had come here, they would have dealt with him. And he added that if people had not been deceived by the Dream Demon Stone, everything would have been completely different. The boy doesn't understand what stone the dragon is talking about, so he asks him what he means. However, it is clear that he will not explain anything, but will immediately attack the guy. Jae-hwan does not wait for his death peacefully, but runs away from this dragon. This monster just watches as the guy who maimed him simply disappears. He has reached the door through which he came here. This will be his salvation. The warrior left this floor and closed the door tightly behind him to make sure that this creature would not appear here now. He understands perfectly well that he was a millimeter away from falling. If the claws of this monster had reached him, he would not have survived. Jae-hwan remembers the dragon's words about the Dream Demon Stone, but he can't understand what he was talking about. What kind of stone was it? How did it deceive everyone, and what could have been different? Many questions immediately arose. The warrior was glad that he managed to get out of there alive, but he still returned after 5 years. This time he was much stronger and better prepared for this fight, because he already knew what awaited him. The system bombarded him with various messages congratulating him on completing a new level. This time he managed to destroy this monster, so the guy received many congratulations on reaching the 99th floor. Jae-hwan looked at what was left of his opponent and asked what the Dragon Dreamstone was. This creature answered with the last of its strength that it knew the answer to its question without him. But he added mysteriously that he would understand everything when he found himself on the top floor. As a reward for completing the level, the young man received a new weapon, the Ice Dragon Sword. This weapon is infused with the breath of the Ice Dragon and can determine when its wielder is ready for battle. Suddenly, the young man looked down and noticed that something very strange was happening on the ground. Some substance that flowed out of the ice dragon begins to move and rise upward. She rose very high and formed a door right in front of the brave warrior. And at the very top, the number 100 was formed, indicating that this door leads to the top floor of the tower. The guy took a deep breath and collected his thoughts. He was ready to boldly move forward. Without thinking twice, he goes inside, not knowing what will happen to him next. After the boy walks through the door, the number 100 slowly turns into some other inscription. In its place appeared hieroglyphs, indicating that a control room was hidden behind the door. Jae-hwan had already peeked out the door and was looking around with genuine interest. And he was very surprised by what he saw there. Probably the guy expected to meet another monster there. But what I saw there was something completely different. A multitude of different screens and photographs showing the tower and the city. The young man came closer. He was very interested in examining all this and looking at the tower from the side. All these pictures depict places he has already visited. The boy sees the place where the walkers should come. He also sees a topos, a city where those who have not yet perished at the hands of monsters live. He was so focused on these images that he didn't notice someone approaching him and saying they were glad he had come. Jae-hwan looked around and immediately got into a fighting stance, and the voice said that he thought the boy would return to a topos first. And then he calms him down and explains that he shouldn't worry because he completely forgot about him and didn't have time to prepare everything. The boy received a message that surprised him because it said that he was the first to complete the training of the 294th world. His achievements were recorded in the immortal Akashic records, and this record will be visible to the monarch of the great land. The guy read it and realized with horror that it was actually a workout, although it didn't look like one. He is overwhelmed with emotions, and they turn into water that envelops the poor guy. The warrior was extremely excited. A large puddle of water had already formed under his feet, caused by his stormy emotions. The voice asks if he is surprised and hopes that the boy will soon recover from the shock. A huge wave of water rose up around the young man, ready to swallow him up. The creature smiles slyly and remarks that if he does not cope with his emotions, they will consume him. And then the lion head with bright eyes adds that it is probably too late to pull yourself together. And he tries to explain to the guy that there is no reason to be too upset, because he achieved a good result, considering that he is an ordinary person. However, this brave warrior did not give in to his emotions and tried his best to calm down. His stony expression shows that he is in a state of complete calm. His interlocutor is surprised because the guy came to his senses earlier than he expected. The young man unceremoniously, and without mincing words, asks what kind of creature this is and who he is anyway. Then he remembered that he had not introduced himself at all, because he was very glad that this young man had reached the 100th floor himself. Such cases had never happened before. He said that his name was Devil Bystrian and that he was the master of this tower. The warrior noted that if this was just training, then the game itself had not even begun yet. The demon smiled slyly and noticed that the boy had a sharp mind. But first he wanted to show him something. And the next moment he clicked his paws with sharp claws, showing what he had prepared. A large screen appeared in front of him, showing people who were in the tower for the first time and looking around in surprise. The guy watches the video carefully, which shows how he started his journey. These are his memories that show him how he met Seal, how she joined their group. Bystrian slyly noted that at that moment they looked quite happy. He then recalled joining the Seize the Day Legion and talking about how his head was not a weapon, but a sword. These were quite difficult memories for the boy, because everything that happened in that tower was terrible. And the creature noticed that this young man would never again see the faces of his faithful friends. The video shows their difficult battle with monsters, in which many people died. Then, at that moment, no one expected that everything would turn out exactly like this, and that this would happen. Among all those who died in this battle was Seal, for whom the boy fought very hard. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He didn't want her to die. These were very difficult memories for him. And after that, he was shown a video of the death of his faithful friend, and the demon noted that it was a very touching story. He asks the young man how he feels and whether he has tears of anger or disappointment, and suddenly adds that she can give him a second chance, but the guy looks angry, not hopeful. The creature smiles ominously and explains that the boy will have the opportunity to play the game again. He tries to console the guy and adds that this is a great opportunity for him. Like a cunning snake, he convinces the boy that he will be able to relive everything, knowing what awaits him, and adds that in the world of people, this is only possible on the pages of books. Instead, Jae Hwan wonders in horror if this is the end because he expected all this horror to end someday. He doesn't understand. Wasn't he supposed to save the world after taking over the tower? Or was he really being deceived this whole time? Now the warrior understands that in reality humanity had no chance to save itself and survive. All this time they have been trying hard and very persistently to do everything in their power. All this time, people continued to try to capture the tower, dying one after another. All this was for the sake of saving humanity. They all firmly believed in it. They were convinced of it. And only now the boy understands that all this was just a false hope for salvation. The young man is under the power of this demon. He does not think long before answering his offer. The guy very confidently and loudly answered that he would never return to the past. This answer from this, as it seemed to him, pitifully worthy man somewhat surprised the owner of the tower. But suddenly he began to bare his sharp teeth and mock this young man with a grin. And this laughter turned into a loud and crazy laughter that filled the entire room. In fact, he was very amused by the boy's idea that he could go back in time. So he decided to explain one very important thing to this brave warrior. The demon stated that no object or artifact could send him back in time, and there was nothing powerful enough to turn back time. But Huang doesn't understand how this can be true since he himself saw the stone of return. And immediately after these words he understands what the ice dragon meant. The dragon's words echoed in his head, saying that people had been deceived by the dream demon stone. The guy remembers this stone and the description that the system gave him, and with horror he realizes that it was a lie. The creature explained that it was not actually a return stone, but the dream demon stone. He is not able to return a person to the past. he simply locks him in demonic dreams. Bystrian explained that he could not even imagine that people would want to go back to the past and fix it so much. The demon then added with great sarcasm that only humans are subject to such obsession. Jae Hwan, with great sadness and memories of the people who used this stone, noted that this is true. When they had managed to resolve all these issues, the demon announced that the real game could now begin. But she explains that this is not a return to the past, but a start of this game from the very beginning. The boy was asked if he wanted to start the game, and to the demon's great surprise, he refused to play. Jae Hwan didn't think twice because he knew full well that this was just a clever manipulation. The brave warrior explained that thanks to the master of the Tower of Horrors, he understood a lot. A new report has emerged that the Tower of Terror, also known as the Tower of Regret, is created by a dream demon and is placing walkers in artificially created dreams. The young man explained that he had already been in the dream demon's dream and would not return there again. And that is why the boy grabbed the weapon and boldly declared that he would kill the owner of this tower. He did not believe in the cunning and insidious plan of this monster. The warrior was going to kill him and leave. The creature took a deep breath and explained that there was nowhere else to go. This was the end of the tower, although the boy stated that he didn't trust anyone anymore. The demon asks if he is really that bothered by the existence of fake items and achievements. But the boy does not listen to what this creature is trying to tell him, and immediately strikes. This creature is left without a head, but this does not stop it from continuing to speak. The demon, thanks to his powers, tries to turn his head and asks what the warrior wants. He can give him skills or artifacts, whatever he wants. In the end, the young man had come a long way and deserved a reward, but Huang replied that he did not need anything. Bystrian slyly asks if he wants to return to his previous normal life. The demon explains that he was a prisoner in the Tower of Horror's dream, and therefore no monsters exist in reality. Huang doesn't understand how these monsters can't exist. The creature snapped its fingers and the boy saw ordinary life before he came here. People are chatting peacefully, preparing to go to the cinema and discussing films. The guy doesn't understand what's happening. How could this happen? Was he really that fooled? Suddenly there was a strong jolt and Jae Hwan was suddenly moved to another place. He found himself in public transport, similar to a train. The guy was amazed by everything that was happening here. In reality, no one died, the earth did not turn into a desert, and most of humanity did not disappear. The demon noted that it must be great news for him that his friends and relatives were not killed. Bystrian snapped his fingers again to move again, and wanted to show him the most important thing. He saw many hospital beds where patients still lay, unconsciously connected to various machines. The young man moved closer to the hospital bed to get a better look at what was happening. He saw himself on the bed, connected to the machine. The guy was very impressed by this. The demon explained that decades had passed in the Tower of Terror, but not even a month had passed in the human world. The creature noted that the boy would never be able to defeat him because he could barely lie down during training, and he added that there was a huge gap between people and dragons that he would never be able to overcome. Jae Hwan boldly stated that it was a great relief to him to learn that the creature was a dragon. He announced his sword and said that he had fought dragons before, so he wouldn't have any problems. The demon was very angry. He did not like such impudence on the part of this pathetic creature. A brave warrior entered into a fight with a very powerful creature, and who knows how it might end. The heavy wooden door opened, letting a little sunlight into the dark room. Jae Hwan comes in completely exhausted and with severe wounds. He calls Jae and tells him that he's back. But the room where Koval was most often looks as if no one has been there for a very long time. However, the main character needs weapons to fight all these evil demons. So, using the knowledge his friend shared, he tries to make himself a good sword. 72 days passed. The warrior fought the dragon every day, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not leave even a scratch on it. But on the other hand, Huang didn't die either. For reasons unknown to him, the dragon didn't kill him. The control room shows a video of a guy working in a forge and thinking that no matter how long it takes, he will achieve his goal. The dragon watches this young man with great interest. He is very surprised and even amused by him. He believes that he should keep it for himself because it is a good product that can be sold successfully. This dragon had been cultivating for a long time, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A farmer is a being who must ensure that the product is delivered to the mainland through secondary processing, that is, by sifting out the worst, the product becomes better. And it is during the training that the best products are selected. which are then turned into real games. But suddenly one product appeared that refused to move to the next stage. Anyone in the Tower of Terror can be killed without any consequences. Their souls are still alive in the real world, so it can be assumed that no one has died. But there will be a lot of problems if he accidentally damages the soul of his product. The Reapers, who are closely monitoring all of this, will never forgive him for such a mistake. Therefore, the dragon believes that he needs to sell it as soon as possible. It's time to move on to the next level, because he still has to pay off the debt for buying the tower. He is such a special product that even gods who have no connection to the demon world contacted him about this guy. Suddenly, at this moment, when the demon was calmly pondering these things, Huang appeared and attacked again. The creature easily repelled his attacks and stated that this guy was driving him crazy. He asks ironically if this war is not enough to continue this useless struggle. The demon remarked that he had better start the real game and spend his power usefully. The next moment he repeated his signature finger gesture and was ready to show off his tricks. Literally a second later, he disappeared from the boy's field of vision, and he does not understand how this happened and where the dragon went. Suddenly a mirror appeared in front of him, in which he saw his reflection, and behind him, a dragon. The guy doesn't stop fighting. He swings his sword and is ready to strike again, even if it is useless. The poor guy is trying his best. He is definitely not the kind of warrior who gives up easily. The next moment, this block, which served as a mirror, shatters into pieces from a strong impact. Huang was injured, his head was damaged, and he has difficulty coughing. The angry dragon grabs the boy by the neck and asks what he wants and why he continues to insist on his own. The guy explains that he will kill the dragon and move on, which even disappoints Bystrina a little, and he asks what he needs to do to make him agree to the game. Huang chuckled. He saw that the creature was already on the verge of fainting, and quietly praised himself for being able to hold out for so long, and explained that he wanted to ask for something. The dragon is already sitting calmly and explaining to the boy that the universe does not consist of only one dimension, but he calmly replied that he knew about it, and added that he also knew about parallel incarnations and the multiverse. But the demon wants to clarify something and says that there is one main dimension, the almighty Earth. And then he explained that it was from this great land that many different alternatives branched off. The Earth is a small planet in a large dimensional system consisting of a large number of alternatives, and they called these actions the 294th world. In the Tower of Terror, walkers can gain skills, obtain various items, and level up. In this way, they will be able to adapt to the structure of the mainland and thus have a chance to enter another world. And various evil demons like him have the ability to control this game. But the guy doesn't understand at all why he's doing this, why the demon needs it. The dragon noted that it was a good question, but he didn't think it was something he really cared about. Bystrina snapped his fingers in his usual gesture, and it seemed like the tricks were about to start again. But they find themselves in a ruined city and ask a question that really interests the guy. So he wants to explain why, out of all the alternate worlds, the Tower of Terror ended up on Earth. The dragon asked if this was not what interested the young man most, why he and his family were forced to face this, and then he gave a very short and quick answer that their world was chosen at random. But this guy said that he was asking about something completely different. He was interested in why he was running this tower. The demon was very surprised, and the young man continued to ask what benefit this tower would bring him. His interlocutor thought for a moment and explained that it was something like his passion or even hobby. And then I realized that this guy didn't seem to really believe his own words and didn't understand that demons also have hobbies. He then explained that among them, there are those who simply enjoy watching outstanding walkers, and there is also a place called Paradise where monsters and demons live alongside humans. And to make his point completely convincing, he showed the bishop's message, which said that the boy should not be killed. And then he smiles slyly and asks if he believes him now. Huang didn't answer, he just watched because he thought it was all complete nonsense. The walker found himself on the 99th floor, where he had already defeated the ice dragon and received a message that he had reached the maximum level of 100 and all his stats were at maximum. The guy was in terrible condition. He was badly injured, so he drank a potion to recover. He looks at this message with terrible despair and realizes that he now has no purpose. But he still can't tame this monster, the master of the Tower of Horrors, although he really wants to do it. The warrior lay down on the cold ground in despair, wondering what to do next and how to understand what is real and what is not. Jae-hwan ponders whether humanity can truly be destroyed and how he will know. Perhaps everything in this world is destroyed, but some alternative version continues to live peacefully. And at that moment, the boy felt something very strange. He had never experienced anything like it before. This alarmed him, and Hwang thought that something very strange had happened inside. And then his attention was drawn to some very strange yellow light, which was definitely not there before. Bright yellow substances began to appear in the air, and the main character even thought that perhaps it was a hallucination. Jae-hwan hesitated a little, but still tried to touch the strange things in the air. As he examined the substance, he squeezed it in his fist, and it seemed to crumble into small particles. These small particles were first shaped into Zycra cubes and then immediately crushed. The guy believes that these particles are the components of the world, and it doesn't matter what shape they have. Then he remembered the bishop's inscription that the demon had shown him, and he began to gradually understand what was happening. The warrior frowned and realized that he was just entertainment for the stronger life forms in this universe. Suddenly, a demon appears in front of him, and the boy asks who the monarch is and if he is the one in charge. And he tried to explain briefly and clearly that monarchs are observers of a large country. Those who manage to complete the game are sent to the mainland and receive the support of the monarch. Jae-hwan didn't quite understand what this meant, so he asked again to get a more precise explanation. The dragon stated that the boy's future could change dramatically depending on the monarch chosen. And then he promised that if the boy obeyed him, Bistrian would use all his strength to help him get to the great monarch. But the demon noted that this would only happen if the young man agreed to play the entire game to the end. Jae-hwan noticed that the creature now spoke like an annoying store clerk. And the next moment the guy agrees to join the game, but will do so only after 10 days. 9 days have passed, and the boy is still training with the sword to be in top shape before the game. The demon sits calmly in his control room and watches all the actions of the young man. But he is looking forward to it. There is very little time left, and he remembers that he bought this tower because he was deceived. These memories made him angry because he remembered how false they were. He was told that the tower had been built by the Lord himself, and that it was so old that its value could hardly be overestimated, so it would definitely be a good buy. But he regrets that there is no function to voluntarily exit the game while keeping all your achievements. And now he himself is trapped in the tower, unable to exit the game because Hwang refuses to move on to the next level. He sat there in despair for so long and had already resigned himself to his unhappy fate. But finally, all this will end tomorrow when Hwang starts the real game. The warrior received a message asking if he wanted to return to World 294 without losing his memory and start the game. The dragon is looking forward to the moment when the guy confirms the application. He is very excited. But completely unexpectedly, the guy attacks him. The main character still wants to kill the demon. He asked with great surprise what was going on here and why Jae-hwan was doing this. The guy had been dreaming about this for a long time and had been training for a long time. He deliberately took his time in order to prepare well. The walker holds his weapon tightly in his hands and makes a remark to the demon, which he could have guessed. The young man, with a threatening expression on his face, explained to his enemy that from now on he would hunt him. With these words, he strikes his opponent again. The guy is very confident in his abilities. He noticed that after hallucinating these gold particles, it became more difficult for him to control the sword. But he explained that every time he tries to take a shot, he gets a very strange feeling. The guy thinks it's like waking up, like he's breaking this dream. Therefore, Jae-hwan does not intend to stop and stubbornly continues to attack this creature. The main character, with a smile on his face, waves his sword and declares that this is the feeling of life. However, a magical symbol appears under his feet, which the boy does not notice at all. In place of this symbol, a huge tree immediately grew, which the boy saw on the 91st floor. It is called the Black Iron Tree. The monster regenerates his arm and explains that this should have happened a long time ago, adding that he has never seen anyone like this guy. The dragon smiles slyly and watches with pleasure as they do this to the boy, paying a huge price for it. The protagonist finds himself completely trapped in the iron roots of the breeder tree and wonders what this creature plans to do with him next. Bistrian calmly replies that this walker will not be able to finish the game without his permission. The demon finally abandoned all attempts and hopes of convincing this stubborn warrior. But I decided to try again and asked why the guy decided that his studies should be continued. However, he added that the Tower of Horrors will automatically close after 100 days of training. The dragon explained that he needed the boy to survive, so he needed to complete his training and move on to the game. The boy has no intention of staying there alone, so he calls on the demon Bystrina to stay. The protagonist stated that on this vast land he is called the Sanctuary of Irritation. The guy knows a lot about this monster. He says that it lived 784 years and visited 128 worlds, and now continues its vile selection among the walkers. The demon cannot believe what he hears and has no idea how he knows all this information. Jae-hwan boldly asks if this bastard was planning to hand over his mathematics to the Black Monarch. The monster asks in surprise where he knows all this from. How can he know all this? The boy saw golden letters, a message from the demon to the Black Monarch that the selection would soon be over if he could convince the farmer. The main character explained with a sly smile that he was the one he had been waiting for so long. Suddenly a bright light appeared and the warrior managed to free himself from the shackles of the iron tree. And freed from the roots, the boy attacks the monster that imprisoned him there. With just one blow, the demon Bystrin lost his arm, but this time he was very surprised and frightened by it. Something very strange has happened. Will this guy really be able to defeat his opponent? The protagonist uses his power again, but this time the enemy defends himself. It seems that Jae-hwan managed to injure the demon the first time, so now the demon is holding his hand. He can't believe that this idiot managed to give him such a cancerous tumor on his arm. The expression on his face reflects all his confusion and shock at what happened. The walker holds a very strange sword in his hand that emits a blue light, as if it is enveloped in something. There are some very strange things happening around. It feels like the game has started to reboot. The guy looks very confident in his abilities, so he stands proudly and stares at the demon Bystrina. When he reached the 100th floor, he began to wonder what it all meant. The main character began to doubt whether this was really a dream. He then wondered if the demon really could not or would not kill him. Then he wondered if he could be reborn after death, and he had many questions. The elements of this world crumbled into particles and text appeared. The warrior watched the demon carefully. And now, after a long period of doubt, Jae-hwan has finally reached the stage of absolute certainty. He has discovered something new, penetrated into understanding through and through, and now he can use this powerful force. The vortex of energy quickly approached the demon and very easily and completely destroyed his defense. The dragon was surprised by the abilities of this walker and became very angry with him. This creature opens its mouth with large fangs and asks what is going on here. The system issued a message about the lifting of temporary restrictions, which shocked the tower owner. So he became extremely angry with him and explained that he would no longer feel sorry for him and would give Hwang a chance to surrender before it was too late. But the boy will not do this. He will proudly and bravely stand against the demon in battle. Bystrina noted that the young man had achieved a lot in such a short time, but there is a limit to everything. A multitude of sharp thorns instantly grew out of the ground, and the dragon declared that no man could defeat him. This stubborn young man was not so easy to defeat. He looked at the weapon he received as a reward for passing the last floor, but he squeezed it tighter. It was the only thing that could help him in this difficult struggle. The timer shows the countdown of the loading time, and the demon pushes off the ground with its paws, ready to attack. The creature approaches the boy extremely quickly. Its rage knows no bounds. It will not let this pathetic insect ruin everything for him. Bystron shouts that Jae-hwan will still participate in the real game, and by doing so, he makes his situation worse. The timer has reached a round number, and the main character is preparing for the decisive blow. The main character skillfully dodges all the sharp spikes and strikes the enemy. The boy remembers how he defeated all his previous monsters, especially those he encountered on the upper floors. But full of confidence that he would succeed, he dealt another blow to the monster with whom he had been fighting for a very long time. The demon is angry, but he can't do anything. He only begs that all this doesn't happen. Now Bystrina finally realizes that this is not just a reboot, and that he will soon have problems. He cannot comprehend with his mind how this ordinary man was able to accomplish all this. There was another blow and a bright light appeared, as if after an explosion, and the demon suffered more and more. The main character does not stop for a minute. He continues to attack to destroy the enemy. The dragon screams wildly from pity and severe pain, opening its wide mouth full of fangs. Jae-hwan stands proudly and holds his weapon at the ready, but first he wants to clear up a few things. The guy wants this unearthly being to know that people are not just a commodity to be sold. But he added that they were not so useless that they could be digitized in some game at the behest of some demon. People were not things that could be given a price tag. Bystrina turned into a small creature. Hwang poked him with his sword and explained that he would no longer obey his plan. The main character raised his head and knows perfectly well what he wants to do next. He has already thought everything through. So he says that he will completely destroy this place and move on. He will rise higher and higher. Jae-hwan confidently declared that he would destroy this terrible world, and there was not a hint of doubt in his voice. The guy is confident that he can destroy the world created by these scoundrels. Suddenly the ceiling began to crack. Fragments rained down onto the ground, and the roof of the tower collapsed. Demon Bystron ducked to avoid being hit by shrapnel and asked the boy to stop. He pitifully begs not to do this and repeats again that there is absolutely nothing higher. However, the summer hero knows very well that in reality it is much more interesting there. But then he confidently added that he was sent here for a reason, and these words shocked the demon. The guy remembers that on many floors he came across strange inscriptions on the walls, and they interested him. He read about the Tree of Illusion on the walls, and wondered if the Tower of Horrors was actually created by the demon sitting at the top of this tree. The young man was sure that there were also inquiries about the dream demon Mulark, so he continued his search. Huang asks if they are now at the root of the illusion tree. If that is true, then it also has a trunk. The demon fearfully asks what the warrior is planning, and he explains that he intends to break through the ceiling here. And the next moment he raises his weapon, and a huge stream of energy rushes upward. The system indicated that an unknown error occurred during loading, and then showed that training was complete. Now the guy is in a completely different place, but the poor guy looks very tired. But despite this, Jae-hwan is happy that he finally found exactly what he was looking for. He wanted to be here. This place is not as quiet and calm as it seemed at first glance. It seems that scary monsters live there. The creatures with large mouths sensed the presence of strangers in their territory and were ready to attack. These giant wolves surrounded the main character, but he is not at all scared. He is alone, and there are more than 10 of them, and these creatures do not plan to leave him alive, so they immediately attack. The wolf quickly approaches the boy, his eyes blazing with fury and his huge fangs terrifying. Jae-hwan is not afraid of any of these creatures. He makes a light lunge at it and immediately inflicts serious injury on it. He then looks back and sees another evil monster approaching him. This creature is extremely close to him, but this fact does not frighten the warrior at all. He can cope with it. The creature looks very bloodthirsty and evil, as if this creature was specially created to destroy everyone around it. The protagonist holds his weapon tightly and is ready to defeat this creature. He does not seem to consider it very strong. But against this huge wolf, he uses a medium lunge that literally cuts the monster in two. On the monster's head is a large horn, which is enveloped in a magical yellow glow, looking magical. The boy became curious and decided to take the thing for himself. Huang easily pulled it out of the creature's flesh. He put the horns of these creatures in the backpack on his back and noted that the monsters here were not very strong. Jae-hwan heard the noise and looked around to see what was going on. Suddenly, some strange creatures appeared and shouted aggressively, "How dare this man do this?" One of them points his finger at the backpack and shouts something, but it is difficult to understand what he wants. The warrior looked at them all carefully, but could not make out what this creature was saying. And then he realized that they were pointing to the horns behind him, so the young man offered to make a deal. He would give up all these things, and in exchange he would want information about what this place was. But the monsters didn't seem to even listen to him, and it was unknown if they understood him at all. They went on the offensive. One of these green monsters immediately dealt a strong blow, apparently thinking that this would be enough for victory. The young man got angry and said that now he would have to kill these scoundrels with bulging eyes. He is ready and willing to proceed with his promise. He does not mince words. Jae-hwan didn't have to spend much time and effort to neutralize them all, since all of his stats were at their maximum levels. Now he is trying to get at least some information from this monster. The young man needs to know what this place is. The guy grabbed 2 antennae sticking out of the head of this incomprehensible creature, and it screams in horror that this is a game. The walker is still trying to get at least some valuable information out of him, but all in vain. The creature uttered a few words incoherently, which were understandable. They said, "Human, kill, now." And the next moment he bit his tongue, and it looked very strange and incomprehensible. The boy tore off the antenna and the creature died. At first they seemed weak to him, but now he thought they were not so simple. Huang looked at what was left in his hands with surprise and interest, trying to understand what function these things performed. But he decided not to think long and left the antennas on the ground, and went to explore the area. To get a little more information, The protagonist decided to look at other creatures. He saw a small bag and received an information message from the system that it was a small backpack for storing things with a volume of 2 cubic meters. After leaving the tower, the system stopped working, and he thought he would gain access to the other dimensional system. But this did not happen. But fortunately, he at least has access to information, and after examining the bag, he noticed many interesting stones there. The boy examined the stone and was informed that it was a spirit stone, and that it gave him the ability to increase energy. He collected them back into his bag, thinking they might have some value and wondering if anyone made them here. Having completed his search, the guy wondered what to do next and where to go, but he still didn't find out anything about this place. Suddenly, the sword he received as a reward for defeating the ice dragon made itself known. The guy sat down and looked at this thing in surprise, not understanding what was happening to it. And the next moment, the dragon's mouth appeared, as if a ghost was trying to get out of there, or it was a hallucination. It all ended as suddenly as it began. Nothing else happened, and everything just disappeared. The main character props his head up with his hand and tries to understand what just happened. After sitting like that for a minute, he was able to examine everything more closely, and noticing the crumpled paper, he suggested that it might be a map. The guy opened it and saw there a tree of illusions, as well as some other castles, possibly a settlement, and a strange inscription, Chaos. He remembered that the idiot in the tower hadn't told him about this place, so he would have to try to find out for himself. At first, this forest seemed like a very quiet and peaceful place, but these palm trees and greenery create a deceptive impression. A little further away from Jae-hwan, wolf-like monsters angrily open their mouths, ready to attack. Their opponents move towards these creatures fearlessly, quickly, and energetically. It is unclear what they are, but they look very human and seem to know what to do. The girl with red hair looks at the spores with confidence, but her eyes are unusually bright. She threw the blade, probably intending to hit one of the monsters, but something went wrong. Because she stepped on some guy's foot and apologizes, explains that it happened by accident, and promises to change her hunting location. He smiled at her, and when she turned around, it was clear that the man was angry, and thinking about how badly she must be handling the weapon that had accidentally hit him in the knee. The other boys looked in horror at what awaited them ahead and screamed in fear. A terribly angry bighorn, also known as a bighorn, is quickly approaching them. This terribly evil creature with huge fangs and an open mouth runs towards the girl, who does not seem to be scared at all. All this happens near a high cliff, and the people below are trying to prepare for a difficult fight. Hwang watches them from above and comes to the conclusion that this girl looks much stronger than the others, but they don't seem to be very friendly. At this rate, they'll all just die. I wonder how they even got out of the tower with those skills. The man has gathered his strength and is ready to join the battle. He uses his skill, Breath of the Fire King. The girl screams that she will help him and immediately hits him hard on the cheek. She then smiles cheerfully and apologizes again, although this time the guy calls her a whore. The red-haired girl noted that it was very rude to call her that, because she just wanted to help. Hung-nim doesn't notice the monster approaching him with its mouth wide open while he argues with the girl. It seems that the protagonist realized that they would not be able to cope with this creature, especially if they were so careless, so he decided to help. Jumping down from the mountain, Jae-hwan used his sword, made a medium lunge, and easily defeated the monster with one blow. Han-nim seemed to be too close to the monster, so he got slapped quite a bit and he didn't like it very much. There was a lot of smoke, so no one immediately noticed the stranger, only his powerful weapon was visible. Jae-hwan wields a strong and large sword that emits a beautiful blue light. The main character stands proudly on his prey and carefully looks at everyone present. He didn't seem very impressed by what he saw here. These people didn't look particularly strong or smart. They discuss whether everything that happened here was legal and whether they can take Bighorn's body. The man tries to wipe the dirt from his face, and the girl watches the stranger with interest. Someone said that it would take at least 10 people to defeat this creature, and Hwang thought about the fact that the previous creature had 5 horns, so the more horns, the stronger the beast. The girl is still awake, mysteriously and intently looking at the man who so easily dealt with the monster. She doesn't know who he is, so she plucks up courage and decides to approach him. The girl comes up from behind and threateningly asks who he is. The guy didn't expect such a reaction. She then explained that chaos is not a simple world, and no one can defeat Bighorn with just one attack. She asks again who he is and where he is from, but the young man only looks at her with interest. He remembered seeing the word on the map and not being able to figure out what it meant, but now he had a chance to get more answers. Huang turns around. They are standing too close. He stares at the girl and asks what chaos means. The red-haired girl was a little confused, finding herself so close to the stranger. After that moment, they all calmly moved together to new territories for Huang. Hyung Nim asks the stranger again and again. He asks if he is here for long. The guy answers in the affirmative. And then, surprised, he asks if he knows the local language, and the guy replies that he does. The man said, as if to himself, but out loud, that this kind of thing doesn't happen here often, and he found it all a little suspicious. The girl asked if they could really take the body of this monster, and the boy calmly replied that he had no rights to it. She finds him very suspicious because the whole situation is extremely strange. Even though he says he came here through the passage, he killed that monster himself without using any skills. The girl tried to use her abilities on him, but the system gave her an error and indicated that the skill could not be used. She was a little surprised that even her strength couldn't help her stop this guy somehow. The system noted that verification was impossible, and the girl assumed that the guy was probably outside the system. She is very concerned about who this man is and why he came here, so she has several questions for him. So I decided to explain that chaos is not such a simple place, and no one can kill this monster with a simple attack. Then she bombarded the guy with questions, and he looked around with surprise and great interest. But of all these questions and explanations from the girl, only one word, chaos, interested the creator. However, this made the girl very angry, and she asked if he was serious or just joking. And then she decided that maybe he didn't understand what she was saying because she asked who he was. Was it really that hard for him to understand? But the main character explains that he understands everything perfectly and hears perfectly well what she asks him about. The boy remembers his life on Earth, his family and friends, and realizes that his whole life on Earth has lost its meaning after the appearance of the Great Tower. And then, during his life in the Tower of Terror, he made new friends and loved ones. He had many wonderful and very touching memories associated with these people, but after completing his studies, they disappeared like a mirage. All of these people are still alive somewhere on Earth, and he could retain all of their memories if he started the game over. But they won't remember him or their adventures, so this venture will most likely be useless, and they will have a hard time coping with the loss. The guy decided not to tell this whole long and complicated story, and decided to say that he simply didn't remember anything. The girl looked at the boy with affection and asked sympathetically if he really had amnesia, and then she aggressively asked if he really thought she would react that way, and if he could at least try to convince her that he had amnesia. The protagonist noted that he did not say that he had amnesia, and the girl was convinced that it was the same thing, but suddenly, someone asked if he was from the mighty abyss. Just as he was thinking about what they meant, his ice sword suddenly reminded him of itself. His weapon grew considerably larger and opened its dragon mouth as the boy rummaged through his bag. The girl looked at the sword in surprise and realized that this guy had a super weapon. So she comes to the conclusion that it's all about the super weapon and not its mighty power, while the guy is feeding the sword with iron blades. The men nearby look at the super weapon with great interest, as it is a very valuable artifact. The main character is fiddling with his weapon. He doesn't even notice that hungry eyes are watching him. Red is mad at Huang for ruining her assignment. She had a great plan, and she would have done a great job with it. As she thought about this, an idea came to her mind on how to turn this situation to her advantage. Now she talks to the guy differently, explains that she will no longer ask him questions and wants to offer him something. But with a sly expression on her face, she mysteriously asks if he wants to listen to her proposal. The girl introduced herself as Mino and told me in detail about chaos and how everything works here. And then they moved on to discussing the people around her, this suspicious crew of guys called the Red Fox. From her story and transparent hints, the protagonist understood that Mino wanted him to kill them. The girl noted that they would soon get to him, so there was no point in looking so closely at these scoundrels. One of the men noticed that it was getting dark, so it was not worth going further, so as not to disturb the monsters. So they decided to stay where they were and spend the night in the open air in the middle of the forest. Jae Hwan lies under a tree and looks at the map. According to the map, there is a settlement not far from here. The card magically turned into gold particles and disappeared. This is the advantage of the game. The boy lies quietly and plays with these particles. He sharply clenches his fist, trying to catch something. Through the system, the men saw that their guest was in the second stage of awakening, called knowledge, and his energy level was very low. They calculated that his energy level was much lower than their leaders, so they realized that he had defeated the monster only thanks to his weapon. But they know that super weapons can only be obtained in the abyss. These are the branches of the Tree of Illusions. Huang heard everything and realized that these scoundrels were up to something. They would be surprised when they found out that this was where he got this weapon. The tower owner said it wasn't a very impressive weapon, so they probably wouldn't want to hunt for it. The protagonist looks at the stars in the cloudless sky and thinks about how to get to the almighty earth. The Red Fox Legion fighters were already confidently moving towards the boy. Huang realizes that they have already started to implement their plan, and soon everyone will be here. Mino is shocked and asks the guy why he is lying there so calmly, because those bastards are going to come for him now. The girl tries to convince the young man to use his powerful weapon against them. But Jae Hwan calmly turned to Mino and explained that he did not have any weapons with him. He explained that he had lent his sword to someone on the night shift, but the girl was furious and couldn't believe he had done that. He was surrounded by many people. The leader stated that he would find a better way to use his weapon, although the girl noted that even with this weapon, he was a complete zero. Mino is not as simple and sweet as she seems at first glance. She asks these idiots if they really want bloodshed. The main character looked at the girl with genuine interest, and now saw her true nature, and it seemed that he liked it. Instead, all these people follow the orders of their leader, who threatens to kill them. The redhead doesn't wait for Huang to do something. She knows how to stand up for herself. She uses her skills skillfully. The girl throws blades well, and the first two were all convinced of this. And the girl doesn't even think about stopping after them, and immediately finds a new victim. Mino is actually a very skilled and intelligent girl. She holds her weapon tightly and is ready to use it again. The dagger flies towards one of these villains with insane speed and force. The protagonist stands proudly next to her and does nothing, apparently believing that she can handle it herself. And that's true, Mino can definitely handle this bunch of losers on his own. They seem to already realize what they've gotten themselves into and probably regret their decision, but it's too late because they've already made her angry. She smiled sarcastically and stated that by their decision, they had doomed themselves to a terrible fate. Their leader stands behind the rest of the Legion and admits that he knew she was a witch from the start. This became obvious when she unceremoniously set the monster on them. The man frowned and asked aggressively through clenched teeth who had approached the ghost warrior. Mino smiled cheerfully and sincerely and playfully asked what difference it made to him who did it. But she added that these bastards had killed so many newcomers who didn't understand anything that many of the Chaos inhabitants probably wanted them dead. Instead, Heng Nim noted that the ghost warriors would not help these unfortunate people. And then, with one movement, he repelled all the sharp daggers that were rapidly approaching him. The man pulled out a weapon that belonged to Jae Hwan and threatened that this witch would die right there. Although it didn't particularly frighten her, Mino muttered hesitantly, "Was he really counting on just a super weapon?" But the cunning man smiled slyly and explained that he had an ulterior motive. The girl looked around and was a little surprised by what she saw, although she noted that they were all at least level 1 in strength. Now I could see even more people around, hiding behind trees and bushes, waiting for the right moment. The girl explained that she immediately felt that there were many more of them than it seemed at first glance. The leader asked if she really thought he would go into battle unprepared, especially if he had to fight a witch's ghost and a boy who had killed that monster with one blow. But he would have acted differently if he had known that he would get this amazing superweapon so easily. He wouldn't have gone that far or called so many people for help, but it's already been done. The girl asks in surprise if Black Fox is really here too. It seems like nothing interesting is happening in his life right now. This man, who just now stood out in no way, has now turned into a real monster. He declared with his huge tongue and fangs that she could consider this an honor. Black Fox Clan, who is the head of the Red Fox Clan and holds the 3rd degree, explained that more than half of the clan was gathered here. She is not very pleased with the honor done to her and asks them to wait a little, as they still have so much time to gather here. Mino feels that she can't handle this monster alone, so she turns to Jae Hwan. She doesn't want to admit it, but she has to admit that she can't protect him. So she throws a stone to the boy and tells him to grab it and run, and the boy realizes that it is a terrible stone. The girl explained that it was a return stone, and if you used it, you could move to the nearest fortification or fortress. But she added that she only has it, so he can use it without any problem, although the guy is a little confused. Now he realized that this stone does not return you to the past, it saves you in the present. He immediately remembered his friend from the Tower of Horrors, who did not use this thing. Jae Hwan thinks that he should have given Yoon Hwan that stone, and maybe then he would have survived. A guy asks his new friend if she had the opportunity to go back in time. Would she do it? At first, she was angry because now was not the time to ask such questions, since their lives were literally hanging by a thread. And then she still answered that, of course, she would not return, and this greatly surprised the main character. The witch turned around and smiled cheerfully, noting that she had worked hard all her life. She has nothing to regret, and she will never return to the past, even if she dies in this battle today. This answer seemed to surprise Jae Hwan because he moved closer to Mino and placed his hand on her shoulder. The guy stood next to her and declared that she would not die today, and reached for his weapon. His reaction surprised the girl. She did not expect him to protect her or take part in the fight. Without warning, he threw something to the ground, sending up a column of smoke and blue sparks. Jae Hwan uses his strength and easily deals with the attackers. The Black Fox shouted that he was using the Flame King's 14 transformations. After these words, the monster's hands caught fire, and the swords of his subordinates were engulfed in flames. The protagonist does not appear embarrassed or scared after what he saw. He has a plan, and he is preparing to use the lost spell to get rid of all these fools. The guy copes with all this evil without any problems. No one even has time to understand what happened. The protagonist came face to face with the strongest of them. He tried to wound him with a sword, but the monster held him back with his hand. But this did not stop him for long, as Hwang proved stronger and pierced his clawed hand. And as a result, the boy's weapon passed through the flesh of this monster, although Black Fox did not expect this. It turns out that Heng Nim remained alive, although the head of the Red Fox clan took up residence in his body. Jae Hwan looks back and stands proudly in front of the very scared man. The poor man, overcome with fear, fell on his knees and humbly handed over the weapon to its owner. The remaining members of this gang realized that after the death of their leader, they were powerless here, and quickly fled. Although the main character will not give them such joy, he holds the weapon firmly in his hands and is ready to take revenge. He uses a light lunge and effortlessly destroys anyone in his path. Mino is shocked and very scared. She cannot understand how this is even possible. She remembers how easily he gave up the monster's body, and then she thought he was just a fool. She felt like he didn't understand anything when he bragged about his superweapon. And when he said he just gave his gun to some stranger, she thought he was an idiot with no sense of self-preservation. But everything turned out completely differently. This stranger turned out to be very strong and cunning. When Hwang finished, he looked back and saw Mina with a very surprised expression on her face. She cannot understand who he is and why he came here, and asks him about it again. The guy is in no hurry to answer her questions directly. It seems he likes to maintain a sense of mystery. He smiles at her and cheerfully asks if she has forgotten about him. The warrior replies that she already knows who he is, but this greatly surprises Mino, and her face shows that she does not understand what he is talking about. Hwang teases the girl by asking if she has memory problems. He thought he was the only one with such a problem, but this remark angered her. However, Mino decided not to discuss it further and asked him to return the stone to her, but he admitted that he had lost it. The poor thing is seething with rage and cannot believe that he could lose such a precious thing. They are sitting by the fire and relaxing after a very eventful evening. The young man sits quietly and looks at the stars. It calms him down. He feels peace and bliss. Instead, the girl tries to find her stone in his bag, but it seems to be in vain, and she fails. So she gets angry that all this is happening because of some stranger. The guy noticed that she already knew everything, so there was no need to ask him questions, but she didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Hwang explains that he knows who he is, and looking at the fire explains that he is an ordinary person. He then asks his interlocutor if she is human, and she reluctantly replies that she is almost human. Then the boy thought of something, clenched his fist tightly and replied that it was good. This seemed a little strange to her, so the girl wondered what he was thinking about now, and then, realizing that the guy wouldn't say anything else, she turned away and thought about something of her own. She wondered if it really was necessary to be just a human to become so strong and skilled. The girl asks if he has really forgotten everything that happened to him on Almighty Earth, and Hwang confirms that he does not remember anything. Then she bowed her head sadly and remarked that he was very lucky that he had forgotten everything. Most people here would envy him. And she added that it was obvious how they all ended up there and why. but the guy didn't understand why it should be obvious. But he asks with interest how she ended up here, and the girl stops when she hears this. She gave him a sly look and noticed that he would immediately regret his question as soon as he knew the answer. They achieved their goal. The girl took him to a very beautiful place, which turned out to be the Gorgon's palace. They approach the building and Mino notices that they have arrived at their destination. Huang carefully examines the entire new territory and tries to understand what kind of place this is. The circular space with columns reminded him of the first floor of the Tower of Terror, where newcomers came. The square was completely empty and there was not a soul around, but suddenly a red light came on. And then something very strange happened, which really scared the main character. He didn't expect it. He saw many people suffering, crying from pity or writhing in pain. These were the last seconds of their lives. Mino noticed that there were 1,000 times more of them this time and added, "Does he now understand how she got here?" But frowning, she added in a threatening voice that he should never ask her that question again. The poor people in the round square are still screaming and writhing in pain, and the girl, lowering her head, noticed that they were in chaos in the kingdom of the dead. If you die on the almighty earth, you will go to chaos. But if you die here, that's the end. The soul will turn into nutrients for the illusion tree. At this moment, men in white boots appear and rush to do their job. Their uniforms are white with gold trim, and the captain orders them to line up and escort. They rush to meet people who have just arrived. Their job is to welcome them. The captain wrapped one of the new arrivals in a warm blanket and noted that he looked very weak, which was probably the cause of his death. The captain's name is James, and he was called to point out the two waiting on board. He asks why the girl came through the north entrance, to which she replies that since they are acquainted, she would be glad if he let her in earlier. The captain apologizes, but things have changed, and now everyone who enters the fortress must have their documents checked. Mino looks back and asks if Huang has an older brother card, but the boy shakes his head, indicating that he doesn't have one. The girl understood everything, and looked at her new acquaintance with suspicion. She turned to James and tried to explain in a flattering manner that she had forgotten her ID. Then she handed him a bighorn horn and asked if this one would suit him. It worked. The captain picked up the phone and basically stated that he checked the paperwork and everything was fine. The man asks Huang to show him his documents, but he explains that he has no identification and asks what he should do. Mino looked at her friend and said that if he asked her for help, she would resolve this situation. Instead, James reiterated that entry into the fort without identification was strictly prohibited. Huang briefly replied that he understood them, and the girl looked at him in horror and asked what he was going to do. She thought he would kill all the guards to get inside. The girl knows that he is not quite normal, and seems to have some mental problems, but she doubts that he will ever get to this point. But this picture of him killing everyone appears very clearly before her eyes, like a terrible dream, so she thinks he's still capable of doing stupid things like that, and that scares her a lot. Mino tries to prevent this from happening, so he suddenly stands in front of the guy and tries to somehow convince James. Suddenly a voice comes from the fortress. Someone asks what is going on here. This really scares the man in uniform. The girl also realizes with horror that they are stuck and will now have serious problems. All the boys immediately lined up in a straight line and greeted the man in unison. He seems to be a respected and very serious figure in Gorgon's fortress if he is treated like that. Approaching them is the most famous checkpoint captain in Chaos, North Entrance Captain Carlton the Stubborn. He approaches James and asks him sharply what is going on, and James meekly tells him. The captain rubs his beard and thinks about what to do if this man wants to enter without permission. And then he categorically states that it is impossible. Huang asks why, but the man does not understand why he is asking this. His eyes lit up blue and he read Section 4 of Article 37, which states that if there are problems with identity verification, they have the right to refuse entry to the guest. He used the skill Law of Fortress, and everyone knelt and bowed their heads before the captain. Mino doesn't really like that he used that skill. It seems like those knots are giving her a headache. However, during the lesson, the protagonist holds the sword firmly in his hand, and this skill does not affect him in any way. Huang noticed that the girl was not feeling well, so with one movement of his weapon he easily cut the knots on her head and arms. The boy shouted sharply for him to stop teasing. The captain of the North Entrance, Carlton the Stubborn, could not believe what had happened. Jae Huan stands proudly and stubbornly declares that he doesn't care about their laws at all. And then, without waiting for their reaction, he asks what should be in this certificate. The captain doesn't understand how he managed to untie the knots, but replies that the ID card must indicate the name, status, organization, skills, class, and spirit level. The protagonist replied that in that case he did not need an ID card, since he did not want to confirm his identity. Carlton tries to use the skill Law of Fortress against him again, but it doesn't work. Since this had no effect, the captain declared that he was forced to arrest him on the basis of paragraph 6 of the second article of the serfdom law. But he used another skill against the guest, which is called Silver Shackles. Jae Hwan is chained in silver, but he doesn't look scared. The guy dealt with them surprisingly easily. The chains broke and fell apart. The captain's subordinates are shocked that this guy managed to free himself from the shackles of their respected captain so easily. The man, no less surprised, asks how he managed to do it so easily, because it is impossible to get rid of these chains on your own. Hwang points his finger at Minho and asks if he can do the same as her. This really scared the poor thing, and you can see the fear in her eyes about what might happen to her as a result. She understands perfectly well that in this situation the horn was a bribe, and the chief captain will not like it. But besides her, there is James, who received the bribe, and 2 men who witnessed it. They were also seriously frightened, and cold sweat ran down their foreheads from fear. The girl tried to stop him, but Hwang had already thrown something at the captain at the north entrance. He caught the object in his hand easily and casually, and seemed a little surprised that the boy had done so. The man looks at something in his hand with interest and attention, and Hwang gestures for him to take it and throw it. James is incredibly angry, he shouts how this bastard dared to bribe the captain. However, the man stopped his subordinate and asked the boy if his name was Jae Hwan, and the young man answered in the affirmative. And then he looked him straight in the eye, called him a gossip monger, and said that he had been waiting for him. Minho was scanned by some device and told that her soul was more than 15% destroyed, so she needed to take medicine. The captain explains that her soul has been affected, so he assumes that she knows what to do in this situation. Hwang asks with interest what this destruction of the soul is, and the girl, having taken the medicine, asks if he really doesn't know or understand anything. Soul corruption is a chronic condition quite common among the inhabitants of the house. The soul of everyone who resides here gradually deteriorates and is eventually completely absorbed into the place. That's why the horn of this animal is so valuable, and in the meantime James reports that they have escorted all the newcomers to the village. The bighorn horn is the only thing that can prevent the soul from being destroyed, so this man was happy to receive it. The girl also remembered that thanks to him she received such a valuable horn for free. North Entrance Captain Carlton Stubborn pointed the device at the boy and explained that he would now test him too. It's like some kind of eye-shaped camera that scans a person's face and gives out all the information known about him. The protagonist stands obediently and waits for this thing to tell him something about himself. However, after scanning, she found some error. It seems that this device does not provide any information. The system only showed that the process of destruction of this guy's soul went unnoticed. James and the captain are shocked by this information, as everyone in this city is suffering from soul destruction. And this thing shows 0% destruction, and it makes them wonder who he is. Carlton thought for a second, then smiled slightly and said he understood. The man takes the boy by the hand and explains that he has checked his stone and can now take it back. Hwang asks in surprise if they really don't need this thing, since it seems quite valuable. He addresses him as a messenger of gossip, and explains that the spirit stone is not something to be given to just anyone, but the guy ignores the fact that he is some sort of messenger. But the captain didn't explain anything. He just smiled slightly, and noted that he knew about it. 2 guests entered the fortress, and the captain was asked if they could be let in. Instead, the man asked James if he knew what a spirit stone was, and he explained that it was something that increased spiritual energy. Carlton noted that this was not the only thing worth knowing about this stone, and showed his subordinate something quite shocking. When he took off his white glove, his hand was in a terrible state, and his subordinate asked if it was because of the stone. The captain explained that no one except the messenger of gossip has power over this stone, and only he can bypass the destruction of the soul. Although he doesn't think that this guy is actually the messenger of the gossip, he somehow managed to control the stone. James asks if they can really trust this guy, but the captain explains that he does, deep down. Carlton recalls how he was measuring the level of destruction of his soul, and his subordinate remarked that the device must have broken. But as far as the manager knows, the device is fully functional and can only show this in one case. This can only happen when his soul is the purest of all that exist in chaos. But James does not understand how this is possible. It doesn't matter whether he is the messenger of the gossip. What matters is that he can control the spirit stone, and what to do with it will be decided by the fortress itself. James asked if this was related to the illness of the owner of this fortress, but the captain of the northern entrance doesn't know about this at all, so he has nothing to say. And then you add that I heard that someone tried to let them through by giving a bribe, and this scared the man. Now he doesn't know what to expect. Huang walks around the fortress grounds, looks around and thinks that the streets here are very confusing. He's also concerned about why this girl is following him and who is in charge here. The captain punished her for not showing her ID and for offering a bribe to a security guard. However, Jae Hwan asked to let her go, so the man complied with this request and let her go, wishing her a good day. The guy doesn't know anything about this city, so he decided to just ask out loud if anyone here knew a good blacksmith. He continues asking questions, shows his sword, and asks if he knows anyone who could help him. Instead, a cunning man appeared who seemed to want to profit from the fool. The walk through the city dragged on, and it seemed they had entered some dark alley. It seems that the girl is already beginning to come to her senses after the captain cast his spell on her. Finally, she feels better and asks how long they have been walking and living in this settlement. The protagonist is glad that she feels better, because finally she won't be following him everywhere, so he wishes her luck and says goodbye. But Mino can't believe that he's just leaving her like that and asks him to wait for her. Huang explains that he has entered the fortress, and now he no longer needs help. He looks back at his friend and casually adds that now she will only be a hindrance to him. The guy explained that they were too different to turn their acquaintance into a strong friendship. So he suggests that she go her own way, and this is where their paths diverge. The girl froze in surprise. She could not find words because she was very surprised by his decision. It seems like she doesn't want to part with Huang at all, so she's in no hurry to leave him. Suddenly, a sharp and very loud scream of a girl was heard in the tunnel. She asked the boy to stop. Mino tries to convince the guy that he doesn't know where to go, and that without her, he will definitely have a lot of problems. The young man explained that he could always ask passers-by, but the girl suggested that he ask her, since she knew everything here. Huang seemed to realize that she wouldn't be easy to get rid of, so he seemed to have resigned himself to having her as his companion. Since she had already insisted and said that she knew everything here, he explained that he needed a break now. The girl enthusiastically said that she knew where to find him and asked if she could take him there, to which the guy replied that it would be very appropriate. Suddenly, the guy reached for his bag and said that it looked like they had other things to do first. Now they have to settle some issues with people who are interested in the alien to these lands. They are blocked by guys with sly smiles and asked if he has that beautiful sword that has heat in it or something like that. Mino warns these fools to get out of the way if their lives matter, but the boys don't take her words seriously. She was called rude and warned to watch her swearing. The men explained that the youngest of them had reached adolescence and was highly sensitive to any rude behavior, but they threatened that if they want to get out of here alive, they must pay, so let them give up the sword. Huang calmly replies that he does not agree with their terms, and Mino is shocked by their youngest son. The robbers stand proudly and wait for the right moment to begin their reprisal against these two. But the girl is still under the impression of this overgrown man and claims that he cannot be the youngest and accuses them of lying. The Mountain of Muscles no longer waits for a command from his minions. He quickly approaches them. Approaching the girl, he swung his axe and declared that her rudeness would be punished. But suddenly a sword appeared right in front of her. It seemed that her new friend decided to save her. Huang took away both of the emotionally unstable man's arms in one motion. This shocked and frightened the other robbers, and they froze in their places for a second. The bushes fell at Huang's feet, and he noticed that everything here was very noisy, something he was not used to. The guy holds his weapon tightly at the ready. He knows perfectly well that this fight will not end here. Jae Hwan seems to be confident in his abilities and is not at all afraid of scammers who enjoy profiting from others. He stands with a cold gaze and a threatening voice, calling for them to come forward and begin the fight. Their youngest lies and whines in pain. He no longer poses any threat. The others scream in rage. How dare he raise his hand against their little brother? They are bombarded with threats and curses, and promise that they will never forgive him for this. But everyone comes forward and shouts that they will show them what true friendship and support are. Instead, the protagonist stands calmly and waits for them to approach. He has no doubt that he will easily cope. It didn't last long. His sword was already dirty, and finally there was peace and quiet around him. The girl is delighted with how easily the guy dealt with the attackers. She is impressed and thinks about how strong his other skills are, but he explained that he only knows how to lunge. Mina was surprised at first, but then she remembered that her other friend also only used one skill, but in his case it was defense. And then she asked why he blew off the roof of the house, because she thought that this blow was unnecessary. The protagonist recalls all these events and tries to collect his thoughts in order to try to explain them clearly. Hwang recalls that during the fight, he realized that one of the attackers was using an invisibility skill, and so he just wanted to scare him because he really irritated him. The girl asks in surprise what kind of normal person would destroy the roof of a house just to scare people, but the guy, in his defense, explains that, in his opinion, this is completely normal. They continued on their way, and along the way the girl suggested that the guy name his blows in a very pretentious way, but Hwang did not like it. They reached the Twilight Strike, the most famous and best forge in the entire settlement. They come closer, and one of the blacksmiths asks if they need help. Master Naven explained that they were very busy right now, and if they ordered anything today, they would have to wait a bit. Mino asks why they have so many orders, and the guy replies that only the deputy owner of the forge is on shift today, and they have a lot of work. However, he added that it would be easier for them to buy a finished product than to wait for the order to be ready. At this time, all the craftsmen are busy examining the dagger made from the horn of a quadriga, and they have to make a slot for the handle. His assistants shout to each other that they want to help with the work with such a legendary dagger. Michael Gernard, assistant forge manager, noted that the horn is not easy to break, making it a challenging task. But he decides to play a game with them, and makes a bet that whoever of them can make a hole for the handle in this dagger will become the owner of the forge's assistant for the whole day. The first volunteer is actively trying to do this. He has made every effort, but he is not succeeding. The assistants take turns trying to make a hole, but they can't do it. The horn is very strong. The deputy is angry that these guys are so weak and can't even scratch him. Hwang saw all this and decided to try his hand too, although Naven tried to stop him. He tried to convince the guy that he shouldn't go there, and Michael heard him. The main character boldly enters the forge and asks to be allowed to try his hand. The blacksmith thinks that the boy might think this is an easy task because his assistants failed to do it, but Hwang knows full well that this horn is made of materials that are difficult to work with. He added that it was not that they were losers, but that he was extremely experienced and had his finger on the pulse. What happened next left the deputy blacksmith completely stunned, and he was so shocked that he couldn't even move. The man can't figure out how this guy did it and what tricks he has. Jae Hwan didn't use any tools, but simply made a hole in the corner with his finger. The boy proudly asks if he can now become the deputy head of the forge for one day. But suddenly cracks appear around the finger on the precious and rare horn. The blacksmiths watch in shock, wondering if he could really destroy such a strong material with just one finger. Michael Gernard is furious. He can't believe this idiot broke this thing. He is ready to tear the guy to pieces and shouts that this is a very expensive thing, and how dare he break it. The protagonist justifies himself by saying that he thought he had calculated his strength, and Mino seems to be getting great pleasure from watching all of this. Now the guy understands that it is easy to break it, but difficult to make a hole in a certain part, and he replies that he is sorry. The blacksmith was still terribly angry. He asked if he really thought his apology would help them in any way. He tries to explain that it is a very expensive thing, and now he doesn't know what to tell his client. Hwang promised to compensate for his loss with an even better horn, but Michael finds it hard to believe. The guy put his hand in his bag and tries to find exactly what he needs now. He pulled out the real horn and handed it to the blacksmith, who was shocked to see it. But he explained that it was a horn with 5 horns, and as far as he knew, it was a little better than what they had. The man holds this amazing thing in his hands and realizes that it is a real horn of the 5-horned harnick. The protagonist asks if this is enough and explains that he doesn't have another horn right now. The blacksmith is shocked by all this and remarks that this would be quite suitable. The boy sighed with relief and asked if he could stay in their forge for a while. Blacksmith Michael looked at him menacingly and ordered his assistants to close the front door. The young men, still shocked by what they saw, unanimously declare that they will immediately fulfill his request. Jae Hwan continues on his way, where he is led by the deputy head of the Twilight Attack Forge. There's a sign on the door that their forge is closed, and Mino wasn't invited inside, so she'll have to go somewhere alone. This forge is considered the best in Gorgon's fortress, and since the boy is currently acting as deputy, he can use any tools and materials. The guy modestly thanked him, and Michael asked with interest where he got this horn. The protagonist, preparing to start work in the forge, briefly replied that he had received it. The man asked if he had managed to destroy the pentagram on his own, and the young man confirmed that he had. Huang asked for help, and explained that he needed a sheath for his sword, while the blacksmith thought about how rare it was to meet such a young man. The blacksmith very carefully placed the extremely rare and expensive horn on the table, but he was shocked, and asked if this guy was really going to use Harnack's horn for his vagina. The protagonist pulled a sword out of his bag, and the blacksmith, at first surprised, exclaimed that this was such a weapon. And when he picked it up, he assumed that it was a copy of the Ice Dragon's sword, and added that it was very beautiful and rare. After thinking for a while, the man explained that making a sheath for such a powerful weapon would be quite difficult, and that it would be better to make a new sword out of this horn. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for Michael, the sword opened its mouth and swallowed the very precious and rare five-horned horn. This is the second time today that such a horn is destroyed before his eyes, and he justifies himself because he did not think it was a spiritual weapon. But he is so fascinated by this amazing weapon that he has no time to grieve over what is lost. After looking around for a bit, he realized that this sword had evolved, and due to the great evolution, it was changing its shape, after which Huang had to give it a new name. Because after a great evolution, every spiritual weapon loses its original name. Michael regrets that the horn swallowed the sword, but the guy calms him down and explains that it doesn't matter because he still has the sword, and he calls the sword a pig's snout. Not even a few minutes had passed when Cavalia took the horn in his hands again, and shocked, asked how this was possible. But the guy noticed that this monster had 5 horns and added that it was obvious. Having come to his senses a little, Koval asked how he could help, and the main character explained that he wanted to see how he worked on this material. He was ready to start work, and asked if his client had already thought about the form. Huang explained that since Michael is the best master here, he can solve this problem himself. He trusts him. The man is impressed by such trust and is ready to show everything he is capable of and do his job in the best possible way. The action takes place in the main building of this place, in the powerful and very beautiful Gorgon Fountain. There is a very calm atmosphere. The man is enjoying warm and aromatic tea. As he sipped his drink, his subordinate told him regretfully that he was very sorry. The man knelt down in front of the owner and told him that they had beaten up all the bandits, and then he lost sight of his target. Gorgon Fortress Minister Jurgen Jaeber thought for a moment about this guy's words, but he is interested in how he lost them. The man replies that it is difficult for him to say specifically. He only knows that he lost consciousness, and when he came to, he found himself on the roof. The minister asked in surprise if the target had been able to detect or somehow sense his presence. The man thought for a moment, since he was able to experience a high-level 3 invisibility skill, then he himself must be at least level 5. Jurgen Saber ordered his subordinate to gather as many people as possible and search the entire territory of the fortress. The man left the office, leaving the minister alone with his thoughts. Suddenly he felt a severe headache, frowned, and clenched his teeth. A strange sensation permeates his entire body. He feels every muscle tense. The table he was sitting at swayed and the tea almost spilled out of the beautiful porcelain cup. His legs felt like cotton wool. They didn't obey him at all, but on the contrary, they pressed tightly against the chair. The minister, exhausted, banged his fist on the wooden table and tried with all his might to pull himself together. Overcoming the unbearable pain, he asked the owner of the fortress to be patient and wait a little longer. Meanwhile, at the local bar, as usual, alcohol was flowing and people were drinking no matter what. People sit quietly at tables, eat their ordered dishes, and watch TV. The program Top 10 of this week is coming to an end, and the presenter is a little sad about it. But she still has the latest videos, and the girl assures that each of them has already heard about it. He became very popular in Little Brother, and this video is now being talked about by everyone. It talks about the lonely hero of the 99th floor. People are watching this guy on video and wondering where he is now because the Lord seemed to really like him. There are rumors in the bar that the tower has stopped growing plants, and it is assumed that this happened because the tower's owner was trying to cheat. It is said that the tower was completely destroyed, and its owner fled, although for the demons, this tower was worth a lot of money. The bar's patrons think it would be better to sell it at the market rather than destroy it, and in between conversations they order more drinks. Suddenly the door opens wide and Mino appears, looking very unhappy about something. She walks past all these drunk men. What an impression such a beauty makes here. The girl boldly walks past them and sits down at the bar counter with other visitors sitting nearby. One of them is already quite drunk and tries to flirt with her. He asks if she is alone here. The girl addresses him in a very threatening and aggressive manner, making it clear that she does not want to date anyone. The man immediately realized that it was better not to disturb this sweet girl now, so he moved away. Mino is in a very bad mood right now and can't understand why she is so sad. She takes out the money, gives it to the bartender, and orders herself a liqueur, hoping that it will lift her spirits and make her feel a little better. The girl asks the bartender for more. She wants to drown in alcohol and forget. Not much time has passed, and the girl is already quite drunk and tells the bartender what is bothering her. She drunkenly says that this guy is a terrible weirdo and is making a big deal out of himself. The owner of this tavern, Claire, exhales heavily and notices that the girl hasn't even had time to get drunk yet, and she's already talking nonsense. The woman explained that there were many good men around and asked why she was so attached to him. The girl lowered her head, but the only explanation she had was that he was starting to really irritate her. She remembered him from fights and explained that this guy destroys absolutely everything in his path. It irritates her that he walks around swinging his sword as if he doesn't care about anything at all. Mino tilted her head and remembered how he spoke and what he said, and it all sounded very strange. The trouble is that he speaks to her very poorly and completely incomprehensibly. She was angry with him because he did whatever he wanted, even knowing that he was in the world of chaos. Huang responded that people usually think it's the end, and then added that she is no longer human, and they are very different. Apparently these words really touched her, because the poor thing sadly leaned over her glass and fell silent. She is terribly irritated that this man does not take her seriously and considers her a nobody. The girl noticed that everyone present there was struggling for their lives, and he just appeared out of nowhere. She remembered asking him what he would do when he was horrified, and the boy briefly replied that he wanted revenge. But he didn't explain why he wanted revenge, so the girl thought he was looking down on her. Minu is terribly irritated by his behavior. Next to him, she feels inferior and worthless. Claire noted that she was still just a child and asked her not to go near the man again. But she doesn't understand at all why she needs this, and asks the bartender to explain it to her. The woman looked at the girl with compassion and noted that if she stayed with him, she might die. But Mino asked why she became so serious and thought she might die, and at that moment the door of the bar opened. The golden glow stretched in a beautiful path from the very door to the red head. A golden messenger bird flew in and brought the girl an important letter with a seal. This letter from Captain Carlton Xavier is addressed to the terror of the dark forests of Mino. The girl wondered with surprise why he had written to her, and felt some anxiety as she unpacked the letter. As she read this letter, the girl heard someone behind her asking if she really was the witch who had carried out the massacre. Mino didn't think long and, drawing her blade, replied that it was okay to say that. But at that moment some man grabbed her hand and squeezed it tightly, and the poor thing had to drop the weapon. He explained that he didn't like such rudeness, but he didn't have time for explanations now, and said that she had to help him. Meanwhile in the forge, the men are trying to carry out their plans, but it seems that everything is not so simple. The blacksmith struck the horn, and it was immediately thrown back with great force. He had not expected this at all. Completely unexpectedly and as if out of nowhere, a huge monster appeared. It was that very pentagram. The man is terribly frightened. He cannot take lessons and asks where they can get his horn. The poor guy doesn't understand at all how to do this because the monster is huge and scary. The protagonist noticed this, lifted the man to his feet and asked him to pull himself together. Jae Hwan asked threateningly if he had forgotten that they were already halfway there, and he added that since this man promised to help, then let him fulfill his promise properly. All this happened because the blacksmith persistently tried to break the horn with his tools. But for a long time he couldn't do anything. He was very tired and said that this was too high-level material for him. Huang covered his eyes with his hand and explained that the situation was unequal, noting that the first stage of rebirth is the stage of doubt, which can destroy the essence of the world. The second stage of rebirth is the stage of understanding, that is, the ability to recognize and accept the destroyed world. The blacksmith seemed to discover a strange, secret vision within himself, and looked in amazement at the horn on the table. The thing began to move and seemed to change its structure and shape without any apparent reason. A large black substance begins to rise and form something completely unlike itself, which seriously frightens the man. There was a strong, bright flash that made blacksmith Michael Garnard close his eyes. And when she opened them again, he couldn't believe that what he saw was actually happening. From this strange black matter emerged a huge and terribly evil monster. The man seems to freeze in place from horror and complete incomprehension, and Huang asks him to come to his senses. But he added that since the blacksmith promised to help, he must do it now. Michael is horrified and cannot understand if this monster is really Harnick's horn, and that he used his pathetic skills against it. Suddenly, in the middle of this space, he saw a door. The man thinks that he is sleeping, so he wants to wake up as soon as possible. The blacksmith quickly runs to the door, being completely sure that this is a dream, and Huang does not have time to stop him. The guy just sighed in disappointment and realized that he was useless here. The man quickly ran out of the door and screamed desperately, calling for someone to help. But what he saw there frightened him even more and plunged him into complete stupor. Ugly and scary skeletons slowly approach him, surround him. In fact, it is his assistants in the forge who ask if he has finished his work yet. The man is so overcome with fear that he cannot understand what is happening to him. Suddenly, Michael heard a voice telling him that this fool had no right to be here. The poor guy can't do anything. His forehead is covered in beads of cold sweat, and his whole body begins to shake. The boy has to attack this creature himself, trying with all his might to subdue it. He thrust the instrument into her with all his might, while wondering if this world really existed. Jay Huan has finally achieved success. He forges with confidence, and this material lends itself to him. The horrible creature began to fight back, and the boy wondered how it had managed to get here in the first place. The main character tries his best to hold on to the monster so as not to fall. But it seemed he had already realized that this would be a much more difficult task than he thought. The monster turned out to be quite strong and terribly angry, so the boy decides to jump. He then applies twice as much force to speed up and try again. Huang uses his blacksmith's hammer and deals a blow to the creature that breaks its bones. Meanwhile, Michael cannot come to his senses and screams loudly in shock. There are boundaries in this world that cannot be crossed, and no matter how hard you try, a person will never go beyond his capabilities and reach the level of horror. Michael thinks he's too old to work with Harnick's horn, and the guy should have come to him sooner. He understands that this young man came here to see the owner of the forge, but he has not been here for a long time, and adds that he is sorry that only a loser like him remains in this city. He thinks that he cannot consider himself a true disciple since he has not created a single tower, but Huang reassures him by explaining that he is good with weapons, so he should not give up. And he added that no matter how hard he tried, he could do it 1,000,000 times. But this phrase made the man laugh, because only a young guy could say such a thing. Michael noted that the boy might think he wasn't trying hard enough, but that was not the case at all. Believe it or not, this man tried again and again, but he never gave up. The guy remembers the blacksmith from the tower, who said that he has honed all the skills related to blacksmithing, and can repair all the weapons in the Tower of Horrors, with a probability of 99%. But despite such success, recently he began to be troubled by very strange thoughts. Instead of focusing on the 99% chance of success, he thinks only about the 1% chance of failure and does everything possible to avoid it. Huang noticed that Michael worked harder than the others, but did he know about the principle of craft skill? The skill of the craft of horror appeared much earlier. It existed from the very beginning, like fire and water. But is a person capable of understanding how the world works? Huang asked if he really used this skill without understanding its essence. The blacksmith thought for a moment he had nothing to say or add to his interlocutor. He believed that spiritual power transferred energy to the hammer and the tools adapted to work with the horn. But the boy noticed that if everything was so simple, then why couldn't his subordinates succeed? The blacksmith suggested that it was because they hadn't yet fully mastered the craft. Michael suddenly thought that since the principle of this skill was so simple, there was no point in mastering it. Huang points out that you have no idea what the skill is and continue to use it, and the man defends himself by saying that no one understands how it works. And then he persistently asked if this guy knew how the crafting skill worked. The protagonist calmly replied that he had just figured out how to do it, and reached his finger towards the horn. Under his finger, the material magically begins to melt and change shape. The guy was working on the horn, and asked everyone to look carefully and say what they saw. The blacksmith saw the decomposed particles of matter, but Huang noticed that everything was not so simple. Hard work made his world more stable. Michael doesn't quite understand what he's talking about, but the guy explains that there's nothing wrong with it. But he goes on to say that he doesn't really understand that if it doesn't work even after so many tries, then the problem is not with him, but with the world. Suddenly, the blacksmith remembered a conversation with a monster who explained that his approach worked for monsters, but not for people. The man asks what then is suitable for humans, but the creature does not know and explains that humans cannot achieve anything higher than becoming a disciple. But he still worked hard and tried to achieve this mastery, and it was terrible. And now he doesn't understand what to do, whether this guy is really offering to challenge the world, because this world rewards all efforts. The result justifies the efforts. Huang asked if it was really good, since this world makes you believe in your own inadequacy. The blacksmith is no longer young, but he can still continue the fight. The protagonist asked him to take a closer look and not to believe blindly. The man trusted the boy and looked at the horn carefully. He looked at it for a long time and carefully, and now he saw it, understood the essence and how it all worked, and now it seemed to get through to him. Michael saw the boy fighting the huge monster again, and wondered if he had always known about the existence of this world. This world without deception, where all ranks, skills, and levels don't matter. He finally saw everything for what it really is, and he can't understand how Huang didn't go crazy from this. And then he thought that maybe the blacksmith had gone crazy after all, and he set to work with wild enthusiasm. It looked very inspiring and at the same time frightening. His tools cut into the extremely hard material, causing sparks to fly from his work. After some time, the work was completed, and Jae Hwan had to continue his journey. Here he got everything he wanted, so it's time for him to leave, because the main character still has many adventures ahead. The sword seems to like the scabbard, otherwise it would have eaten it, and Michael asks if the boy has come up with another name for it. But he added that if Huang hadn't thought about it yet and didn't mind, he wanted to offer his own version. The man explained that he was inspired by martial arts and thought the name he came up with sounded cool. It is associated with the ability to enjoy solitude, and it seems that only one name suits this sword: Lonely. At this point they said goodbye. The blacksmith Mikhail kindly wished him a safe journey. They seemed a little sad that he was leaving so soon. But at the last moment the man asks him to stop. He is worried about another question. He puts his hand to his chest and asks with genuine curiosity what he really looks like. He is very curious about how he looks in the eyes of his master, what he is like in the world that Jae Hwan sees. The guy half turned around and briefly replied that he saw a person in him. This answer greatly surprised and greatly pleased the blacksmith of the Twilight Attack Forge, and the boy already set off on his way, boldly passing by all these terrible skeletons. On the city street he was met by Mino, and Huang asked why she was chasing him, but she tried to explain that she was doing it with good intentions. The protagonist looked back and asked if she was up to something sneaky again. The next moment she was already walking next to him and was surprised how he managed to guess so quickly. Without much preamble, Mino suddenly announced that she planned to kill him, and she said it very calmly. And just as calmly, without any fuss, the boy asked what they were going to achieve by this. The girl said that she wanted to take possession of his soul stone and finally live a full life. But when she saw the expression on his face, she realized that he was not joking. She is a little disappointed that he is not impressed at all, so she suddenly gives him the clothes as an apology gift. They walk through the city, and Mino asks what he will do now, since he never got to face this horror. He explained that Michael told him where to find him, so that he would find him and ask about the Tree of Illusions, and then go in search of a way to the abyss. The girl tried to understand what he was going to do, and suggested that he would still get to the abyss, but what would happen next? But Huang said that he was not going to return. And then he added what exactly he was going to do, and this information greatly shocked Mino. She could barely stand on her feet, took a deep breath, and asked in surprise who he was. And then she got very angry, screamed, "Where did he get this from? How could he do this, and who gave him such a right?" She asked why he thought he could do whatever he wanted and didn't care about anyone else. The girl considers him cruel and heartless, and adds that he does not consider others to be people. She explained that she is a human being, even if not very strong, but she is a human being and worthy of respect. Jae Hwan tries to listen to her and understand. He watches the girl carefully. He remembers their first meeting and how she said that if it were fate, she would die today but would not go back to the past. Suddenly he saw her body begin to disintegrate into tiny particles and messages, telling her not to be stupid and not to cause trouble. And the next message said that she should lure him, and if she did not keep her promise, the old woman would die. From this, Huang realized that they had a hostage and they needed him, so they wanted to lure him somewhere. The main character noticed someone very suspicious standing on the other side of the road and following them. He thought that he should give his head to some swindler, but it was all in vain. No matter how hard he tries to save people, it will not change anything, and only doubts allow him to see the whole truth about this place. This world is ruled by money and information, and it is also made up of people who have sold their souls for power and wealth. The guy decides to get rid of them and go in search of horrors, while Mino explains that you don't need a big dream to be happy, you just need to appreciate every day you live. She gets terribly angry and thinks that from this point of view he is not a person, and grabs him by the clothes. The girl boldly declared that she did not want to stay with him as long as he had such goals. When she broke up with her boyfriend, she said she hoped to never meet him again. But at the moment when she was saying all this, the guy saw something very strange. Now she begins to look like an ordinary person. He does not understand why this happened. Huang noticed a message that the witch had betrayed them, and all their plans of horror had collapsed. Meanwhile, the girl headed to the bar where she had recently been drinking and sharing her problems. She walked to the door and thought sadly about how this could have happened. She opened the door, apologized to her aunt, and asked if she had kept her waiting. However, the institution looks in a very terrible state. Everything is broken and scattered. This is the work of Maluzga. There's a man standing in the middle of the establishment with a huge sword and his henchmen around him, and the barmaid remarks that she should have stopped her earlier, and she added that this time she would really die because of her. And the man holding Claire threateningly demanded that she shut up. The eldest of the Kim Chinbang brothers, Jenya, asked why the witch killer came alone, since they had an agreement. But she said he was very naive to think that the witch could keep her promise. She prepared her daggers and explained that he would not come because he had gone to destroy the world. And after these words, she abruptly released her weapon to hit as many opponents as possible. This evil man smiled slyly and noticed that this girl had completely gone crazy. But he immediately cast a shadow on her, and in the forests, she was nicknamed the Witch Killer because of her ability to lure creatures. Jenny is very curious to see how she will cope with these shadows he casts on her. It looks like he wants to see an interesting show. Meanwhile, Mino is doing well. She has learned to avoid the shadows and not give in to any of these creatures. These creatures are no match for such a strong witch. The girl does a somersault and throws her daggers. The man realized that if he wanted to win her over, he would have to put in some effort. So he decided to use his powerful weapon and made several powerful attacks with it. His movements formed a powerful cross, which was now rapidly approaching the poor girl. It's as if he has Mino chained up and she's trying her best to break free. Meanwhile, this man was preparing to approach the witch who had caused the massacre and believed that he had already won. The girl has freed herself from his power, but it is as if she has burned herself, and she regrets that this is happening far from the fortress. The eldest of the Kim Chinbang brothers noted that the soundproofing was good here, so there was no point in shouting. But she had one last chance to bring the boy here. But she is not going to do this, and threatens that the dark forest will take revenge on them for her. The man said that by the time the fort found out what they were doing there, they would both be dead. Mino used her skill, Akaram's 7 swords, and added ice defense. Such skill impressed her opponent, so he noticed that she looked good, and he didn't expect her to be so strong. But these skills mean almost nothing to him, and the man promises to tear his opponent apart with his bare hands. The poor thing can't resist his strength. She's in pain, and it's hard for her to keep from falling. The girl holds on with all her might, her eyes almost closing. She wants this to be the end. And the last thought that came to her mind was the question of whether she would go back in time if she had the opportunity. And only now did she realize that she wanted to return so as not to leave Huang again. She stood before her assailant, who was ready to take her life, and wondered if she would witness the decline of this world. As soon as the man raised his weapon, his sword was reflected in the blue light of the ice sword. Jenny's followers are surprised by what happened and did not expect anyone to stop them from doing their dirty work. But a guy walks into the bar with confident steps. Now they won't be able to do what they want so easily. Mino is very happy that he came, but ironically says that she doesn't like it when people interrupt her so abruptly and asks why he came, sacrificing his plans. At first she thought he had come to save her, but the boy immediately threw a bundle of clothes into her hands and explained that they were too small for him. The men are glad to see him here because he has made their task easier and has come to their aid himself. The main character looked at them, and the only thing that interested him was whether they knew where this horror was. And then he decided to put the question differently. He demands that these bandits bring this horror to him. One of them said he heard that he had broken the rules of the fortress, and it seemed to be true. Mino warned them and noted that he was on level 4, so he shouldn't be underestimated. The gang leader went on the attack and was ready to show this simpleton what real strength is. Jae-hwan is ready to take the hit and convince this smug fool that he is wrong. The protagonist used his super weapon and aimed it at his opponents. Jenny somehow managed to dodge the protagonist's signature attack. Hwang raised his eyebrows and was very surprised that the man managed to avoid the blow. The opponents are surprised. They thought he was just an ordinary newbie, and now they assume that he can become the champion of the abyss. The guy remembered that the only one who managed to avoid his blow was the pentagram, so he and this person were on the same level. But he doesn't care because in the end the monster gave up, and Hwang will still fight. The protagonist looks confident and completely calm, while Mino is very scared. The girl is very worried about her Aunt Claire, who is still being held hostage and threatened. The gang leader realized that his rival was stronger than he expected, and decided to scare them by telling them that their hostage would die. The woman screams for them to attack without delay. But at that moment, one of the bandits gives her a hard slap and tells her to shut her mouth. The girl tries to calm the woman down and explains that she needs to be patient a little longer, and she will be saved right away. She turns to her friend and hopefully asks if he will help save her. But he doesn't understand why she's asking him about this, because the guy came here only to see this horror. The main character is confident that he will destroy everyone in his path, regardless of who is nearby. Mino tries to stop him and begs him to save the woman because Claire is also human. Jae-hwan looked at his girlfriend and clearly saw her as a person, no matter where she was. He slowly turns his gaze to those standing in front of him and sees something completely different. There are only skeletons in front of him, but Claire yells at him to stop thinking and attack. Suddenly he begins to see this woman as a real, normal person. It looks like he'll have to save her now, even though he didn't plan on it at all. He then decides to raise his sword and direct all its power upwards towards the roof of this building. A huge jet of energy burst through the roof and shot high into the air, attracting everyone's attention. This was noticed in the fortress as well, and they looked around in surprise and did not understand what was happening here. The captain of the north entrance also noticed it and seemed very interested in what it was, so he immediately orders his subordinates to head to where this light is coming from. It turns out that there was some strange magical dome above the house, created by the smoke of the villains. They realized that they were now in trouble because Hwang had broken the barrier of silence. Immediately after this, people in uniform appeared and were ordered to cordon off the area. The captain and his subordinates suddenly burst into the almost destroyed bar and arrived here very quickly. The captain looked around. He immediately realized that Jae-hwan should be here and asked threateningly what was going on. The main character reported that this man was brazenly violating the laws of the fortress. The guy did not go into details, but he has an assumption that he violated paragraph 4 of Article 276 of the Criminal Code. But he added that this man probably wanted to unite with horror and destroy this world. But Mino is shocked because this was Hwang's plan. The captain arrests them under paragraph 4 of Article 174 and paragraph 6 of Article 124 of the Criminal Code. The bandits are not very happy that they want to be arrested, so their leader gives the order to flee. However, the man is not going to let them go so easily and uses his silver chains skill. He immediately grabbed himself with 2 bandits who really wanted to break free, but couldn't. The man is not going to stop there, because he still has to catch the leader of the gang. So he takes out his gun and warns them that their best option would be to surrender. However, Zhenya seems to be confident in her abilities and is not going to surrender to the law so easily. He drew his weapon and was ready to fight the captain, just so that he would not be put in prison. A battle between 2 rather strong opponents takes place under a huge hole in the roof. Neither of them is going to give in to the other. Neither of them is ready to lose. The gang leader waves his weapon wildly and shouts furiously, demanding that it burn with a blue flame. However, the captain is not afraid of empty threats. He uses his silver chain skill. The man wielded it skillfully as he instantly and effortlessly tied his opponent's hands. But he threw him to the ground with all his strength, so that the man would not be tempted to continue the fight. Zhenya realized with despair that he had no choice. He was already completely defeated. The captain pinned him to the ground. The man sighed heavily and admitted that he was now giving up. The warrior leader is glad that the man surrendered and notes that it was a rather wise decision on his part. But suddenly, Completely unexpectedly, one of the villains threw a lighter at Carlton. She falls into the middle of the room and begins to do exactly what she was thrown there for. Black and acrid smoke filled the entire building, making it difficult to breathe and understand what was happening. The man watches the house from afar, the smoke from which has already cleared a little. He did not think that he would have to take such measures. One of the bandits seemed to have inhaled the smoke. If you inhale a lot of it, you can die. He turned to the man and aggressively asked how he dared to use black smoke without consulting their leader. The leader of the Forbidden Paradise clan, the wanted warrior Hexal Ran, did not comment on this, as he was more impressed by the witch's skill and remembered that they had promised to bring her to him. The boys explained that the witch was not to blame because they used silver amulets against them. Only now did Hyuksol realize that Juan was there too, and he was glad that the boy had inhaled that smoke and thought he was already dead. However, as soon as he thought about it, he noticed something near the building that surprised him. Jae Hwan emerges from the building unharmed with his friend, the witch Mino. It looks like he used his super weapon to avoid the harmful effects of the smoke. But as soon as he came out, he immediately noticed these scoundrels on the tree, and with one swing of his sword cut down the thick trunk. They are extremely shocked, and do not understand how this guy's spirit did not decompose under the influence of black smoke. The man suggested that it might be a messenger, but he had never seen them without antennae before. Huang looked around and made sure the girl was okay and could stand on her own so he could finish his work. The clan of Scum is already wary and wondering why this guy came to the house. Instead, the protagonist took out his super weapon, and thinking that they were terribly annoying him, prepared to engage in a fight. Huang is very serious, so he will not lose this fight. He unsheathes his sword, and he really didn't think it would come to this. He summons the monster hidden within this sheath using the technique Garnek's Greatness. It's clear that no one expected this. They were hoping to defeat this guy very easily. But now they have to face not only a guy with a super weapon, but also a giant and terrifying monster. Before they could recover from what they had seen, the boy and the monster had already attacked several of them. The protagonist calmly walks past the lifeless bodies lying in his path. He looks very menacing and scary, and his weapon radiates terrible fury and ruthlessness. The head of the Forbidden Paradise clan, Hyuksiol Ran, looks at the boy with fear and cannot understand what kind of monster this is. And then he probably realized that this creature was much stronger than him, and he didn't want to deal with it, so he just ran away. Zhenya realized that he was left practically alone with a guy he didn't even know anything about. Zhang Man and Zhang Meng were unable to withstand Huang's strength and so lost the battle. The man immediately lost 2 of his subordinates and friends. He cannot believe that everything turned out this way. The protagonist approached him and explained that he had a chance to save his life. He just needs information about where they are hiding this horror, and then he will let him go. The man knows that if he tells everything now, his life will lose all meaning, because if he finds out about the betrayal, he won't just let it go. Jae Hwan became very curious about who Zhenya was referring to, and who would take revenge on him for this. The bastard took another look at all his comrades who had just died and realized that there was no other way out. He already understood everything perfectly well. He knows that in any case he is destined to die. So the man boldly takes the blue stone out of his pocket and eats it. The guy recognized this stone. He is 100% sure that it is a soul stone. At first glance, it may seem that all people living in chaos are attached to some objects. But these are not drugs. As it may seem at first glance, they must be taken to prevent the complete destruction of the soul. After all, no one wants to die. That's the point of this place, and this man risked everything he had. After he did this, he was overcome with unbearable pain, and his eyes seemed to grow larger. Strange long shoots, similar to tree roots, begin to emerge from the body. The man's body has completely changed. It is getting bigger. Something is happening that is completely different from what he expected. The city's residents are terribly frightened. They have never seen anything like this. Instead of dying, he turned into a huge monster. This creature is very frightening to those around him. The creature is very angry, and there is absolutely nothing left of Jenny. Now he will be like this. His rage knows no bounds. The monster mercilessly grabs everyone he sees in his path. And after him, only lifeless bodies remain, scattered throughout the streets of the Gorgon fortress. The frightened residents run away in horror. They do not want to be left without their souls, which they value so much. And Zhenya finally sees the true essence of this world. Now he knows that there is nothing good here, so he does not need to be afraid to die and give up his soul. Now he knows that he held on to all this in vain, but he could be truly free. This being is now satisfied. Now it has no fear because it has nothing to lose. The monster didn't see where Jae-hwan was, but now he finally found him and promised to destroy him. The boy stands boldly and proudly before the monster, and it is already stretching out its limbs towards him. Now he can see the world as it really is, and the boy in this world looks like an ordinary person, not like a skeleton. Zhenya is surprised that he is a real person, and does not understand how he could end up here. Instead, the protagonist stares at the creature and has no idea what is happening to it. Hwang tried to use his doubt skill, but it didn't help him figure out who he was. But now he doesn't have time to think about it. So the guy gave up on this idea. The protagonist points his weapon at the monster, showing that he is ready to engage in combat with it. No matter who he is or what happened to him, this guy knows exactly what he needs to do. Jae-hwan confidently moves towards the creature and believes that his weapon is strong enough to defeat it. The ice sword is a very powerful weapon. The creature Zhenya has turned into seems scared. He didn't have time to do anything or even understand. His end came unexpectedly quickly. Thanks to the sharp blade, the head was separated from the body, and now he will not be able to scare anyone. It seems that this man's soul is dying irrevocably. He remembers for the last time the happiest moments of his life. In the world of chaos, it's raining, the bodies of the dead are smoking, and Jae-hwan doesn't care because he destroyed the monster. All that is left of him slowly disappears like rain erasing a pattern on the asphalt. And in an instant, nothing remained of Jen, the great swindler and criminal, but smoke. The protagonist realized that this creature had disappeared and would never return or recover, so he calmly hid his weapon. He pauses for a moment and looks at the place where his opponent was and thinks about his own existence. But he is still haunted by thoughts of horror. He is sure that he will definitely find someone here who will tell him about it. After that, he goes on a search. His mission is not yet complete. He has not done everything here yet. Mina never regained consciousness after inhaling black smoke. Hwang did not leave the girl. He returned to her, and in the meantime, his subordinates were worried about the condition of their captain. Carlton is also feeling unwell, but he manages to explain that they need to warn the fortress. He approaches the girl. She is very sick. Mino believes that she cannot be saved in any way, so she asks him to kill her while she is conscious. The guy is surprised to see the girl in human form. He doesn't know why this is happening to him. He sat down next to her and looked at her with sympathy. Perhaps he had some feelings for her. The young man tries, but cannot use the skill doubt against her. This worries him a lot. Why can't he see her as she used to be? There are so many questions, so many unknowns in this city. But he is ready to accept Mino's last will and do as she asks, so the guy reached for the weapon. He understands that good emotions cannot exist in this terrible world. There is simply no place for them here. But suddenly, very abruptly, someone grabs his arm and tells him to stop and not do it. Claire convinces her that there is still a chance. The girl needs to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible, where she will be taken care of. You just need to hold on a little longer, and the chance for recovery will definitely appear. The hospital in these parts looks like a field hospital, with wards instead of wards. Mino lies motionless on the bed, while someone explains to her that if the grinding process does not stop, she will have no chance of survival. Suddenly there was a very sharp and unpleasant sound, signaling some kind of warning. Announcements appeared all over the fortress that the dead had appeared on their territory. In order to save themselves, the leadership asks all residents to immediately leave the fortress, which causes great panic. One young man, in a panic, tried to get at least some information from the guard and asked where they should run. But when the guard turned to him, it turned out to be a terrible monster, from which everyone ran away. The poor thing has no chance to escape. It's too late. The creature has stretched out its limbs towards him. On the territory of this world, there is real devastation and anarchy, and a mad scream is heard. People are trying their best to save themselves. They all want to live. That's how this world works. And now they have very little chance of survival while such monsters roam the streets. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, warriors appeared, destroying these monsters one after another with one blow. They finished their work quickly, so now they look as proud as possible. Hwang calmly watches these events from the room where his girlfriend is located. Claire remembers everything Mino told her about him and asks if he really decided to go against all the rules of chaos. She believes that this person judges the world by himself and decides for himself who has the right to be called a good person. She understands him very well, because when you get here, you adapt not because you are stupid, but because there is no other choice. The guy suggests that people here simply don't have the courage to change anything. But Claire was skeptical of his words and asked what all this courage was for. Huang tries to convince the boy that it takes courage to step outside the box. Only with courage can one break accepted laws and rules to see a new path. The woman noticed that he was one of those people who always strived for something. Perhaps he was right, but she could not understand him because he had such courage. Claire raised her head, looked at Huang intently, and stated that she knew one thing for sure. She understands perfectly well that this guy is dangerous, so it is better to stay away from such people. Mino hopes he won't leave now, but Claire has made it clear that she wants him to leave. And this is not because of her personal dislike or desire, but because he gives people hope. And then he drives people to despair. It's terrible and very cruel. It's better for him to leave. The woman is angry with him. Before his arrival, everything was relatively fine, but now everything is going wrong. Instead, Mino asks Huang not to give up with a sweet smile on his face. The main character is lost in his thoughts. He looks at the poor girl and feels sorry for her. Most of the doctors and guards surrounded the captain. They found that most of the medicine had been used for the master of the fortress, so now they had little left. James shouts out an order to immediately bring all the medicines that are in the fortress. Jae Hwan watches all their actions carefully and thinks about how to help Mino. He noticed that the monster's horn was crushed in the bowl. Now it became clear how they used it. They tried to give it to their master, but even the horn of the cocked hat could not correct the situation. Huang asked if they could bring him back to life after he turned into a corpse. The man is very irritated by this question because he does not know the answer to it, so he answers like this. The protagonist grabs the captain by the shirt and lifts him up to shake him slightly. He slaps him and asks him to wake up, while his subordinates complain how he can behave like this to their master. However, the method seemed to work, as their attention shifted from the boy to the captain. He barely opened his eyes and said Jae Hwan's name, a little unclearly and very slowly. He holds his hand tenderly and has only one request. He wants the young man to kill him. But the boy asked incredulously, "Don't people usually ask for salvation?" The captain explained that according to Article 4, Section 1 of the Gorgon Fortress Law, this was exactly what should be done in this situation. The boy bowed his head over the man and looked at him with compassion. This man was so dedicated to his work. If he had had at least a few people like that around him, he wouldn't have been stuck in the tower for 40 years. Suddenly, the system reacted and reported that the captain's soul destruction level had reached 94%. This is already a very large percentage, and it seems that there is no chance of salvation at all, because the decomposition process will soon begin. There is some noise in the street, and all the guards are ordered to step aside and make way for him. The same man who, a few minutes ago, destroyed the dead monster that was wandering the city streets, enters the tent. James realizes with fear that this is the captain of the demonic extermination squad, Jahir, who has the 5th degree. He drew his sharp sword and declared that he must do his job in accordance with Article 4, Section 1 of the Gorgon Fortress Law. He has to kill the captain of the northern gate of Carlton and a girl he still does not know. This man waves a gun and doesn't ask if anyone is against his decision. But Huang doesn't hesitate to stop his weapon with his bare hands. It seems he has other plans. This action greatly surprised the captain of the demonic squad, because no one had ever done anything like this. The protagonist explains that he will not allow this man to be killed because he still has a few questions for him. Jahir frowned and couldn't understand how this guy managed to stop his blade with his bare hands. He tries to calmly explain that very soon Captain Carlton will cease to be human and will turn into a dead man, and this will lead to terrible consequences. However, he added that they are doing this with good intentions and just want to avoid this event. Huang pulled out Harnack's horn and asked if it could help him, and from the doctor's expression it was clear that it was exactly what he needed. Therefore, the guy, without thinking twice, crushes such a valuable item right in his hands. He did it to separate 2 sick people. The guy tries to save them both. Jaime sat down next to his captain and explained with relief that his numbers had stopped deteriorating, so there was hope. However, the result of Mino's treatment was completely different. These drugs did not help her as much. Its endurance level is very low, so the decomposition process does not stop, but on the contrary, accelerates. The level of destruction of her soul has reached 90%. It seems that they can no longer help her. However, Claire is still trying to save the girl. She asks to call Chan Ho, because he knows how to do dead man's strike. She insisted for a long time and explained that this blow could stop the destruction of the soul. The captain explained that they could not call upon the divine physician for such trivial matters. But after that, he calmly approaches the bed where the girl lies to finally do what he came for. However, Huang blocked his way. The captain politely explained that he did not want any arguments and asked him to disperse peacefully. The main character doesn't seem to be planning to do this. He has a very confident expression on his face. The guy has something in mind. His hand reaches for the sword, which is already ready to do its job. And then he explained that he would kill this girl because she asked him to do it. Jae-hwan approached the girl and tried to use the doubt skill on her again, after which he saw the world as it really is. Claire is still screaming at him to stop and not do anything stupid, but the guards are holding her back. And the skill of doubt never worked on the girl. He could not see her in a different light. The main character, with great sadness in his eyes, fulfills Mino's last request, to which he is not indifferent. He holds his sword tightly and after a split second of hesitation does it anyway. However, instead of what usually flows through the veins, silver drops drip onto the ground. Suddenly, very strange things happen, and Hwang himself does not understand what is happening here. He is blinded by a bright white light. The guy was trying to understand what had happened to him. His expression was very confused. The poor fellow looked around and realized that he was in an endless white space and did not know what it was. Only Hwang, Mino, and some grandfather remained, who looked at the girl with sympathy. He very kindly asks how Mino was able to bring herself to such a state with her methods. And then this man raised his head and realized with surprise that there was someone else here. He looks at the guy and screams how he ended up in his world and who he even is. The old man looked at the boy carefully and frowned. It was a very strange situation. He noticed how such a big soul could fit into such a small brain, like that of a 5-year-old child. The protagonist tried to use his doubt skill, but it had no effect on him. Hwang thought for a moment and guessed that this old man was the reason for the destruction of her soul. The boy thought that she might survive if he killed the man, so he attacked. Hwang is surprised that his grandfather was able to stop his punch, and his grandfather doesn't understand how the boy blocked his punch. Then he looked at his weapon in horror and realized that the entire blade was covered in cracks. Captain Jaher and the doctor watched them through the porthole in space with very surprised expressions on their faces. The old man was furious and shouted that the boy had no right to behave like that in his world. And the next moment, his weapon completely shattered into small pieces. His weapon was destroyed. He suffers. For him, it was a very important weapon, his favorite cocked hat. The main character didn't seem to do it on purpose. He didn't expect it to happen. In fact, this old man is a divine physician named Chang Ho, but he seems to be offended. The captain asked what he was doing there if he needed to treat the owner of the fortress. But the man made an excuse, saying that a beautiful girl would soon die and she needed to be saved. But he adds that he doesn't care who owns the fortress, and these words really surprised the man. But Hwang prevented him from performing the dead man's strike and broke his sword, so now he can't do it. And then he looked at the sword that the boy was holding. It seemed to beckon him with its beauty. The old woman squealed with joy when she saw this unique and very rare weapon. He already reaches for the weapon and asks where the guy got it from, but Hwang stops him. But he asks if this old man can save the girl if you lend him your sword. Chang Ho smiled contentedly and promised that with such a weapon he would definitely succeed. The main character, without thinking, gives his unique weapon to almost the first person he meets. Now he slowly watches what the old man will do, and it seems that this grandfather is confident in his abilities. The doctor examined the weapon and noticed that the sword had exactly the same aura as its owner. Meanwhile, everyone in the room watches what is happening with surprise and fear. The divine doctor is preparing to perform his signature dead man's punch and looks very stern. He smiles with satisfaction and declares that he is ready to see what this weapon is capable of. Jae-hwan looked around and didn't understand what he was seeing or if it was some kind of hallucination. He thinks it's a bit like the effect of the doubt skill, and in the meantime, Grandpa is doing his job. Now the boy understands a little better what world this old man belongs to. The doctor tried to perform a dead man's strike, but suddenly something went wrong, and the sword fell out. Suddenly the old man fell, exhausted, and now lies on the ground near his weapon, unable to rise. The main character is wary. He does not understand what is happening and is worried that the ritual is not complete. Chang Ho had exhausted almost all of his magical power, as he had previously healed the master of the fortress. The guy can't believe that it's all over, but the girl still couldn't be saved. He realizes with horror that this world is collapsing and soon he will have no chance. The old man was drawing a girl with a sword, but he couldn't finish it, and now everything is crumbling and disappearing. He apologizes profusely and explains that he is very sorry that this happened. The protagonist quietly approaches the man and, without saying anything, takes the weapon from him. He has a very concentrated look on his face, and his grandfather says that this is a stupid idea because he doesn't know this world and won't be able to repeat his hit. Jae-hwan gave the man an angry look and explained that he didn't know how to punch. The guy holds the gun with both hands and wants to do it, although he won't be able to do it exactly the same way as the doctor. Chan-ho, horrified, asks him to stop because the dead man's kick is not that easy to perform. They think he is being stupid and wrong to think he can do this. But Hwang puts an end to all their conversations with just one word. He aggressively asks them to shut up. Now he begins to do what the old divine doctor did not have the strength to do. And it's unclear how he does it, but his sword emits something similar to ink. And the boy uses the sword for the first time to save a person, not to kill. The old man looks at the boy with wide eyes and cannot believe that he can do this. Instead, the protagonist concentrates and tries to remember what his girlfriend looks like. He thought for a moment, and the next moment he began to actively draw her as he saw her. The guy knows that the life of an innocent girl now depends on his actions. He remembers everything he knew about her, how sharp and stubborn she was, but too sensitive to be a killer. He also knows 100% that she will never betray her neighbor. This is a very noble trait. Hwang actively tries to impersonate a girl and looks like he's doing it while dancing. The guy looked closely at the portrait and realized that he had forgotten one important detail. He added the final touch by remembering how they met and how she protected him, so he added that she was very trusting. The main character completed work on the portrait and managed to make it very accurate and beautiful. Words of gratitude could be heard from the patient's bed. Mino thanked her for remembering something good about her. The young man looked at the bed with hope and realized that his friend was finally feeling better. They began to look much better, and now the girl smiles sincerely at her savior. The destruction of the soul is on the decline, and the process of decay has stopped. The captain does not understand how this is possible. The guy is surprised that he was able to look at the girl during the examination and ask how she feels. The old man noticed that the young man no longer looked so limited and asked who he was. And then he adds where he learned to perform the dead man's strike, or, more accurately, the lunge. Captain Jaher asked the doctor if the guy had actually managed to perform the dead man's kick. The old man frowned and said that he didn't want to admit it, but he did it. Dead man's kick is not a skill, so no one can replicate it. So the doctor concludes that Hwang is the same as him. Chang-ho means that this boy who strangely appeared in their world is an awakened one. These are creatures that have gone beyond the system. There are few of them. They refused to adapt to the system and gained incredible power. These people possess a power that far exceeds chaos, and there are only a few awakened people in all the great lands. The captain has some plans, but the doctor says it is too early to draw any conclusions and it is better to wait. But he continued and blew, because there was another person who could deliver a dead man's blow. There was a chance to save the master of the fortress. But he turns to the divine physician, declaring that there is nothing more important than the master of the fortress. Someone tries to enter the cell and explains to the guards that he received permission from the fortress. Several people enter wearing long cloaks, and with their faces covered. This is a squad of shadows. They are responsible for internal security and are led by a 5th-rank captain. Although they do not understand what these people have forgotten, because the Shadow Squad has nothing to do with the dead. The captain approached Jae-hwan, knelt down before him and expressed his respects to the envoy. But they politely ask him to go with them to the fortress, and only then do they notice the divine doctor and the destruction squad. They are surprised and ask if this is true, and if he is really the messenger of the messenger, but Hwang also doesn't seem to quite understand what they are talking about. But I still came with them to the fortress, and many issues will be resolved there. The office is quiet and calm, the sun's rays pleasantly illuminate the room, and it's time to drink some warm tea. Jae-hwan and all the important people who were with him in the hall were also invited there. The man offers to introduce himself before getting down to business, so that he can understand who is in front of him. This is Jürgen Cheever. He handles the internal affairs of Gorgon Fortress, and the man said this with a very wide smile. The man remarks that this is exactly how the divine physician described him, and then asks him directly if he is the messenger of the messenger. Hwang replies that he is not a messenger. The shadow captain is surprised by this, but Jürgen guessed. The elder explained that the soul stone is capable of not only increasing spiritual energy, but also establishing affiliation with the clan of messengers. He added that if he didn't belong to that clan, then where did he get that stone and why didn't his soul break when he held it? But Hwang briefly replied that he found it. He was asked what happened to the owner of the stone, and he replied that he died. But the captain asked who dared to kill one of the 5 squads of the Great Land. The main character does not hide anything and calmly admits that he did it, but this really irritates the man. Jurgen asks him to calm down and explains that the guy probably had a good reason for doing what he did. Huang said that they attacked him first and wanted to steal the horns he had gotten himself, so he simply gave up. This man knows that messengers of messengers can be very greedy when it comes to materials. And then he asks Jae Hwan to tell him in detail how he ended up in chaos with them. The main character honestly told everything as it happened, and Jurgen Cheever wants to sum up everything that was said. So this young man claims that he ended up in chaos by accident and accidentally received the Soul Stone. Then, just as by chance, he entered into a fight with the divine physician and managed to repeat the dead man's blow that he had seen for the first time in his life. The young man listened to all this and did not make a single comment or excuse because everything was really so. Chung Ho looked at the leader with wild amazement and could not understand why he believed his words. The man tries to explain that in order to win someone's trust, you need to learn to trust yourself. He then turns to the boy and asks if he can ask him one more question. He asks if Huang is human, which greatly surprises and even scares the protagonist a little. Then he raised his head and looked into Jurgen's eyes, but it was clear that the boy was worried. He did not enter the game but left the world and destroyed the tower, and therefore his soul has no form. There is a high probability that the Tree of Illusions mistook him for dead and sent him to chaos, but his body is still somewhere on Earth. However, it remains a mystery to the boy how this man realized that he was alive. He explains that no one in chaos would call their death an accidental fall into chaos. He then asked if he wanted to reveal his identity because he was afraid of threats, but Huang did not give a clear answer. The man thought for a bit and decided to confess and apologize for something. He said that for the last 4 days his people had been closely watching him and reporting everything to him. But this is nothing new to Jae Hwan. He knows all about it and easily exposed that guy on the roof. He explained that the young man was much stronger than they thought, so it was very difficult to keep track of him. Despite everything, they managed to obtain some information and open the data files. It reads, Danger level 55, power level not determined, damage caused is approximately 380 million horins. He managed to do all this here in just a few days, and Jurgen Cheever is extremely unhappy about it. This greatly surprised the divine physician. It was impossible to determine whether he was a hero or a villain. They shout into the room that he is simply crazy, and Jurgen calmly replies that they can call him different things. But he explains that it is precisely people like this young man that he calls the main hero, who will have to overcome a large number of obstacles. Such heroes have special values, so they are usually famous. But Jae Hwan is not very famous. It seems like someone is trying to hide him from the public. And it seems that this creature is hostile. If it weren't for him, then Hwan wouldn't have had problems with the documents. So he is the main character, pursued by an incredible force that cannot be controlled. That's why he accidentally ended up in chaos. And all this made him think. He is not 100% sure, but it is safe to assume that the monarch is behind all this. One of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands, a young man ponders how powerful this creature could be. The man in the chair explained that he would not ask who he was or demand compensation for damages, and promised that he would be protected. Is the Gorgon fortress so strong that it can withstand the onslaught of 12 monarchs of the Great Lands? Jurgen Cheever asks if the boy is being pursued by monarchs, and explains that there is a possibility that he is one of them. This turned out to be good news, since monarchs have no right to interfere in the affairs of chaos. The protagonist is not a stupid guy, and understands that such things do not happen for free, so he asks what they want in return. Everything happened exactly as he suspected. They wanted Jae Hwan to do them one favor, save the owner of the fortress. 2 hours later, the boy is led through dark corridors without windows or lighting. Meanwhile, the North Gate captain and the girl are still recovering in the hospital. He is being taken to the training field, instead of being able to rest peacefully in the guest room. Old Jong Ho noticed that he had a lunge and a punch, so he wanted to test his strength. And then he adds that this guy also cleaned the master's tower, and these words really surprise the guy. He asks what this old man knows, but he calmly replies that he knows a lot. They walked along long corridors, went down the stairs, and found themselves in front of a large and strong door. They enter the room and the man explains that if Jae Hwan wins, he will answer any questions. And then he adds threateningly that it is impossible to defeat him. But such words only fuel the boy's desire to fight. Some time had passed since their fight, and some things in the training room had gotten a little damaged. The protagonist looks down in surprise to see where the shorty is hiding. From the hole in the ground comes the voice of the divine medic Jung Ho, who barely survived Huang's blow. But he is very persistent. The old man has not yet managed to climb out of the hole, and he is already demanding revenge. The guy looks around the almost completely destroyed room and explains that the old man has already lost. But he justifies himself by saying that he didn't have time to use his most powerful move, and he didn't use it earlier because he was afraid that Huang would die from it. The guy remembered that his opponent had already said this, and then he was asked how old he was. Huang thought for a moment, and then said that he was about 60 years old, but oddly enough, he did not know the exact number. And the old man boasts that he has 1,000 of them, and 60 seem like a pitiful little thing compared to his 1,000. The protagonist wondered if this man had really only been doing this for 1,000 years. He replied that it was true, and the young man remarked that it did not seem true, but rather that he had been doing this for about 10 years. This certainly hurt his opponent's immense pride, so he became very angry. That's why he immediately and very abruptly climbed out of the hole into which Jae Hwan had shamelessly pushed him. It turns out that he still has the strength to fight and call the boy a fool. He is ready to give him the strongest blow, and the old man wonders what this guy will say about it. The old man had lived in the afterlife for so long, but he had never been defeated like this. He doesn't want to give up because he can't believe that anyone can be stronger. Jae Hwan has no choice but to enter the battle and try to defeat Jung Ho again. Their struggle continued, and who knows how much time they spent in the training hall. But they continue to fight with stubbornness and stupid obstinacy, and it seems that it will never stop. His opponent used all his strength, so it was a little difficult for the young man to resist him. The boy was thrown back by the impact and barely managed to keep himself from falling with a dull thud. The medic is on the other side of the room and seems to enjoy competing with Huang. Instead, the protagonist thinks he was thrown too far by a normal blow. The old man finds his technique very interesting, so he asks what the boy calls it. He replied that it was a normal punch, but Jung Ho thought it was a terrible punch, then added that with a name like that, no one would think it could be any kind of threat. While this is not all that Huang can do, he promises that he will now show something much stronger. Everything around him has changed. The boy is preparing to show his true power, which will sweep away everyone in its path. The old man seemed a little scared when he saw this. He definitely didn't expect to see such a simple-minded scoundrel. The young man had hidden his true strength for so long that the old man seemed to have underestimated him. Instead, Jae Hwan remembered all the previous battles he had fought in, and all the years he had spent in the tower. Therefore, now he has no equal in battle, because hundreds of different monsters have been destroyed with these hands. The main character no longer holds back and uses the skill King of Chaos, an extremely powerful blow. Just the thought of the Chaos King terrifies the divine medic, so whether he can repel this attack, it may be different from the king's strikes, but it will definitely not be less powerful. By directing a stream of power upward, the boy caused great damage to the Gorgon's castle, and after that, Jae Hwan warns his opponent that he will be approaching him. But in response, he immediately heard frightened screams and pleas to stop and not come closer. He doesn't want to experience this blow himself because he is not sure if he can survive, so he admits defeat. Meanwhile, in the vast lands of Region 5, the Steel region, interesting conversations are taking place. The man is told that the monarch of incredible darkness is currently linked to chaos. The Steel monarch, nicknamed Unbreakable Steel Huo Yu, asks why he is doing this. But he remembered that all the monks of the Great Lands had signed a treaty that stated that they would not interfere in the affairs of the house. The guy is scared because he knows very well that no one likes bad news. He notices that everything is much more complicated and asks him to look at the screen. Huo Yu explained that the video, titled Hero of the 99th Floor, recently went viral and wondered if it could be fake. His subordinate knows that the Monarch of Total Darkness was going to participate in the development of this product. The Steel Monarch asked where he was now, and the subordinate tried to explain this difficult situation, that he refused to join the game and broke through the roof of the tower. And he says that he escaped to the house. But Ho Yu does not understand how this is possible, because on the 100th floor there is a spellcaster following them. The guy doesn't want to say it, but he has to explain that this man killed the cultivator. It's hard to believe, But the monarch of pitch darkness is sure of it, but Steele doesn't understand what connection the monarch of Region 9 has with chaos. The subordinate explains that they had been thinking about this too and had only recently learned some very interesting information. It turns out that the monarch of total darkness has long since broken the agreement and is doing business with the house. Some branches of chaos have long maintained close ties with this monarch. The man frowns and stares out the window, wondering what this monarch of pitch darkness is up to. And then he orders a notice to be sent that he is going to chaos, and his subordinate asks in horror if he really wants to interfere in their affairs. He justifies himself by saying that he is simply observing what is happening from the sidelines, and adds that they should send 10 of their best gold-ranked warriors. The boy quickly ran to carry out the order and was glad that this time the monarch did not yell at him. The steel monarch thought about Jong-ho and remarked that he would have lived a long life if he had a gentler character. He thinks that nothing will disturb him there, but in fact the situation there now is a little different. The old man hugged the sword and said that he would not allow him to do this, and also noted that elders should be respected. And then he sternly asked how this was even possible, since he had been honing his punch for 40 years, and how this guy managed to achieve this. Huang thought about it, and explained that he had probably performed this kick 10 billion times, but the old man thought that was impossible, because he would have to go without food or sleep and perform 8 kicks per second. The protagonist explains that he can deliver 100 blows per second, and asks why this man thinks that a blow can only be delivered with a sword. He sat down next to the old man and concentrated on his body, and then something strange began to happen. The divine physician looked at him with wide eyes and realized that it was the same alien energy he had felt when he first saw him. The boy was already surrounded by a radiant halo, and the old man understood that this was not energy or even fighting spirit. He comes closer and realizes that it is actually his anger and his frantic desire to change this world. Chan-ho touched the glowing needles and they seemed to illuminate him. Now the medic understands that these are all blows. This man looks at the young man in shock and can't believe what he sees. This guy has become a hit himself. With wide eyes and a trembling voice, he notices that Huang is surpassing this world every minute. The protagonist calmly remembered that he was telling the truth about having performed this blow about 10 billion times. The guy shows his opponent a document and asks if the old man remembers him. This is the contract they signed before the fight, in which they agreed that the loser would have to grant the winner one wish. He starts to read the contract, but Jung-ho stops him and is ready to listen to his wishes. And he asked if the guy wanted to make a slave out of him, but the main character explained that he didn't need that. He has a very simple request. He wants an honest answer to just one question. Although the man finds this a little strange, he agrees but suggests taking a walk first. The young man asked who owned the tower because he knew it was made by horrors, so he was curious about how it worked. Towers are rated from F to S, but there are some horrors that don't care about that. A master is someone who has already built an S-rank tower while still an apprentice and has become an exemplary master. But if a tower is built by a master, it does not mean that it belongs to him. Only the special tower can be considered the master's tower, which has nothing to do with cultivation, but Huang asks what these towers are for. His interlocutor does not know this, because no one can understand what the masters are thinking. But one thing is known for sure. Among those who cleared the tower, sometimes awakened people appear. The protagonist asked if this was the tower that Jung-ho was from, and he replied that he was from the 4th Melville Tower. This tower is also called the White Whale, because on the first floor, where newcomers arrive, a white whale suddenly appears. He turns everything into sheer horror and begins to hunt for frightened and defenseless people. Now this may seem like something frivolous and trivial, but at the time it was a real disaster. The man remembers with horror his past and how many soldiers died in this tower. He thinks it's some kind of miracle that he managed to reach the 100th floor and leave the tower. These creatures are extremely scary. If they don't kill you, they will leave a scar for life. Jung-ho realized that the young man was also from the master's tower and asked whose tower he had cleared. Huang remembered that his name was Mularka. This greatly surprised the divine physician, and it seemed that he knew something about him. However, he noted that it was difficult to believe that there was an awakened one who cleared Mulark's tower. The boy asked if this grandfather knew Mulark, and he replied that he knew him well because he had traveled with him. The main character did not expect to hear this at all, so this information surprised him very much. He stopped and couldn't believe it was true, so he asked if he was really traveling with him. Young-ho probably decided not to go into details, so he briefly replied that it was a long story. And then, realizing that he was standing, he looked back at the guy and invited him to walk a little further. They reached a place that was very beautifully decorated with flags and lanterns with a warm yellow light. People sit at tables, drink cold beer, and noisily discuss their affairs. A fragrant and very appetizing-looking plate of meat and vegetable kebabs was served on the table. The old man sarcastically asks Claire if she will sell on the street like this from now on. She abruptly put the beer down on the table and responded aggressively that some guy had completely destroyed her building, hinting at Huang. The man noted that after everything that had happened, she had finally found the strength to open the bar again, so she really needed the money. The main character looks worried about something. He lowered his head and stared at the table. He looks closely at the plate and everything on it, and various thoughts come to his mind. And despite it, the inhabitants of the house walk back and forth, thoughtful and perhaps a little sad. He seemed to sense that something was wrong with the place and that everything around him looked very strange. The old man drinks beer and says that everything here looks somehow bland, and why eat in a city where you don't feel hungry? The man also thought for a moment and looked at the contents of his kitchen, at what he was drinking. The divine physician considers chaos to be a blessed world for the souls of all these people. In this place, souls tired of wars in the great lands will finally have the opportunity to rest and live in a completely different way. It was here that the warriors were finally able to lay down their arms, and the musicians were able to sing not about war, but about peace. Suddenly, the main character is distracted by some kind of argument on the side. Someone calls him names and demands that this person watch where he is going. Two men are angry at each other, and it looks like a street fight is about to break out. The protagonist realizes that this is just a drunken brawl and returns to his drinking. But having tried the beer, he is surprised to realize that it is not alcohol at all, but ordinary water. The old man explains that this is not a drunken brawl because no one here can get drunk, hungry, or grow old over time. They are just pretending to be drunk. Despite everything, people on this blessed land miss their old life and try to behave as before. You can't eat or drink here, but you still have a body and a heart beating in it. However, there were people who went against all the rules. A team of madmen who dreamed of the impossible. Gathering together to return to life, these people called themselves a group of deep explorers. However, the main character does not understand why they needed to explore the depths. Young-ho calmed down a bit and replied that they wanted to find the fruit of reincarnation. This magical fruit only grows on the tree of illusions, so they set out to find it. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise and asked if the dead could somehow come back to life. The old man, with a suspiciously sly smile, replies that this is possible and explains further. The only way to return to your old life is to taste the fruit of rebirth. A team of deep explorers was created specifically to search for this fruit. Around this time, Chung-ho awakened and had nothing to fear. At that time, he was only 150 years old. Huang asked with surprise and interest whether Mulark had really taken part in this expedition. The old man explained that this is exactly what happened, and added that Mulark was the leader of this group. The divine physician recalls the events of that day and notes that Mulark was special. Then they approached the river, and Horror noticed that the awakening process was quite interesting. But he added that since Jong-ho had not fully manifested, the awakening process was not complete. He remarked that it must have been difficult, since the man had gone his own way, although the old man tried to deny it. Mularka continued to irritate him with his questions and suggestions that the man must be feeling unwell after cultivating the land. And because of this, he threw his sword and almost hit the body of the horror that created the towers. But he asked why the horrors go deep, since that is precisely why towers are built, which are afraid of enclosed spaces. With his purple hands, he pulls out the sword stuck in the tree and explains that he has nothing to say because his apologies won't fix anything. He justifies it by saying that it is simply his job, which he will have to do for the rest of his life, but despite this, he deeply regrets creating the tower. It was at this moment that Mularka confessed to Young-ho that he had plans to find the Tree of Illusion. It's hard to believe, but he wants to explore the depths, only because he created the tower. He slowly walked up to the old man and sincerely admitted that he wanted to stop cultivating. This is the main reason why he wants to take part in this expedition and why he needs this tree. The protagonist asks in surprise if he really wanted to stop cultivating, wondering if Mulark succeeded. The doctor explained that he had not reached the end of the expedition and was only at the entrance to the depths. but it seemed to him that Mularka had reached the Tree of Illusions. The fruits of the illusion tree began to fall from the branches, and the squad was able to return not empty-handed. However, Huang is thinking that if this old man managed to obtain the fruit of revival, then why is he still here? And at that moment, Claire comes over and tells the man not to lie. She looked at him with disapproval and noted that he knew that this expedition had failed. However, the old man insisted and pointed out that she was not even there then, so she could not have known everything. They received the fruits, but on the way to the house of fortress, some people were already waiting for them. All the lords and chieftains of the great lands gathered and cunningly set an ambush for them. They did this because they themselves were afraid to go down into the depths and get these fruits. Unfortunately, even the owners of all the fortresses and legions that took part in the expedition were unable to offer resistance. The difference in strength was colossal. These attackers were from another dimension, and they still managed to take the fruit from them. After each death, they ate the fruit and were reborn again, and this continued for 900 years. They even had a whole rebirth castle, and any lord could be reborn after waiting their turn. Now Huang understands why all the people in this place look so sad and unhappy. They all know very well that they will never have the life they strive for, and will never receive their fruits. The main character wanted to continue the conversation and ask more questions, but the old man suddenly fell asleep. Claire explained that there was no use waking him up, as he was already drunk, and that he must be tired after all his 1,000 years of life. The woman explained that after this expedition, no one saw Mulark again. He said his last words and disappeared. Suddenly, someone from the outside responded that his last words were, "I lost and I won." James said this, and he also thanked the guy for his help, because if it weren't for him, the captain would have died yesterday. And then he added that if the boy ever wanted to come to the house again, he should come to the south door. Jae Hwan won't need to show his ID since James already knows him. And then he decided to make a joke and asked the guy to keep it a secret from the captain and continue doing his business. The main character didn't answer, but suddenly he heard some noise nearby and looked around. The man runs very fast and calls for the divine doctor and the boy who is with him. He runs up to the table where a young man is calmly talking to Claire and asking her about various things. Their conversation was unceremoniously interrupted by the captain of the fighter squad, who seemed to be frightened by something. Jaher can't get his thoughts together, so the only thing he says is that they're in trouble now. The full moon is shining brightly outside, but it is barely visible because of the thick, dark clouds. It seems that these are not clouds, but energy that comes from the owner of the fortress, the main character, and rushes towards him. Huang thought that the owner of the Gorgon fortress seemed to be dead. The spiritual pressure is 10 times stronger than what he had heard from the dead before, and is felt most strongly in the fortress, or rather, under it. The boy remembers the words that Jürgen Cheever told him and promised to forget all the evil he had done. But in exchange for one favor, they must save their master of the Gorgon fortress. He asks the captain if the tower commander is getting out of control, and the captain replies that the guy got it right. He suddenly got angry, which usually happens no more than once a week. The captain warns the boy so that there will be no misunderstanding, that their master is a good man, at least he was one before his decomposition, but he added that he was one of those who went into the depths for the fruits of the Tree of Illusions. He suggested that Huang could also perform the dead man's strike, since he had already done so, as the divine physician would not be able to do so. The boy explains that he was just repeating the movements, but the old man could teach him. They reached the fortress very quickly, but felt tremors. The men are surprised that there is an earthquake now. It could mean something bad. Everything around is moving dangerously, and the fortress itself is barely holding on. It seems like it will soon collapse. The captain of the destruction squad is worried about his master. He wants to save him with all his might. The captain of the Tower of Destruction and the captain of the Tower of Despair suddenly appeared in front of them and greeted the boys cheerfully. Jahir insisted that they retreat immediately because they had urgent matters to attend to, and they knew it very well. But the men say that no matter what problems arise, they have orders and will not back down. The man frowned sternly and asked if they were really going to go against the rules of heaven. But this phrase seemed very funny to one of the new arrivals and uninvited guests. And then they very confidently explained that their paradise was a forbidden paradise. The next moment where they stood, there was no one left. They were very fast. The warriors, without any warning, immediately went on the attack and found themselves on the man. He reacted quickly and pushed Huang and Young Ho away sharply so as not to hurt them. And a second later, an explosion was heard at this place. the floor collapsed, and pieces of stone flew in all directions. Despite the fact that the blow was extremely strong, the captain of the fighter squadron put up resistance. He was attacked by two super strong opponents at once, but so far he is coping well with them. Jae-hwan appreciated his abilities and mentally praised him for doing such a good job. Instead, the man struggles and thinks about how he didn't expect that the fortress would have its own people from the Forbidden Paradise. The captain noticed that these guys had changed a lot during this time, but one shouldn't think that he too stood still. But he asks them to think carefully about their actions, because if they retreat now, the master of the tower will grant them forgiveness. But these people are not seduced by such a vain hope. They do not seem to take the owner of the fortress seriously. The tower captain asks contemptuously if he is talking about this coil that is underground. This man cannot control his powers, and has long since completely lost the ability to distinguish between good and evil. This man makes a great claim that they were not serving the heaven they had served before, and that much had changed. But he asks the squad captain if he really remains loyal, despite what is happening around him. But man is confident in what he believes in, and his faith is unshakable. He knows that the master will return. One of them said that this is why they do not waste time on unnecessary conversations and attack the man again. He didn't even notice the attack, which is why he was hit in the face with a huge hammer. There was another loud bang. The captain fell to the ground and stones and dust rose high into the air. They smile sarcastically and say that if he had been a little smarter, he wouldn't have had to fight. With these conversations and their actions, they only irritate the captain more, but so far they have not caused him any harm. He knows that they are on the 4th level and won't be able to defeat him even if it's 2 against 1. But he doesn't understand how they can be so fast and strong. It doesn't look like reinforcements at all. It looks more like decomposition. He suspects that something is wrong here and it could be very dangerous. That's why he turns to Jae-hwan and asks him to escape from here as soon as possible. But it seems that the main character has completely different plans. He hands over the divine doctor to other hands. Now the captain of the extermination squad will take care of him, and he is a little surprised by the actions of this guy. It seems that the protagonist realized that his friend was having a hard time dealing with these scoundrels, so they decided to take matters into their own hands. They repeat their question and wonder if this guy can really do a deadlift, and the young man replies that he can. They know this guy is not like them, so it's hard to tell if he's telling the truth or lying, but for some reason they feel like he's nowhere near their level, so he won't be able to land a proper punch. However, while this man was thinking, the main character did not waste time and was ready to attack. He quickly got behind his opponents and asked them what they thought of the blow, whether it was strong enough. They completely underestimated their opponent, so now they have no chance of avoiding the blow. The captain of the Tower of Destruction had already received his portion of conviction that his opponent was strong after all. He fell to the ground with a crash, along with his big hammer, which this time did not help him at all. The other tower captain looked at this with horror and could not believe that this had happened. He didn't have to wait long for the protagonist to get into a fight with him and feel the same as his friend. Hwang noticed that the man was too self-confident and confident to defend himself. But immediately after that, he delivers a powerful blow which his opponent did not even have the opportunity to dodge. He managed to stay on his feet and not fall. It seems he is stronger than the man with the hammer. He grabs his weapon and tries to point it at the boy, but Hwang very deftly dodges it. Instead of hitting the enemy, his weapon hits the soulless stone. But he does not give up and does not stop trying to take the life of the main character, although he does not succeed. The boy dodges his large spear and now feels a much stronger energy. He looks at the man and tries to understand what this energy is, and realizes that it does not look like revenge. His opponent's mask was broken, and he asked if Hwang really hoped to save the tower's owner. And at that moment the boy understood what kind of energy it was, the energy of fear. He wondered why they, with such weak abilities, came here to fight. He explains that he cannot save their master because the job belongs to the old man. The young man stops his opponent's spear with a light movement of his foot and wants to finally finish the fight with him. The captain of the demonic extermination squad, Jaheir, is extremely surprised by this boy's abilities, and it seems he also underestimated his strength. He jumps high and is ready to deliver the finishing blow without wasting any more precious time. He is confident. His stern gaze is intimidating, and he claims that it will not be difficult for him to destroy the two of them. There is complete darkness all around, and the only source of light is the burning torches on the walls. Dark energy is spreading through the dungeons of Gorgon's fortress, and the walls seem unable to withstand it. Important figures from the fortress arrived there and are strictly observing what is happening. It hasn't been a day since the dead strike, and the situation doesn't seem to be improving. The owner of the fortress is cruelly chained hand and foot to the columns, and these people do not understand how he brought himself to such a state. Only recently a doctor came to him, performed procedures, and prescribed medication. The owner seemed to be getting better and the decomposition process was slowing down. It is unclear why he lost control again, and when there was even the slightest hope of saving him, he could have been helped if he had held out for at least a month. The medic explained that now the dead man's strike that Huang would use would only be a poor imitation, and that the master of the fortress was now in a more serious situation than Mino, but an ordinary person would have been dead long ago. Young-ho assured that they could expect his dead man's punch in just a month. Although he has never tried it before, he believes that 2 people could help the master, but only if one of those people is Jae Hwan. Jurgen Cheever has thought carefully about the whole situation and seems to suspect something. He glances around out of the corner of his eye and is convinced that one of them definitely knows about Jae Hwan, which means there is a traitor among them. Jurgena remembers how the master told her that people have come who can control the decay of the soul, but they are not the messengers of the messenger. With good intentions, he wanted to meet them and see for himself the strength of these people. The man warned him that it was a risky undertaking, since the business of decomposing the soul was quite dangerous. He insisted on sending the captain, since the owner of the tower was quite an important figure. But this man was very confident in his abilities, and stated that he had survived the hell of war, and would not sit idly by when it came to the people of Gorgon. Unfortunately, this venture turned into a terrible tragedy, and this stubborn man now sits with his hands folded. He went into development and no one knows what happened to him there and what led to this. However, in the end he returned from there with a broken soul. But there were witnesses to this event, and one of those who knows what happened then was Mena. Now he stands nearby and warns everyone to be vigilant because the situation is very serious. Jurgen Cheever suggests calling a doctor, but he explains that the Gorgon fortress will collapse if they wait any longer. However, he knows that they cannot carry out a dead execution without a doctor, and asks if he really wants the warden to die. But Mena is convinced that they won't be able to deal with him even if they join forces. And then, completely unexpectedly, he offers his help and says that he himself can do the dead man's blow. Jurgen seems to be against this because it is a last resort, and during this attack they must preserve the host's spiritual energy. And then he adds that for this ritual they need the ghost stone, but it doesn't seem like that's a problem. Mena explained that everyone already knows and understands that this man cannot be saved. At that moment, someone quickly approaches them from the dark corridor and shouts that he is already here. The dark shadow captain approaches them with a box containing a very important item. Jurgen is shocked. He cannot believe that the traitor was someone very close to the commander. Now he also realized that this box contained a crystal that belonged to Jae Hwan. Mena complained and asked why they were hiding such an important item from him, since the future of the Gorgon fortress depended on them. And then he puts pressure on the man, stating that he knows perfectly well what will happen if the decomposition process is completed. But she asks if he intended to turn their master of the Gorgon's tower into a real dead man. Everyone knows what danger an ordinary person who has turned into a dead person can pose, and this one can turn into a special undead and bring trouble and destruction wherever he goes. Jurgen is worried as the fortress caretaker is becoming increasingly violent, and the doctor is still missing. He hesitates. At first glance, it may seem like a rational decision, but his heart tells him that something is wrong. The fact that they have the crystal means nothing, because Dead Man's Strike is a special skill of the messengers, but where can they get it now? But this man seemed to have taken care of everything and assured me that there was nothing to worry about. After all, he has already found people who own this technology, but they look very suspicious. Mena explains that they are not the Forester's messengers, but they know how to strike. Jurgen Cheever can't watch all this calmly. He knows it's wrong. But this does not stop anyone. Everyone actively begins to prepare for the ritual. However, if the blow is dealt in this way, the master's spiritual energy will be trapped within the crystal. Since spiritual energy does not belong to the house, anyone can become the owner of a ghost crystal. And whoever gets the crystal will be able to possess the spiritual energy of the overseer and become the master of the fortress. But if the crystal falls into the wrong hands, the consequences will be dire, and who, other than Jae Hwan, can use the crystal? The man remembered the owner's words that people had come who could control the decay of the soul. Jurgen realized that these were the same people who had begun the process of decomposition of his master's soul. 6 months ago, his soul began to decompose, and now he has almost completely lost control, so all this was part of the commander's plans. The man finally understands everything and gives the order to everyone to stop the commander immediately, and then he looked with horror into the faces of these people and lost his last hope. Now he sees that they were all together, and only Jurgen was loyal to his ruler to the end. From this understanding and disappointment in all these people, he fell to his knees, powerless. They're all in this together, and he knows he can't do anything alone. He took one last look at the owner of the fortress and apologized for how things had turned out. Jurgen Cheever was supposed to defend Gorgon's fortress, but he failed. He sincerely regrets that he couldn't save him because he was too blind for so long. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and a large hole appeared in the wall of the dungeon directly above them. All the walls shook, stones rained down from above, and the torches that served as light almost went out. This explosion was heard throughout the entire vicinity of the fortress, and a large fog of dust rose up around it. No one can understand what is happening here and why the ceiling suddenly collapsed above their heads. Everyone present looks up in surprise and tries to understand who did it. Jurgen Cheever looks up with eyes full of tears and hope for the salvation of the master of the fortress. And everyone else is trying to pull themselves together after the explosion and a small rockfall. Meanwhile, moonlight penetrates the hole and a man confidently jumps into it. In an instant, Jae Hwan and the demonic destruction squad's captain Jahir approach them. He looks with pride at everyone present and shows with his whole appearance that he will not allow them to destroy the soul of the master of the fortress. They came here to stop this traitor from carrying out his terrible plan. Mena is not at all happy to be disturbed, so he asks who he is and why he came here. However, Captain Jahir demands that the steward stop and not do something he will regret. The captains fall at his feet, and the man explains that news of his terrible plans has already spread throughout the heavens. But he adds with irony that his traitorous accomplices have long since told everyone everything. The manager looked at them with a cruel gaze. He would not allow there to be traitors in his ranks. One of the beaten men understood this look and apologized, explaining that he was sorry. But this did not help him at all, because Mena mercilessly and with one movement destroyed him. This action frightened the men. They did not understand why this man was doing this. He smiles sarcastically and says that they probably chose to die for spreading the truth, and he simply fulfilled their goodwill. But this excuse irritates the captain even more, and he insistently asks the man to finally pull himself together and stop talking nonsense. And he calls on the others to prevent him from carrying out his vile plan, but they surround the poor man with swords. He asks in surprise what they are doing, but one of them explains that he is sorry. One of them explains that this is the will of the administrator and no one has the right to go against him. And he adds that they must remain in place until the process is completed. Huang remembers being promised that he would be safe if he saved his master, but he knows that it was nonsense and that they couldn't guarantee anything. And in order for everything to work out as they promised, the main character is ready to change the conditions. Jae Hwan very confidently promises that he will save the master of the fortress and destroy all the traitors. In return, he demands that they give him the divine doctor Jung Ho. The guy, with a serious expression on his face, explains that he plans to repeat the trip into the depths. But it is obvious that he is not alone. He demands that they help him with this, and such statements surprised everyone very much. The mine manager frowned and said incredulously that this was nonsense. But he adds that he has already heard different stories about a guy who killed a dead man with one blow. He always thought that these were just stories and lies, but it turned out that it was all true. Since such a situation has already arisen, he proudly and very confidently declares that he will go with them. And with these words he pointed at him, and all his henchmen rushed at the boy with swords. In addition to those inside, a whole squad attacked him from above, all armed and trying to kill Huang. The main character didn't lose his head for a second, immediately pulled out his sword and skillfully killed his enemies. Jahir still holds the divine medic in his arms and tries to avoid these chaotic movements with his sword. The guy skillfully copes with the onslaught of carnivores and leaves them without limbs. The man looks at everything that is happening with horror and understands that he will not get out of here alive. Instead, a new group of warriors jumps down from above, hunting only one man. The guy assessed the situation and realized that it looked like an endless stream of manpower. He is alone, surrounded by hundreds of experienced and highly trained warriors who know how to kill. Huang looked around and saw that not only the pawns, but also the stronger characters in this party wanted to join the battle. He quickly approaches the protagonist and looks very confident in his abilities. The guy makes a slight lunge towards him, so that the light from his sword fills the entire room. This man has no chance of blocking the punch because it is simply impossible. The force of this attack surprised the commander. Now he realizes that he was wrong about this guy. So he didn't even try to stand in the way of this energy and quickly dodged, barely surviving. Huang crashed into the wall next to the fortress owner, who was still chained up and waiting to be rescued. This traitor Moy is surprised by such power. He did not know who he was dealing with. Now he is scared. He realizes with horror that he will certainly die if he tries to repel this blow. The captains couldn't even imagine that Huang possessed such destructive power. The warriors don't understand what to do because continuing to follow the plan is useless, so they should move on to point B. They plan to use dark smoke, and they don't care that it might cause the fortress to collapse completely. The boy looked sternly at Mian Keldergran and clearly saw how bad and cruel this man was. He approaches him and states that this man is the manager of internal affairs of the Gorgon Fortress and the foreman of the Forbidden Paradise Squad. He does not understand why this man is engaged in the destruction of souls, why he needs it, what he achieves by this. The guy takes his gun in both hands and says that he knows one thing for sure. He likes people like him. His opponent decides not to listen to this speech anymore and shouts that they must do everything possible to destroy Huang. At his command, all the warriors quickly approach the enemy, despite the fact that they have already seen what he is capable of. The protagonist raised his superweapon and enjoys this moment before the battle. He is sincerely grateful that such people exist because thanks to them, Jae-hwan will easily destroy this world. And after these words, he releases a powerful beam of energy into the sky, which creates a strong whirlwind. This energy extended far beyond the territory of the Gorgon Fortress. If he had directed this beam at the people, all of chaos would have been destroyed. The beam broke away and flew high into the sky like a comet, destroying everything in its path. And then it seemed to explode and scatter its particles all over the territory of this world. The captain stood next to Yungen and asked him to stand up and look up, and he realized that it was all-consuming hope. These particles reflect back and break rocks and people in their path. He remembers the words of the owner of the fortress, who explained that there was no hope for the people here. The master explained that strong hope will become a good support that will not be destroyed by any difficulties. The man cannot believe that the boy, in a world of destruction, sees this unshakable hope. Mine didn't survive after such a prank by the main character. He lies motionless, mortally wounded. But he still has the strength to say that Huang is a complete idiot, and perhaps it is the desire to say this that keeps him alive. And then he smiles slyly and declares that it is too late, and the Gorgon's fortress is almost destroyed. The protagonist did not plan to listen to these farewell speeches and mysterious words, so he sped up the process. Captain Jaher runs up to him with the old man on his shoulder, and strangely, he is still asleep. How much he has missed. The man is sure that nothing will be able to wake him up, since everything that just happened here could not cope with him. But Huang doesn't have time to fuss around the old man to wake him up, so he simply throws him to the ground. He immediately screamed that his back hurt, but the boy noted that he could have woken up on his own. Meanwhile, the owner of the Gorgon Fortress still sits motionless in his usual place. His hand lies on the ground, covered in signs of decay and transformation. But suddenly she moved, and the system showed that the destruction of the soul had reached 99.9%, and oppression began. Everyone is seriously scared, exactly what they have been afraid of for so long, and so much has happened. The fortress's master remains motionless on his knees while the system assesses the victim's level of danger. The system cannot determine the degree of danger, so it concludes that the victim is dead. An automatic danger warning for Gorgon's fortress was also immediately triggered. All the city's residents run away in panic and do not understand where to run to save themselves. The soldiers were ordered to evacuate everyone immediately to avoid creating further problems. James looked at the fortress with huge eyes and didn't understand what the hell was going on. What he saw could not help but frighten him, because it looked terrible, and it was scary to think what was happening in the fortress. Someone runs up to them and asks the captain of the destruction squad and the fortress caretaker to evacuate immediately. The old man takes out his new sword and asks the boy to help him escape. The guy noticed the new weapon and asked when he managed to get it, but the medic noted that they did not have time to talk. The divine physician set to work, and in the meantime the fortress in which they were located was almost destroyed. He actively does the same thing as last time. The man draws his sword. He tries to do everything right and as quickly as possible to avoid major disasters. The man is lost in his thoughts and sees his vivid memories behind the back of the owner of the fortress. Chung-ho remembered how good and fun it was for them in the bars with the owner of the fortress, and how sincere he was. Dead Man's Strike helps to bring back all the long-forgotten memories, and Grandpa noticed that Huang did the same thing when he saved Mino. But he added that such vivid memories could help avoid a bad outcome. But the next moment, Jung-ho heard a strange voice that made him very worried, and the picture before his eyes changed dramatically. He no longer saw the cheerful and smiling owner of the fortress. He sees horrific images of carnage and brutal battles, all accompanied by excruciating pain. And then there are the creature's eerie eyes, which inspire awe even to think about them, let alone see them. A man with frightened eyes and a trembling voice declares that this is not the owner of the fortress. But it was too late to do anything because the creature had come to its senses and opened its glowing eyes. Jae-hwan asked what happened, but the old man didn't explain anything, only said that something was wrong. But he repeated his words again that this was not the master of the fortress, and these words frightened the young man a little. The divine physician screams in horror that it is someone completely different, but the shackles are already broken, and this creature finally comes out unhindered, no longer hiding in someone else's body. Apparently, it has become huge because men have to raise their heads high to see anything. Now, instead of the owner of the fortress, there is a huge and terrible monster, and who knows what it can do. And so he opens his terrible eyes and sows unspeakable horror in all who see him. This huge creature is happy to finally get out of its cramped and small body. Jung-ho didn't expect this. He is very surprised and scared. It seems like he knows what kind of creature it is. His body is raised high above the ground, hovering in the air like weightless dandelion fluff. This creature carefully studies those around it and examines their internal state. And then he spoke and said that he could not even think that he could come into this world with the help of the body. However, he added that the owner of the body was already dead, so he probably didn't care what happened to the body. And now, when I look at the divine Dr. Jung-ho again, he says that he sees a familiar face. He bared his huge teeth in a grin as she remembered that he knew that face. The creature turns to him as if half awakened and asks why he is still in chaos. And he adds mockingly, "Didn't he find what he came to Glabina for 9 years ago? He is the master of the Fortress of the Dead, located in the center of chaos, and only he can open the gates to the depth." The protagonist tries to use his doubt skill but can't figure it out. This creature looks very much like a dead person, but it is something completely different. Huang cannot understand who it is. The master of the dead fortress waved his hand and pretentiously asked why this man was still here. But then large black rays burst out of it, absorbing everything in their path. It is difficult to resist such a force, and the creature asks if all this is because it wants to save this unfortunate world. Jung-ho is scared. He doesn't know what will happen next and what to expect from pure evil. In the end, with one flick of his finger, he easily erased the entire world he had created. And then this terrible creature turned its attention to the boy, who was standing calmly to the side. He looked at Huang and noted that he was an interesting person, and his voice sounded even more frightening, and added that he was fully awakened with a living heart. The old man suggested that the creature had taken advantage of the royal privilege of dead man's gentleness. Perhaps it had used it on the owner of the fortress. So it's just a clone. This conclusion really alarmed the old man, and he was shaking all over. He can't believe that the Fortress of the Dead's doppelganger could be so terrifying. Jae-hwan turns to the old man, who looks at the young man with fear and listens to what he says. The protagonist calmly asks if he understood correctly that he failed. The guy has already pulled out his superweapon and is holding it tightly, ready to use. And then he explained that if their plan had failed miserably, then his goal was to kill this monster. But when this monster heard it, it seemed very funny and completely impossible to him. He asks again what the man is going to do and starts laughing even louder. King Catastrophe laughs madly, his voice penetrating your skin and making you tremble. Chung-ho tried to convince the young man not to do this, since he would not be able to do anything against such an opponent. But he added that even Mulark would not be able to go against him, despite the fact that he was just a brawler. It might be unrealistic. However, the protagonist is very confident in his abilities, so he insists that the old man not be afraid and convinces him that he can fight him. The old man was shocked to notice that this boy was too calm in the face of real death. And this monster laughs louder and louder, trying to scare his opponent. Jae-hwan didn't move for a moment. He had already seen many potions in his life. The Tower of Terror had hardened him greatly. The monster opened its mouth wide and the hilt of a deadly black sword protruded from it. He grabbed it with both hands and pulled it out of his throat, then demanded that he show him his best punch. He calls the boy a stupid awakened being with a living heart, but Huang doesn't respond. The creature smiles slyly, holding a giant sword in its hands, and eagerly awaits the boy's first movements. This weapon that the King of Catastrophe wields is called the Void Sword. It is a terrifying weapon. Chung Ho recalls that it was this sword that turned the entire expeditionary force into dead men. It was the most incredible combat experience for him, and now he can't believe he's seeing it again. He moved closer to the boy and seemed to grab him, but Huang restrained himself. He looks intently at the young man and declares that this look is familiar to him. He has seen it before. And he stated that Huang is aiming to get into the deep, but this shocks Jung Ho because he missed the guy's confession. He can't believe this guy is going to the depths. The old man didn't even manage to get there, but he wouldn't want to try again. The creature sarcastically stated that it seemed that there were still those here who wished to reach the end of the world. But then he adds menacingly that this guy is too weak for such a difficult journey. The monster laughs and says that the boy doesn't even reach the level of horror from 400 years ago. And then the monster stretches out its terrible and scary hands to the main character's head. The poor thing seems to be swallowed up. He tries to fight, but it is simply impossible to escape from these embraces. Huang held the sword and managed to use it skillfully, so now the bastard was left without an arm. This fight is very difficult for the guy, but he always finds a way to defeat his opponent, whoever it is. He consoles himself with the fact that he has lost his arm, and hopes that in the future he will be able to destroy it with the same success. The creature swung its dark sword and almost hit the boy, but he barely managed to dodge. Immediately after this, the monster repeated its attack, and this time wounded Huang's hand. The guy is not distracted by this and lunges, hitting right in the chest. But for the King of Disaster, this blow is not a problem at all. He acts as if nothing happened. And then he thrusts his sword into the ground, making a loud noise and raising a lot of smoke. He tried to explain to Huang that the destruction of the soul is a disease of all times. It will never go away. The main character, being at the site of the injury, already feels that the same energy is emanating from there as from the dead man. After the void sword inflicts a wound, centuries or even millennia may pass. The soul does not stand the test of time. It wears out over time and eventually breaks down. And after this destruction, a person turns into a terrible creature, the dead man. But this still doesn't stop Jae Hwan. He proudly declares that he will tear the King of Disaster to pieces. The monster taunts, saying that all he can do is cut a small piece from a dead soul, and then he emits streams of black energy, which are already absorbed by him on the way. The protagonist didn't know what he was signing up for when he threatened to kill this creature. These beams turned into many swords, turning them into dead men and pointing them at the boy. With one easy movement of his hand, he caused all these weapons to quickly approach the enemy. Young Ho covers his head with his hands and screams in fear as countless swords fly towards him. But Jae Hwan covered it with his body and used his weapon to repel all these attacks. The monster noticed that the boy didn't feel too bad, considering that he was holding an ordinary toy from a horror movie. The old man saw that the boy was wounded and screamed in fear. He was not indifferent to this boy. The protagonist is aware of his wound, but he has no time to think about it. After all, at this moment a monster is rapidly approaching him, wanting his death. They met in a duel and crossed hands at night, creating a powerful wave of energy. He is so strong that he sweeps away everything in his path, and even the divine physician cannot resist him. The monster smiles sarcastically and remarks that this guy's soul won't live long if he continues to fight like this. The main character understands that this monster is right, and at this rate he won't last long. The guy can't figure out his opponent's weaknesses even with the doubt skill, and can't concentrate because of the tiny particles flying in front of his eyes. Huang remembered how the old man told him that his world was white, and in it, he could recreate the images of all the people in his life who had died through his imagination. Each awakened person has his own unique world. This world is built from a special word, and is usually an expression of desire or emotion. In addition, strong, awakened ones can pull a rather large creature into their world. This gave the guy a little hope. It seems like he plans to make his plans come true. He wants to try to create his own world. And this hope gave him strength, thanks to which the main character managed to repel the blow of the terrible monster. Jae Hwan has distanced himself from his opponent and is preparing to put his plan into action. He focuses and plans how it should look, and I have to give him an advantage in the fight. The next moment, He is already building his own world, into which he plans to draw the enemy and play by his own rules. He created a very dark and hostile world called Moon's Eye, and now he will feel better. Chung-ho looked at it all carefully and immediately realized that it all looked very much like hell. The old man realized with horror that this boy had been living in such a terrible world all this time. It is a very scary world. The doctor cannot understand how one can exist with such a feeling in the heart. After all of this is built on hatred and disgust, and he cultivates and nurtures all of this within himself. The King of Horrors asked in surprise if this was really his ideal world, if this was what fed him. All this seems very interesting to this potion, and he begins to laugh madly. Jae-hwan doesn't waste time on all this unnecessary talk, but immediately goes on the attack and plunges his sword into the enemy. He is full of strength and hope that now everything will work out for him, because the scars on his eyes have finally disappeared. This creature is not as simple as it may seem, and defeating it with such methods seems impossible. The monster's limbs rise up around the boy, but he doesn't retreat. These things wrap around his arms and block any movement, leaving him powerless. And then they wrap it around his neck. This creature claims that it is attacking him and does not even understand what to do next. After this, the King of Calamity extended his bony hand to the poor fellow. He grabs him and throws him hard to the ground. The protagonist can do nothing about it. The boy feels severe pain from the blow and is unable to use the sword to save himself. This creature repeats this movement once more. It again throws the boy as if he were a doll belonging to it. Chung-ho realized with horror that his friend's affairs were going very badly, although there was little hope of victory. The monster places his foot on Jae-hwan's chest and believes that people like him will never give up their feelings of hatred. Another sword bursts out of his body with which he plans to finally finish off the boy. He pointed a gun at him and admitted that he hadn't met such interesting characters in a long time. He smiled slyly and added that he had a great time and a good time. But everything comes to an end, and now it's time for them to end it because it's starting to get boring. The main character thought with horror that these were his last minutes of life, but he didn't want this. He still had many plans. He is not ready to give up so easily and does not want to die, so he uses a sword. With his blow, the boy cuts the creature in half and prevents it from doing what it had planned. The monster did not expect such a turn of events. He thought that his opponent was already completely broken. But now, as the monster's head falls to the ground, the boy asks if he likes this ending. He stands up proudly and boldly declares that he has only just begun the fight and will not die so easily. However, it's much more complicated than that, and the monster's head laughs, saying that this guy is a complete fool. He reaches his head with his work and explains that no one will be able to make a single scratch on his body. The King of Calamity caused a storm with his mighty power, and Hwang had to cover his face. The monster got angry and decided to show all his strength, so long spikes appeared on his forehead. The main character did not expect this. He hoped to finish the fight. This opponent is very strong. He looks at the creature in front of him and does not understand what kind of monster it is and how to fight it. The young man realized that this monster was very strong, so he needed to be faster and more cunning. In a fit of rage, he throws his black, all-consuming sword, and the protagonist barely manages to avoid the blow. Nothing stops the monster. It wants only one thing: a cruel death for its rival. The creature stretches out its arms to catch and destroy the boy who angered it so much. And then he throws him with all his might against the wall. Few people could survive such a blow. The poor guy was hit so hard that even the stones around him couldn't withstand the pressure and fell. But the main character is much stronger than it might seem at first glance. He coughed several times. The monster is not going to stop there. He wants his opponent to die in agony. But it seems he has lost count, as the protagonist follows him and moves forward. The young man picks up speed and is ready to use his sword against the king of disasters. But this terrifying creature senses him and uses its power to repel the attack. He stated that he had been observing the mejans of this world with interest for thousands of years. Everyone tried to reach the top of the Tree of Illusions to satisfy their curiosity. The monster noticed that the boy doubted everything and asked if he was trying to find answers to questions in his world. He strikes with his black sword with all his might and asks what exactly is bothering Jae-hwan. The monster tries to solve it like a riddle and with crazy eyes screams that he understood something. The guy bravely withstands the sword attack and stands firmly on his feet. It is not so easy to defeat him. He grits his teeth and refuses to give in, but the monster taunts him and declares that Hwang's world is a matter of doubt. He wonders what his world really is and suggests that it might be destruction. Options such as destruction or complete extermination are also offered, which for the monster looks like a game. And then he bared his terrible, sharp teeth and added in a terrifying voice that this world was coming to an end. He feels like this is the only word that suits him best. This world feeds on arrogance. The monster wonders if this ordinary man would dare to question the value of the Tree of Illusion. The King of Calamity has turned into a mad and very scary monster, and asks if the boy is turning to his world to find out his destiny. But the main character does not give in to his provocations and explains that he does not understand what nonsense he is talking. The monster still asks tricky questions to distract attention, but the boy is adamant. He is already very tired. This struggle has exhausted the young man, and he does not know how much longer he can hold out. But suddenly he unexpectedly remembered something, and realized that this had already happened to him in the past. The guy remembers such a terrible monster, and he defeated it then, which means he can do it now. The main character seems to have finally figured out how to proceed and how to stay alive. He remembered how Jong-ho had said that the fortress master's body now contained a double. The young man finally knows what to do, so he prepares his weapon to strike. Now he definitely has a chance. The monster noticed that something had changed in his opponent's eyes, and that a strong blow was awaiting him. Hwang exerted all his strength, and his blow was so powerful that no creature could resist it. The result was a powerful explosion that crashed down on the monster and lifted many stones into the air. But this creature is still alive. It is so difficult to defeat, and she noticed that its arrogance knows no bounds. He declares in a terrifying voice that this fool will never be able to defeat him. The monster then stated that he was bored and wanted to finally put an end to this. The main character froze in front of a creature that was tens of times larger than him and opened its mouth wide. It doesn't scare him. It seems like nothing scares this guy anymore. He looks very confident. Instead, this creepy monster grins angrily and rejoices that he will soon swallow his stubborn rival. But Hwang won't let that happen. He's preparing to deliver another powerful blow. He uses his doubt technique again, and this time it worked, and the protagonist saw it. He saw a long and bright thread connecting the double with his physical body. Now he knows where to aim, so he grips his weapon tighter and prepares to strike. Jae-hwan quickly approaches the monster, completely ignoring all of its wounds. He doesn't have the opportunity to think about it because the only thing he needs right now is to defeat the King of Calamity. The last blow caused damage to the double, as the young man used the decomposition technique. The main character does not stop fighting and increases his attacks in order to eventually win. The monster stated that the boy lived for the end and added that he would wait for him in the depths. This was his defeat. This was the last straw. The monster disappeared, and Jae-hwan remained alive. Hwang, completely exhausted, leaned against the stone. It was even difficult for him to hold his head up. All this struggle had a big impact on his physical condition. His body was ready at 101%. But now he has had the opportunity to analyze the fight, and he realizes that he needs to become stronger. He understands that his lunge is not enough, despite the fact that it is a very powerful weapon. Strong Strike does a good job of crowd control. However, when it comes to one extremely strong opponent, this is not enough. The attack radius is too small to deal enough damage to win the fight. This time he used the lunge to distract the monster and buy time, but now he knows he needs to master the skills to fight especially strong opponents. The poor old man is lying on the ground. He has lost consciousness and is slightly crushed by stones. As soon as it was all over, the captain and commandant of the fortress came running to his aid. The main character suddenly hears someone talking to him and becomes confused. His weapon lies at his side, and next to him on a wet blanket lies the owner of the fortress. Despite what had just happened to his body, this man somehow survived. He has difficulty speaking, but he explains that even though he became dead, he was still watching over him. He is sincerely grateful to this young man for his efforts in fighting the King of Calamity. And then, without any warning, he suddenly grabs the protagonist by the tired hand. The guy is a little wary. It seems he doesn't like this kind of contact. It scares him a little. Instead, the owner of the fortress suggests that perhaps it is time for a change in Gorgon's fortress. He asks Hwang to accept him, and then a bright yellow light spreads across his hand. The owner of the fortress sighed with relief and noticed that the young man reminded him of someone. After what this man did, the boy was left with warm memories. But the owner's last words were a request to take care of his living heart. Now others arrive at the scene of the battle, asking if everything is okay and if anyone needs help. Jurgen and James looked back and couldn't believe their eyes. What they saw was shocking. Jae-hwan approaches them with a sign on his hand given to him by the master of the fortress visible. All those present, without hesitation, immediately fell to their knees to pay their respects to him. Jürgen Cheever looked at the young man with tears in his eyes. He realized that the overseer had died, handing over his power. He submits to the will of his master, and if he wanted it, no one would object. Jürgen dropped to one knee and greeted the new overseer and master of Gorgon's Keep. And now the main character understood what this seal on his hand meant, and it shocked him. 2 days have passed. The fortress is gradually being restored. Active construction work is underway. Huang is sitting at the table, and Jürgen approaches him and addresses him as the owner. But the guy objects and explains that he does not intend to be an observer. The man shows him a document where the boy's promise is written down. He promised to save the observer and kill the traitors, and Jürgen promised to help him get to the depth. The guy is angry because the owner of the fortress died. Now he must take his place. Jürgen noted that the boy could not break his promise since he was now their new leader. But this is not what he planned. He cannot waste time in the fortress because he wants to get into the depths. He hopefully asks if he can pass the position on to someone else, but Jürgen assures him that this is impossible, as the new person only takes over the position after the owner's death. The fortress does not recognize a new observer, and this sign is a symbol of the Gorgon fortress, which is why it was chosen. Since they had resolved the issue, today the man brought him a mountain of documents to study. There are also some extra helpful notes since he is new here, so he needs to familiarize himself with everything. While sorting through the papers, he noticed a strange law that punished a person for insulting an observer. And if this happened 3 times, then he would be punished by the complete destruction of his soul. Jürgen went to put the books away, but before that he allowed them to use any items on the table, and the boy looked into the drawer. He was a little surprised when he opened it and saw what was inside. He was very interested in a crumpled piece of paper that stood out from the rest of the documents in the drawer. On the edge of the sheet was a noticeable inscription in red ink, 17th Warden. Suddenly, this paper ball starts to unfold without any help. And he starts talking. This paper greeted Huang, and it really surprised the guy. The newspaper continues to talk and explains that if he sees this, then he has become the new warden. The leaf turned into a paper figure, which suggests that the boy is probably thinking about becoming the master of the fortress. But she calms him down and explains that the observer has only one task. But Huang wonders what it is. Maybe it's some kind of magic note? The note says they just wanted to have fun because a good leader is one who knows how to have fun, and will not shift overall security to the management department and all other tasks to other departments. According to Big Brother statistics, many Gashladaks overworked themselves, which accelerated the decomposition of the soul and ultimately led to death. This advice is important not only for him as an observer, but also for the inhabitants of Gorgon. The previous leader hopes that his successor will be able to find a balance and not try to change something that does not exist. Don't overload yourself. Everyone in this world already knows that nothing can be changed. The inhabitants of chaos do not need change, but a long and peaceful life, so there is no point in inventing anything. And so saving the many without changing the lives of the few would make more sense. Therefore, the former warden has only one request for his successor, not to be insatiable. After all, a good leader is one who does nothing, the note ended. And then he curled up into a ball again and fit into the box, and the boy thought about these words. After this note, he seems to begin to understand what kind of life the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress lives. If the existence of the overseer is limited only to the preservation of life, then he thereby deprives the world of the possibility of any changes for the benefit of the majority. Jürgen approached and found the boy very thoughtful, so he asked him what he was thinking about so persistently. The young man seems to have come up with something and wants to tell this person about his plans. He confidently states that he will abolish the position of the caretaker of the Gorgon's fortress, although this will be an ambitious request. Jürgen Cheever doesn't understand how this is even possible, so he asks what it is supposed to mean. The guy decided to start over and asked what a lock was. The man thought the question was strange. A castle is a fortress, and a fortress is a military structure designed to protect against enemies. And suddenly the guy makes a very bold assumption. There are no more enemies. But he asked the man what would happen if there were no more people willing to attack the castle. In this case, the existence of the fortress would lose its meaning, and the guard would no longer be needed. However, this all sounds very false. Jürgen is convinced that it is simply impossible. But the main character is firmly convinced of the opposite, and insists that this is quite real and possible. Jae Hwan proudly and very confidently states that this will happen because he is going to unite chaos. In chaos, people are not buried, but a soul flight ceremony is held to mourn the soul lost forever. During the ceremony, the soul is forgotten. During the ceremony, the life of the deceased is spoken over and over again until it is completely erased from the memory of chaos. This is the last thing the world of chaos can give to those who leave it, recalls Jürgen Emil Groschek. He is no longer there, so eternal memories will become fertilizer for the tree of illusions. This whole ceremony will last a whole week, and sooner or later everyone will forget about him. And during this week they will remember him and share their memories. They will talk about the dead man non-stop until there is nothing left. Huang stands there frowning, and now he knows the name of the one who so shamelessly handed him the position of fortress overseer. The protagonist overhears them discussing him. They are amazed that such a young man became a warden. Someone noticed that he was not even 100 years old, and suggested that Jürgen was up to something. And one of these gossips expressed a desire to gain power over their new overseer. The guy noticed a girl who looked at him very strangely and sometimes even angrily. She looks at the guy with interest and intently, trying to understand what kind of person he is. The man boldly approaches the protagonist and attracts Jae Hwan's attention. He has a smile on his face, and at first glance he seems quite nice. The man asked if this was their new boss. Jung Ho turned to the leader of the Holy Maiden Guild and noticed that she was one step behind Old Raccoon of the Lhasa Scholars Guild. She agreed that it was very interesting and asked what bets the doctor was making, who he was betting on in this competition. But the man was very skeptical about her words, since there was nothing to bet on. Here, even without competition, everything is clear. You don't need to think long to guess which of them is stronger. The man asked the new warden how old he was, and he replied that he was about 60. I thought for a moment and wondered if something had really changed in Gorgon Fortress, or if this guy was the son of the former overseer. Everyone around thought that this man was rude, and that age didn't matter at all, and that it was stupid to call him a son. Didn't he know how people got into the house? However, the leader of the Forest Guild believes that there is nothing wrong with his words and extends his hand to introduce himself. His smile doesn't look sincere, but rather mischievous, and the man says that his name is Jang Il-han. And he himself thinks that he has a wonderful opportunity because their new leader is an outsider, and he will finally be able to return all the humiliation that he experienced 10 years ago. He received a request from the previous overseer for permission to establish a new office in Gorgon Fortress. He was caught by the commander trying to bribe the guards at the northern gate and arrested for attempted bribery. The former manager did not allow him to set up any representative office because he had problems with the law. He didn't like it at all. He was cruelly rejected and humiliated. But now this man is already dead, and the commander of the northern gate is in the hospital. He considers the guy inexperienced, so he is convinced that now a great opportunity has opened up for him. She shook hands, and her interlocutor used a high-level combat formation skill. The golden fibers spread very quickly from his hand to his entire body, and Huang couldn't help but take possession of them. Somehow, the main character found himself in front of the 8th gates of hell. Suddenly, the huge and heavy gates open, and the young man hears heavy breathing behind him. Behind him stood a huge and very scary dragon with a huge mouth and burning eyes. He immediately began to attack the boy, and the dragon used his ability to breathe fire. Everyone around noticed that the warden looked strange, and realized that this scoundrel had used the 8 gates of hell, which was very mean. Jang Il-han smiles sarcastically, and is happy that the boy is now watching the hellfire of the red dragon Tiamat, and believes that soon he will begin to beg for mercy. But suddenly Jae Hwan came to his senses and noticed that House had a very interesting greeting. The man's hands began to shake. He definitely didn't expect this. It seemed like the guild leader had underestimated his new boss. The protagonist now knows what kind of person this is and is glad that it didn't take him long to find out. He dealt with the red dragon very quickly, and now he has to repay the debt. And now he casts the lost spell and transports this person into his world. This world scared him terribly, although he did not have to fight with a terrible dragon. In horror, he fell to his knees in front of the new overseer and shook him. People gossip and don't understand how this guy managed to break through the 8th gate so quickly and easily. Huang said he should be publicly flogged for insulting the prison chief, but today he was kind and simply asked not to do it again. The guild leader looked at the guy in surprise and wondered who he was, but Jung Ho was a little disappointed as he thought it would be a more interesting sight. The ceremony continued, and the moment came when Jae Hwan was called upon to give a public speech. Since he is the new leader, he should greet everyone. They used a sound amplifier for him and asked him to start. Young-ho is a little wary. He has a bad feeling about this welcoming speech. He starts with an introduction. The guy says his name and explains that he will now be the caretaker of the fortress. He blurted out that he didn't know Imel Groshek and didn't know what he did or how he lived. The guy doesn't know what kind of leader he is or anything at all, and these words really shocked everyone present. But he doesn't care at all, and he already knows that the inhabitants of the Gorgon fortress don't like him anymore. Huang noted that they probably thought that this inexperienced boy became the commander of the fortress by accident, and there was probably some truth to that, since he himself did not want it. The protagonist came to the conclusion that they were unhappy with the candidate, and he did not want this position. So after thinking about this question for about 30 seconds, he came up with a rather interesting solution. The guy explained that whoever beat him in a one-on-one fight would become the next warden. Whoever manages to do this first will be able to take his place and get this position. South Sea leader came and slammed his fist on the table and remarked that this guy was brave. But he added that their former boss, Imel, had chosen an incredible man to replace him. But it's not that simple. There's one small condition. They only have 1 month to do all this, but that's not all. After all, whoever loses the battle to him will be forced to do something that he can no longer refuse. The loser will be forced to join an expedition to the depths that will take place in 2 months. Jürgen still believes in Jae Hwan despite everything because he saved Gorgon Fortress. And no matter how you look at it, the former warden recognized him and handed over all power to this guy. He believes him even in spite of his stupid decrees about uniting the entire house. His faith was not shaken even by Jae Hwan's strange welcoming speech. He decided to give him a chance. The villagers are very concerned about their new leadership, but Jürgen believes that no matter how strange this guy is, he is still their overseer. Many people have gathered at the gates of the Gorgana fortress, but the guards are not letting them in. They notice that they have a chance to compete with the warden, but the guards cannot cope with such a crowd. But the captain of internal affairs still doesn't believe that this young man could do anything to harm House. But in the morning, a man bursts in and notices that it seems that things have gone too far. He shows a commercial featuring Chog Ho and comments that he once challenged the warden and is confident that even all of Chaos couldn't defeat him. It seemed that Jürgen was not prepared for this information, but he was not prepared for the guests either. Having received this information, he quickly ran down the corridor to resolve the issue with the prison warden. The man quickly ran to the office door and was already thinking about what he would say. The captain of internal affairs abruptly opened the door and 1,000 sheets of protocol were thrown at him. It seems that this man is in a bad mood and noticed that the manager has a lot of work accumulated. He sorts through all these stacks of documents and approaches the table where a man is sitting. He says that in such a mess one cannot sit and pretend to be active, but there is no leader at the table. Jürgen asked in surprise what Carlton was doing here since he should be in the hospital now. But despite this, he is now worried about a completely different problem, and he is not in the mood to play hide and seek. The entire fortress heard his desperate cry, and the question of where the hell the warden was now. Carlton has his own room with his statues. This man loves himself very much and admires himself. But his beautiful sculpture is very fragile, and became a target for the main character. He practices his skills on Carlton's collection. He destroyed Fallen Angel, Angry Carlton, Brooding Carlton. Young-ho asked if he realized how much this collection was worth. However, Huang reassures him and asks him not to worry as he has mastered a new skill and is demonstrating it. The doctor was impressed by the boy's posture and noticed that Huang was encouraged by his strike, judging by the movements of his sword. The old man suggests that the boy name the kick after him, and the boy asks if he wants to try doing it himself, but you seem to be against it. And all he has to do is come up with an interesting title and add that the guy does whatever he wants. But there is a limit to everything. But this does not stop the main character at all, and he prepares to strike again. Jong-ho barely managed to escape from this powerful force that was rapidly approaching him. This angered the divine doctor, and he noticed that these young people had no respect for their elders at all. But he angrily added that respect was the main law in life, and the guy should learn it. But their petty argument ended when the men noticed something unusual in the room. When the smoke from the impact cleared, they noticed a wounded man lying on the floor. The old man looked closely at the boy and noticed that this man was from the Thunderlord clan. And it's true. Yun, the leader of this clan, is lying on the floor thinking about how everything went wrong. Some time ago, he was in the attic of Gorgon's fortress preparing his plan. These people specifically waited for the moment when the mentor was busy teaching. There was a crack in the ceiling through which they could watch what he was doing. It was the perfect place to carry out his insidious plan. From here, he could see everything. He used his powers and thought happily about how he would become a leader today. He doesn't care that he might be called a coward for doing it so covertly. For this man, murder is the result of a fair fight, and it doesn't matter how exactly it happened. But suddenly, due to a strong blow, the ceiling collapsed and he fell to the ground, completely naked. He came to his senses and realized with horror that his plan had failed, and like him, fell to the ground. Now he stands like a hawk and screams in pain. His back hurts after the fall. But he comes face to face with the doctor, who is glad that their unexpected guest has come to his senses. The guy didn't expect to see him here, and Jung-ho stated that this idiot was always clumsy. And then Yoon gave Jae-hwan an angry look. He asked in surprise who it was, because nothing was known about this man either on the mainland or in chaos as a whole. But the doctor noticed that he had the same problem. That's why this guy asks, what's the point of managing something you've never heard of? Jung-ho looked at Hwang training and explained that there was no point in it. Then he remembered everything he knew about this man, although they had met not so long ago. But in that short period of time, he realized that the only thing that mattered to this guy was that everything about him was meaningless. The Thunder King clan leader listened carefully to the old man and found it a little strange. Jae-hwan looked back and stared at them, wondering what they were talking about. And Yoon immediately prepared for battle and was confident that he would defeat the warden. This time he won't attack from cover and will come out on top. Hwang doesn't mind the guy trying. So he waved his hand at him, inviting him to start a fight, and told him he could try again. The man frowned and tensed his entire body so much that his veins bulged. And then, like a bullet, he rushed forward and very quickly approached his opponent. The leader of the Thunder King clan uses his power and instantly attacks Jae-hwan. But the boy skillfully dodges his quick attacks, so he notices that Hwang is faster than he looks. He prepared a special attack and assured that it would be difficult to dodge, but the protagonist was not bothered by this. And the next moment there was a strong blow, but the main character dodged and the blow hit the wall. He didn't like it at all. Yoon only became more angry, and his desire to kill Hwan became stronger. He creates a huge blue ball of lightning and remarks that he didn't mean to go that far. He gathered all his strength and used the technique, Power of the Thunder King. He looks terrifying. The guy smiles slyly and believes that this move will finish him off. But while he was preparing, he lost sight of his target, and Jae-hwan ended up behind him. The protagonist noticed that this skill takes a lot of his time, which is unacceptable in battle. At this moment, the boy realizes with horror that his enemy is too close to him. That's how their fight ended. It didn't last long, since one of the opponents turned out to be much stronger. Yoon learns that the fortress overseer has defeated the leader of the Thunder King squad. Instead, the old man is glad that things turned out this way and praises his friend for a job well done. After all, he now has the support of some of the best warriors, and this will help him a lot in the future. To achieve this, Yoon had to put in a lot of effort. He spent exactly 100 years on it. He was a member of one of the 5 famous squads of the Great Lands, the Yuan squad. But he didn't have any high status or power. This guy was just an ordinary slave. His life was very difficult. It was not what everyone dreams of, and he wanted to escape from it. Those players who cleared the tower also became members of the team, deciding to spend the rest of their lives together. But in the end, fate did not spare them, and they all died, some in battle, some in slavery. He worked for 100 years and saw his friends die, but he miraculously managed to survive. Thanks to the trust he had earned over all this time, Yoon was able to receive the official status of minister. It was then that he challenged his destiny because he was not going to live like this anymore. He wanted a better life. He betrayed the trust he had earned with such hard work and duty and stole Yuan's secret treasure. This is how he acquired his highest level of mastery, Lightning God. This treasure somehow miraculously rejuvenated his cells the moment he appropriated it. This clot of energy gave him knowledge and instructions on how to use the Yuan treasure. Apparently, Yuan's squad had been pursuing him for 20 years, and in the end they were all wiped out. And after being summoned to chaos, thanks to the skill Lightning God, he managed to take 9th place among the 1,000-year-old squads. But Hwang really irritates him, because he hasn't lived even 100 years. He hasn't had such a tragic and difficult experience. Yoon doesn't understand why he got such a high position, how he managed to do all this. It's just impossible. He recalls his conversation with the divine physician and finds his behavior strange. This man is familiar with the feeling of despair after an expedition into the depths, but when he talks about Huang, a smile appears on his face. The old man mockingly declared that he was very lucky because he met this guy before he knew real despair. Meanwhile, the main character looks with interest at the last surviving statue. The boy stares at Huang, and Jung-ho notices that he can't figure out what's so special about the warden. But he reported that a week ago, the Gorgon fortress was captured by a detachment of the Golden Heavens. The young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise and listened with interest to the continuation of the story. The old man, in despair, says that he cannot say exactly how they managed to win everyone over to their side. But one thing is clear. They had been preparing for this for a very long time and were close to victory. And it was this guy who saved the Gorgon fortress from complete destruction. Yes, those who defeated the mighty king who had taken possession of the body of the fortress guard. The doctor explained that for this, Jae Hwan received the fortress seal from the former overseer and became our new leader. The guy was surprised and complained why the doctor didn't warn him about this from the very beginning. But in his defense, he replied that Yun-en attacked very quickly and did not give him a chance to explain anything. But at that moment, someone entered. The strong man smiled cheerfully and proudly declared that he had come to defeat the warden. This is the leader of the Fire King's squad, Gang Hwan. He came with the leader of the South Sea squad, but he wants to go first. Jae Hwan noted that it is not at all necessary to stand in line and wait for your chance. Therefore, he proposes to begin the fight immediately and does not object to being attacked with a slashing blow. He explained that he was practicing new techniques and had a lot of free time, but this remark surprised the men. The divine doctor sighed heavily and thought that many people would suffer today. On the contrary, his opponents seemed confident in their own strength and even welcomed the opportunity to attack together. The leader of the Fire King's squad believes that the warden will later regret such a choice. And this man suddenly attacks Jae Hwan with his flaming sword, confident that victory will come easily to him. The fire engulfed the squad leader's weapon and sought to burn the enemy to the ground. This fire almost touched the main character, but he does not look scared or embarrassed. The guy easily dodges the fire stream, and now it's his turn to attack. The fire spread to the wall of the house and damaged it. It doesn't look like a suitable place for a fight. Young-ho got angry and shouted as if he wanted to burn the entire hall down. But Yun-young noticed that the man in such a state probably didn't hear him. They met and crossed swords. They are quite strong opponents, but Gang Hwan still does not lose confidence in himself. He smiled smugly and noticed that the boy was afraid of his fire sword. However, Jae Hwan quickly convinces him otherwise and states that this is not true. And then he, with all his strength, with his bare hands, without any hesitation or fear, strikes with the fiery sword. Now the main character has grabbed the sword with both hands and is ready to strike again. The overseer of Gorgon Fortress is too powerful an opponent to be defeated so easily. He asks the leader of the Fire King's squad to tell him if he was scared by his blow. After these words, which slightly confused his opponent, he gets up and hits Gang Hwan hard. As a result, there was now a large hole in the wall, and the boy noted that he still found it difficult to use force. Yun-yun is shocked by what she saw, and the doctor is worried because he doesn't know how to explain all this to Jurgen. The leader of the Southern Naval Detachment struck the ground with his sword, and water appeared all around, which was very much needed here. After their fight, everything is on fire, so he decides to use his power to put out the fire. He looked at his friend and noticed that Kang Hwan was okay in case anyone was worried about that. The protagonist looked at him menacingly and repeated that he asked to attack simultaneously. In response, this man very laconically explains that he does not really like fire. And now that the leader of the Fire King's squad has been defeated, he is ready to try to win. He stands proudly and offers to fight, despite how easily Jae Hwan dealt with his predecessor. It's amazing that after everything he just saw, he still has such enthusiasm for the fight. The main character thought about how first there was white electricity, then fire, and now water, and it reminded him of Pokemon. However, upon closer inspection, this man turned out to be stronger than his previous opponents. But without further warning or prelude, Jae Hwan takes the first step towards his opponent. He went on the offensive, and the leader of the Southern Naval Detachment defended himself with weapons. The man frowned and no longer looked as confident as his predecessor. Both have large and powerful swords, and each of these warriors knows how to use them skillfully. During the fight, Huang noticed that this guy was different from his previous opponents. He doesn't just mindlessly rush into battle like the others, he finds it interesting. It seems that the leader of the South Sea detachment has taken control of the situation and has prepared his weapon to strike. Huang was right in front of him, so the guy swung and hit, but fell to the ground. He was surprised because he had not noticed at all how the warden had managed to disappear from here. When he raised his head, he saw his opponent, which was a bad sign for him since he would be attacked from above. The protagonist gathers his strength. The golden rays of energy almost reach the squad leader. The man understands that his opponent has great strength and it is better to dodge this blow than to resist. So at the last moment he barely managed to jump back to avoid the merciless blow. It was a huge wave that destroyed the floor and scattered many stones to the sides. The squad leader looked around, assessed the whole situation, and came to the conclusion that the overseer was clearly stronger than him. He admits that if Jae-hwan had hit him, he would have been left in pieces. The guy has enough pride and strength to admit his defeat, which surprises the main character a little. Huang noticed that this young man had not yet shown all that he was capable of, but the squad leader was not going to continue the fight, because everything was already clear to him. Cayman smiles. Since he lost, he now wants to discuss the rats in detail. The Fire King squad leader is extremely angry and cannot believe that the Lightning God squad leader has lost. Instead, Young-ho asked why he was blaming that guy when he should be blaming himself for the loss. Now all three have lost, and the leader of the Lightning God squad wonders what they plan to do next. However, he added that since they had been defeated, they had to join the deep detachment of the expedition. One of them noted that this was precisely the reason he came here, to which the main character looked around in surprise. But I asked the South Sea detachment commander if he was joking, and he replied that he was absolutely serious. The leader of the Fire King's squad, Gang Hwan, looked at him very aggressively and thought that this was to be expected from him. This guy was the best friend of the former commandant of the fortress, Emil, but he was unable to join the expedition because he was still too weak at that time. Then, when the detachment returned, everyone saw their failure, became disappointed and lost hope. The people were defeated and the fruits were lost forever. It was a strong blow to the fortress of Gorgon. This guy saw with his own eyes how dangerous and scary it is to go down there, and even more dangerous to own something so valuable. He witnessed the disintegration of a detachment that was going on an expedition into the depths, after which no one else showed a desire to go there. It happened 900 years ago, and Cayman believes he honed his skills for this very day. He then explained that he planned to join the squad in the near future and go into the depths. The divine doctor sighed heavily and asked for what purpose the Fire King had come here. The man crossed his arms over his chest and remarked that since he had already lost, he had no choice. Then I asked the Lightning God, and he calmly replies that he has already made a decision. And the next moment, he suddenly stood up and ran quickly. I wonder what he was thinking. Was he really going to run away? The main character noticed this, and he didn't like this idea at all, because everyone knew the conditions of the battle. However, then everyone noticed that he was running towards the main character, and the doctor tried to stop him, as he thought that he wanted to fight him again. But the guy doesn't stop and continues to do what he planned, which alarms those present. The protagonist had already grabbed his sword to fight back, but the boy fell to his knees in front of the warden, apparently realizing that Jae-hwan was indeed very strong. His behavior really surprised everyone present. They certainly did not expect to see this. He swears that from now on he will serve him faithfully and obey his overseer. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and remarked that he should not swear allegiance. But the boy still kneels, promising him his devotion, and is even ready to die for him. However, Huang noted ironically that he would not be able to do this since he was already dead. The young man realized that he had said something stupid, and it upset him, but he was not going to back down. He begs to be accepted and is ready to become a private captain, just so that he is not rejected. No one understands what he wants, but the boy promises that he will not steal the secret treasures and begs to be accepted. The divine doctor doesn't understand what's going on here, and why the leader of the Lightning God Squad is acting this way. He asks how he can speak and behave like this, and how his team will react to it. The other two squad leaders watch this whole event with surprise and great interest, and the leader of the Lightning God Squad admitted that his squad was no longer in chaos. Young-ho asked in surprise what this young man meant. How could his unit not exist? He admitted with regret and sadness that there were only 7 people in the detachment, including him, and no one else was left. The Lightning God suffers greatly because of this, because he has been the leader of the squad for so long that now he does not know who he is without it. His squad has completely fallen apart, This prevents him from living a peaceful life. The poor guy doesn't know what to do now. All this happened a week ago, and everyone in the room is listening to it with horror and great surprise. The poor guy is completely broken and disappointed. Suddenly, everything he worked for has come crashing down. Young-ho thought for a moment and asked if he really meant that his squad had fallen apart. The young man sadly lowered his head and, without looking anyone in the eye, noted that this was indeed the case. They ask him when this happened, and the Lightning King repeats that it was a week ago. The old man thought for a moment about what had happened a week ago and what events it coincided with. And I realized that the squad of the Lightning God fell apart when a new caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress was announced. The doctor noticed that this guy had come here to get a job as a warden and had mistakenly convinced himself before the fight that he would succeed. But very quickly something went wrong as he planned, and he realized that this was too strong an opponent for him, because as soon as he decided to strike first, he was immediately defeated. The old man came to the conclusion that his destiny was ruined and he was never able to become a leader, so now he asks Jae Hwan because he has nowhere else to go. The guy is glad that he was understood, but Young-ho gets angry and asks if he has lost even a drop of shame. But suddenly everyone is surprised why no one knows about this, and there are no rumors about the destruction of such a large detachment, because a week is a very long time. The Lightning King asked again and wondered if the Overseer had really saved Gorgon's fortress. The old man looked at the boy in surprise and explained that he had already told him this story. But he added that this inconspicuous young man had saved them all from the horde of golden skies, and at that moment, the doctor guessed. The other leaders are surprised that the chaos that happened a week ago in Gorgon's fortress created a squad of golden skies. Chung-ho bowed his head and asked if they were the ones who bombed his unit so mercilessly. The poor fellow still stands bent over and sadly replies that the doctor guessed correctly. But he added sadly that his unit was not the only one to suffer from the Golden Skies unit. Along with them, there also existed the third-rank Shadow Squad and the first-rank Dragon Squad. Although these troops were quite strong and there were many of them, none could resist the Golden Heavens Squad. This information really surprised and even frightened those present, because this is a serious request. The doctor asked what happened to the Manticore castle if their troops were defeated. The guy sadly explained that the castle had been captured by the Golden Heavens Squad a week ago. The doctor frowned, and now everything was clear to him. But there was still one question that was bothering him a lot. All this happened a week ago, and it is unclear how this information has not spread throughout the House of Representatives yet. It's impossible to keep all this a secret, so Young-ho thinks they have some kind of cunning plan. It seems that the Golden Sky Squad is controlling the skill system and blocking the signal from Manticore Castle. The leader of the Fire King's squad scratches his head and cannot understand how this could have happened. Were 3 squads destroyed at the same time by just one squad, Golden Heaven, which is ranked 10th? Kamen had heard that the unit was growing in strength, but it was unclear how they had managed to reach such a level in just a few years and take control of Castle Manticore. The protagonist had been keeping aloof all this time, but now he asked to explain how the ranks worked. He assumed that the lower the rank, the greater the power, but everyone was very surprised by this remark. Yun-en looked back at the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress and thought that a person in such a position could not help but know basic things. But with a hint of contempt or mockery, he asked if his boss had just realized it. However, it seemed that Jae Hwan sensed this hint of disrespect and became a little angry at his subordinate. Everyone present held their breath in horror and anxiously waited to see what would happen next. And now the poor fellow, scared to death, is trying to make amends and explain what he meant. The young man fervently begs his master to have mercy on him. He promises that he will explain everything. Huang only nodded in agreement, and the young man sighed in relief when he realized that he was still alive. He then explains that there are 4 great castles, Gorgon, Manticore, Dryad, and Garuda, and there are also 10 house squads. Each squad has its own special power that it wields best, and its own rank from 1 to 10. First rank squad is the strongest, and the 10th rank squad is considered the weakest and is very different from all the previous ones. The Lightning God squad was ranked 9th, the Shadow squad was ranked 3rd, and the Heavenly Dragon squad was ranked 1st, and they were all defeated by the Golden Heaven squad, who were ranked 10th. Yuneng doesn't know whose support they got, but someone was definitely behind it because they managed to take over the castle. The protagonist reflects on this situation and remembers his meeting with the Golden Skies squad. At first, Jae Hwan thought that these were ordinary people who had retained a connection with the horrors. But these people tried to capture the fortress of Gorgon, and now they have captured the castle of Manticore. They seem to be storming fortresses one after another, perhaps pursuing the same goal as Jae-hwan. He remembered how the man had refused to tell him where this horror was, and remarked that if he found out that you had betrayed him, there would be no life for him. Then the main character became very curious about who he was talking about, and who he meant, who this he was, who this person was very afraid of. And now Huang wonders if there are horrors in this mysterious he in Manticore Castle now. Meanwhile, terrible things happen in the captured castle, and in such cases many innocent people usually die. It seems they wanted to get the guard's horn, but they failed, but this did not upset their leader. Now he sits on the throne, and at his feet lie the lifeless bodies of the previous throne holder and his subordinates. This man is the leader of the Golden Heaven Squad, Lim Jin Hong, and he is happy that his plan is coming to fruition so wonderfully. Meanwhile, Yonen decided to give an introductory lecture to those who had just entered Chaos. The main squads are also called the 10 Chaos Sects. They emerged 900 years ago when the first squad was assembled in the Depths. Each detachment has its own commander, and besides him, each detachment has a deputy and a foreman. They all remained in the shadows because Jae-hwan is very strong, but the leaders also have a lot of power. The leader of the South Sea Squad is rank 5, and the leader of the Fire King Squad is rank 8. The lower the number, the stronger the squad. The captured castle is full of people from the Golden Sky Squad. They continue to clear the territory of enemies. The men report that the leader of the Celestial Dragon Squad was captured, but not before they left him without arms. But they added to their master that the leader of the Shadow Squad was still fighting at this time. Meanwhile, their leader sits on his throne and plays with daggers, throwing them at now motionless targets. This man eats an apple and casually asks if they managed to catch the leader of the Lightning God Squad. One of his subordinates reluctantly reported that they hadn't caught him yet, and it seemed Lim Jin Hong didn't like bad news. The poor fellow with a dagger in his shoulder fell to his knees and began to beg his master for mercy. But the guy just smiles sarcastically. It seems like their leader is using all his power to the fullest. He asks if they know where the guy ran off to. His subordinates assume he's in Gorgon's fortress. Lim Jin-hoon didn't think that the leaders would unite after he took over the castle. He thinks about what is happening in Gorgon's fortress, and remembers that great changes are happening there now. The squad leader heard that some madman had appeared there, who was gathering people for an expedition into the depths, while simultaneously playing the role of an overseer. He couldn't even imagine that there were still such ambitious people left in Chaos, but he sent a slightly smaller detachment there. But Commander Mena is on his side and is doing everything possible to strengthen his position. The guy thinks that now meeting with the Monarch of Pitch Darkness seems somewhat pointless to him. Then Lim Jin-hoon wished for a screen to appear in front of him and show him the boy. He asks if the new leader's name is Jae-hwan, and the system confirms that it is. The guy leaned closer to the screen and noticed that the news viewer reminded him of someone. But the system can't say anything about this, and only shows an error without any interesting information. At this point, he is informed that a message has arrived from the Lord of Pitch Darkness, and the man assumes that he will again ask him to sort out the goods that went wrong. This made him angry, and he doesn't understand why they should be held responsible for the system's failures. But he seems to have no desire to conflict with the Monarch of Pitch Darkness, so he asks to tell him that they understand everything. He sits quietly in his chair and notices that everything seems more and more pointless each time, but his wounded subordinate still stands in front of him. This poor guy is bleeding and struggling to hold on, and their leader doesn't seem to notice him. He discusses the guy who most likely managed to destroy the tower cultivator, and the subordinate looks at his colleague with pity, but is unable to help. He finds it completely insane that someone managed to clear out the entire tower, kill its leader, and somehow infiltrate the house. And after that, this heartless man shot the wounded soldier straight in the head. Lim Jin-hong looks at his subordinates through the screen, but he doesn't seem at all embarrassed by what he just did. He does not comment on the death of his man, but only believes that there is no point in such actions of the product. He thinks that this is impossible and simply absurd, so he assumes that this man has simply gone crazy. They ask him what to do with the leader of the Lightning God if he escaped to the fortress of Gorgon. Their leader asks to leave this weakling. He is informed that there are rumors that the leaders of all 10 squads have begun to gather in the Gorgon fortress. This happened after they heard the news about the new prison warden and his tempting offer. The squad leader states that he will still deal with them for the sake of uniting the chamber, so it is even in his interests. The leader of the Golden Skies squad has a terrible plan. He noted that soon the Gorgon fortress will be filled with the dead. Lim Jin Hong knows that a very evil creature appeared in Gorgon fortress a week ago, and this man is 100% sure that the King of Disasters appeared in the fortress. Traces of his presence quickly disappeared, but the squad leader knows that the arrival of an evil force is not the worst thing. After all, the dead call upon their own kind, and now the inhabitants of the fortress will understand why the king is called a catastrophe. Meanwhile, in Gorgon's fortress, the overseer and squad leaders try to figure out who is supporting the Golden Skies squad. One of them boldly suggests that one of the monarchs of the Great Lands may be behind all this. Although they are prohibited from interfering in the affairs of the House of Representatives, no one else can finance such a powerful and large organization. The Fire King heard that there was a war going on in the Great Lands, so someone could easily take advantage of this situation and interfere in politics. That's why he suggests turning to the Renaissance Court, and this suggestion somewhat frightened the leader of the South Sea Squad. This is the place where the resurrection ritual is performed by the monarchs, members of the 5 noble families, and members of the organization that owns the fruits. Zhang Ho was asked if any monarch was involved in this. Does that mean he broke his oath? The old man reminded everyone that in exchange for receiving the fruits for the Court of Revival, the monarchs and members of the 5 noble families swore not to interfere in the political affairs of chaos. The Fire King is furious and believes that this issue should be raised publicly. However, it was rightly pointed out to him that none of them had direct evidence of the monarch's involvement in this. In addition, the leader of the South Sea Squad is against asking outsiders for help, but he asked what they would do if the Renaissance Court did not side with them. It seems the Divine Doctor wants to intervene in the conversation. He has a few questions. Young Ho notices that the situation looks much more serious than it seemed at first glance, so he asks the prison warden what they should do now. Eventually, Castle Manticore is captured, and 3 of the 10 squad leaders are captured by the Golden Heaven Squad. He suggests that if this continues, a major and brutal war could break out. However, their leader noted that none of this mattered, since they still remained their enemies, whom they would have to fight sooner or later. The doctor recalls being told that Jay Huan has plans to unite the house and get rid of all enemies. In this case, he will be able to leave his post, because if there are no enemies, then there is no need for security or a fortress. Now he asks the guy if he really wants to unite the house, and explains that it's not the same as capturing 4 fortresses. The doctor adds that the Renaissance Court is a much more dangerous and terrible enemy than all 10 squad leaders combined. The old man believes that the boy will not succeed with his abilities. He believes that there are many things in the world that are simply impossible to do alone, even if you are very strong. The clouds in the sky have parted, and rays of sunlight are penetrating through a hole in the ceiling. He filled the whole room with his warmth and bright light, and the boy noticed that none of it mattered. But he added that this is precisely why the old man is here, to help when needed. The main character looked at the Divine Doctor with hope and respect, because he had a lot of experience. However, it seems like he didn't like this hope at all. Young-ho looks a little shocked. The caretaker of the Gorgony fortress noted that he was quite young and did not have much experience, but this did not matter as long as they had a doctor with them. But Young-ho got angry and asked why the guy thought he would go with them too. But Jay Huan looked at him and said, "Isn't that so?" The straightforwardness and spontaneity of this young man simply amazed him. Young-ho can't believe he was so easily seduced by such a green and frivolous guy. The protagonist looked at the squad leaders and decided that it was time to tell them about his plans. It consists of several points, the first of which is the unification of chaos. But Huang does not specify how exactly this will happen. After that, he plans to destroy the Court of Rebirth that stole the fruits 900 years ago. And only after this will their expedition into the depths begin. But for this, he needs devoted people who will work for the common good. Therefore, if any of them are not confident in themselves and understand that they are not ready to sign up for all this, then it is better for them to leave now. Cayman wondered what the warden would do if everyone refused, and no one showed any interest. Jay Huan said that he would go alone then, but the squad leader pointed out that such a plan could not be carried out if you were alone. However, the main character proudly noted that he had traveled this entire path completely alone, and therefore was not afraid of anything. His interlocutors looked at him in surprise, and now they at least understood a little what their leader had to go through. Suddenly, the leader of the South Sea Squad started laughing loudly. It looks very strange. And then, cheerfully declaring that he would join Jae-hwan and noting that he would follow his leader anywhere, Yoon also confirmed his participation in his plan. After the confession, everyone looked at the Fire King and began to wait for his answer. The man rubbed his head in confusion and explained that he had not yet decided what he would do. In his defense, he stated that it was completely normal, and they were very calm about accepting an offer from a complete stranger. He explained that he was not sure that Jae-hwan would be able to lead the expeditionary force because the enemies were too strong. But he expressed his wish quite confidently. The Fire King wanted their overseer to prove his worth. The man explained to those present that there were now 6 squad leaders on the side of the Gorgon fortress. If 3 more leaders, not counting them, recognize him, then he is also ready to stand on his side. The protagonist folded his hands and agreed to these conditions, but it seems that no one expected him to agree so easily. But then the guy thought for a bit and added that he also had certain conditions for them. Since they must recognize him, it is only fair that he recognize them. The leaders ask curiously what conditions he came up with, and Jae-hwan replies that they will have a competition. He is organizing a competition among the best, and you need to get into the top 8. This will be enough for him to be able to accept them, and after that the overseer is ready to carry out any task. This angered the Fire King, but Kaiman noted that it made sense, since being the leader of the squad did not yet guarantee them unconditional power in the world of chaos, and asked when the competition would begin. Meanwhile, along the corridor of the fortress, someone is quickly approaching the door of the hall where they are. He opens the door with different movements and eavesdrops on their conversation, but it doesn't seem to bother him at all. This is the Minister of Internal Affairs. He looks very strange and shows some document. The guy looked at the man and realized that something was wrong with him, so he said that he thought the competition would start right now. And the man shows an announcement that anyone who wants to become a leader can come today and take part in the first stage of the competition. Not long before this, a management meeting was taking place in one of the fortress's offices. The Interior Minister appears extremely upset by the whole situation. They ask him what the fortress commandant's plan is because it seems he has something in mind. The situation has become even worse than before. The outer borders of the fortress are overcrowded, and the guards are having problems checking people. Carlton noted that the minister did not seem to like what the warden had proposed. He noted that it was a matter of principle, but Carlton did not understand why formalities could not be avoided in such an extreme case, especially if the majority supported it. Moreover, the supervisory authority has already received approval, but the minister is not confident in this majority. Since 3 of the 5 ministers who agreed were recently appointed, he probably does not have much confidence in their decisions. They seem to have gotten the hint and are not very happy to hear it because it does not show respect for them. The recent disaster killed 4 of the 5 ministers and left the remaining ones seriously injured. In this case, new ministers were appointed from among the inner circle, so Claire became the Minister of Finance, Zaire became Minister of Security, and Carlton was appointed Minister of Justice. But this caused everything in the fortress to go wrong. Claire noted that the Home Secretary was not very happy with the new prison governor's policies, but she wondered if he even understood what values they stood for. The man doesn't seem to quite understand what she's saying or doesn't want to accept it, so she points out that you shouldn't look down on her just because she's a waitress. He tries to object, but the Minister of Finance sees everything perfectly and understands his tone and facial expression. The woman explained with a smile that where there are people, there is money, and now many guests come to the Gorgon fortress because of competition. She confidently asks if he even knows where the competition will be held, and the man is a little confused because he doesn't know. She then tells him that all this is happening on the eastern shopping street outside the fortress, the same street that was destroyed in the disaster. Residents of Gorgon are currently repairing the street and helping with the competition. The man thought for a moment. He knew there would be a competition, but he didn't expect Huang to be able to find people and a place for him. This disaster caused damages amounting to 12,787,000,000 gold units, and then asks how much he thinks they have earned so far in these 2 days of competition. The Minister of Internal Affairs tries to answer something, but says nothing concrete or significant. That's why Claire decided he didn't know anything and took matters into her own hands. The woman excitedly announced that they had already earned 13,280,000,000 gold units. These figures really impressed the minister. He does not hide that he is very surprised by such calculations. The Minister of Finance explained that it doesn't matter what world she's in, the main thing is that she's excellent at counting money. Claire calmed down a little and added that she didn't know what their new fortress caretaker was doing. Does he really want to form a war band in the depths? Or perhaps he is planning to rebel against chaos? The only thing she knows for sure is that it is time for change in chaos, and for some, it may be painful. Whether these changes will be positive or negative will become clear later. Somewhere far away, in the southern part of chaos, everything is very quiet and calm. Peace and harmony reign here. In this part there are endless sea spaces, beckoning with their purity and idol. The highest and most ancient place in these magical lands, that is the Acropolis, is Dryad. There rises a heavenly fortress of mighty stems growing thanks to the monster guardian plant Dryad. At the very top of this tower, a woman plays with a shoot of this plant and talks to it. This is the caretaker of Dryad Keep, Asa Lincroft, and she senses trouble approaching. She was completely focused on using her unique skill. The observer uses an advanced clairvoyance skill and attempts to see what is hidden from the normal eye. This skill allows the Dryad Fortress Overseer to see at very long distances. She saw a terrible picture of a huge number of dead people approaching the Gorgon's fortress. But what's even more frightening is that among them is a walking Magritte, a very dangerous and powerful creature. This monster somehow realized that someone was watching it and was able to deal damage at such a distance. The woman gritted her teeth in pain and stopped using her skill. She had seen enough. It took Asa Lincroft a few minutes to recover from the contact, and now she is ready to do anything to warn the Gorgon fortress about the approaching danger. In one movement, the guard turned into a bird and headed towards the fortress before it was too late. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Gorgons at the eastern gate, extremely interesting events are taking place. A crowd of people gathered to watch the competition between the strongest people they knew. Everyone is incredibly excited because there will be 16 fights in just 4 days. The leader of the Infinity Squad, Shin Moo-hyuk, watches everyone closely and thinks that they are too demanding. Someone from the outside noticed that this was all because of Kang Hwan, because he lost control, and declared that he would kill everyone. Young-ho spoke to him, and they greeted each other as if they had known each other for a long time and were old friends. But it looks like this man decided to surprise his old friend and show off his strength. The leader of the Infinity Squad shines like gold with his power, and the old man seems to appreciate it. But he noticed that he looked very good, and it seemed like he had not been sitting still but had been working hard. The man looked closely at the divine doctor and noticed that he was also in good shape. They watch the fight and have a nice chat in the stands, which Young-ho finds quite impressive. He knows that Shin Moo-hyuk loves to fight, but he refused to participate in the tournament. The latter remarked that he liked fair fights and not meaningless ones. The old man remarked that Kang Hwan would definitely not like such a statement. Meanwhile, in the ring, the fiery king gritted his teeth and tried his best to defeat his opponent. He can't lose. It would be too much of a blow to his pride. Therefore, this man does not hesitate to release a huge wave of fire at his opponent. He smiles sarcastically and believes that he has succeeded and the warrior he fought has already been defeated. But the next moment he realizes that something is wrong and this is not the end of their fight. The man raises his head and sees above him, in addition to the clear blue sky, his opponent ready to strike. The enemy approaches Kang Hwan with all possible speed and holds his spear at the ready. After this, there was a very strong blow, as a result of which a large amount of gunpowder and even stones rose into the air. However, when the fog cleared a little, it became obvious that the leader of the Fire King's squad had no time to dodge the attack. What remained was exactly what he had feared so much. He had lost, and in front of so many witnesses. Moo-hyuk noticed that this divine law seemed very familiar to him. The doctor confirmed that this was his habit. They talk about Ha-yu, the Steel Lord of the Green Winds, and he seems very powerful. The men looked at him in surprise and did not understand what he was doing there and why he needed all this. But Jong-ho can say with certainty that many lords are interested in this tournament. The 16th round is now complete, and the long-awaited battle between the top 8 will now begin. Shin Moo-hyuk noticed that everything was happening very quickly, and the doctor explained that their new leader did not like delays. Someone confidently enters the arena, and the crowd is already going crazy with impatience. Finally, it's the turn of the leaders of the followers, and the people in the stands are happy that they've finally waited for the most interesting part. Yagello Man entered the arena. He is the leader of the followers, and is considered the best fighter in all of Chaos. Young-ho watches this man with interest and finds him very strange. Yago looked at the doctor with such contempt and arrogance that no one would have liked it. He was seething with anger, but he noticed that this guy was very arrogant and needed a good spanking to bring him down to earth a little. His interlocutor asks him to calm down a little, because he is only 400 years old, and in the meantime his opponent enters the arena. Young-ho is looking forward to the events and smiles sarcastically because he knows what awaits this idiot. He noticed that the young man was now teaching the leader of the followers a lesson in a way that made him feel almost uneasy. The protagonist stands proudly before his opponent without a drop of fear or hesitation. The man smiled slyly and said that he had heard of his plan and considered it useless. Shin Moo-hyuk leaned forward to get a better look at the new caretaker of Gorgon Fortress. He seems a little surprised to see such a young and seemingly inexperienced guy. In the arena, fighters prepare for battle and will show their true strength and courage. However, Moo-hyuk is not confident that Jae-hwan will be able to defeat Jaegyul-mang, as he is a very strong opponent. The man looked closely and thought that this guy reminded him of someone and asked if he was Young-ho's student. But the old man just smiled and decided not to explain anything for now, but to enjoy the battle. The main character takes out his weapon, which means that he is ready to start, because he does not like to delay this for too long. And the next moment, the people in the stands open their mouths in amazement and surprise. But this doesn't only apply to ordinary people. Even experienced fighters who know well how much strength is needed for this are surprised. The ministers of Gorgon Fortress are also seriously stunned. They probably didn't think that things would turn out this way. It only took Jae-hwan a few minutes to defeat one of Chaos's strongest fighters. Everyone was surprised at how easily and naturally he did it. It seems that now everyone will at least approximately understand how strong their leader is. Jae-hwan didn't get a single scratch and didn't even seem to be very tired in this fight. Jong-ho looked at the boy with pride and asked his friend if such a person could become his disciple. After all, he is not an ordinary person at all. Inside him there is a real monster that no one can defeat. This time Jurgen will give a mini lecture on what the 4 fortresses of chaos are. On each of the 4 sides of chaos there is a fortress. Gorgon in the east, Dryad in the west, Garuda in the south, and Manticore in the north. Fortresses were built to protect souls from the dead and prevent them from entering the castle. That is why the fortress's first priority is to get rid of all the dead that have appeared in the fortress. Zaire tried to destroy Carlton, who almost turned into a monster, because it was his job. Each fortress has its own overseer, and each of the 4 overseers has its own special sign, also called a talisman. Yagelman fell heavily to the ground and remembered that his opponent was not on the list of semi-finalists. This man has had a hard time with Jae-hwan. He is all beaten up and his body barely obeys him. When he learned that his opponent would be the warden, he was very happy about the news. In the end, he decided to take part in this stupid competition only to appease the fortress commander. This has happened before. People gained hope and began to make plans for a long-lost life, but unfulfilled hopes led to great disappointment. He came here precisely to destroy this hope and prevent it from turning into disappointment, and he has been doing this for 400 years. That's why he can't lose, and this man is not going to admit defeat. If he loses anyway, it will mean that everything he has done for 400 years will lose all meaning. The man noted that Huang said that the fight would be one-on-one, but did not specify what kind of fight it would be. The protagonist remembers that everything was exactly as it was, and does not understand what his enemy is leading him to. He smiles slyly and says that he wants to have a battle of terms. It seems that in this case he will feel a little more confident. The people in the stands are outraged by his choice because they think he is pathetic and too weak to admit defeat. Young-ho frowned and guessed that this man wouldn't be able to come to terms with something he lost so easily. His interlocutor could not remember anyone who could win in a battle of conditions, and the doctor suggested that the guy wanted to take advantage of the military advisor's trick. Then he calmly watches what happens next and how the leader reacts. The guy asked what kind of battle of conditions this was, and this cunning man does not miss the opportunity and remarks that he will assume that the guy agreed. The next moment everything around changed. The main character did not expect this. He did not understand at all what his opponent was talking about. Somehow, an unfamiliar landscape had opened up before him, and now he had to figure it out. He stood on the green grass and looked around so as not to lose his advantage due to his confusion. It looks like some kind of simulated small world in which the main character is like a giant. The system informed him that this was a world of military strategy building, and since the guy was a newbie, it suggested that he familiarize himself with the rules of the game. Yagelman explained that the construction world is just a beautiful name. According to them, one of the 13 masters, the horror Maris, was inspired by military strategies when creating this game. The manager carefully studies what the system offers him. He must understand how everything works here if he wants to win. And his opponent noticed that all the strategists of the great lands love to play this game, and mentally added that he was one of the best players. He asked if his opponent needed time to understand the rules, but Huang said the game was actually easier than he thought. It seems that the main character has figured out how it works, and now he is not as confused as he was at the beginning. This game is built on the confrontation of 3 races that need to accumulate resources and train their troops. The main goal of the game is to destroy the enemy's defensive fortresses and capture it. Jae Hwan knows such games. On Earth, he actively played a similar game and knew absolutely everything about it. He was such an avid gambler that he played over 10,000 games. Now he wonders who these horrors are and if they just stole someone's idea, while his rival asks if this is the right place for him. The system reported that Yagelman had chosen the Lost Garden as his battlefield, and it was perfect for him. Jae Hwan chose the human race to fight as in the game and seems to be very confident in his choice. Instead, his opponent has chosen the race of the dead and smiles slyly, believing that victory is already in his pocket. He finds it very strange that this guy chose the human race out of all 3, and remarks that he acts arrogant when in fact he is just a newbie. The undead race becomes stronger in the second stage of the game, but can sometimes win during the game. He makes plans and wants to first train warriors, build fortifications and a base, and then go on the offensive with dozens of warriors. But while he was thinking about all this, his rival had already gone on the offensive and was destroying his race of the dead. The main character already has his own army and weapons. They use swords and arrows, and they easily destroy their enemies until they gain strength and become stronger than them. Yagelman was definitely not prepared for this turn of events. It seems he underestimated his opponent. He didn't think that Huang would attack so quickly and use the farmers as warriors. But while he was angry and waving his arms, something else happened that surprised him very much. The enemy starts building his towers on his territory and doesn't even notice when it happens. Jae Hwan's characters use bows as weapons against their opponents, and they do so quite successfully. They use these towers as defensive structures and actively attack monsters. Yagel is very surprised by everything that is happening. It seems that he cannot win here either. If he destroys the enemy's towers now, farmers with more endurance will rush into his territory. But he has no other choice. He must stop it, because he has no way to accumulate resources or build structures. He gets incredibly angry and shouts that this is an unwise strategy, but the protagonist is absolutely sure that he is doing everything right. This strategy is very popular in Korea and is extremely destructive to the enemy, so it is usually frowned upon by society. However, now the spectators in the stands are pleasantly surprised by the success of the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress. The doctor and his friend watch the battle closely and worry about Jae Hwan. Yagelman understands that soon he will not be able to continue this battle and will lose where he is the best in all of chaos. He got angry and shouted. The man asked if it wasn't customary not to attack for the first 10 minutes of the game. However, the main character looked at the man in surprise and asked what he meant. His opponent explained that players usually spend the first 10 minutes building structures and gaining strength before the battle. Jae Hwan looked at the man with disdain and asked where such a rule was written. Hearing no answer, he remarked that since it was not written anywhere, it did not matter when exactly you started the fight, and this greatly angered his opponent. The poor man fell to his knees in despair and realized that this was the end. He had no more chances. He doesn't want to admit it at all and doesn't understand who this guy is and where he came from. After all, this young man ignores all common sense and bypasses generally accepted rules and norms. Yagel looked at his opponent and was forced to admit that he had no more aces up his sleeve. He knows that he can do nothing to equalize their strength or gain an advantage. No matter how hard he tries, Jagelman knows he can't beat this guy. He bowed his head and thought that perhaps he had been waiting for this very moment for all 400 years. It's very hard for him, he doesn't want to admit it, but this is the end. He admits that he lost. The hall exploded with applause. Everyone was happy with the victory of the fortress commandant. People really enjoyed the spectacle. The protagonist is resting after a fight, and someone approaches him and asks who taught him military strategy. They went down from the stands to the arena to talk to the commandant of the fortress. The divine doctor and his friend landed, and Young Ho remarked that he thought the young man only knew how to lunge. However, he added that the new breaking technique was created based on Chung Ho's strike, so there was no need to insist that he was only interested in lunges. The old man realized that the main character had used the spiral fracture technique against his opponent. The boy looked at the doctor in confusion, and he explained that this was the best name for the procedure. Before the competition, they argued, and Huang noted that he only used lunges, and Jung Ho noted that the young man was inspired by his strike, so he should be named after him. Kamen thought for a moment, and noted that both the strike and the lunge were aimed at killing the opponent, so the word lethal could be added to the name. The guy suggests going with the name Death Spiral, although Jung Ho isn't too happy with it. The protagonist still insists on his own, because he likes his name better. But suddenly he switches his attention to the person next to him. He doesn't consider it necessary to introduce himself first, but immediately states that this man looks strong and asks if he wants to fight him. The man noticed that the warden seemed to dislike unnecessary ceremony, and his friend explained that the guy had no respect for his elders and even dared to give orders first. The guy exhaled and explained that experienced fighters had gathered here, so he saw no point in unnecessary ceremonies. For the first time in 900 years since the Deep Squad disbanded, Shin Mu-hyuk sees Jung Ho actively participating in a conversation. Mulark was the captain of this squad and gave everyone hope, but in the end he left behind only despair. He wonders if this guy can be compared to Mulark, if he can replace him. Judging from the previous fight, this guy is actually very strong. He boldly suggests that Jae Hwan might even be as strong as Malarka. But he is not particularly interested in this. A person is more interested in his soul. After all, he doesn't see any loyalty or obedience to the rules in him at all. It's the complete opposite of Mulark's wisdom and caution. Shin Mu-hyuk looked at the boy closely and thought that something was wrong with him, that he was somehow overwhelmed with bloodlust. Thinking about all this, the man's eyes widened in surprise, because all this could only mean one thing, and the next moment he seemed to understand something, his mind putting all the facts together. He looks back at his friend and studies him carefully before asking a question. Mu-hyuk can't control himself and doesn't know how to ask the right question, so he decides to do it directly. He looks at Jung Ho and asks if Jae Hwan is sleeping, but the doctor doesn't answer at first. And then he breathed a sigh of relief because his friend finally noticed, and noted that Huang was fully awake. The announcer announced that the quarterfinals would now begin, and that we were in for some very interesting matches. The protagonist stood and thought for a moment, and then decided to enter the arena without an invitation. The divine doctor does not understand where the boy is heading, because his turn has not yet come. Meanwhile, Mu-hyuk looks at the boy suspiciously, still thinking about the fact that he is fully awake. He looks around and explains that he is tired of sitting and waiting for something to finally happen. So if he is fully awakened, it means he has passed the third stage of awakening. The old man looks at the boy with slight fear, because he has absolutely no idea what to expect from him. There is only one question spinning around in his head. It is impossible to predict what this young man has planned this time. He carefully studies those warriors who reached the finals. These are the strongest people of those who participated in the duel. It seems he uses his doubt skill to figure out who is who. He sees that everyone except Kaiman and Yunen look like pretty strong opponents, especially the woman with the sickle, and even his skill cannot help him understand her essence. He cannot understand who she is. Zaire was surprised and asked the warden why he was here now, since his turn had not yet come. People are going crazy. They saw that the warden came into the arena and are waiting for some words from him. Journalists got ready, turned on their cameras and microphones so as not to miss anything important. Meanwhile, the main character has taken the microphone from the presenter, and it seems that he really does have some kind of announcement. First, he raised the microphone to his mouth and greeted the spectators in the stands, asking for a moment of attention. The guard of the Gorgon fortress reported that he had already managed to assess the strength of the participants and made a conclusion about each of them. The guy noted that he was bored watching this gray mass. Such statements surprised the leaders. That's why he's trying to completely change the course of this competition, and everyone is listening to him attentively. The leader of the priest clan, Ja Hekran, stopped him and asked what he meant, but she asked who gave him the right to change everything so abruptly at the last minute, and why he makes such decisions himself. Jae Hwan stated that he wanted to abolish one-on-one fights, and Ja Gukryong asked if he suggested holding fights in squads. However, she noted that this would not work as the distribution of participants would cause many problems, and it would also be difficult to determine the winner. The main character noticed that he was not quite understood, and now he would explain how everything would look. He does not plan to separate them. There will be only one squad consisting of 6 people. This rule update really surprised all the participants. They didn't expect it. The fortress overseer declared that he alone would repel the attacks of all 6 members of the squad. But he promises to hand over the post of overseer to the first one who defeats him. Such bold statements surprise Chung-ho and his friend. The guy never ceases to amaze him. The audience will not be able to contain their emotions. They will have a real chance to see how strong the warden is. One of the soldiers laughed merrily and remarked that it would be very interesting to hear what he would come up with. The guy looked at the person who said this, and it turned out to be the same mysterious woman with a sickle. She added that she had a feeling that something very interesting and unexpected would happen soon. The main character, having finished his speech that stunned everyone, returned the microphone. He carefully monitors the audience's reaction and whether they like his statement. He has a plan, and in order to carry it out, the boy needs the trust of his people. Hwang remembered the comrades he cleaned the tower with. He knows that trust grows through closeness. But it takes a long time to build close relationships with people. It doesn't happen overnight. Now the main character has very little time to prepare to achieve his goal. The only way to gain trust in such a short time is to show how strong and invincible he is. The guy didn't even notice how, while he was thinking, a beautiful girl entered the arena. She stood too close to the fortress overseer to look decent. The squad leaders are so surprised by this spectacle that they cannot find words. It seems that not only the squad leaders were surprised, but also the ministers, and all the spectators in general. The girl came closer to Jae-hwan and noticed that she liked him. And she added that she would be very sorry if he died in this fight, but the guy did not react to her in any way. She did not continue the conversation, explaining that this was the end of her acquaintance with him. The girl turned on her high heels and walked away, waving her short skirt. Then she paused for a moment and added that this stupid competition would end very soon. And he appears. The warden listens and does not understand who she is talking about. The leader of the Lightning King clan happily raised his hand and announced that he was surrendering, as he didn't think he could defeat the fortress's overseer with his abilities. Hwang considers him a lying idiot who is willing to join the expeditionary force to maintain his dignity. The leader of the South Sea clan announces that as a loyal servant of the overseer, he also withdraws from the competition. He admits that he won't be able to even touch the warden's hair, adding that it's unfair to turn everyone against one person. In response, Jae-hwan gets angry at this behavior because with this decision they are ruining his plans. And now, even if everyone else fights him, his plan still won't work. The girl smiled sarcastically and noted that it seemed like things weren't going as he planned, so Hwang suggested that at least the 2 of them attack him. Instead, she responded that his arrogance knew no bounds and that everyone was just trying not to screw up. His rivals communicate secretly through the system in the hopes that Hwang won't hear, and one of them offers to show him what they can do. However, she noted that his strength didn't matter, as he wouldn't be able to repel multiple simultaneous attacks anyway. And she added that they did not come here at all to defeat the warden. However, the protagonist used his doubt skill and understood everything they secretly communicated about. And he was very surprised by the fact that they did not come here to fight him. Using this system, one of Hee-yeon's subordinates asked her what she was going to do next. One of them believes that it is necessary to observe how events will develop further, and wonders who will cover the Forbidden Paradise squad and force the Steel Overlord to make a move. Their captain noted that he could not tell everything, but they would do what they came for. Hee-yeon doesn't seem to like this very much, but she asks what she should do now. They explained to her that they first needed to understand who the warden was and what he did. The girl realized that they wanted to find out what kind of pawn he was and how he could be influenced. So she turns to the boy and remarks that they are not going to compete with the chief of the Gorgon fortress. The protagonist frowns and wonders if this means he's just giving up. However, the girl notes that this is not an entirely correct interpretation, since the unwillingness to argue and raising the white flag are slightly different things. Hwang then, to make sure he understood correctly, asks again if this means they won't fight. And then they announce to him that they wanted to voluntarily join his detachment for an expedition into the depths. Young-ho looks a little surprised and even angry. It seems like he doesn't like these guests. The squad leaders who had already sided with their boss were also surprised by his words. Quite logically and rationally, the protagonist asked what their motivation was. The girl sighed heavily and wondered what he meant by asking this strange question. But she added that they cannot have any selfish motives, but only a desire to help people who are stuck in chaos and want to return to their previous lives. Although the people in the stands were not very happy that instead of fighting, they decided to just talk. Yan suggests speaking honestly, and points out that this competition was not a game for the position of warden from the very beginning. She suggests that it was such a tempting and very cunning move for the sake of something completely different. From the very beginning, the talk was not about the position of overseer, but about recruiting people for the expedition to Gribben. The public is surprised by this turn of events, and the girl continues to note that the warden's methods impressed her a little. Since the failed attempt 900 years ago, no one has tried to do something on such a scale again. So this girl feels proud to be here and notices that everyone here should feel the same way. But he invites those present to boldly admit that they have not come for the job of overseer. It seems like this girl is up to something because she takes off the mask she's been wearing all this time. But suddenly her eyes lit up with a bright green light, as if she was using some kind of skill. She rises into the air and hovers above the arena, spreading her power around. This skill spread throughout the arena and stands, and it calls into question their true motivation for why they are all here. Thanks to this skill, the girl gets the opportunity to see the whole truth with her green eyes. Yan seemed to have cast a spell on everyone in the stands and could reach into the most distant corners of their minds. The girl seems to charm everyone and asks what really brought all these residents to the house. Is the battle the main reason, or perhaps they are concerned about the future of Gorgon's fortress? The girl used her justice skill and approached people to understand their thoughts. People start looking around and trying to understand why they actually came here. They discuss what they think about this and how they feel about the deep sea expedition. The main character looked around and realized that she was using a skill that enchanted everyone around her. Huang looked at the girl and even thought about ending it all with one blow. One of the older men raised his hand and declared his support for the Divine Ladies Squad. But he adds that he did not come here from the east to watch some ordinary competitions. This man turned out to be a wandering sword general, and his appearance here surprised everyone very much. This old man, Han Myung-gwan, is as strong as 10 troops put together. It seems like Yan was trying to achieve this because you can see the satisfaction on her face. However, the main character is not very happy with this turn of events, because he sincerely wanted a fight. Meanwhile, the main building of the Gorgon fortress is empty. It is quiet and calm here, because most people are in a completely different place. Only one person walks through the empty corridors and does not feel any danger. This man is Justice Minister Carlton, walking slowly towards his office. In complete silence, he boldly opens the door to the room. It is already late evening outside. The window in the office was open, and a bird with beautiful blue feathers flew in through it. This is Orel Visnik. No one has been in this office for a long time, so it is unclear when he arrived here. The bird obediently waits for the person who will receive the message it must convey. When the eagle realized that the message could be entrusted to the Minister of Justice, he showed it. Carlton read a message from Fortress Overseer Dryan that the dead were heading to Gorgon's fortress. Then the messenger flew away, having completed his task, and the man remained standing at the window. An expression of unspeakable horror appeared on his face. This news simply stunned the minister. Carlton wonders what will happen to the fort when they finally get here. Meanwhile, no one suspects that danger is approaching them. They are still in the arena. The sky has already darkened and is covered with black clouds, but people do not disperse and remain in the stands. The entire crowd is completely hypnotized by this woman. She calls on everyone not to fan the flames of internal conflict. But she suggests that we all sort this situation out together. It's strange that no one stopped her. Yan stated that it was time to end this competition, as they had already achieved their goal, and there were many people behind them who were willing to volunteer to go on an expedition into the depths. She understands that now everything is in her hands, and she can get down to the most important thing. The girl announces that there is one more issue that everyone should discuss. She asked who would be the captain of the expedition group, as it was a very important mission. Young-ho wonders if this girl has returned to herself. It seems like he knows her well. Hee-yoon used the skills justice and illusion against people. Now she uses her cunning tricks to deceive people. I wonder what she is trying to achieve. The girl hopes that the commander of the fortress will take on such responsibility. She believes that the current overseer is a unique genius, surpassing in strength and intelligence all the leaders of the 10 squads. People praise the leader of the Divine Women's Squad because she is an amazing person who wants to praise someone else and not herself. She asked if anyone had any complaints, and the wandering swordsman noted that the position of squad captain could not be taken so easily by force and cunning. The girl is surprised and wonders what qualities a captain should have. He believes that the only thing a captain should be able to do is lead a large number of people. She suggests that the girl take a closer look at the fortress caretaker to find out. The man asks if she can use her fair check skill on the warden. That was exactly what she was trying to achieve, because a faint smile appeared on the girl's face. People are very supportive of this idea, because thanks to this, everyone will see what kind of person he is and whether he can be trusted. Zaira announces that everyone except the warden must leave the arena and asks the leader of the Divine Ladies squad to use his skill. She pretends that it is not her idea, but the desire of the majority, so she is forced to do it. The girl lightly points her hand at the boy and creates many white butterflies. They form different figures. One of them is a large arrow figure. It seems to be some kind of ritual. The guy was very surprised by this, and the squad leader asked him what he thought about it. It scares him a little. He doesn't know if it can hurt, but she keeps asking. Chung-ho realized that this girl had acted very treacherously, and this was exactly what she had been waiting for. But he noticed that she had everyone under her control, and the man explained that everyone knew about her outstanding abilities. People with a high level of adaptation undergo a fair test to make up for the missing characteristics and move to another level, although he himself has never done this. The doctor is worried about Jae-hwan because if he now brutally disperses everyone, the expedition will definitely not take place. After all, no one wants to follow a captain who can kill at any moment. But if we don't intervene now, his soul will be tested, and this is an intervention in his personality. The old man eagerly awaits what this young man will do, and the protagonist calmly agrees. This answer surprised the divine physician because he faced a very difficult choice. She asks him again if he is ready to undergo a fair test, and he repeats his answer. The girl didn't just like it. That's why she came here. She needed to find out what kind of person he was. The audience can't wait for something to finally happen. They're tired of watching these two just stand there. But immediately after that, she announced the start of an audit, and what happened next was quite surprising. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge wooden ship appeared with white sails raised. This ship is caught in a strong storm. The cold waves are battering it and breaking it in two. Suddenly, and for some unknown reason, Jae-hwan found himself on the ship, holding tightly to the handrails. And the squad leader announced that this time the ocean would be the location of the fair test. The main character is furious. He cannot understand what is happening here and how to get out of this illusion. Although, despite this, everything looks very real and scary, the guy does not know what to do. The girl noticed that, as everyone could see, there are cases in the ocean when a ship sinks during a storm. People find themselves in the open ocean and, trying to save themselves, climb into a boat. The girl notes that, fortunately, the lifeboat arrived in time, and people have a chance to be saved. They pulled almost all the people out of the water, leaving only one person overboard. But the boat can only hold 10 people. If they take this man on board, they will all drown together. Suddenly, one of the men grabs the captain with a wet and cold hand. Everyone looks at Jae-hwan, and one of the men holds his hand tightly. They demand that he make a decision about what to do as soon as possible, but the protagonist cannot understand how he ended up in this situation. He has two options. The first is to leave one man overboard and save everyone in the boat. The second is to take this man into the boat, and everyone will die together. It's a fair test, and the girl sarcastically asks what the fortress chief will choose. If he chooses option 1 and leaves this poor fellow in the sea, he will be accused of indifference. But if he chooses the second option, he will be short-sighted because his decision will destroy everyone. Therefore, no matter who the overseer chooses, the people will definitely doubt his candidacy for the role of expedition captain. Jae-hwan thought for a moment and suddenly announced to everyone that he would choose the third option. The girl was surprised and noticed that there were only 2 options. She did not understand what the guy was talking about. The young man explained that his goal was to save everyone and prevent the boat from sinking. The squad leader is at a loss. She finds it hard to believe that he will be able to find such a way out. This answer option will appear only when the man starts looking for his own way to solve the problem, and now the system has shown the third option, where he will save everyone and not let the marriage drown. This is the only way to save everyone and preserve humanity, but the girl did not count on this. She wanted to make him look short-sighted, and Hwang ruined her plan. But now she can't do anything about it, so she invites him to share his plans. The main character noticed that they all have problems because of the sea, so they have to fight it. He looked at the sky, covered with black clouds, and explained that he would simply part the sea. The girl is very surprised to hear this. She does not understand what he is talking about and how he is going to do it. It seems to her that the commandant of the fortress has simply gone mad from overexertion. Instead, Jae-hwan looks extremely focused and is already preparing his weapon to fulfill his promise. The girl looked at this with horror and tried to stop the guy, asking what he was going to do. Young-ho recognized this pose. He had seen the guy do it before and knew exactly what would happen next. So he immediately warned everyone to hide somewhere, and people began to run away in panic. The protagonist gathered his strength and performed his signature strongest attack, which formed a large beam. The people on the boat were frightened by everything that was happening. They covered their heads with their hands. The leader of the Divine Lady Squad watches in horror as the water droplets rise up. Everyone watching this was very surprised, but Jurgen looks suspiciously calm. The system issued multiple messages indicating that an error had been detected while modeling the situation, and the sea instantly disappeared, and the terrible and terrifying storm ceased. All the simulated characters were saved. The girl who was on the ship hugged the captain around the neck and thanked him for saving her. However, Jae-hwan is not very happy about this closeness and disgustedly tells her to stay away from him. Everyone thanks me with big smiles and slowly disappears, which looks a little strange. The main character, it seems, did not expect to see this. It even scares him a little. They are like characters in a game. How many strange and incomprehensible things happen here for him. This world constantly surprises him, and the system noted that he passed the fair test. The girl screams in rage, asking what the fortress commander has come up with. However, the main character does not react to her hysterical screams and calmly replies that it is time. These words, or the way the main character said them, terribly frightened the squad leader, and she immediately fell silent. Now he looks as scared and furious as possible and remarks that it is time to put an end to this absurdity. The girl is afraid to think about what might happen now, after she so skillfully manipulated him and everyone around her. However, suddenly the system announced that the Gorgon fortress had been given the order to unite. No one can understand what is happening and why the siren went off. The fortress caretaker, without thinking twice, realized what this could mean, turned around and quickly ran somewhere. They announced that from now on, all events were cancelled and asked all residents of Gorgon to come out to the eastern street. Visitors to the city cannot understand what is happening, and local residents explain that dead people are approaching. The most powerful personalities present at the event gather together to plan their actions. They gathered on the fortress's observation wall to assess the situation and saw that Black Spot's squad had been completely destroyed. Most of the Lightning God's squad was destroyed in Manticore, and today they must face these fearsome monsters. But the Fire King laughs at his fear. In turn, the Lightning God noticed that his friend's knees were shaking with fear, and he could not remain silent about it. Instead, Young-ho looks into the distance, remembering events from his past and assessing the situation. He can't believe that a guy who didn't even live 900 years is in charge of Gorgon Fortress. Many strong people, the captain of the Southern Sea and the god of lightning, gathered here. A scientist with whom the protagonist fought and won in military strategy. The Fire King, ready to fight side by side with other squad leaders. Infinity, the faithful and longtime friend of the divine physician and a strong man. The very same leader of the detachment of divine ladies who never managed to set up the commander of the fortress. The 6 leaders gathered in the Gorgon fortress. The old man never thought that something like this could happen again. It all reminded him of the events of 900 years ago. His friend remembers these events well and knows what the doctor means. He is talking about the courtyard of the dead. He looks sadly at the divine doctor and notes that there really was something like this once, but he doesn't understand why they are all here. It's then that Young-ho realizes what's going on here. The dead are attracting other dead people. When mid-level undead appear, they attract other small monsters. When a large monster appears, it attracts mid-level monsters. And a week ago, a great catastrophe occurred in the Gorgon fortress. The real king of the dead appeared. This disaster forced all the fortresses to strengthen their borders and build huge walls. And now, because of this, the most terrible catastrophe is approaching chaos, devouring all living things. In addition to small and mid-level monsters, mega undead are approaching them. This terrible monster is called the One Who Walks Backwards, Magrig, and it inspires terror. A terrible darkness enveloped the city. Screams of horror and pain were heard from everywhere. It all began. People can do nothing against these monsters and only shout for them to go away. A terrible end awaits them. The monsters know no mercy. They destroy everything. The leader of the Divine Ladies Squad looks at all this horror with huge eyes. They are being attacked by a huge number of monsters that no one can cope with. They have no hope. The inhabitants of the Gorgon fortress scream in horror and die from the sharp claws of the monsters. Poor people have nowhere to go, no way to save themselves or avoid their death. The girl realizes with horror that this is the end of a huge invasion that no one can stop. People try to save themselves, but because of their weakness and helplessness, they fall to the ground. There is no point in running or hiding. It is too late to do anything about it. The monsters have already arrived, and they will do what they do best: destroy everything in their path. The Divine Lady understands that this man is about to be destroyed by the monster, but she froze in horror. The old man doesn't even try to run. He has already resigned himself to the fact that his death has come. Suddenly someone will run very fast. Maybe he will save him, and will be able to save many more lives. This is the wandering swordsman. He is definitely very strong and will help them get rid of this trouble. The girl gains hope. She sighs with relief and asks him to help them. However, this man does not touch the monster. He passes it by and allows it to continue its evil deeds. He doesn't even try to do anything, but gives up and explains that even he can't fight such monsters. The poor woman looked at her husband and despair overcame her. She realized that she could do nothing. Instead of trying to fight, the swordsman surrenders himself to the monsters because he sees no other way out. The squad leader believed that in this world, any choice you made would lead to nothing. There are tears in her eyes, and inside there is a complete emptiness that is slowly taking over her. She has become disillusioned with everything she believed in and lived by, and now she is unsure if justice can be achieved in this world. The girl stands motionless, looking at what is happening in horror, and does nothing. She looks at the monster right in front of her and realizes that there is nothing in this world but blind hope. However, suddenly someone in front of her destroyed this monster and did not allow it to kill the confused girl. The poor thing is in shock. All these events do not allow her to think clearly and perceive reality. The lightning god saved her by killing the creature with one blow. He doesn't look confused. On the contrary, this guy is trying to take control of the situation and asks the leader of the Divine Women's Squad to pull himself together. Cayman also holds his gun and fights monsters. He does not engage in philosophy and does not measure his chances of winning in percentages. The Fire King also bravely joined the Chaos Fortress rescue party. They all bravely went into battle with an incredible number of monsters that wanted to destroy them. However, the girl does not understand why they are doing this, because it can only stop the enemies for a moment. She is sure that they definitely won't win and looks at the guy. She thinks he is fearless, and this is probably because of his recklessness. Although upon closer inspection, she realized that he was actually trembling with fear. The girl suggests that it is hope that makes them fight and not give up. The squad leaders were scared. The monsters were surrounding them. They knew it wouldn't be easy. However, among them there is a man who can easily deal with all these monsters. Jae Hwan has his weapon ready and is ready to show who is the strongest here. A monster approaches him from the side, but compared to the main monster, this one is not at all scary. The protagonist doesn't even use a weapon. He grabs the dead man by the neck with his bare hands without hesitation. And then he clenches his hand into a fist and leaves this creature without a head. It looks very threatening. Their leader seems to be unhappy that a normal human can deal with these creatures so easily. And because of this, he destroys the buildings in the territory of the Chaos Fortress. The fortress will be seriously damaged by this invasion. The fortress's caretaker warned the creature not to destroy the buildings so carelessly. However, huge boulders fly straight at him, and the guy manages to retreat and escape. He stopped and tried to approach the monster again to destroy it once and for all. But this creature does not allow this to happen and stretching out its bony paw tries to catch him. Huang steps back again and assesses the situation and the creature's behavior to see how to deal with it. He had already noticed some pattern in his movements and understood his tactics a little. The monster destroys objects when the fortress guards approach it, which is a bit annoying, and if Huang increases the distance, the monster will take advantage of this moment and attack. He opens his huge mouth wide and releases a deadly beam from it. The main character decided not to block the blow, but decided to retreat, since he was not ready for it. As a result, the monster hits the wall and destroys it, and the stones fly in different directions again. The monster does not wait long and prepares to strike again, but this time it wants to hit the boy. The protagonist looks at the monster with contempt. Now he knows exactly what kind of creature it is. And he goes on the offensive without hesitation or fear. He simply has no time to be afraid or hesitate. This time he does not dodge, but stands boldly and is ready to repel a powerful blow. Divine Dr. Young Ho also wields a sword he will not hide or sit idly by. Although looking at the way his body is trembling, one can understand that he is experiencing great fear. He had seen this before and been on a similar battlefield, although he did not want to remember it. The old man thinks with horror that an ordinary person is truly unable to do anything in the face of real despair. And suddenly, in this complete, all-consuming darkness, the man saw a bright light, like flashes of warmth and goodness. He remembered the words of their previous leader, who said that people here needed hope. The protagonist has thrown the creature off the tower and is still standing there, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Jae Hwan resolutely plunges his powerful sword into the body of this monstrous creature and puts an end to its existence. People in this place need an all-consuming hope that nothing and no one can break. Life in this place is very difficult for people who cannot come to terms with the loss of their past, so hope is the only thing that makes them continue to live. There was a lot of dust and rocks flying around, and in addition to that, a bright yellow light was visible. This created such a powerful wave that the fighters could hardly stay on their feet. Young-ho looks on in surprise. He can't believe his eyes. He's surprised that this actually happened. Through the thick fog, the man notices the faint silhouette of a monster with a sword in its chest. This is the final victory over him. This monster will not have to fight for long with the fortress overseer. The old man froze in surprise. He saw Huang and clearly understood that this guy had just achieved success. The main character is happy. This is his victory. And now he has definitely won the hearts of all the inhabitants of the Gorgon fortress. The divine doctor screams in shock. Who is this guy doing such things? But he noticed that there was more than one monster attacking him from behind. These monsters were everywhere, and were not going to stop. The leader of the South Sea Squad is very concerned about the condition of his leader and friend, so he shouts to warn them. Chung-ho saw all this, and realized with horror that the fortress guard was in great danger. Since he destroyed their leader, all these Traryuks will now attack him. Although the monsters are already very close to the young man, he does not look scared or panicked. On the contrary, Huang is very confident and tells these creatures to get out of his way. The protagonist, with one sharp movement, pulled his weapon out of the body of the monster he had destroyed. Now the boy points his sword at his enemies and is ready to brutally destroy them all. His eyes are burning and his sword is glowing. He is not going to think long or wait to assess the situation. There is no time to think at all. There is only one option to destroy all this evil. He uses his most powerful attack. Young-ho is extremely surprised that this guy has such strength. It's something incredible. Everyone does not understand much, but what they see amazes them. It is hard to believe that a person can have such power. There was a strong blow. Part of the fortress wall collapsed, but many monsters still remained. They continue to attack, and the residents are scared of everything that is happening here. The warriors look around in surprise and now understand how strong their overseer is. The warriors thought it was a bit careless, but Young-ho noted that he made the decision to protect this carefree creature. Everyone must have been impressed by Huang's strength, so they also agreed to carry out the mission of the divine physician. They are all ready to fight to the end with such a strong leader. Now they have no drop of hopelessness or despair. But they bravely enter the battle and defeat a much stronger and larger enemy. Even those who initially did not believe in Huang's strength and power join them. Now no one doubts their victory. They have hope. And now it helps them fight. The main character seems to have raised his fighting spirit. Everyone gives it their all and bravely destroys these terrible monsters that attacked them. Now these creatures have no chance to win because this team will not let them. They may seem to be full of strength and energy and can fight at this pace for a long time, but these creatures don't seem to be going away. You'd think it would last a long time. The Lightning King is doing everything he can and everything in his power to put an end to this undead. He uses his energy to destroy one monster after another, just like his friends, doing everything in his power. The guy dealt with the monster. He did a great job and he was happy about it, but not for long. The young man looked at his Fire King and realized that they were all a little tired. And these terrible creatures are getting closer and closer, and it seems that there are no fewer of them. The Fire King noticed that his movements began to slow down due to fatigue. At this rate, he would soon completely lose control of the situation, and it seemed like someone had noticed. The monster was already approaching the boy, but at that moment someone threw a stone at him. It's a girl. She did it to distract the monster and prevent it from destroying the warrior. It seems her plan worked. The creature was distracted enough to understand what happened, and when she saw the girl, she quickly went to her to take revenge on her for what she had done. The monster is already very close to the poor girl, and it seems that now she cannot escape and this is the end. But it seems that was the plan, and she screams wildly, loudly, and with tears in her eyes that now is the time to begin. And the next moment, Silver chains suddenly appear, quickly surrounding this monster. They completely entangle the monster and do not allow it to escape, which apparently means the end of it. Carlton was good at this ability, and he came to the rescue because the fortress needed him. But it was not only he who came. Other powerful inhabitants of the Gorgon fortress also appeared. The Fire King liked this very much, because fighting with support is much more enjoyable. He easily, and even with a smile, destroyed the creature, which was already bound by magical chains. After this monster has no chance to survive. He is pierced from all sides. Despite being very tired, everyone does not give up their positions and continues to fight. And also the overseer of the Gorgon fortress, who bravely fights off the invasion of monsters that destroy everything in their path. Jae-hwan hasn't shown his full strength and power yet. He still has a few aces up his sleeve. The guy uses his legendary sword and is ready to deliver a powerful blow. He thrusts the weapon into the ground with all his might, and a blue light appears around him. It spreads throughout the entire territory of the Gorgon fortress and destroys all evil spirits. It's all over. 10 days have passed since the disaster that seemed to never end. After the great deceased Magritte and his company visited here, the city turned into ruins. I wonder what the biggest changes could be in chaos after everything that has happened. The guy was told that life has become better, but he doesn't understand what he's talking about, so he asks for clarification. 6 out of 10 hunting leaders have moved to the home, so there are more resources and horned monsters, which has increased the economy. Although Naven looked around, he felt that the situation here was not so good. He sees a completely destroyed city and thinks that the situation still looks pretty dire. But on closer inspection, he noticed that the population looked quite friendly. Blacksmith Michael Gernard noted that the guy thought the situation was dire precisely because he couldn't see the path of the wave. Then the black sea of monsters that were approaching and destroying everything around seemed to dissolve with one swing of the sword. And all who were with him at that time, as if enchanted, rushed to fight the monsters with great enthusiasm. Although the blacksmith noted that the only thing the fool could say was that life in Gorgon's fortress had gotten better. This guy simply wrote that after a huge tragedy happened, people can still live in chaos. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and this sound terribly frightened and surprised the young man. However, Koval tries to calm him down and explains that this has been happening here quite often lately, and he shouldn't worry about it. The journalist believed that such an explosion could only occur when a high-level adapter collided with soul energy. Then he looked at the tall building and remembered that from now on, the leaders of the 6 squads were here. The journalist comes to the conclusion that there is a war between clans, and Koval notes that this can be said. Suddenly, a loud sound is heard again, and a real explosion is seen in the fortress, which looks quite frightening. They both look up and see who the blow was aimed at. 5 people, along with their weapons, were thrown into the air, and now they are falling helplessly. Some of the strongest squad leaders are defeated and simply thrown out of the tower. It seems they are not as strong as they thought. The blacksmith watches this very casually and habitually, as if it were happening suddenly. And the main character sits in the fortress and notices that these people have a difficult path ahead. Meanwhile, there is unrest in the Manticore fortress. It seems that bad news has reached them. The commander of the detachment that captured the fortress cannot believe what he just heard. He was told that the great late Magritte, who had gone into chaos, had been completely destroyed. This guy is getting angrier and angrier. He knows very well that this monster is not so easy to defeat. This monster is located on level 9 in the Great Lands, and can only be defeated by a very strong opponent. It could have been a general or someone even higher up, and he doesn't understand how they managed to destroy one of House's 3 unique dead men. Therefore, the guy orders his subordinates to immediately find out everything and report to him. He is 100% sure that this is impossible, so he thinks that this is some kind of mistake. 4 days later, news of the destruction of the Eastern Forbidden Paradise detachment at Gorgon's fortress spread throughout chaos. Meanwhile, completely different events are taking place in the Gorgon fortress. The main character notices that his subordinates are very weak. He looks closely at the leaders of the squad and asks what they have been doing all these centuries. The Lightning King is disappointed to think that this guy is completely unbeatable. Suddenly, he turns to Yun, and the guy immediately replies that he is ready to listen. The protagonist notices that this guy has nothing but fast legs. Kang Hwan explained that he was strong but very slow, and Jaegyul Myung thought for too long. Divine Lady is very fast, has excellent reaction but very poor endurance. The guy explained to Cayman that he was the best here, had perfect command of the basics of combat, and had no particular weaknesses, but at the same time, he had no advantages either. Jae-hwan comes to the conclusion that they all have one problem in common. They somehow managed to achieve success without putting in much effort. Young-ho noticed that the warden had no mercy for the youth, and the protagonist was irritated that these old people had also achieved nothing, considering that they had already lived for over 1,000 years. 900 years ago, the 10 squad leaders were level 7 or higher. The Sky Dragon squad leader was level 9, and Mularka was stronger than all of them combined. The expedition turned out to be difficult, even for such strong leaders. The depths are a serious test. During the battle with the Eastern Squad of Forbidden Paradise, half of them found themselves on the verge of death. The main character noted that they didn't even attack their base, that is, Manticore. They barely managed to deal with one squad, so it is unclear how they will now be able to go on an expedition. Jae-hwan decided that from today onwards they would all undergo special training. Yagelman knows well how much work it takes to move from one level to another, so this news surprises him greatly. He explains to the manager that all the managers here are transitioners, and moving to a higher level is not so easy, and it usually takes a person at least 10 years to reach at least the first level. Then it takes 20 years to reach the second level, 40 years to reach the third level, and to go from the third to the fourth level takes a full 80 years. This is why anyone above level 4 is called a high-level adapter. Most people won't even live to that point. Hwang wonders what the leader means, and Jaegil-myung asks if the warden wants to awaken them. Everyone present was very surprised by such a request, because it is not so easy to do. The man explained that, as far as he knew, awakened ones do not accumulate power, but are able to move to the next level through sudden enlightenment. Jae-hwan is going to do just that, but only if they are willing to leave their homeland. The bosses can't believe their boss actually came up with something like this. It's so brave. Chung-ho decided to intervene and explain. He noted that in order to achieve full awakening, one must go through 3 stages, and he added that at one of these stages, they will have to destroy their own world. Anyone who can do this will destroy their world and learn its true nature. Hwang understands that the old man is talking about his questionable skill. The Divine Lady explained that they were talking about giving up status, which is an advantage in this world. The leader of the Lightning God's squad finally understood what they meant, and the girl was surprised at how this guy with such meager knowledge managed to occupy such a high position. However, he explained that despite everything, they are also absolute adapters, people who have a strong connection to the skills and the system. They can be 10 times stronger and 100 times faster than normal adapters. They are a minority that has received the blessing of the system. The 12 monarchs are also part of this minority. The Fire King called the boy a fool and remarked that everyone here was a real adaptable person. Instead, Kamen, the leader of the South Sea detachment, noted with great sadness that he was not part of that minority. But he added that he was willing to give up any skills if it would help him become stronger, and he felt nothing but hatred towards monarchs. The girl asked in surprise if he understood what he was talking about, since he was being asked to give up everything he had worked so hard for. She added that this may not be the end yet, and that everyone seems to have completely forgotten about the Great Disappearance. The main character doesn't understand what he's talking about, so the girl explains that it all started with the appearance of a fracture. 700 years ago, they began to appear on the mainland, fought with farmers, and a terrorist group known as the Rift was brutally killed by the monarchs of the 4 cardinal directions. The monarchs struck back, declaring that anyone who wished to awaken must travel to the Forgotten Lands and renounce the world. Then, in the Forgotten Lands, thousands of adapters of different levels gathered, but almost no one knows what happened that day. If you believe all the gossip that came out after all this, they simply ceased to exist. Of those who returned, only a small part remained. They said that they had awakened, but it turned out that they were only in the first stage of awakening. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and wondered what happened to these people. The girl didn't want to say it, but the truth was that the children were nowhere to be found, so she explained that they had all committed suicide. Due to the severe shock they had to endure, some of them went crazy and some lost their memory. Everyone had different symptoms, but they had one thing in common. They couldn't figure out who it really was. The caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress wants to clarify everything now so that unnecessary misunderstandings do not arise. Firstly, he has nothing to do with the breakup. but he understands perfectly well why he might be suspected of something. Secondly, he knows that awakening can be dangerous, so he is only willing to accept those who want to awaken themselves. The girl asked what would happen to those who refused, and Huang explained that he would still help them become stronger. He had to help them increase their adaptation level. But the Divine Lady reminded her that the leader of the scientist squad said that it was impossible to level up in a week. The protagonist is not too bothered by this. He notes that he will solve this problem and invites them to follow him. They left the fortress and walked outside, following their leader, not knowing what to expect. They came to a very strange purple tower that the workers on the mountain were still finishing building. Here they meet the blacksmith Michael Garnard, who looks very stern and even a little threatening. The man greets the boss, who immediately asks if he can activate the tower now. While they were talking, the Lightning King came closer and realized that the structure was made of horns. The blacksmith agreed to activate the tower, and the building immediately seemed to light up from within. The guy was frightened by the surprise and hastened to warn everyone that he had done nothing. The leaders received a message from the system asking if they were ready to take on the Tower of Terror's challenge. Jong Ho looked at the message in surprise and couldn't believe that he was seeing the Tower of Terror again, and in chaos at that. They immediately moved to the center, and the Tower of Horrors greeted the Seize the Moment squad. Now they are all here, and Jung Ho is surprised that someone managed to create such a tower, and Kamen is very impressed with its appearance. Yagelman is excited because he is not here to gain power, but to do without it. But the lightning god is very happy to be here. Huang explained that now all their training would take place here. In this place, time flows 100 times slower than outside. That is, 1 day outside is equal to 100 days here. This means that 1 week outdoors is equal to about 700 days here, so they have about 2 years to prepare, but the rate of soul destruction is inversely proportional. Therefore, as soon as the destruction of the soul exceeds the 80% mark, an automatic disconnection from the system occurs. But he added that the monster's horns would always be there, so you wouldn't have to worry about your soul being destroyed. The boy looked at the overseer in surprise and admitted that he thought he was heartless. Now the main character wants to divide everyone into those who want to wake up and those who don't. Those who want to awaken should stand on his right, and those who only want to level up should stand on his left. But it seems that only Kamen has made a clear decision so far. Their training began. The Divine Lady attacks, but the Lightning God is very fast, so he manages to dodge the attack. The boy finds comfort in the fact that no one can catch up with him or hurt him, no matter how strong he is. But suddenly, he receives a strong fire blow, and his words no longer sound so convincing. But still, his speed helps him navigate and instantly avoid attacks. This fire was sent by the leader of the Fire King clan. It seems they have no rules for one-on-one combat. The man ironically states that speed is not so important, but destructive power is much more important. Yagelman looked at them and noticed that they all looked unhappy. He added that this was why they were not getting stronger, but no one liked these words. So now the 3 of them are attacking one arrogant guy. They won't let themselves be treated like that. These battles are closely and strictly observed by the leader of the Infinity Squad, Shin Mu-hyuk. As expected, Kamen was the only one who expressed a desire to undergo awakening. This guy was extremely confident in his decision, and despite the difficulties that awaited him, he did not change his decision. The girl is interested in how they will increase their level, because for adapters of such a high level it is not so easy. To do this, you need to achieve a certain level of knowledge or master new specialized skills to improve your qualifications. However, Jae Hwan seemed very confident in his decisions and noted that they would be easy to implement. However, the girl insists that finding a book of the highest quality is not so easy. And then she asks if he's really going to steal her from the big clan's basement. She remembers that the lightning god already stole from them. The protagonist explained that they didn't necessarily need a book. They just needed a good teacher. The Divine Lady suggested that the matron would teach them, but the boy refused. But she doesn't understand who can teach them then. But then she seems to understand what Jae Hwan means. The boy noticed the girl's confused look and smiled slightly, declaring that they would become teachers for each other. Shin Mu-hyuk thought that this was something new. The squad leaders were very proud, so they themselves would never have thought of this. Now they compete with each other for the title of the strongest. Each of them, without a doubt, considers himself the strongest and, of course, wants to prove it. The squad leaders shout that someone is stronger than the other and compete with each other. On the other hand, Jaegal Man is shocked by such competitions and considers the squad leaders to be short-sighted idiots. Shin Moo-hyuk watches this and believes that everything may well go according to the prison warden's plan. Then he wondered how Cayman was doing on the second floor, whether he was coping with his tests. He trains hard and repeats the same movement for what seems like an eternity. He had already lost count of how many times he repeated the same thing, but the guy did not calm down, but stubbornly continued. Jae-hwan watches him and orders him to speed up, and the young man tries hard to do so. And then he asks if it will help him become stronger, but his coach doesn't want to hear such questions. He explained that the guy should have already felt and understood everything himself. He just needed to listen to himself. Hwang asks if he's having a hard time because he hasn't fought other adapters, but Cayman knows that he's much weaker than the others and doesn't have much talent. Hwang explained that the guy is different from the others because his perseverance and constant work on himself made him one of the strongest, and his strength of spirit helped him not to lose himself. It is not talent, but strength of spirit that leads to awakening. Cayman doubts that he will succeed, but the warden believes in him. The protagonist repeated his words and noted that he wanted the young man to trust him. The guy was not very confident in himself and his abilities. He always considered himself worse than others. However, the coach's words instilled in him confidence in himself, and he believed that he could achieve anything. Now the fighter works on his movements with even greater persistence and achieves success. Meanwhile, outside, the night is quiet and calm, the sky is cloudless and starry, and the moon brightly illuminates everything around. A dark-haired girl drinks alcohol from a bottle and enjoys the taste. She sits all alone on the roof of the house and drinks what is in her bottle over and over again. She is surprised that the Tower of Terror was created by man to seize the moment, and believes that people are naive to think they can change anything even though several centuries have passed. But now it seems that she is addressing someone is approaching the girl, but she is not afraid at all. In the shadows, the divine Dr. Young-ho stands motionless, watching this girl intently. He doesn't seem very happy to see her and asks what Sol-ha is up to and what tricks she is using. The girl greeted him as an old friend and asked why he was speaking to her so rudely, and invited her husband to come back since everyone was waiting for him there. However, the man noted that he had said more than once that he would not return because he did not want to be with such inhuman idiots. Young-ho explained that they were fighting for humanity, but the girl noted that her friends were the only ones who did it sincerely. Sol-ha started talking about the breakup, but the old man interrupted her and pointed out that they were using people for their own selfish purposes. He explained that the break ended after the Great Disappearance, and they all became just a pathetic bunch of people who had lost all meaning in life. But all these words made the girl very happy, and she laughed loudly and joyfully. She leaned closer to Young-ho and apologized for losing her temper, and noted that she was very surprised by his words. She leaned even closer and said it was because he was also involved in the Great Disappearance. But the man sadly noted that this was far from the truth, and the girl added that everything turned out to be different from what he thought. But instead of doing something about the Great Disappearance, he remained on the sidelines. Sol-ha is still grateful to him for this, because if it weren't for him, she would be a completely different person now. The girl said that there are people in the rift who are still trying to awaken using the Chung-ho method. They have no talent at all. They just raise swords against each other hundreds of times. She pours the drink into a glass and repeats that they raise their swords hundreds and thousands of times. These people kill each other over and over again, and only a small portion of them can survive and take up arms again. They stop perceiving life and death and overcome human existence, thereby opening their eyes to what this world really is. Thus they receive the first key to awakening. This key is destruction. But the old man gets angry, turns around and notices that it is the wrong key, and they are going in the wrong direction from the very beginning. The girl looked at him calmly and was skeptical about his words, because he was not yet fully awake and did not know it. Young-ho created his white world around them, and Sol-ha saw that it had not changed at all. She explained that he was afraid of losing his humanity, so he could not draw anything in his universal world, which he created with great difficulty. But the girl added that she filled her unique world exactly the way she wanted. She also became the captain of the second squad of the Rift, and wants to show her old friend her world. Sol-ha seemed to have broken through the old white world with her chains and immediately created her own. Young-ho watches in surprise and explains that he heard that she became a captain. But he doesn't know something, so he asks if she has reached the third level of awakening. The girl smiled carefreely and noted that she would not just be on the third level. Suddenly, the divine doctor finds himself in a red puddle and cannot believe his eyes. The girl mocks his confusion and asks how he can see such things and if he knows what they are. And then, without waiting for Young-ho's answer, she herself answers that it is the day of the great disappearance. Sol-ha wonders what he feels when he looks at his creation, this red sea filled with bodies. She looked at her husband and said that nothing would change in chaos, and that she believed that Jung-ho thought the same. This world will not change. Everything will be as it always was, and it is useless to hope for anything different. So she smiled and kindly invited her husband to come back to them in a breakup. However, he noted that everything will change, and then repeated once again that the world will definitely change. This time everything will be different and everything will really change. He is absolutely sure of it. His interlocutor cannot believe that he still believes this, and remarks that Huang has had a huge influence on him. But she is sure that they will not succeed, just like 900 years ago in chaos, and 700 years ago in the Great Lands, and just like when he abandoned them and fled. The girl turns around and leaves, but the last thing she says is that they can do whatever they want, but the break will consist of watching them. The first stage of awakening manifests itself in doubt about this world. The boy is on the way to it. The second stage of awakening manifests itself in understanding the world that has caused doubt. The third stage manifests itself in forgetting your former self. This is not so easy, and as a result, you can completely lose yourself. The guy is in a deep decline of his knowledge and seems to have lost control of the situation. The main character tries to attract his attention and bring the poor guy to consciousness. He strikes close to Cayman to awaken him and set him on the right path. His plan worked. The guy came to his senses and can now continue to work on himself. His teacher slowly approaches from the fog and explains that he doesn't want to see him in such a pathetic way. Jae Hwan raised his sword and declared that his student must fight to the death, and his weapon was so close to the boy that he could have died at that moment. Cayman is surprised by such a sudden attack and is not sure he can do it. A very strange thing happens, as if the drops escaping from this space are protecting the young man. He can't convince himself that defeating the warden seems like a fantasy. After all, he doesn't even realize how strong his opponent is. Cayman is definitely weaker than him, so there's no point in even trying. But Cayman believes that it is worth starting from a completely different place, to find out whether the guy has become at least a little stronger. In the situation he is in now, it is very difficult for him to control his body and mind. So Huang tries to help him and asks him to forget about the limits this world puts him in. The Cayman seemed to have awakened from a long and deep sleep. He finally came to his senses. The third stage of awakening begins for him. The guy overcomes a difficult path and reaches the finish line. He grips his weapon tightly and feels the power rolling over him like waves in the sea. The third stage of awakening involves forgetting the old self, and Cayman had reached this point. He looked at the sudden surge of power and did not expect such a result. His strength is equal to the waves of the sea. He is Cayman, the king of the South Sea. The next moment the waves died down. The boy dropped to his knees and leaned on his weapon, and heavy drops of water fell to the ground. The main character greeted him. The guy raised his head in surprise from such words. Jae Hwan came closer, extended his hand to help him up, and noticed that Cayman had reached the third stage. He incredulously asks if he has really become stronger, and his teacher explains that he is now much stronger. But the fortress warden is also in the third stage of awakening. The boy doesn't think he can catch up with him no matter how many restrictions he overcomes. There is a meeting of the three fortresses in the office, and some of them say that the expedition plans are very shaky, and they are not sure that the overseer is a good candidate for the role of leader. Organizing a hike through the Gorgon fortress is a violation of the rules of the four fortresses, but others point out that these rules have existed for a long time, and there is no point in following them now. The lightning god noticed that the humans had been sitting idle before they organized the expedition into the depths, and now their judgment seemed very unfair. Jurgen tries to calm everyone down and explain that the topic of the meeting is different, and they gathered here to discuss what happened to the Forbidden Paradise squad, but everyone wants to continue discussing the expedition. The master of Garuda Fortress, the cold-blooded golden monarch Gal Huidon, took the floor. He wanted the captain of the expedition to be chosen after an honest assessment of each candidate. The mistress of Dryad Keep, Aisha Lincroft, believes there is some truth to his words. and people began to ask where the owner of the Gorgon fortress had gone, because he should have been informed about this meeting. They received the news of this meeting when the warden left his place, and before they could even report the refusal, they received the news of the dispatch of the Garuda ambassador. By this time, the adaptation group had already returned, and the leader of the awakened group was still on the way, so now they were sitting without the person who was supposed to have the final say. Gal Huidong noted that they could trust a guy who was just over 50 years old and wanted him to become the squad captain. This man finds it absurd. He does not understand how the house can be handed over to this little girl. But these words did not go unnoticed by the leaders of the squads, and the owner of the Garuda fortress was surprised by what happened. The Lightning King quickly ran up to the man and prepared to protect Jae Hwan. He would not allow such insults. He put a gun to his neck and claims he is who he says he is when he does it. People look around and don't know what to do. They don't understand what's going on. The Fire King also stood up and stated that if they were planning to change the squad captain, they would have to deal with them first. Because no one has the right to change the captain, and they will stand by him like a mountain. They gathered in the arena to sort out their relationship and understand who is stronger. Gal Huidong seems to mock the boy and remarks that the lightning god is very determined. Instead, the guy in turn asks his opponent if he is afraid of losing. The master of the Garuda fortress smiled and generously allowed the boy to strike the first blow. The Lightning King runs around his opponent and adds that he was going to do it without his permission. The guy is confident in his abilities. He trained for a long time and spent a lot of time in the Tower of Terror. And now he can boldly confront such strong opponents as the master of the Garuda fortress. While Lightning Boy performs his maneuvers, his opponent simply stands and watches, doing nothing. He just smiles and remarks that this guy is pretty fast, but seems to underestimate his opponent. Suddenly, the young man disappeared completely from sight. He did all this not just for fun, but to lull his opponent's vigilance. Now the Lightning King towers over the overconfident Gal Huidong and is ready to strike his first blow. Now this man saw that the leader of the Lightning King's squad was not as simple as he thought. The guy with lightning speed and strength attacks the man. The master of Garuda Fortress has adaptation level 8, so he easily blocked this attack. Now the man realized that the boy had the 7th level of adaptation. He was surprised and did not understand when the boy managed to achieve it. But the Lightning King does not comment on his opponent's words and continues to do his job. Gal Huidong assessed the boy's abilities and admitted that his opponent was stronger than he expected. But the owner of the Garuda Fortress is confident in his strength and does not want to play with this young man anymore. He stated that no matter how hard the guy tried, he still wouldn't be able to win, even at level 7. This man wants to put an end to their fight and show who is the boss here, so he uses the Golden Meteor Chakram. Many dangerous golden discs are heading towards the Lightning King. They are very fast and sharp. The poor guy couldn't avoid it, and now these circles hurt him and leave cuts. His friends are scared, they watch this fight and are very worried about the Lightning King. The guy tries to dodge, but he's already injured, and Gal Huidong notices that the guy didn't do that bad. But he added that he considered it a victory because it was obvious to everyone that this guy had already lost. However, the young man is not going to give up so easily. He is still standing on his feet and assures that this is not all, and the fight is not over yet. The guy thinks that this person is afraid. That's why he says such nonsense and wants to show his opponent something interesting. The owner of the fortress does not seem to be very pleased with his decision and considers him too persistent. The boy used his lightning speed, and the man noticed that it was very predictable and thought that he had nothing but speed. But the Lightning King surprised him and used the skill Fire King's 18 Strikes. The golden meteorite chakram flying towards him instantly caught fire, and the discs no longer posed a threat. The man's jaw dropped. He was very surprised that the guy used the Fire King's skill. And then the guy used the skill 8 Invisible Traps. The time spent in the Tower of Horrors was not in vain. Gal Huidong knows very well that the leader of the scientist squad has this skill, and the fact that another leader does the same thing surprises him greatly. He is angry and does not understand how they can teach each other their skills. Have they completely lost their pride? However, the Lightning King does not understand why they need pride, because it only gets in the way. The squad leader quickly approaches the enemy and holds 2 sharp daggers in his hands. He managed to catch this arrogant man off guard and wound him. It seems that this master of the fortress is not as strong as he says. The boy looked at the man with fear and wondered if he had made him angry. That's right, Gal Huidong is angry because his pride was hurt and now he wants to show his true strength. Now the young man is scared. He is not sure if he can stand it. A huge and very dangerous golden disc is approaching him. He has seen such before, but they were much smaller. Everyone who was in the stands is trying to get out as quickly as possible to save themselves. Even the squad leaders and Jurgen don't try to stop him, but run along with everyone else, although the commander of the Infinity Squad remains. And the owner of the fortress is very strict and angry. He wants to finally put an end to this. A giant golden disc rolls across the arena, mercilessly destroying everything in its path. The disc rotates non-stop. It is a terrible and powerful weapon that no one dares to stop. Gal Huidong used the skill Golden Sea Jug. It's a terrible cycle. Besides spinning, it also picks up rocks and throws them in all directions. Aisha Lincroft can't believe this man is capable of such a thing, and is ready to use the most powerful weapon he has. The master of the fortress stands in the center, not knowing where the lightning god has gone, and arrogantly states that it will be interesting to see if he can escape. Everyone is actively watching their fight. The leader of the team of scientists cannot take his eyes off his friend. He is worried about the guy. However, the young man easily broke through this crazy storm and attacked his opponent. He is ready to deliver the decisive blow and put an end to this senseless duel. The lightning god declared that the fortress master had fought well and used Shinmun Hyuk's skill, Cloud Dragon Heavenly Sword series, against him. This blow destroyed the entire golden tornado of Gal Huidong that was circling around the entire arena. He didn't expect it, but the young man quickly approached and his blade ended up at the enemy's forehead. Shinmun Hyuk runs up and asks the god of lightning to stop, because it is already clear who has won here. He turns to the master of the Garuda fortress and asks if he thinks this battle is over. The man realized that the owner of the fortress was going to use the horned monster Garuda against the boy. But this weapon was created for the destruction of the dead, not for use in combat. He admitted that he had lost and noted that the lightning god had fought desperately and was very strong. Shin Moon Hyuk announced that Gal Huadong had lost to the god of lightning and asked who wanted to fight him now. He invites Aisha Lincroft to try to measure her strength and engage in a duel with him. However, she did not answer, so the man asked if there was anyone else willing to fight. Suddenly, the divine lady takes the side of those who want to change the leader of the squad in the depths. The squad leaders are very surprised and ask the girl what she is doing, but she looks very calm. Instead, she quietly and calmly noted that she had suddenly decided to cross to the other side. The men ask very emotionally what she is planning and why the leader of the clan of divine women is doing this. But I would like her to notice something much earlier than others, and understand that now the situation will change. And she briefly explained that, in her opinion, this team has a much better chance of winning. A gray-haired man enters the arena and loudly declares that he wants to fight him. Everyone turned around and watched carefully as the man approached them from the dark corridor. This is the Golden Monarch of the Jade Mask, Bang Chonggil, Adaptation Level 9, greeting them and noting that they haven't seen each other in a long time. Jurgen does not understand what the monarch is doing here and assumes that he was the real organizer of the meeting of the three fortresses. Shinmun Hyuk knows full well that this man is an enemy of chaos, as he stole the tree fruits from them and killed many souls 900 years ago, and aggressively asks how he dared to come here. But with a calm and kind expression, he asks Moon Hyuk to stop acting like this and join them because the Steel Monarch is waiting for him. However, the fact that this man served the Steel Monarch made him very angry. The Steel Monarch lives in the 5th region of Murim and has strong martial arts skills. It's all over with He-Ai too, and the leader of the Infinity Squad is shocked that he accepted such a scoundrel as Panjong-il into his ranks. The guest asked why he held grudges from the past and noted that He-Yi forgave him quite easily. And she encourages him not to be so heartless, because they have been through a lot together. But these words do not calm him down at all. On the contrary, he does not understand how this man dares to say such things if he betrayed Murim. The man attacks him with a sword, but unlike his opponent, the monarch uses his hand. But he defends himself from attacks with his bare hands, and does it quite successfully. It seems that he is quite strong. This is their first meeting in 900 years, and Panchinol believes his opponent is too cruel. Shinmun Hyuk looks at the man sternly, and it is clear from his gaze that he is not going to give up and will continue to fight. He asks when he contacted Dryad, Garuda, and even the group of priests. But the monarch pretends not to understand what he is talking about, and adds that he is simply giving advice so that they can make the right decision. He believes that the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress and several others are living a dream that will never come true. Then he smiles slyly and thinks that these people will never succeed and says completely without any sympathy that he is sorry. However, His opponent is firmly convinced that they will succeed, especially if no one interferes with them. There is almost no one in the stands. It is very strange that so few people are watching them. In fact, there is one very attentive spectator there. She is interested in what they are talking about and how this fight will end. The leader of the Infinity Squad shouts at her and asks that the mistress of the Dryad Fortress not succumb to their influence. But she is no longer alone. A man is slowly and confidently approaching the woman. He emerges from the shadows and assures the mistress of the fortress that she is now making the right choice. She looks back and immediately recognizes him as the Steel Monarch's envoy, He-Yon. The man convinces that the overseer of the Gorgon Fortress is more dangerous than the leader of the Forbidden Squad. The main reason he is dangerous is that he is trying to unite chaos through an expedition into the depths. The monarch perceives this young man as a threat. He can destroy the entire system. He wants to change chaos, and whenever there is a threat, there is hope. This leads to people taking action and sooner or later falling into despair. The man convinces them that they need to get rid of Jae-Hwan, or else there will be more bloodshed. And since this woman is 970 years old, she remembers and knows well what happened in the past, and in no case does she want this tragedy to be repeated. He believes that this is why the mistress of the fortress should join them, and in a week a meeting of the three fortresses will take place in the Gorgon Fortress. However, the woman doubts whether she's making the right decision. Perhaps she should not be so categorical. Meanwhile, the fight in the arena continues, although the monarch suggests stopping it. But he asks if this man himself does not understand that he will never be able to defeat the monarch. Shin Moon. Hyuk still doesn't give up and continues to fight using the skill Holy Sword. The blade passed very close to the opponent's head, and he was even a little surprised. The man uses all his strength to get rid of the rival who irritates him so much. But suddenly the hand of the monarch stands in the way of his sword, and he notices that the difference in strength between the degrees of adaptation is great. And especially if it is the difference between the 8th and 9th degree of adaptation, the difference is of great importance. Moon Hyuk hoped that he could at least injure his opponent, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to. He took the man by both hands and said that he first needed to reach the 9th degree. It seemed like Ban Chenol had easily pushed away the leader of the Infinity Squad with one hand. However, he added that anyone who does not hold the title of monarch will not be able to leave even a scratch on it. The power that this man used spread throughout the arena and affected more than just him. The Divine Lady had never seen anyone with such great power. It only took him one hit to defeat Moon Hyuk, even though he is the Golden Monarch ruling the 12th region and not even a Great Monarch. Below the Great Monarch are Lieutenant and Major, but he does not have this rank either. He is the lowest in the rank of Brigadier. The girl cannot believe that they are forming a team to go deep into the country against such powerful monarchs, and believes that they will not be able to win. The monarch also reiterates that they need to give up these stupid thoughts because they will never succeed. The monarch asks if what they have achieved now is not enough for them, since in the midst of chaos they have quite a good status. However, he added that they should not even try to reach heights that they cannot reach with their hands. The poor fellow, who seemed to have been completely defeated after the last blow. However, the hope in his heart did not die. He is firmly convinced that all this was not in vain. But unexpectedly for his opponent, he carries out another attack on him, simultaneously convincing him of their uselessness. The monarch asks what this man is doing. Is he really going to continue fighting? The group's leader claims that 900 years ago, this man was defeated by the resurrected court and stole their fruits. And they lost their friends and loved ones. Moon Hyuk will never forgive him for this. He will not forgive his opponent for what he had to go through then, and adds that times are changing. The squad leader raised his sword at him, but the monarch remarked that it was very sad that he had chosen his own death. Instead, Moon Hyuk doesn't listen to him and uses the powerful skill Holy Sword Riddle. The monarch was very surprised to see such a display of strength and power from his rival. The man doesn't wait and uses his next skill, Holy Destruction, ready to finish off the intruder. It is clear that he puts in a lot of effort for this and is ready to sacrifice it. Bang Jinyol raises his right hand and says that he is very sorry to do this, but it seems he has no choice. He uses the skill Bottomless Pit and many black rays come out from his palm. Moon Hyuk is very surprised. He didn't expect this at all. His opponent is really very strong. Instead, Monarch noted that this time, the leader of the Infinity Squad failed to reach the heavens. He couldn't do it 900 years ago, and he can't do it now. His face almost completely taken over by his opponents. Mr. Chinol had already grabbed his opponent tightly, and added that this man would not be able to change anything. His friends are shocked by how this quarrel ended and rush to help. And the monarch says that you better remove the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress for creating this stupid dream. Suddenly, someone from afar apologizes to Manhwa for being late, which surprises the monarch. He slowly draws his weapon and adds that Gorgon, the overseer of the fortress, will be a little late as he is very busy. Cayman took his place and with pride and confidence declared that he was ready to join the fight. Jurgen, holding the Lightning King in his hands, is outraged that Huang did not come, because what could be more important than being here? Because the expedition into the depths will soon fail, although it has not even begun yet. However, the guy reassures the Minister of Internal Affairs and notes that now everything will be under control. Then he calmly looked at Manhwa and asked compassionately if he was okay. No matter how much the man wants it, he asks the guy to give up because he is too strong an opponent, and it is not even worth starting with him. But the guy does not respond to such a request and explains that there is nothing to worry about. Cayman asks everyone to evacuate along with the fortress's residents, but the leader of the scientific team does not understand what he is talking about. But he notes that even Manhwa couldn't defeat him, and he believes that even if they join forces, they won't be able to win. But the boy approached the monarch and declared that he would fight him one-on-one. The head of the group of scientists is horrified and begs Cayman not to do this, because he himself has just seen how strong this man is. However, the guy does not pay attention to these words. He looks closely at his opponent and notices that they have not seen each other for a long time. Instead, his opponent tries to remember where he knows him from and when they met. And then he remembered that this was the same guy who couldn't join the previous expedition because his abilities were too weak. Cayman convinces the monarch that all this is in the past and that he has now changed a lot. The man remarks that if this guy is trying to stop him, he must really have gotten stronger. The young man pointed his sword at him and asked if he really wanted to see its power for himself. The monarch accepts the challenge and wants to see what this guy can do, and the fight begins. Cayman skillfully dodges the first blow and focuses completely on his opponent. However, they are not going to fight without their unique abilities, and Banchinol is ready to use them. The guy points his sword at him and is also ready to fight. He is confident in his strength. Their fight has begun. The Caymans will boldly begin the fight against such a strong monarch. But Banchinol didn't expect this. The boy turned out to be stronger than he could have imagined. And then the young man pounced on his overconfident opponent and threw him back with his strength. However, he still smiles and asks what skill it is because it looks really good. Cayman explains that it is weaker than a strong blow, but much stronger than a normal one. He didn't lose any confidence in himself, gripping the sword tightly and proudly declaring that it was a crushing blow. The leader of the South Sea team looks closely at his opponent and notes that he will have to try hard, because if he doesn't take this guy seriously, he could easily die at his hands. However, this man does not take his words seriously. He finds it difficult to believe that this young man is capable of such a thing. He asks if Cayman really thinks he can kill him because it sounds a bit ridiculous. And he added that this young man is just an ordinary weakling who is not capable of such things. He does not believe that such a thing can happen. And then the monarch used his power, and very strange and frightening black hands appeared around him. He shouts aggressively, "How could such a guy dare to threaten him? This is unacceptable." One of these terrible hands approached the poor fellow and attacked him, but he was not afraid. Cayman used his strength to block the blow and he succeeded. He is not as weak as people think. He threatens the attacker that his days are numbered and this will be his last fight. But Banchinol smiles happily in response to such threats, because he is a monarch, and this simple young man cannot do anything to him. He uses his power again and attacks the boy a second time, warning this arrogant young man to know his place. Cayman stands confident and ready to repel all these attacks. He has been training for a long time. The boy remembered how Jae Hwan congratulated him on reaching the 3rd level, but he couldn't believe that he had managed to become stronger in just 2 years. The teacher explained that time flowed completely differently on the 2nd floor than on the 1st floor, where everyone else trained, and asked if he really thought he could do 10 billion punches in just 2 years. The guy uses his skill World of Endless Ocean and repels all attacks with one blow. The monarch realized that Cayman had awakened, but he knew that only the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress had awakened. Meanwhile, the young man does not wait, but prepares to strike again to defeat his opponent. He points his sword at the monarch and uses powerful force to defeat him. Mr. Chinol noted that it was a very clever and unexpected move, as he initially underestimated his opponent. The boy released his power and potential, and created almost an entire sea with waves around himself. He is ready to finish off the enemy and focus all his strength on him. Cayman uses the skill Heavy Strike, and the entire wave of water is directed at the monarch. After the blow was struck, it became quiet, and only the sound of small raindrops falling from the sky could be heard. The awakened one thrust his sword into the ground and stopped to assess his opponent's condition. As a result of their fight, the arena received even more damage, and Bang Chenol is still standing. However, it is quite difficult for him. It seems that the guy has caused him serious harm. But the young man does not stop. He is ready to deliver his powerful blow again and finally finish off the monarch. Suddenly, the divine lady stands up for the monarch. She does not want things to end this way. Cayman is extremely surprised because she trained with them and was on their side. The girl fired many daggers at the boy to prevent him from completing his task. The young man confesses that the commandant of the fortress warned him that the divine lady almost betrayed them. Instead, she asks the leader of the Southern Sea Detachment to cease hostilities. She warns that in 2 years of training he will not be strong enough to defeat the monarch. The girl warns him not to think about the consequences of his actions. But Cayman has not trained for 2 years. The guy explains that he trained on the second floor much longer than on the first. He had been practicing his kick for 200 years, and now he gathered his strength and performed a spiral kick against Bang Chenol. His friends who were watching this were forced to take cover, as it was a powerful whirlwind. Jürgen stares with his mouth open and finds it hard to believe, because just recently this young man was much weaker. And now he has made a huge hole in the wall and defeated an extremely strong opponent. The leader of the Infinity Squad, who recently fought the monarch and failed to defeat him, is extremely surprised by Cayman's success. The keeper of the Gorgon fortress foresaw everything. He sent Cayman here because he knew that chaos would not rely on him alone, but would rise on its own. Local news reported that Cayman, the leader of the Southern Sea Detachment, had defeated the Lieutenant General of Region 5. Isa Lincroft reads the news. She is the only leader who has changed her mind. She explains to Cayman that she is here because he convinced her to come here. The woman warns that the lords are very dangerous, and asks if this boy really wants to fight them, to which the young man firmly replies that he does. Those from the Forbidden Paradise are nothing compared to those in the Ancestral Court. Although he managed to defeat the monarch Bang Chenol, he has the lowest rank of all, meaning he is the weakest. Isa warns that this means that in the future, he will have to face even stronger people. But the guy is ready for this. He explains that they escaped 900 years ago and it can't happen again. These words really surprised the woman. It seems she begins to believe in him more and more. He was an adaptable man who always doubted himself because he was not a Superman and did not have any strong abilities. This guy was always surrounded by his stepfather because he couldn't do anything or change the situation in any way. But now it has changed a lot, and it is difficult to recognize the Cayman that everyone knew before. Isa Lincroft believed in him if he was so sure of himself. She wanted to say something else, but the noise in the street prevented her. She became curious about what was going on there, so the woman went to the window and pulled back the curtain to look around. She saw a tower there and a lot of people around it. It seemed that almost all the inhabitants of the Gorgons had gathered there. The woman can't believe that there is a tower of horrors there. The guy wanted to tell her something else about the tower. However, Isa interrupted him and asked if he had undergone cultivation there, and if he had only become stronger there. Cayman explained that it may seem that way, but in reality, no one can become a product in this tower. This was because there was not a single cultivator in this tower, and this really shocked his young girlfriend. She can't believe that this guy became so strong thanks to this strange and completely unconventional tower. The guy comes to the window and wants to explain his opinion about this whole situation. With the fighting spirit of the common people rising, chaos can now stand firmly on its feet. She noticed that even ordinary people were trying to enter the tower despite their fear. They had dreamed about this for many years and finally got the chance and the opportunity to make a choice. 900 years ago, they lost such an important freedom for everyone, and it was a terrible event. But now it all may be for naught, unless ordinary people try to get it all back on their own. Isa Lincroft looked carefully at everything that was happening outside the window, and she began to understand something. She feels like Cayman is acting this way now because he wants to believe in himself again. And then she wonders where the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress is now, because he has not been seen for a long time. He sits with the divine physician by a lake surrounded by palm trees, and reflects that the meeting of the 3 leaders of the fortress is probably over. Young-ho wonders if the guy will get into trouble for not showing up for the meeting, but Hwang is confident that Kaiman has already sorted everything out. But he adds that the boy is stronger than the old man, but the old man does not agree, because he is much wiser than all of them. Jae-hwan noticed that Young-ho was also starting something and agreed, but he had some difficulties. The protagonist knows that this person has almost reached level 3, but he does not understand why the awakening has stopped. The old man explained that this was because he had chosen a different path, but the boy suggested that if Young-ho had woken up with a different word, his path would have changed too. These words greatly surprised the divine doctor, because he did not even imagine that Hwang knew about this. Jae-hwan noted that he knew they had different views on the world. The divine doctor looked at the boy and thought that he and everyone else from the break had awakened, having gone through the same stages. And the first stage of awakening was destruction. Its path was very cruel. After this, the old man remembers that the second stage was the stage of creation. It was not easy. Then man approaches the third and final stage, this self-denial, the awakening that he knew was different from what Hwang knew. For Chung-ho, this question was not so philosophical and incomprehensible. He simply cut up enemies on the battlefield. Destruction did not cause him any doubts, and the creation stage did not cause any torment. That is why the old man experienced awakening without any questions or suffering. But with Jae-hwan, it was completely different. Doubt made him doubt his own truth, and realization made him think about the meaning of the world. Thus, he went through torment and suffering, and found a unique path that makes him constantly doubt the justice of the world order. Young-ho is curious about one thing, and he dares to ask his friend. He touches the third floor of the tower. It is said that time passes 100 times faster there than on the second floor. By chaos standards, Jae-hwan was outside the second floor for 2 days. The old man suspects that the young man spent this time on the third floor of the tower and asks how long he has been training this way. The protagonist smiles slightly and briefly replies that he has been here for 2,000 years. The divine doctor's eyes widened, and he thought he was being tricked because it sounded crazy. The boy noted that he could now be considered older and should be treated with respect, but Young-ho didn't think so. However, Jae-hwan was not able to spend as much time there as he had planned. He wanted to train more. And the next moment, the guard of the Gorgon fortress rose from the sand. Apparently, their retreat was over. He looks at the man across from him and notices that it's time for them to leave. They've been sitting here for too long already. And then he jumped up. And the old man instead noted that no matter how many years he lived, for him, this guy was just an ordinary slob. They run somewhere very quickly, and Young-ho asks if the young man really wants to go to the Castle of Rebirth so much, and he firmly states that it is true. The old man warns that the Castle of Rebirth is a strong enough enemy, and they still have time to wait for help from the Gorgon's fortress. Instead, the protagonist is convinced that the Lord will not wait that long, and probably expects some action from him after meeting the awakened. That's why they should attack when the enemy least expects it, especially since Hwang doesn't plan on fighting the entire castle. The boy planned to take only the most important thing from there, to steal the fruits of the magic tree. But that's not all. He has a plan, and he's not going to stop there. He wants something more. He also wants to take away the mysterious treasure of horrors that turns a man into a lion. And he also needs a narrow gate, because if he passes through it, he might get to chaos alive. If you steal all the fruits and destroy the narrow gate, the lords will no longer be able to fall into chaos. They will only be able to do so after death. In any case, to carry out the plan, he first needs to get there, to the Acropolis of Manticore, which stands at the entrance to the Castle of Rebirth. Now Manticore is ruled by a forbidden paradise, and these guys aren't letting it go that easily. Young-ho asks in horror what Jae-hwan is going to do, but the young man sees no need to explain his plan of action. The protagonist performs a trick and destroys everything with his power, and then explains that he will do the same thing as always. Cayman will kindly tell us about the lords of the Great Lands. They have only 4 ranks. The highest level is occupied by great lords, who rule over 12 regions, followed by lords, great generals, and lesser generals. The old man didn't like this idea very much. He thought that it would be better to sneak in unnoticed than to fight the entire fortress now. Hwang repeated that he had warned them and would do everything as usual, but Jung-ho explained that they should conserve their strength. After all, Manticore is just a gate to the Castle of Rebirth. But in the meantime, a huge number of warriors are already approaching them. The guy didn't lose his composure, he was ready for this and stood calmly, preparing to strike. They are already very close. The main character has already gathered his strength and is not afraid of so many rivals. He makes a light lunge and easily scatters everyone who so obediently approaches him. Meanwhile, in Manticore Castle, a boy watches what Jae Hwan is doing with great interest and surprise. He realized that all this destruction of the southern part of the Forbidden Paradise was his work. He finds it surprising that this very product wanted to find the monarch of total darkness. The guy only regrets that he didn't meet this amazing warrior earlier. Suddenly someone appears in the empty room and notices that he seems to be deep in thought. The girl notes that she gets goosebumps just looking at this amazing guy. And she also finds it surprising that he is being chased by the dark monarch of absolute darkness. A very beautiful girl appeared in front of him, who felt completely confident and comfortable next to him. They seem to already know each other because he calls her a siren and comments that she is dressed too revealingly. He asks her to come to his house in her vulgar clothes, but the girl does not want him to comment on her appearance. Serena explains that martial artists always consider Marim to be their base. Suddenly she noticed something interesting, and what the boy was watching seemed fascinating to her. The girl is fascinated by his technique. She is simply delighted with what she sees on the screen. She clearly sees how everything in his path literally flies apart with just one blow. Instead, the man asks why she came here, whether she just wants to annoy him, to which the girl replies that she came to tell him something very interesting. This really interested the man. His eyes widened in surprise, and he waited impatiently. The girl reported that a golden jade mask monarch had been spotted in the chaos, but the young man said that he had already heard about it. But the girl continues to say that all the troops sent to Garuda were destroyed. This was done by the golden monarch of the Jade Mask. He defeated Garuda and Dryad in exchange for help. The treaty by which the monarchs promised not to interfere in the affairs of chaos was still to remain in force. But first, the monarch of pitch darkness intervened, and now her subordinates, the Steel Monarch. All this looks very strange and resembles a war between monarchs of large lands without a declaration of war. But the girl happily reports that she heard about the destruction of the golden jade mask of the monarch. The guy finds it hard to believe. He asks who could have done this, because this is a very strong opponent. Siren reports that one of the 10 leaders did it, but the boy notes that even all of them together could not have done it. She tells us that deep inside there is an expeditionary force formed by the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress, and it was one of the members of this squad, the leader of the South Sea Cayman Islands, who did this to the monarch. The squad leader can't believe it, because with his strength it's impossible to do this, even if he had some hidden skills or talents. The golden monarch of the Jade Mask, one of those protected by the Steel Monarch, one of the 12 supreme monarchs ruling the great lands. Any monarch above the rank of brigadier is a very important person, as the vast lands are the center of the struggle for power. The commander of the South Sea Detachment must know what the consequences of interfering in the affairs of the monarch of the Golden Jade Mask may be. Siren asks what he is going to do since the product he was supposed to be looking after has become the caretaker of the fortress due to his negligence. The monarch of pitch darkness will be very angry when he finds out that his product is behaving like this. The guy brags that he sent demonic undead, who can use the power of the dead, so he thinks there shouldn't be any problems. Instead, the protagonist easily dealt with the warriors who attacked him and believes that everything is over. However, the Divine Doctor suspects that something is wrong here because it is impossible for the Forbidden Paradise squad to destroy all the chaos with just one army. However, the main character thought about it and believed that perhaps in reality things are a little different. First he heard and then saw some suspicious people surrounding them on all sides. They confidently approached their goal without saying a word or giving any warning. A huge army of people has already appeared around them, but the Divine Doctor cannot understand who they are. But he also feels that there is a lot of evil energy coming from these people, as if they are dead. Suddenly someone turns to Jae Hwan and asks if he is the famous researcher whose name makes the entire house tremble. The boy raises his head to look at the man and see who he is. The man jumps up and remarks that he never even thought about meeting the hero of the rumors. And the next moment he lands smoothly in front of the main character and Jung-ho. This man is also glad that he met the Divine Doctor here. It seems they are familiar. Instead, the old man doesn't seem to recognize his old acquaintance, so he asks who he is. Meanwhile, this man is even a little disappointed that he was forgotten so quickly. A huge wound was visible on his face, and he explained that he collected the horns for his own treatment and for transporting patients. At that moment, Young-ho finally realized who he was talking to, and it surprised and even shocked him. This is Heinz, a noble warrior. The old man remembers how sweet and kind this guy was in the past. Instead, he now looks completely different. His appearance may even be frightening, but he sighed with relief because he is still remembered. The old man asks with fear what the guards of the Gorgon Fortress are doing with the Forbidden Paradise Squad. Young-ho states that the Divine Paradise Squad is not suitable for this guy, and he doesn't understand why he hangs out with people like that. On the other hand, Heinz doesn't understand how a divine doctor can say such things, because he knows what he had to go through in the Gorgon's fortress. The old man fell silent. He had nothing to say, because he remembered well these terrible events that happened 100 years ago. The Gorgon Fortress fought against the now-defunct Red Squad. Completely unexpectedly for everyone, a red detachment appeared, broke through, and terrible things happened. 50 guards and the captain of the Southern Gate disappeared forever due to the ambush of the Red Squad. There was only one person left alive, only Heinz, and one can try to imagine what he felt at that moment. After this incident, he realized that he was too weak and needed to work on himself. He begged Jong-ho to help him with this, because the doctor from Murim should know how to do it. On the other hand, the old man understood and knew weak people in despair well, and had no great desire to help. So with a sharp movement, he removed the boy's hand from his shoulder, showing that he was not going to do anything. But looking back, he adds that over 1,000 years he has seen enough of such people in chaos. Young-ho frowned and explained that he couldn't help everyone, and the boy felt his heart break at those words. Although the old man said he was sorry to say such things, it would not help Heinz in any way. The boy remembers this meeting well, and the words the old man said to him, "If you want to become stronger, you will have to work harder." But did the doctor know that hard work is the privilege of those who are capable of it? And most people in chaos never put in much effort or tried to improve anything. But Heinz worked hard, worked tirelessly, and all this to protect his honor. He tore his hair out to show what he was capable of, but the old man was shocked by the appearance of his old acquaintance. The guy explained that he was no longer the same second-level weakling he was 100 years ago. A lot had changed during that time. Now he is Heinz, holds a respected position in a large squad. He is the deputy commander of the Forbidden Paradise Squad. The man reported that, according to rumors, the commandant of the Gorgony Fortress uses only lunges. He has already prepared his weapon, and invites the main character to compare who is stronger. He points his weapon at Jae-hwan and uses his skill, 8 volcanic fangs. And then, smiling slyly, he applies the carotid artery severance technique to perfection. Many red and evil mouths with sharp teeth approach the guardian of the Gorgon Fortress. But the guy is not afraid of anything. He is ready to fight anything. He is confident in himself. The protagonist uses a sword to defend himself and points it at these evil mouths. But he destroys them with his power without any problems. These techniques won't be able to defeat him. Jae-hwan is an extremely strong opponent, and it is difficult to find someone who can match his strength. Now Heinz saw this and realized that this guy was stronger than him. It seemed he had underestimated him. He is angry and does not understand how this could happen because he considered himself strong and trained a lot. Someone stands behind Heinz and thinks it would be better to attack together. And the next moment, this army of incomprehensible souls began to attack just 2 people. The fortress commandant and the divine doctor are ready to fight back. They have no other choice. Jae-hwan is very serious. He frowned and prepared to deal cruelly to these half-dead people. The squad leader watches the battle closely from Manticora Castle and is very surprised by what is happening there. He doesn't understand why this guy can deal with the half-dead so easily and now thinks that he can defeat the fortress's caretaker if he joins forces with the army of the dead. But now they can't avoid losing half of their troops, and if they lose them, their plans will collapse instantly. This guy turned out to be too strong. He approaches Serena, but she doesn't seem very happy to talk to him, as the guy said that she irritates him. She did everything he asked, found the soul stone, created a smog cloud, and formed half of the undead squad. He looked at the girl and realized that their plan would most likely not work. And now, they would have to come up with something else. The girl saw that the squad leader was in despair, so she exhaled loudly and thought for a moment. She saw her advantage in this situation, and it was clear that the girl would take advantage of it. Serena approaches him and with a seductive smile asks if he wants to make a deal with her. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Heinz realized that the overseer of the Gorgon Fortress was a legend of the Wave Path. This guy standing in front of him, fighting skillfully, is a seeker of the impossible path. The half-dead man doesn't like that this guy got such a high rank in just a month, although there is nothing special about him. Instead, Heinz, even after 200 years, remains just an ordinary man, while the one who came here no more than a month ago has already become a leader. This fact irritates him very much, and this man promises that he will never leave just like that. Therefore, he warns the protagonist that he will now show him all his power and convince everyone that he is unworthy of his position. He quickly approached the protagonist and seemed to destroy him in an instant. Heinz continues to brag about how hard he worked on himself while Huang manages to avoid getting hit. The man hits the wall, destroying it, and many large stones fly in different directions. With this blow, he made a huge hole in the wall and seriously wounded several soldiers of his army. But this doesn't bother him at all. The man is so angry that he doesn't notice the damage he has caused. He wants his opponent to see what he has achieved despite the ridicule. Heinz boasts that everything he has now he achieved solely through his own efforts. However, the main character is already tired of this bragging, and he declares that it is time to put an end to it. The next moment, something happened that Heinz did not expect at all. A huge wave of force crashed down on him. The fortress overseer uses his lunge and destroys almost everything in his path with one blow. But this monster turned out to be stronger and more resilient than Huang imagined. But that's not a problem. Heinz is wounded and has difficulty clearing his throat, but he is not going to give up. The man is too confident and angry. The protagonist stands proudly and asks if his opponent really thinks that all people in chaos are the same. Meanwhile, the soldiers of this army believe that their enemy is very strong because he managed to knock down the vice leader of the 9th level. Someone shouts at them to attack the fortress guard first, as their leader, at his age, needs time to come to his senses. Young-ho noticed this and tried to calm the guy down and asked him to be careful. Jae-hwan frowned and stated that everyone was trying their best. And the end result is that every single one of these idiots will say that they tried their best and did everything they could. The guy used his sword and did something incredible. Everyone was blinded by blue light. No one can understand what is happening, but there is no way to avoid it or protect yourself from it. Heinz seemed to be enveloped in a white light. The boy became blind. He no longer sees anything. And the next moment, everything around him turned crimson, and he couldn't understand what was happening. In front of him is a tree with bare branches and a huge eye that watches everyone. He wonders if this is really the world of the awakened, the very world he has heard so much about. He can't believe that he now sees the same world as those who went against everyone. This eye seems to illuminate everything around it, noticing every tiny detail and observing the world. Heinz finds it surprising that the fortress commander is trying to go against them. It's even a little crazy. He thinks about what would have happened if he had remained a noble man, whether he would have been able to follow the path he dreamed of. The fortress commander declared that his rival was a terrible person, since he had destroyed 1,000 years of Manticora's history in a matter of minutes. He is considering changing the name of his lunge from Strong Lunge to World Lunge. He's fed up with all this nonsense and reports that he's broken through. Young-ho notes that there are still a few warriors left, but he doesn't think they can stop them. The divine doctor asks the commandant of the fortress how he managed to do all this, because he had never seen anything like it. The protagonist states that he just made a strong attack, but the old man wonders how the world could be destroyed by one strong attack. Is this guy really approaching the end of the Oblivion stage? The guy explains that he doesn't feel any spiritual pressure from the lieutenants and generals, and it seems that this attack caused a lot of inconvenience to the leader of the Golden Heaven Squad. Suddenly the sky turned pink, which the divine doctor and the fortress caretaker did not expect at all. Something strange is going on. Someone seems to want to interfere in their affairs, and some people are very scared. But it seems that the divine doctor has already seen this. He realizes and understands what this could be. It is the transcendental movement skill called Shift that gave birth to the girl Serena. Only one race can use this skill, and while everyone is thinking about it, the girl has already landed and is approaching them. The protagonist doesn't know this creature, so it's logical that he asks who it is. This question left her stunned, because Serena thought that all the residents of the house knew her. It's hard for her to understand why he doesn't know her, because he hasn't seen Hot 10 of the Week or Best of the Best, where she was the host. She asks if this guy has a holographic panel at home. He calmly replies that he doesn't. The old man says that this woman is a real horror, and that every soul in this chaos knows about her. Meanwhile, the girl used her power and took the divine doctor's hat. She noted that the old man didn't seem to realize that a succubus wasn't exactly a horror. She explained that all the horrors come from different races, and it was very tactless to talk to her like that. The siren throws the hat back to its owner and explains that at his age he should know about it. And then she smiles sweetly and says that her name is Siren Armelt, and adds that she is not just a horror. Huang thinks that she must be a thunderstorm from the Golden Heaven Squad, and he has many questions for her, but now is not the time, so he kindly asks her to step aside. Instead, she just as sweetly replies that she's very sorry, but she can't do that. But she still decided to explain that all this was because she received a task concerning him. Siren still sweetly replies that she was asked to stop this guy because he went too far. Well, in that case, Jae Hwan won't wait long and discuss anything, but will take action immediately. But the girl begs him to stop and asks why he is so impatient, asks him to wait another minute and asks if he wants to become a product. She explains that the one who asked her to stop the guy is now dying because of his blow. She agrees to forget about her promise, only if he agrees to become her product, but the guy is not going to listen to her and wants to destroy her immediately. Serena wonders if he will continue like this and does not understand the situation he is in. Huang noticed that the soul pressure here was definitely much stronger than outside the fortress. She probably had the same rank of Major General that he heard about. The girl states that the owner of the Gorgon fortress is being sought by complete darkness, and he really doesn't understand what that means, but she promises that she can help him. If he goes to her, she will make it so that no one from all 12 regions will be able to touch him with a finger. But the main character refuses such an offer. Serena wanted to resolve everything peacefully and not resort to such manipulation. But now she will have to use her strength, because she does not know how to take refusal. The girl proudly declares that since he does not voluntarily accept her conditions, she will force him to do so. The divine doctor knows what is going on here and tries to warn his friend. He sees Siren Armelt using divine terror magic and warns the boy to be careful. Meanwhile, she claims that the guy can tell her about it at any time if he changes his mind, because she does not want to waste her energy thoughtlessly. However, the main character is not afraid and is not going to give up right away. He enters the fight. Meanwhile, Serena is watching all this through the screen and is very angry at what this guy is doing. She orders these snakes to surround them, and the divine physician believes that there will be no end to this. Although the protagonist does not lose hope, he holds his weapon tightly and is confident in his abilities. He skillfully destroys all these snakes one by one, not giving them a single chance to get to him. Huang lifts up the sand to hide in it and launch a surprise attack. The girl noticed this and said that he was quite a smart guy because I wanted to hide. Meanwhile, the main character quickly dodges all the snakes and quietly but very quickly moves towards the siren. And the next moment he is already next to her. But the girl is not at all surprised, and she wants to explain something to him. Serena says it wasn't unexpected at all because she clearly saw him on the screen. The main character did not expect this. He thought that he had outwitted this cunning woman, but she turned out to be stronger. That's why one of those sand snakes swallowed the guy very quickly and sharply, and he couldn't do anything. Serena rejoices at her victory and asks him to calm down a little and think, because he understands that she is the only one who will lose from this deal. Meanwhile, the girl watches her videos, where she claims that her charming fire ranks first in the popularity ratings among her little brother. But the fortress guard, it seems, has not calmed down and is not sitting idly by, but is trying to free himself. And it seems he succeeds. Such a surprise really surprises and even shocks the girl. And literally in a split second the guy is next to her. Jae Hwan does not give up so easily. He holds out his hand to Serena, and she thinks about how he managed to materialize his image. The overseer of the Gorgon fortress has a firm grip on this treacherous girl who thought he could be defeated so easily. But he is in no hurry to destroy her, but asks if she really wants to continue. The guy feels that this horror does not feel any hostility towards him. He thinks that if he saves her life and listens to her, she will be able to help him on an expedition into the depths. He might even be able to gain information about the first horror, which is rumored to be at the top of the illusion tree, and he tries to convince her to go with him to the Gorgon's fortress. But the girl smiles slyly and asks if he really gives up. The young man is still holding the girl, but Serena asks him not to joke with her. Suddenly a sandstorm arises. Jae Hwan loses his position. He will no longer be able to dictate his rules. The girl is already far from the main character and declares that she would never do this. The next moment, when the portal opens, the guy will no longer have the opportunity to get even one answer to his many questions. Siren Armelt waves goodbye to him and asks for forgiveness because she almost got to him. Jae-hwan is disappointed to realize that she simply ran away and avoided what could have happened next. But as he watched the portal disappear into the sky, a girl suddenly appeared behind him. She grabs the boy tightly by the neck and pulls him into the portal to transport him to a completely different place. The main character finds himself in a very strange and dark place. At first, it is difficult to understand where he is. And then he realizes with horror that he is near the 8th gates of hell, and Hwang was sent to hell. He stands in front of a huge door and remembers that he has already been in front of the gates of hell. A hologram of a siren appears and cheerfully asks if he is surprised, since he has probably seen something like this before. But she explains that this is a little different from the fake gate he had before. The girl stated that the skill 8 Gates of Hell was created by horror, and therefore it evokes pity when a person uses it. She opened the gates and announced that the first gate was the storm hell that he must survive. However, the boy dealt with the first 3 gates easily. The 4th gate is a hell of black chains. The main character looks very focused and confident. He doesn't get lost for a second. He easily manages to destroy all these chains that are approaching him at great speed. The guy handles the following task very well and without any extra effort. Beyond the 6th gate, called the Ice Hell, a dragon awaited him. But he got off easy. All this really surprises Serena. She didn't think it would be so easy for him. She asks if he is really a man and adds that she is very surprised by his strength. The young man does not react to such words. He simply asks if she has any other knowledge. She admits he's amazing, but promises the next attack will be very, very hard. The boy looks back and sees the gates of the next hell that awaits him. It's a huge gate that is held tightly by many strong hands, and it looks a little creepy. Then these hands unclenched and slowly opened the huge and heavy gates. Some liquid began to pour out from there, and soon it approached the main character. She quickly and decisively breaks out of there and looks like she's about to knock Hwang off his feet. The liquid washed over his feet, and when the young man lowered his head, he was stunned by what he saw. The reflecting waters reflected his most painful old memories, the ones that were his heaviest burden. He definitely didn't expect this. All this really scares the guy, and he can't understand what it could mean. Serena smiles sarcastically and declares that even he will have a hard time from now on. Because since the creation of this skill, no one has been able to go beyond the 7 gates. The main character is confronted by many figures. This is himself from the past. He has to fight with himself. This turn of events scares Jae-hwan a little. He is not ready for such a fight. The 7th gate is hell itself. The young man looks closely at the figures and sees that they are all himself, just at different periods of his life. But he can't understand what's going on here and what it's all supposed to mean. All this looks very strange, but at the same time even interesting, although it is unclear what will happen next. These figures look gloomy and a little angry. It seems like they are all preparing for something. They seem to be attacking the protagonist, pointing their weapons at him. The young man noticed this, and the whole situation scared him very much, and he definitely doesn't want to take part in it. But Jae-hwan has nowhere to go. All these past versions of him are ready to attack the guy. He realizes that these figures not only look like him, but also have the same techniques as him. Besides, they can make the same decisions as Jae-hwan, and now they are studying him closely and trying to understand how strong their enemy is. He wants to make the first move to draw them into battle and compare technique and strength. One of them uses his weapon and makes a lunge, which is very familiar to him. Here everyone only knows how to lunge. It's expected and even a little disappointing that he can't do anything else. Now it's his turn. The protagonist swings his sword and wounds the attacker. Suddenly, thick purple smoke came out of his wound and spread everywhere. The guy noticed this and was very surprised. There are a lot of strange and incomprehensible things in this place. Everything has become less clear and very strange. This smoke is becoming thicker and bigger. It seems that it is not just smoke. It is actually distracting him from all these rivals who are quickly rushing towards him. Suddenly, someone appears from behind, sneaking up so quietly and unnoticed that the boy does not understand how it happened. But he has a quick reaction, so he looks around in time and doesn't think long about what to do. It seems that the protagonist hit the target straight on and destroyed it without any interference. But this number jumps high. It seems that they are not as easy to destroy as it seemed at first. The creature, falling, stares into Jae-hwan's eyes, and the boy's skin crawls from this. These deep and bright eyes inspire fear. This is the look of a man who has experienced terrible things and now carries them in his heart. When it fell, it turned into smoke, which spread very quickly and filled the entire space. The main character stands motionless. He understands little of what is happening, and the smoke has already completely enveloped him. Suddenly he sees a man in a terrible emotional state and tells Corporal Jae-hwan that he is very sorry. The boy looks at everything around him with horror and feels great hopelessness and horror. There is a man with a machine gun standing at the door, and he keeps repeating that he is very sorry that everything turned out this way. He finds it difficult to collect his thoughts and say anything, but he claims that he really tried his best. These are Jae-hwan's memories from his life before the tower, before he got into all this horror. The man put the gun to his head and thanked Corporal Jae-hwan for everything as he left. And then something inevitable happened, a moment that would forever remain in his memory. He was a loyal man, his advisor and follower, and he certainly did not deserve such an end. The unfair humiliation towards him forced this man to destroy all his predecessors and top management in the middle of the night. Jae-hwan was shocked by everything that happened then. He had difficulty controlling himself. He was the only one who survived. All the leaders, commanders, and even the battalion commander were replaced. It was a terrible tragedy. And the young man thought only about how to save his friend. The boy was sent to jail for 15 days, but all charges were dropped because the video footage clearly showed that Jae-hwan did not participate in the abuse. This must have been when he started to hate the system. It started long before he was born. He realized that he lived in a large and cruel system that did not care about each person. The boy lived in a world where a huge system suppressed individuality for the sake of an obedient mass of people. All these memories are extremely irritating to the main character. He is angry at everything he had to go through in the past. The young man actively fights all these ghosts and at the same time sees his memories. Jae-hwan doesn't like all this. He wants to end it all as soon as possible. He remembers old friends thanking him for the time they enjoyed spending together. The young man thinks about his faithful comrade from the tower, with whom they walked this entire path. He also remembers the other faithful brothers he befriended on his way to overcoming this cursed tower. In addition, he has memories of a little me, crying from hurt and regret. All of this irritates him greatly. Jae-hwan is angry at his ex, at the system, at the fact that he now has so many painful memories. The main character just destroys everything he sees. He is nervous about everything and everyone. He does not want to go through all this again. Suddenly he sees himself as a little boy, crying with fear and asking who he is. This makes him stop and think. The young man can't even move. His eyes fill with tears. It is not easy to look at this defenseless and frightened boy. But he can't stay here any longer. Jae-hwan wants to get out of here as soon as possible. So he does what he has to do. Destroys all these memories that are eating him up from the inside. Salty tears stream down the boy's cheeks, and Serena asks how he feels after passing through the 8th gate of hell. The awakened ones say that self-denial is as possible as self-forgetfulness. But the awakened ones who have undergone self-denial are even more vulnerable in the 8 gates of hell. The girl adds that even horrors would like to commit suicide because they simply cannot cope with their big egos. The divine doctor tries to shout at the boy and bring him to consciousness. Siren holds Jae-hwan unconscious and wonders if his soul will be able to return in time after his self-denial. He left all his memories in self-denial, and this place is a real hell for anyone. It is a terrible world in which he must kill himself to be able to move on. From the gate, he heard a question about who he is. The guy can't answer anything. This place fully justifies its name. It's a terrible hell. His body became heavy, and the boy could no longer see anything. He was enveloped in complete darkness. Suddenly he sees a memory of Cayman asking what awakening really is. The divine physician explains that this is the ability to see the true essence of this world, its truth. The awakened ones see the value of the true creation of the world, and the ability to recognize the particles that create this world. Adapters are able to read information that is not accessible to the normal eye and see things completely differently. This is self-denial. But the awakened one should be careful with forgetting, because when you have the opportunity to see everything in such detail, you can lose your sight forever. The protagonist realized that he was now at that stage of oblivion that the old man had spoken about. He who sees too much will certainly go blind. He who feels too much will remain without any feelings. But it is difficult for him to understand any meaning in this. The protagonist knows that he has already done a lot. No one has ever managed to go so far. But in reality, he is just going through a hard time right now. He is that same whiny and offended child. He looked up and saw the starry sky and bright falling stars. It was mesmerizing. Jae-hwan can't take his eyes off the sky. He can finally clear his mind of all these thoughts for a moment. Memories came flooding back to him again, but this time they were happy, joyful moments of his life. He stands with his head held high and again hears the same question. Who is he? He holds his powerful weapon tightly and very firmly admits that he does not know who he is. Jae-hwan raises his sword and realizes that he knows for sure that he is here. Over 2,000 years of continuous training, he had countless memories. And the link between all these memories is him. It is his personality, the personality of Jae-hwan. Now something extremely strange happens, everything seems to disappear. The main character is very surprised. Serena is shocked by what happened. She did not expect this and could not even imagine it. Essentially, there is a rollback. Everything that was here simply disappears and returns. The main character has succumbed to the elements and seems to be floating behind all this. He no longer does anything, but simply waits. He waits to see what will happen next. All this happens against his will. The young man does not try to offer any resistance to this element. He just thinks that all this cannot happen this way, because his life expectancy is more than 2,000 years. Everything around them is raging and collapsing as if they were in the eye of a powerful hurricane. And the next moment everything became quiet. All this horror stopped, and the main character saw a bright light. He stands and thinks about what word should come next after the word self-denial. And now he stands before the 8 gates of hell and finally wants to get out of here. The guy thought for a moment and decided to open the door and go further to complete his journey. After what awaited him beyond the 7 gates of hell, Jae-hwan cannot imagine what trials may await him ahead. After the main character touched the doors and pushed them slightly, they caught fire. The door opened easily, and what the guy saw there surprised him a little. He expected something completely different. He saw an empty, very peaceful room with an endless view of stars that had a calming effect. But he was very surprised that there was nothing there, and even a little frightened that the room was completely empty. Bright stars fall on him from above, and the sky is painted in fabulous colors. All this is mesmerizing. Suddenly words begin to appear in the sky. Perhaps someone left a message for the fortress commandant. The link says that he has gone through all the gates of hell and now wants to tell the main character his story. The guy thinks that maybe these are notes left by those who created the 8 gates of hell. He then reads that the man still remembers the day the expedition team in the deep first split up. And Jae-hwan is very interested in the topic. It turns out that these references were left by Mulark Armelt and are a memory of his defeat. Meanwhile, while the boy is in hell, interesting events are happening in Montecore. In one of the abandoned buildings, a quiet noise can be heard that does not attract anyone's attention. Jae-hwan lies on the ground with Serena by his side as the divine doctor tries to wake the boy up. He thinks that the guy can't wake up because he has been unconscious for a very long time. He also drew a ghast here that used a technique against him. But it looks like it won't wake up anytime soon. But once the horror loses consciousness, the illusion should dissipate. But there is another problem. People from the intensive care unit will arrive soon. It could be dangerous for the guy while he is unconscious. The divine doctor feels that there are people there with the rank of Major General, and it is not a fact that he himself will be able to deal with them. The man slowly enters and asks if his subordinates have found them, but he reports that their search has not yet been successful. He is not going to give up and insists that they check every corner and not miss anything. This man is sure that they are somewhere nearby. He is the adapter of the 11th level monarch of the secret aroma, Sam Yoon-garam. Young-ho is a little scared and doesn't understand what this man is doing in chaos, because one of the most powerful people has entered the fight. Suddenly, the secret fragrance monarch stopped, which slightly alarmed his subordinates, who asked what was going on. Meanwhile, he doesn't even suspect how close he is to his goal, but it seems he sensed the presence of enemies and prepared to destroy them. The fiery fist quickly approaches the divine doctor and the fortress's caretaker. At the last moment, Siren woke up and used her power of movement. She managed to do this a second before their shelter was completely destroyed and burned in the fire. They were very lucky that they managed to escape, because who knows how it all would have ended. Yoon-garam personally orders everyone in Montecore to wake up and find the leader of the Forbidden Paradise squad. Meanwhile, the Siren is amazed at how many times she almost died today. She turns to the old man and explains that she saved his life and that he will not say anything to her for it. Although Young-ho tries to calmly explain that it was he who saved her life because he protected her while she was unconscious. So she comes to the conclusion that they must have saved each other, and now she doesn't know what to do. Maybe it's better to go to the Gorgon's fortress first. She explains that she hasn't given up at all, she just has some business with the fortress commander. The old man says he sent a letter to Gorgon by Post Eagle, but he didn't think Hwang would be unconscious for so long. The additional troops must have already split up after receiving his message. Cayman said that the fortress's caretaker informed them that the Manticore fortress had fallen. The guy explained that this was why the Seize the Moment squad and the Gorgon army had to split up now. Now their task is to go to Manticore and fight those who captured it. They are about to deliver a decisive, crushing blow to the Castle of Rebirth, and their spirits are high. Cayman saw the 11th level adapter of the secret monarch of the aromas of Sam Yun Garam and did not understand what this man was doing here. But nothing can break their fighting spirit, so they boldly attack the Renaissance Castle army. The leader of the Infinity Squad, Shin Mu Hyuk, enters the battle and is confident that he is strong enough for it. Some of our strong men boldly step forward and shout that they will free house. Yahello is excited to be part of the army of 300 awakened, confident that this time they have a chance to win. Yun Haram himself watches this and does not understand why they are so stubborn in their beliefs. He thinks it would be better if they all just accepted the existing system and sat quietly. This man has no choice but to interfere with everything that happens here. He gathers all his strength into a fist and is ready to deliver a fiery and crushing blow to the army opposing his forces. He thinks these people are too ambitious and punches the wall with all his might. From this blow, many stones fall on the army of the Gorgon fortress, destroying people. Yahello is shocked by what happened, because just a minute ago he considered his army incredibly strong. And now a giant fireball is approaching him with great force, ready to destroy everything around. He was unable to avoid or defend himself from the blow and was seriously injured. He cast a lightning-like glance at him and realized with horror that his friend was seriously wounded. He understands that now, in such a serious and terrible battle, he will not be able to help in any way. It's worth noting that the secret sent monarch is also a little intimidated by the strength of his opponents. But he will stand to the end, so he confidently goes out to defend his army. The people of the house are scared because they saw one of the most powerful people coming against them. However, the Lightning King is not embarrassed. He is not going to give up, but boldly moves forward. He calls upon all his brothers to attack Sam Yun Garam, and they obey his command. This man is not at all afraid of such an invasion and is preparing to repel it with a light blow. He clenched his fist and called these people irresponsible and inadequate fools. And after that he strikes, light appears, and a strong wave of fire burns everyone. The guy feels all the power and strength of his opponent, but nothing stops him. Although it was not so easy for the rest of those present, they were not prepared for such a strong opponent. Meanwhile, the monarch is still holding back his blow against the firepower of the Gorgon fortress army. The Lightning King was unable to stand on his feet. He was seriously injured, and who knows how he will survive this fight. Seize the day! The Gorgon Salvation Army managed to clear the way to the entrance to Manticore, but they didn't have the strength to fight any further, so they decided to retreat. It was their only chance to stay alive. And all because the secret fragrant monarch appeared. He is very strong and seems invincible. After his appearance, the course of the battle became truly turning point, and there was no chance of victory left. 10 days later, a meeting was held at the Gorgon Fortress Internal Policy Office. Their army was divided into different squads led by Carlton and other leaders, but within 10 days, half of them were destroyed, which became a turning point as they lost 5 awakened in the 3rd stage. And they were part of the main forces. Aisha noted that it would now be difficult to continue the war, and in the meantime, the army of the Renaissance Castle was already approaching the Gorgon Fortress. She is even ready to accept the castle's offer of revival, but the Fire King cannot believe that she is ready to agree to his demands and give up the caretaker of the fortress and the tower. They can't betray the warden, Cayman noted, since she can't predict the future. He believes they should just continue on their way. But the woman is sure that they have no chance of winning. Everyone understands this, so she wants to turn to the monarchs for help. Jürgen asks which monarch she means, and Aisha explains that she is talking about the Steel Monarch. Now almost all the monarchs have been sent by the Rebirth Castle. They are in the 9th region of complete darkness. And probably everyone knows that between the Steel Monarch and the Monarch of Complete Darkness, there is an eternal enmity. That's all true, but they killed the Jade Mask Monarch, and the Steel Monarch might not like that. Technically, he is not dead, because anyone who enters chaos through the narrow gate will return to their body after death. The Caymans believe that even if the Steel Monarch wants to help them, they should not enlist the support of other monarchs. But Aisha didn't understand why he thought that way. She needed a broader explanation of his idea. The guy explained very succinctly that this was because chaos had to be free and independent. Meanwhile, Serena and the Divine Doctor are very worried. They are worried about Jay Huan. The guy is still lying quietly on the bed, unconscious. A lot of time has passed. In the ward, the protagonist's friends stand next to him and think about what they can do now. Young-ho is angry at Serena and thinks that she should somehow wake him up since she herself brought him to this state. He asks what kind of spell she used since the guy hasn't been able to come to his senses for 10 days, but she points out that he's a doctor, so let him do something. They began to argue, and the old man, in his defense, said that he would have done something long ago if he could. And then he frowned and wondered why she was still here, since this girl worked for the monarch of pitch darkness. She explained that their contact no longer had any power because there was a person who could pass through the 8 gates of hell. The old man cannot believe that the illusion she created is the 8 gates of hell, and then declares that Huang will not succumb to such art. This phrase touched the girl a little because this skill is incredible and very powerful. Considering that the gate was not originally intended for humans, the true power of this skill lies in the fact that only horror can use it. But she still hoped that someone else could master this skill, so she trained the leader of the scientist squad. After all, no one has ever managed to pass through all 8 gates of hell, although many have tried. Although she had seen this goal achieved several times before, the result was different in this case. Back then, people didn't use them, and it was the consciousness of those who were there that was destroyed, not the skill itself. But this man is not like the others. He not only destroyed Serena's consciousness, but also destroyed her skill. Jae-hwan has broken through 7 gates, something no one has ever done before, and is now in the final stages. And the 8th gate is the gate of reward. Whoever manages to pass all 7 gates will receive an incredible reward. The Divine Doctor knows that whoever can pass through all the gates and reach the 8th gate can become the King of Chaos. This is what Yagello told him, but Young-ho didn't take it seriously. He thought he was talking nonsense. Now he asks what is in these 8 gates. The girl stated briefly and without details that she had an inheritance left by her godfather. He still doesn't understand what's there, but suddenly notices Jae-hwan's movement. The main character sat up abruptly in bed, and the old man was extremely surprised that the boy had finally woken up. The young man felt unwell. He grabbed his head and tried to understand where he was and what was happening. Some time had passed since he woke up. The boy needed rest. And then the Divine Doctor and the Siren shared with him everything that had happened while he was unconscious. When he had listened attentively, he stood up immediately. He was not going to sit there for long. He walked out of the room without saying anything to anyone. The Divine Doctor wondered what was going on and where he was going. Then the guy explained that he was heading to the conference room. But Young-ho warns the protagonist not to go there. It could be dangerous. The old man stood in his way and explained that there were people everywhere who wanted to give him the Castle of Rebirth. He warns that he will stand in his way no matter what, but Jae-hwan simply steps on him. Now he is shocked that the commander of the fortress simply walked past him as if he was not there. The doors to the hall suddenly opened, and the main character entered with his 2 companions. Everyone was shocked to see him here, especially since they had discussed his fate without him. The squad leaders are extremely happy that the fortress overseer has finally woken up. It is a great relief for them. On the other hand, Jürgen and Aisha cannot look him in the eye because they are ashamed to try to hand the boy over to the enemies. The guy stands silently for a while, carefully looking at everyone present and considering his decision. And then he decides to announce his intention to go to the Castle of Rebirth. This news shocked everyone. Kamen does not understand why he is saying this, and explains that it is not good to do this. Everyone is trying to convince the warden to think because he can't be sad. Jae-hwan reassures everyone that everything will be fine, but Yoon seems angry. He says that while he was lying in bed, they lost their faithful comrades. They would not have died if they had not felt hope and the taste of freedom. The young man claims that they didn't even have time to say goodbye properly, but Jae-hwan only says that he's sorry. The boy loudly declares that he hates the commander of the fortress with all his soul for giving him hope for freedom. But despite all this, they really need him, because without him everything will be lost. Everyone, with tears in their eyes, begs the commandant of the Gorgon fortress not to go to this castle and to stay with them. They decide to go into battle and die in battle, which greatly surprises the Divine Doctor, as he thinks that they want to betray him. This simple and unremarkable guy gave them something incredible and important, that now they are ready to protect him with all their might, even to give their lives for him. Jae-hwan looked at everyone present in surprise and explained that they must have misunderstood him. After all, he is not going to give up on the Renaissance. He has a completely different plan. Young-ho seems to have an idea of what the man is up to, and he doesn't like the idea at all. The main character loudly and confidently declares that he is going there to destroy everything there. This news stunned everyone so much that at first they couldn't even say anything. The divine physician thought only one thing: this guy is just crazy if he says so. The squad leaders ask if he has gone crazy, but Hwang assures them that he is fine. They can't believe he's serious and ask when he'll do it. The protagonist calmly replies that he was going to leave immediately and carry out his plan. Serena finds him very strange. It seems to her that the word reality simply does not exist in his mind and vocabulary. She believes that people always have to just accept the circumstances and believes that no one will follow him. But completely unexpectedly for the girl, someone announced that they would also go with him. The people in the room, one after another, declared that they wanted to leave with the commandant of the fortress and asked him to take them with him. The girl cannot believe what she sees. It seems to her that they have all gone crazy. She does not understand why these people are rebelling. Previously, they were all peaceful souls and existed in chaos without any problems. And it is unclear why they suddenly became so concerned about freedom, real life, and liberation. Was it because of him that all these changes that had happened in Gorgon's fortress and to these people happened? Jae-hwan expresses his gratitude for the words of support, but this time he will only need 4 people, including himself. The boy wants Young-ho to go with him, and the old man is glad that the man needs him. He also chooses Cayman, and it is a great honor for the boy to go with the fortress overseer and help in such an important matter. The last one to go with them will be Serena, although she has shown no desire to do so. The girl looks a little embarrassed. She was not ready for this. She had no desire to go with him. Serena asks if he really meant her. Maybe there's some chance she heard him. But the main character looked at her intently to assure her that she would not back down. She asks why she needs to go there, but no one listens to the girl. The fire horn declares that 4 people will not be enough. She's already screaming that Hwang should listen to her first. She doesn't want to go anywhere, but he's deliberately ignoring her. The fortress's commandant says that those who remain here will have much work to do, and he has already been bombarded with questions about what will happen after he destroys the rebirth castle and how chaos will unite. Aisha explains that not everyone will accept the Gorgon as the center of chaos, so they will have to plan it all out. The Lightning King thinks that perhaps it is better to put this planning off until later. After all, the lords will not be able to intervene if the narrow gate is destroyed and Siren is still fighting the old man. Hwang asks how he can be so sure that if the gate is destroyed, the war with the lords will end, since the narrow gate is not the first path to chaos. Yun knows only one way into chaos, not counting the gates, and that is through death, but it seems impossible to him. Instead, the protagonist assures us that we must be prepared for any turn of events. Suddenly, Serena attacks him for repeating that she is not going anywhere, and the boy realizes with disappointment that the old man has lost. But when he asked her if she wanted to know what he saw beyond the 8 gates, she immediately calmed down. Hwang promises to tell her everything he saw there if she goes with him and helps. It turns out that the girl has a personal laboratory, and it is a nice and very cozy place. In addition, there are many books and records, bottles with various liquids, and many other necessary things. The divine doctor holds one of the girl's strange things in his hands, and it seems a little strange to him. They look at her shirts, her dolls, and everything else, and come to the conclusion that, having become a sorceress, she has become very narcissistic, like all horrors. Serena gets angry, asks not to touch anything, and explains that it wasn't her who did all this, but her godfather. The poor thing can't believe she brought people into her personal lab, and she wouldn't have allowed it if she hadn't been asked to move them to the rebirth castle. But to do this, she needed to clear out the strange lab, and Young-ho noticed that she was creating her own tower. Information about the tower that was reborn 10 billion times. After so many rebirths, they set out to conquer the vast lands under the blessing of the legendary horror Serena Armeld. The girl doesn't like that everyone is looking at her personal things, and she asks to remove them, because she did this when she was only 1,500 years old. Cayman looked at the girl warily, and thought that she was probably one of the 500 most famous masters. They all continue to look around the tower and her other personal belongings, and Serena asks everyone to just stand still. The old man looked at all this and remarked that it was surprising that he did not feel any emotion when looking at this tower. Cayman explained that it was just a lot of time that had passed. The girl overheard their conversation and remembered that they were all also products and passed by the tower. These guys were creatures that would be locked in a tower in a space of imaginary horror. She studied her models carefully. He takes one of the figurines lying on the table and gently strokes it, imagining that these are the same products. And the next moment it will suddenly fall apart into small pieces. It will be a bit unexpected. The fortress guard approaches the girl and asks what the name of her tower is. She looked at the boy with sadness in her eyes and thought for a moment. Serena seemed to not know what to say. And then she answers his question anyway. It's called The World After Destruction. And he adds that the work is not finished yet. But Huang looks very surprised. It seems that this reminds him of something. In fact, she created this tower after she first saw it. It inspired her. It's hard to imagine what Jay Huan must have felt when he looked at her. Serena had never really thought of the tower as a product. And in just a few minutes, the girl had everything ready to move to the rebirth castle. Cayman goes first, and the girl has a strange premonition. It seems to her that something went wrong. She can't understand what happened, but she feels a strange sense of anxiety. She thinks this feeling is related to the reason why her godfather went on the expedition. Everyone had already passed through the gates created by Serena and arrived exactly where they wanted to go. This place is very beautiful. Flowers and crystals shimmer with magical colors and create a fabulous atmosphere. It is a castle of rebirth. It is amazing, but those who have captured it are destroying its charm. There is something going on there. There is a lot of noise in the square. A lot of people have gathered, but they are standing in line. They start arguing because someone stood in line incorrectly or disturbed the order. Meanwhile, the man watching them is a little bored and thinks all these people are fools. He thinks that if any of them had the opportunity to be reborn, they would have been sent to the fruit storage facility long ago, instead of standing here in this long line. This is the Lord of the Rebirth Castle. He is wondering if they should give up, since they have been waiting for half a year. But someone notices that this is already the third peak that this Lord is waiting for rebirth. Instead, he explained that it wasn't that he couldn't resurrect, but that he simply didn't do so because of his abilities. And the two men simultaneously asked what was stopping him. They add that this Lord is not so different from them, but it seems that this man did not like such brotherhood very much. He considers them to be far beneath him, and regards such behavior as insolence and disrespect. He decided to punish them for such insolence and used his power against the men. The boys coughed and tried to breathe, but couldn't. They were enveloped in thick, acrid smoke. Instead, the man looks down on the boys and asks, if they really want to die, he can easily arrange it. The poor people fell on their knees and begged for forgiveness, imploring the Lord to have mercy on them and spare their lives. The man sadly states that if it weren't for the contract, he wouldn't be rotting here. This job doesn't interest him at all. Lords who died during the war and returned to the chamber assume the office of Lord of the Resurrected Castle, who must hold that office until the death of the next Lord to appear in the chamber. This man dreams of the next Lord coming along as soon as possible and relieving him of this duty, as he is already tired of sitting in this part of the house. He thinks about the rumors about Lord Jade Mask who appeared in chaos, but what surprised him most was that he was defeated by the one who had awakened from chaos. And somewhere deep inside, a squad is formed, the goal of which is to attack the Castle of Rebirth. But the Lord considers this nonsense because no one dares to come here. He has no doubt that something happened somewhere because the Lords took a risk and passed through the narrow gate. But because of his title as Lord, he cannot leave this place. He regrets that he cannot check all these rumors himself. But while he was thinking about this, the gates of the Rebirth Castle creaked, and it seemed as if someone was trying to get through them. But they succeed, because the gates still collapse, unable to withstand the onslaught of force. There is a powerful explosion, people run away in fear, and stones and debris fly in all directions. The attack that the Lord had just thought about and thought was impossible actually happened. The Lord of the Renaissance Castle was a little excited. He tensed up because this was unexpected for him. He took a deep breath, focused, and prepared to repel the attack on the Rebirth Castle. The man exhaled with all his might and created a furious whirlwind of air that had enormous power. The Lord confronts his rivals. Their forces clash. Now they measure their strength to see who is stronger. He realizes that the castle is under attack, so he must protect it. But the man already understood that his opponent was as strong as he was. That is, their strength was equal. This does not stop him. The Lord boldly and without hesitation enters the battle and confronts the attackers. He assumes that this is the same famous man who is called the Lord of Gorgon's Fortress. But when they crossed their swords, the lord of the Renaissance castle saw the power of the water and was amazed. This is the strength of the leader of the South Sea detachment, Cayman. He made an effort and smoothly repelled the enemy's attack. After that, the guy loudly declared that he was not a lord, although he was quite strong. Finally, the man from the Castle of Transformations was able to clearly see the people who attacked him. Cayman stands up proudly and greets him. It seems as if they have already met and are acquaintances. Standing confidently next to them is the divine doctor, who has happily joined this enterprise. And of course, the head of the Gorgon fortress, Jae Hwan, who is absolutely confident that their plan will work. They are not verbose. The guy never doubts for a second the correctness of his leader's decisions. Young Ho is also confident that everything will work out because they are led by the strongest person he knows. The Caymans loudly declare that they have come here to take revenge for what happened 900 years ago. The guy made several attacks and thus tried to gain an advantage in the fight. However, his opponent was about to repeat his signature defensive move again, so he took a deep breath. Gathering all his strength, he exhaled towards those who had come to capture the Castle of Rebirth. The guy covers himself with his hands as a large stream of air hits him, as if he were in the eye of a storm. But it's not just air, it's mixed with some kind of smoke, so Cayman can't see anything. He tries to look around, but the fog is too thick to see who is where. Now he looks a little confused because I can't figure out where his opponent is. He finds it hard to believe that he cannot determine where his lord is, despite his many trainings. The guy begins to become disillusioned with himself and his abilities. He loses hope and faith in himself. But Cayman remembered the words of his teacher and mentor, who always believed in him, and asked the boy to also believe in himself, because he would succeed in anything he did. Therefore, the leader of the South Sea squad decided not to give up, but to continue to believe that he was strong and could defeat this man. The young man closed his eyes and tried to concentrate and understand where his opponent was. Cayman believes in his strength and that his senses will not fail him, so he concentrates and tries to feel what is happening around him. Even though he couldn't see anything, this guy figured out where the Renaissance castle lord was. Without hesitation, he immediately struck and did not allow his opponents to do so first. The man instantly jumped away from the attacker as far as possible and tried to recover from what had happened. He was wounded and did not expect it at all, as he thought he was well hidden behind the smoke. God can't believe that this boy was somehow able to sense where he was. Taking a closer look at the boy, he realized that he was serious and seemed to be at a loss. Cayman frowns and keeps his gun aimed firmly at his opponent, thinking that this man is an arrogant idiot. Meanwhile, Huang turns to the divine physician and tells him that he is going to go with the siren to the den of pleasure. The man is confident that Cayman will cope and figure everything out, although the girl cannot even see their fight because of the fog. Desire for pleasure is where the fruits are stored, and like Narrow Gate, it is located at the top of the Rebirth Castle. But the fact that energy beams are visible from there is a bad sign. The old man states that they will try to get rid of the monarchs heading to the Castle of Rebirth. Suddenly there was a crash and a loud bang. This castle could not withstand all this. There are 2 more people ready to defend the Rebirth Castle, because it is an important place for everyone. General of the Ring of Fire and General of the 7 Dangers came. They thought it was too noisy here. The fog has not yet cleared, so these people cannot see those hiding in it. But they see the vague outline of a short old man in a strange hat, holding a sword. Therefore, the generals confidently declare that there is no point in hiding from them, since they already know that they are there. Meanwhile, the divine doctor holds his weapon tightly and, taking advantage of this fog, wants to attack first. The old man gathers his strength and uses his speed to make his attack unexpected. But he fails to hit his opponents as the first one jumps and the second one ducks to avoid the blow. The general of the 7 perils calls this man the Doctor of Despair and states that he wanted the fortress caretaker brought to him, not some unknown old man. The Fire Ring General states that they are fools for daring to attack the Rebirth Castle, while Young Ho realizes that he should be more careful as they easily dodged his attack. But the men explain that it is not too late to bring the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress here. And another sarcastically adds that these attackers will never be able to defeat them. After all, they will never be able to deal with the generals guarding the fruits. However, the old man is not afraid of empty boasting. He does not want to hear these threats anymore. A true warrior can only prove himself in battle, so Young Ho urges them to stop talking and get down to business. Meanwhile, in the Renaissance Castle, in its den of delights, it is quite noisy and cheerful. And of course, to make it more interesting, there are smiling and cheerful girls there. There are strong leaders here who want to relax and have a good time. Rat General Laika tries to very politely explain that there is some kind of fight going on at the gate, so he offers to come over and check what is going on. The second Dragon General remarked that it was not worth paying attention to, since Herkmeyer would take care of everything himself, while the fourth Dragon General did not pay attention to it. He was enjoying the moment. The third Dragon General explains that whenever he is in the house, he likes to stay here. And the fifth Dragon General added that there could be problems in the Great Lands if the general was suspected of an illegal union with a woman. Another added that he doesn't understand at all why people who find themselves in chaos complain so much about their lives. After all, they live in such a wonderful place, says the first Dragon General. Meanwhile, the man noticed that the sounds from the yard sounded quite strange and even a little frightening. He again tries to ask someone to put aside their extremely important business and check what is going on there. But he is convinced that the Castle of Rebirth will take care of everything, and asks the Rat General not to spoil the mood and fun. But this man is not calm and asks who will be to blame if something bad happens. He tries to explain that they are here to ensure the security of the Rebirth Castle, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence because a glass of wine is thrown at him. The fourth Dragon General looks very menacing and notes that this man is very noisy, but he explains that it is better for him to keep his mouth shut and not bother anyone, and if he wants, he can go himself. He seemed a little scared, his veins were tense and his hands began to shake. The general smiles sarcastically and wonders why this man is still bothering them. The Rat General is a little scared, and these strong-looking men let him know that they are very busy. Although they are brave, they are actually very weak in the face of their own weakness, so they will not go anywhere. The man understood from their look that now he himself would have to go and see what was happening. Although he is trembling with fear, he still decides to go and see, and informs the generals. When he turned around, someone shouted from behind him that he was a pathetic idiot. Instead, the Rat General looked around and mentally called these people idiots. These people who don't think with their heads at all really irritate him, but he is much weaker than them, so he has to endure it. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy was heard from the secluded room where the first Dragon General was sitting. From there, a man slowly emerges with his head held high, accompanied by two girls. He looked at the man with a look that could scare anyone. It seemed that he had no respect for the Rat General at all. He lowered his head and looked at the man with fear, not wanting to stay here for another minute. So he silently shouted that he would be back soon and quickly ran out of the hall. Now they can calmly continue their fun games with the girls, and no one will bother them anymore. They praise their older brother for handling everything with ease as usual. Instead, he remarks that he just doesn't like being bothered, but it seems like the whole situation has really scared the poor girls who don't seem to have a choice. So they continue to have fun and enjoy themselves, not noticing anything suspicious around them. To create a beautiful and romantic atmosphere, you need candles that burn calmly and evenly. But this atmosphere will soon end, as the overseer of the Gorgon fortress will rush to destroy it. The way Serena moved with Jae Hwan made the candle flame flicker. For some reason, these people were not so attentive, so they did not notice all this at once. One of the generals at first cannot understand what is happening and then freezes in shock. The main character, together with his friend Serena, are already approaching these people. Meanwhile, the generals are screaming in shock and do not understand how these people managed to break through here. Jae Hwan is ready to strike at the generals he has caught off guard. He has no intention of sparing them. Someone shouted for everyone to disperse, but no one had time to do so, as the attacker was already aiming at the center of the room. The first general gritted his teeth in anger and covered himself with his hand to protect himself from small stones and debris. Smoke rose and people found it difficult to understand where the attacker was and who he was. When the fog cleared a little, they saw the commandant of the fortress standing calmly with armor in his hands. This guy is very serious. He has a plan and he will definitely follow it. The first Dragon General approached and recognized himself as the overseer of the Gorgon fortress. The young man doesn't say much. He just confirms that this man is right. The general is surprised that this guy came here in person and asks if he has gone crazy. He took a sip of alcohol from the glass, put it back on the table, and thought that the guy had decided to keep his word. However, the main character decided to disappoint his interlocutor and stated that he had not come to surrender at all. And then he added menacingly that he came here to get rid of all these clowns. It seems that his interlocutor does not like the way he is spoken to because he is not used to such disrespectful treatment. And then he smiled sarcastically and said that this guy was too confident in himself and his abilities. But he wonders how such a worthless soul from House dared to say such things. while he is preparing an attack from behind. The mouth of a red, voracious dragon appears behind him, and the general considers his interlocutor too arrogant. Serena is scared and tries to warn the boy that he is in danger. The main character was not prepared for such an attack, so he looks a little confused. The dragon suddenly approached the boy to destroy him, but Huang used his sword as a shield. And then he was thrown back with all his might and hit the wall hard. He tries to get up and pull himself together, but notices that he is already being attacked from above. For a moment he is frightened by what he sees above him. The boy is a little confused. He is attacked by two generals at once. They consider him a narcissistic scoundrel and declare that he had no right to even approach the Castle of Rebirth. Huang decided to act quickly and avoid these blows rather than resist them, so he jumped away from the spot. The poor guy landed hard on the ground. He probably thought it would be easier that way. But his opponents are quite strong and there are many of them, and he is only one, so it is not easy in such a fight. The first dragon general slowly approaches and asks the boy to stand up. But she declares that she will make him pay in full for ruining their fun and peace. There are 5 generals standing in front of him, and one of them is still threatening to hurt everyone he cares about. Instead, the protagonist says nothing, frowns, and waits to see what happens next. The first dragon general, in great anger, orders his subordinates to attack in unison. At that very moment, attacks rain down on him from all sides, but he still couldn't concentrate. Huang uses his sword and does what he does best. He performs his signature lunge. But the blow goes through, despite the target, and one of the generals smirks and remarks that strong attacks are pointless if they do not hit the target. The Gorgon Fortress overseer looked at them intently, a little disappointed that his attack had failed. Meanwhile, he is attacked from all sides and is not given a second of respite. This kind of struggle can become a problem for the main character. It's a little difficult for him now. One of the dragon generals wishes death on his opponent and swings his sword furiously. The fortress guard barely managed to dodge the blow and jumped back, which could have seriously injured him. But then 2 more generals appeared next to him, with whom he tried to deal. However, all this is not easy for him, because when several people attack at the same time, it is difficult to manage to repel all the attacks. Suddenly, another general strikes him and he rushes headlong towards the target. The guy noticed him at the last moment, and he didn't like it at all. It could have ended badly. He was attacked from 2 sides. He could not help but dodge and defend himself, as a result of which he was wounded. He is sure that no matter how strong he is, he still will not win this fight. Another claims that even General Mayan alone will not be able to repel all their attacks. The guy has a serious hand injury that could make his fight even more difficult, and he agrees they are right. And then he complains that it's hard for him to fight them off alone. The commandant of the fortress honestly admits that this whole situation irritates him greatly. The guy uses a sword and is about to deliver one of his most powerful blows. The dragon generals are frightened by the sight of this energy. They even feel a little dizzy. It is a powerful force. The protagonist states that he will simply blow everything up here if he cannot defeat them without him. Jae Hwan lunges forward with a powerful force, and the power and energy illuminates everything around him. The Rebirth Castle has a hard time withstanding such loads. These battles are taking a toll on it. The General of the Ring of Fire and the General of the 7 Dangers continue to fight the Divine Doctor. From this loud noise, Young-ho realized that Wang was now fighting his rivals. Inside the castle, there was serious damage after the main character's blow. The walls of this fortress barely withstood the onslaught of all the people inside. The fortress commandant had spent a lot of energy, so he was a little tired and exhaled heavily. But when he finally raised his head to look at the success of his work, he was deeply impressed. Jae Hwan is told that he must be having a bad day today because things are not going as he planned. The young man cannot believe that after everything he has done, someone managed to survive. Or rather, not just anyone, but all 5 of his attackers, all of the dragon generals, standing before him without a single scratch. In the center stands the first general, holding his arms straight, apparently having managed to use his strength as a protective shield. Serena watched all this from under the dome of the castle, and everything that happened here really impressed her. She couldn't believe that this man had managed to block such a powerful blow. It seemed impossible. No one thought that the defenders of the Rebirth Castle were so strong. It seems like Jae Hwan is having some kind of trouble. The first general is outraged that this guy came to them and is trying to somehow win with these cheap tricks. This even offends him because it seems that the fortress overseer underestimated the generals. All this made the man very angry, and he is ready to show this parasite from chaos how far he is from them. He looks very stern and focused, the general trying to pull himself together and use his technique against Huang. Meanwhile, the others stand to the side and smile slyly. They find this whole action very funny. A huge vortex of energy has formed near the main character, which can even knock him off his feet. The poor guy is trying to figure out what's going on there and what he should prepare for, but it's difficult. Meanwhile, the general enjoys the process of creating all this and considers the fortress overseer pathetic. And then he adds that Huang should consider it an honor that such good technique is used on him. The protagonist raises his head and freezes for a second, shocked by this power. A huge dragon head looks at him, ready to swallow him whole without even chewing. The general laughs sarcastically and asks Jae Hwan to give it his all, although the young man doesn't know what to do now. But if he wants to survive, he cannot stand still. He must fight until his last breath. The guy jumped high and ended up above this monster. He wants to take advantage of the moment. The protagonist grits his teeth and gathers all his strength. He plans to deal a powerful blow to the dragon. A large, bright beam of blue energy collided with the face of the huge monster. However, this strong blow did not cause any harm to the dragon, which greatly disappointed Huang. The general grins and assures him that this loser won't be able to leave even a scratch on him. Huang jumps back and the dragon is now even more angry and determined to win. He directed his energy at the protagonist, who was barely able to stand on his feet. The guy no longer looks so confident in his abilities. Now his faith has been shaken. The dragon opened its mouth wide and formed a huge and very dangerous ball. The fortress commandant understands perfectly well what might happen, so he already has his sword at the ready. And the dragon has already managed to form this dangerous ball and directs it at his opponent. Huang tries his best to block the punch, but it's not easy when you have such a strong opponent. The dragon does not give up and thinks that in a moment he will be able to defeat the guardian of the fortress Gorgon and show him who is the boss here. The main character's powers are actually no match for the first dragon generals. Jae Hwan considered himself strong enough and thought that he could easily handle this task. But it seems that this is too strong an opponent to be easily defeated. The impact was so strong that the entire building shook and the floor shattered into small pieces. The Renaissance castle is crumbling before our eyes. The glass in the windows is cracking, and the walls are almost collapsing. After the impact, a fog formed, and it was difficult to see where Jae Hwan was. He was nowhere to be seen. Even though the creature was reaching out with its sharp claws, it must have somehow sensed where the boy was. He considers the commandant of the fortress to be a pathetic creature, too self-confident. And if he had sat quietly, then perhaps he would have lived a little longer. But now he will perish because of his pride. Although the protagonist is not going to give up, he will definitely fight until his last breath. No matter how the fight went, the guy still jumps on the dragon's head. He still wants to show what he can do, so he declares that it is now his turn to strike. However, the general does not take this seriously. He asks how he is going to continue fighting. He believes that this young man has not learned his lesson and has not realized that his blows will never be able to pierce the dragon's scales. This doesn't stop the guy. He is ready to try again and see if these scales are really that strong. But then he launches a powerful attack. This time the young man tries to do it a little differently. He directs his blow specifically to one point. This can help break through this defense. The dragon realized his cunning plan and realized that it might not be safe for him. Therefore, he tries with all his might to throw off this parasite and not allow this to happen. The dragon general is seriously angry and is not going to let him go unpunished. And then he tries to press the poor thing into the ground. It is clear that the general is irritated. Apparently, the general saw that the commandant of the fortress could pose a threat to him. But the main character is not at the scene of the attack. He has quietly dodged it, so the general does not understand where his enemy is. The guy suddenly jumps out from around the corner, and now Jae Hwan has much more confidence in winning. He proudly noted that the first dragon general talked too much without doing anything. The dragon looks a little confused and even scared, but this guy can still do something. The Gorgon Fortress Overseer uses his power strike skill, and the dragon has no way to resist it. The impact was so strong that it destroyed the roof and lifted a huge beam into the sky. It was visible from everywhere. Cayman saw a bright light and immediately understood everything. Here he fought fiercely with an entire army that had come to support Peresvet's castle. But no one could defeat him, and now he sees that the Yortex keeper has succeeded. Young Ho also noticed that it had become very quiet, so he thought that the guy had already done everything. The old man complains that trying to catch up with Jae Hwan exhausts him, and that his whole body aches after such fights. Meanwhile, inside the Rebirth Castle, the fog from such a strong blow gradually dissipates. The dragon is defeated and its body slowly disappears, leaving its master in its place. Jae-hwan holds tightly to the sword that has never let him down. It is his loyal friend who will not betray him. Serena remembers that when he said that only 4 people would go to the castle, she thought he was forcing things. But now that she saw the defeated first dragon general, her opinion changed a little. The man is wounded. He doesn't like this whole situation at all. He expected a different ending. This irritated him greatly. The general gritted his teeth and looked aggressively at the overseer of the Gorgon fortress. He threatens to make this idiot regret what he did to him. The man promises that he will come back and tear Jae-hwan into little pieces. The general knows that no matter what this guy does, he won't die, so he doesn't feel much fear right now. The protagonist looks closely at the man and asks if he has passed through the narrow gate. He looked at him with fear and did not understand how this fool knew about the narrow gate. And then he laughed, sarcastically, because they couldn't do anything to him anyway. Because as long as his body and soul were connected to his mind, they would never die. In the big pictures, they would just return to their bodies, but Jae-hwan had already used his doubt skill. With it, he can clearly see the thinnest thread connecting his soul and body and cut it with ease. The general certainly didn't expect this turn of events. He can't believe what just happened. His life is over. He won't be able to come back many times. Hwang broke this connection. Now the main character looks extremely confident, because he was able to defeat such a strong person. But I wonder what the general feels when he finally comes face to face with the true face of death. The general is shocked that his life was cut short and cannot believe what happened. The first dragon general was incredibly strong, so he never thought that someone would do such a thing to him. He was convinced that he could pass through the narrow gate and reap the magical fruits. But now he is convinced that he does not want to die. The man begins to bargain, asking what Hwang wants, perhaps skills or status, and promises that he can ask the great monarch for it. He continues to beg and promises to speak with the monarch of pitch darkness, convincing him that he can get what he wants. The poor guy doesn't want to die so much that he convinces himself that he can do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't get destroyed. I promise that I will never lay a finger on anyone who lives in chaos again, but the main character doesn't seem to be interested in all these promises. It only took one swing of his sword to destroy this man's soul, and Hwang has no mercy for him. These are the last seconds of his life. The first dragon general cannot believe that this happened. The rat general was watching all this from behind the screen, and he was shocked that one of the 5 monarchs had just died. He wanted to check the main gate because of the strange noise, but he didn't dare, and immediately turned back. And so he saw how someone broke the connection between the soul and the body, and not everyone can do this. He understands that he must report this to the major general in any case, but he does not notice that someone is standing behind him. The divine doctor, with a crazy smile, scares the man and asks who he is and why he is spying. It looks like the rat general's plan has failed, and no one will allow him to tell his superiors about it. South Seas Detachment Commander Kamen has returned after successfully completing his mission. Young-ho also went with him, complaining of back pain because he was no longer so young. The overseer of the fortress praises his subordinates for their good work, but the old man asks why he ordered these people to be left alive. But he's in no hurry to answer, as he noticed the man the old man was dragging with him. Young-ho explains that he grabbed him because he was hiding near the entrance. Serena remembered this man. He is a weak monarch. He gained the spiritual power of a general, but everyone despises him because of his very little ability. He is the weakest among the generals. Instead, the old man repeats his question about why he needs these people alive. Hwang explains that he wanted to personally verify their irreversible death. After these words, the main character raises his heavy and extremely strong sword. But he breaks the invisible threads that connect the body and soul of these people, and now they will not be able to be reborn and return. The rat general understands perfectly well what happened here, but he cannot believe that someone has such power. Everything that happens here terrifies him terribly, because before his eyes, some of the strongest people he has ever seen were destroyed. After the creation of the Renaissance castle, the monarchs gained immortality, unlike ordinary people. The life of ordinary people is limited, but the monarchs were given infinite life with fruits that helped them forget about the finiteness of life for as long as 900 years. Now the rat general understands that he will die at the hands of the overseer of the Gorgon fortress, but he is terribly afraid of this. So he falls to his knees and hysterically begs for mercy, because he didn't intend to fight in the first place. Serena looked at Huang in surprise and wondered why he stopped if he was really going to kill him. Meanwhile, the man fell to the floor and waits with trepidation for the protagonist's answer. Huan decides to leave the creature alive as he still needs witnesses. He then asks the rat general where the fruit is, who is incredibly glad to be left alive. So without further ado or evasion, he points his finger to the location of the fruits. He indicated that they were kept in the castle's dome, a vault called the Rift, which was created by a terrifying master. It can create an infinite number of password combinations, and will be difficult to open without the help of the owner of the revived castle, who has just died. But there is a chance to do it if there is a horror movie with great skills. Serena was glad that it was probably about her. The fortress commandant looked at the girl, thought for a moment, and said that he understood everything. The guy decided that he would try to hit him. It might not be easy, but it seemed to him that this was the only way out. The divine doctor begs the boy to control his actions, and Cayman is very sorry that they do not have a strong level of horror. However, Serena has already repeated several times that she is here and can do it, so without waiting for their confirmation, she tries to open the dome. Literally a few seconds later, the girl smiles sweetly and declares that she already knows everything. Instead, Huang notices that the vault is much weaker than he thought, although the girl emphasizes that this is all thanks to her. The place where the magical fruits are kept slowly opens and illuminates the room with a soft yellow light. The guard of the Gorgon fortress looks up in delight and watches this beautiful process. Serena also can't take her eyes off the vault, even though the lights are blinding. Cayman looks at this with sadness, because the expedition into the depths was carried out precisely for the sake of these fruits. And then he remembers what a fiasco and disappointment it all ended in. It's impossible to forget. The guy is simply torn apart by emotions. He can't hold back his tears, because this is such a long-awaited moment. The overseer of Gorgon Fortress, Huan, came and turned his world upside down. It's been so long and so much effort that this is an incredible and historic moment. Those who fought for the magical fruits 900 years ago finally got what they so desperately wanted and fought so hard for. The fruits of the smooth tree fell from the dome, and the boy carefully caught one of them with his tired hands. The commander of the South Sea detachment looked with sadness at this magical deed for which so many people had died. When all the fruit fell, it turned out that there was not that much of it. The members of this team had expected to see a little more. The divine doctor noted that these people have been consuming the fruits for 900 years. He understands that this is definitely not enough to spread among the inhabitants of the Gorgon fortress, not to mention the entire house. Cayman is still mesmerized by what he holds in his hands. These golden footprints look magical. The main character noticed that his friend looked rather sad and thoughtful. So he thought for a moment and said that Cayman could have the fruit for himself if he wanted. The guy is extremely impressed by such words and the fact that such a valuable attribute was obtained so easily. The protagonist looked at Cayman with tenderness and noted that the young man more than deserved it. Young-ho looked at the boy with warmth in his eyes and completely agreed with this statement. Serena is once again amazed at how kind and fair the heart of the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress is. The leader of the South Sea team still stands motionless and cannot believe what is happening. Much time passed, and a difficult choice came in which we had to face great difficulties. And to obtain these fruits, it was necessary to sacrifice a large number of souls and suffer dishonor. And now he holds in his hands the reward for everything he has gone through, and for what he has waited for so long. But suddenly the boy clenches his hand into a fist and crushes the magic fruit, which shatters into small pieces. His action greatly surprised everyone present because it was an extremely rare and important occasion. No one can contain their emotions because a lot of work has been done to achieve this. However, the main character remains serious and calm. He does not yell at the guy, although the rest of the people in the room cannot understand why he is doing this and scream in horror. Huan looked at his friend calmly and asked him to explain why he destroyed the magic fruit. The guy knows perfectly well why he did it, and now he needs to collect his thoughts to explain it. He did this because there were only 10 fruits left, and it would be difficult to divide them among everyone. And the moment the fruit was in his hands, he realized that there would be a lot of conflict over these 10 pieces. They will all start fighting each other in the hope that at least 10 people will be able to come back to life, in which case, House will no longer be able to be saved. The main character listened carefully to her friend and realized that he was probably right. It was a difficult decision, but someone had to make it to avoid disaster. Kaimana looked closely at the overseer and asked if he could do the same with the other fruits. Huan didn't think for long. He nodded his head affirmatively and handed the fruit he was holding to Kaiman. And the boy did the same with the other fruits. No one from the team dared to stop him. The divine physician remarked that everyone would be extremely shocked if they saw what had just happened here. Instead, the fortress commandant was confident from the start that the boy would do just that, since Kaiman would prefer lonely despair. The main character wondered if the guy would later regret having decided to do such a thing. The young man smiled, because such a thought had never even occurred to him. He had never thought about it at all. Kaiman is 100% sure that he will never regret it. He knows that he is doing the right thing. But suddenly something terrible happens, and Jae-hwan tries to warn him of the danger. A strong whirlwind appeared out of nowhere. It appeared unexpectedly, so that no one could resist it. Serena and the divine doctor try to hold on and not fall into this trap. Fortunately, the next moment it all ended. But now the consequences of this disaster are obvious. The Kaiman lies on the ground, badly injured and not moving, which worries everyone. Some people, with great contempt, declare that they are all just pathetic insects, incapable of anything. A man with white gold and seemingly weightless wings appeared before them. They were very beautiful. This man is a major general, a storm monarch, a channeler with the 10th level of adaptation. He asks how dare they touch the fruit, and Young-ho tries to yell at Kaiman to come to his senses. But suddenly someone comes up from behind and grabs the old man. He doesn't even notice this attacker. Without wasting a second, he threw the old man into the wall with all his might. The poor fellow was unable to dodge. This was done by Major General, the Monarch of Silence, Mojito, who also had the 10th degree of adaptation. The divine physician fell heavily, hit himself hard, and screamed in terrible pain. The main character looked at his friends with fear. He was very worried about them and their safety. Another man appears from the shadows and threatens to say that this guy has crossed all boundaries. There are 3 extremely strong people gathered here who have the 10th level of adaptation. It looks dangerous. One of his enemies is convinced that Jae-hwan's life cannot continue after what he did. Instead, the boy doesn't answer. He looks sternly at the men and thinks about what might happen next. The rat general watches all this from his hiding place and understands perfectly well how strong these opponents are. He is shaking with fear. Standing in front of them is Sam Yun Garam. He didn't even know that he was a major general from Region 9. It's amazing that a real monster appeared here. He is one of the 5 strongest major generals of the Great Lands. The man cast a serious and merciless glance at those present and turned to his own. He orders Kanail and Mahito to eliminate Jae-hwan, and they happily rush to carry out the order. The guy asks Serena to take Kaiman and the divine doctor away from here as soon as possible. The Monarch of Silence remarks that he's not sure if the guy has time to think about others. Suddenly, black ropes appear from under the ground and completely wrap around the protagonist's legs and arms. Storm Monarch Kanail quickly approaches the boy and wishes him dead. After the man immobilizes the fortress guard, he attacks him furiously. Luckily, the main character manages to avoid the blow. He somehow strangely dodged it. But the monarch immediately attacks him, and he does not yet understand that he will not be able to hide from him. At the last moment, the guy barely managed to dodge to the side and block the blow with his sword. He understands that his opponent is quite strong and extremely fast in his actions. They continue to attack, and the protagonist thinks about how different these people are from all his previous opponents. One of the attackers explains that he had high expectations for the commandant of the Gorgon fortress, as there are many rumors about him, but in fact, he is a little disappointed. And the next moment, the monarch spreads his wings and sends a powerful wave of his power at the boy. There was a very strong impact, as a result of which the stone block hit its target and fragments fell off it. The protagonist was slightly injured by the blow, and now he too is chained in black ropes, from which he still has not freed himself. Huang's powers don't seem to impress these 3 opponents. They speculate that perhaps he used all his power on previous opponents, or that he is just an insect that thinks it is something. Yun Garam himself considered the fortress overseer to be stronger, which disappointed him a little. They agreed that it was time to put an end to this fight and destroy this weakling. The Storm Monarch and the Silence Monarch have broken free and are rapidly approaching the protagonist. Jae-hwan looks very tired, as if he was chained to the wall with these ropes. But he does not give up under any circumstances. The fortress guard raises his head and looks sternly at these idiots. He remembers the old man remarking that the guy had divided Montecora's 1,000-year history into before and after. Young-ho considers his lunge not only powerful but also versatile, but he advises against using it too often. Awakened ones can use spiritual energy without limit, but in exchange they absorb a large amount of mental power. So, although using such powerful equipment is quite safe, problems can arise. These people are now at the same level that Huang was at when he first came to Chaos. They need to be gotten rid of as soon as possible while they underestimate him. So he's going to end it all right now when these two monarchs attack him. The main character gathers his strength and is ready to deliver a crushing blow capable of destroying everyone. His sword changed color from blue to an ominous red, energy swirling around it. Jae Hwan used the technique of doubt. It helps him see everything as it really is. This guy looks very scary now, and his sword has opened its mouth to swallow his opponents. His eyes glow red and a mad and terrifying scream comes out of his mouth. The protagonist performs a 5-hit combo, which he calls a universal strike, which is very powerful. No one expected to see it, so they didn't have time to defend themselves and block it, although it's unlikely they would have succeeded. There was a large and powerful explosion, in which the two monarchs had no chance of surviving. Yun Haram himself simply watches everything that is happening from the sidelines. He is also amazed. Serena, who is guarding the unconscious Young-ho and Kaiman, is shocked and scared. Haram is surprised that Jae Hwan was able to develop such strength through physical exercise alone. It seems incredible to him, and the guy is very tired after this attack. Unfortunately, it took a lot of his strength, and who knows if he will be able to defeat another person. Instead, Sam Yun Haram can't believe his luck that after so many years, he finally met such a strong man. He remembered that long ago, the monarchs of the 12 regions were persecuted by terror. He did not give up, even after receiving refusals from almost all monarchs. The last time he visited the 9th region, he wanted to see the monarch of pitch darkness. He had a plan to climb the illusion tree, so he asked to give him some strength. Mularka believed that the value of existence and the sublimity of life were abnormal, and it was important to remember the suffering you experienced when you were weak. He wanted to change this world. He believed that this could be done by destroying the first horror, which is at the top of the Tree of Illusions. However, Sam Yun Haram did not share Malarkey's opinion, and noted that he was very wrong, and after that he understood why the monarch of pitch darkness refused to meet with him. Garam believes that the Great Lands are a place only for the strongest, and if his guest wants to change something, he is ready to show that he is capable of it. He fought the horror Mulark for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a long and grueling struggle. This man wanted to experience the power of horror. On the 3rd day he understood everything clearly. He learned the truth of its power. Then Sam Yun Garam thought that this horror was now so strong even without the use of magic. And no matter how much his power has increased with the help of magic, the monarch is now ready to talk to Mulark about the Tree of Illusions. After this, horror engulfed all of chaos, united them, and moved with them into the depths to change the world. But after the monarch stole the fruits, Mularka disappeared and was never heard from again. And as a result, nothing changed, so he is confident that nothing will change this time either. Jae Hwan lunges at Garam and slams into the wall behind his opponent, who stands motionless. The man stated in a cold voice that he acknowledged the fact that the attacks of the fortress commandant were strong. But he believes that this is not enough to defeat him, and dreams of changing the future of chaos. Their powers collided, and it became clear that these were two very strong people. Garam held off Huang's attack. He notices that this boy has aces in his hands, but he doesn't know how to use them at all. Instead, the protagonist can't believe that his opponent blocked his punch so easily. Yun Garam himself thinks that this guy looks like a child who was allowed to hold a sword. Then he uses his extraordinary speed and runs around the track leader. Everything happened so quickly that the young man did not have time to understand what had happened, as his opponent's fist was already in front of his face. He hits the guy hard. The poor guy is thrown far to the side from this blow. He cannot avoid it. This caused the main character great pain, and he could not hold back a loud scream. And then there was a powerful explosion, after which few people were able to survive. Garam stands proudly, while Huang hides in the thick fog of gunpowder that rises from the impact. The man asks Huang to get up on his feet and continue fighting because it's not over yet. The main character gets back on his feet. He still has the strength and desire to fight. He is not so easy to break. It is clear from his eyes that this is not the end, that there is a long and grueling struggle ahead. The enemy invites the fortress caretaker to come over and show how strong he is, since he dared to start a conversation about the Tree of Illusions. Jae Hwan realizes that this man is much stronger than all of his previous superheroes combined. But the most interesting thing is that he does not use any skills. Even if he tries to study it with the technique of doubt, he will only be able to see the accumulated experience. But this man is really very strong. The main character cannot understand what his strength is. He's bored. Maybe it's just the experience of creating such incredible physical potential. Meanwhile, Garam mocks his blow and hopes that this weak blow is not the only thing he can do. The fortress guard does not stop for a minute. He continues the attack and increases speed. In a matter of seconds, he disappeared from the enemy's sight, which greatly surprised the Major General. The protagonist suddenly found himself behind the man and momentarily gained an advantage in the fight. And then, right from behind, he performs the universal strike he just used to destroy the previous two opponents. But not only did it not destroy his opponent, it did not even harm him. He noticed that the guy was performing cheap tricks. And then he quickly turns to the boy and clenches his hand into a fist. This man is very strong because he defends himself from attack with his bare hands. The resistance is colossal. This is definitely the most difficult fight for Jae Hwan. He can't believe this man is doing the universal thrust with just his fists, without any weapons. Then Sam Yun Garam jumps up from his seat and uses his extraordinary speed. But in less than a second he finds himself in front of the fortress guards. Such speed would confuse anyone. The guy didn't have time to do anything, or even get his bearings, before he received a strong blow and fell to the ground. The Major General does not stop. He quickly approaches the boy and is about to explain the situation to him. The protagonist can barely breathe, and then a man comes up to him and explains that the spiritual power attack does not work on him. Garam claims that the spiritual power used by the fortress overseer is not supported by the system, but he knows that the awakened ones still continue to try to disrupt the structure of this system. The man comes even closer and grabs Jae Hwan by the head. The boy has no strength to resist. He lifted the boy above the ground and declared that this was a unique world created by someone. The young man wonders, is it true that his opponent's strength is much more natural than spiritual strength? Perhaps this world itself is the root of power. This is the true truth of this system. Jae Hwan looked at his opponent closely and tried to use his move. Despite being in Garam's hands, the fortress's caretaker uses the moon eye technique. But it didn't work. The man said the guy was still using someone else's non-fundamental technique. However, he explained that a unique world without original creation is no different from banal witchcraft. The Major General hit Hwang so hard that he could hardly breathe afterwards. And then, without giving him a moment's peace, he dealt him another extremely powerful blow. Many would not have survived such a test, but the commandant of the fortress is still trying to hold on. He's still trying to get up, and his opponent sadly remarks that he's disappointed in this guy. Yun Haram himself will not stop. He intends to put an end to all this, so he is preparing to attack again. He explains that the awakening he knows about is something completely different. The main character is in great danger, because this huge fireball is flying straight at him. The guy is a little scared. This fight is much harder than all the ones he had before. Jae Hwan didn't have time to get up, but he managed to use his weapon as a defense and tried to block the blow. But it's not that simple. This powerful force seriously damaged his hand holding the sword hilt. The guy feels unbearable pain. His fingers are literally crumbling, but he cannot allow himself to let go of the weapon. The next moment, the main character still managed to repel the attack, but it was very difficult for him. The hand of the fortress overseer Gorgon was seriously wounded, and the youth realized that the impulse of the moon's eye had no power. The man extended his hand to the boy and declared that he had met his enemy, but this did not inspire him at all. He calls on Hwang to quickly clear the way to the very beginning of this world and show it to him. The protagonist frowns and tries to understand what this man is talking about. Is he really talking about the origin? About what was behind the 8th gate in hell? Outside the gate, Mulark left a reward called Message from the Depths. In these messages, he spoke about all the stages of awakening and how it should happen. According to the rules of awakening, the keyword can change, but the process itself always remains the same. It consists of 6 stages. The first 3 stages, doubt, awareness, and renunciation, exist to destroy the existing world. The stages that exist after the fall of the old world in order to build a new one, the second half is the 3 stages of birth. Hwang believed that the next stage of awakening should be incarnation, but he could not fully understand the essence of birth. Yun Haram himself considers the boy pathetic because he cannot use his world wisely and cannot wait for the birth to begin. He is not one to wait or teach softly, so he plans to forcefully open this stable in Hwan and points his hand at the wall. There Serena hides with the old man and Cayman and tries to escape somehow. The guy understands what is happening and he doesn't want this to happen. These are his true friends who don't deserve this. The fortress commandant quickly gets up and wants to save them. If they die under such circumstances, he will not be able to forgive himself. The only thing he thinks about now is his great desire that nothing happens to his loved ones. This devious man knows that he is pressing on a sore spot, and he does it on purpose. He even enjoys playing with the lives of innocent people. But this life is all they have, and no one wants to lose it. Serena is very scared. They have a completely different experience compared to the main character because he can be reborn at any moment. Instead, this world is exclusive to them, so Huang stood up for them. The girl can't believe that this fool deliberately resisted such a strong blow. And the next moment, there was a deafening explosion from an extremely strong blow, after which no one could survive. The entire Renaissance castle is engulfed in flames and shrouded in thick, foul-smelling smoke. Serena, the divine doctor, and Cayman were able to survive, although the explosion destroyed part of the wall. When the girl realized that it was all over, she dared to raise her head and see what had happened to the boy. And what she saw shocked her so much that she couldn't even find the words. The fortress commandant somehow managed to resist such a force and protect his friends. This guy's strength and ability are incredible, simply amazing, although it doesn't come easy to him. But thanks to his persistence and the fact that he never gives up, the guy is now beginning to understand something. This is their only world, adults under the wing of their parents, school years, new acquaintances and friends. Beyond the tears and laughter, the feelings of sadness and devastation, these are all countless memories. The guy never thought about it, so now he tries to remember the time he spent here and make sense of it all. In the past, he never doubted the world around him and lived peacefully because he did not even ask himself questions about the structure of the universe. The world system was created through this confidence, so to begin the Genesis stage, he must believe in his world. Faith is a long-forgotten but powerful part of conviction. Peace can only come into being through a feeling of all-consuming faith. But Huang is convinced that he can't do it alone. He needs support. The new world needs not only the present, but also the many versions from vague memories. While the boy tries to put all these thoughts into something meaningful, Sam Yun Garam is ready to strike again. His versions from the past question this world. They believe that the world the boy created is fake, and are sure that he simply wants to escape from reality. They have a lot of doubts, and they think they shouldn't help him. So Jae Hwan realized that he wouldn't be able to convince all the versions of himself from the past, and he didn't have time to do it. All his past versions have become silent. They no longer inspire doubt and uncertainty. After all, the main character is confident in himself and his faith is unshakable. He is not so easy to break. So he says that if they are not all going to help him, then they should disappear, because he will not convince anyone. The castle is almost completely destroyed. There have been too many battles here. It lasted for a very long time. But that's not all. Jae Hwan continues his fierce fight with the Major General. More precisely, he continues to receive strong blows from him. It is hard to believe that he has endured so much. Before he could recover from the previous attack, he received the next one right in the face. This man is extremely cruel. He does not give a second to rest. Huang does not have the slightest chance to attack. He doesn't even have time to run away or defend himself, as the fortress guard Gorgon is already very exhausted. But his opponent does not stop for a minute. He stubbornly continues his work. The boy received another strong blow that destroyed the walls and destroyed the castle. Yun Haram himself approaches Jae Hwan, his gait smooth and light. He steps slowly on the ground. But at some point the man stopped. He was a little surprised by what he saw. The young man can no longer withstand all these blows. Now he just lies motionless. It seems like it was too much for him. The main character lowered his head and barely breathed. Perhaps he had already given up. One of his past versions approaches and asks if he really chose to die such a horrible death. If Jae Hwan dies now, all of his previous versions will die with him. The main character remembers all the events that happened in his life and how difficult it was for him to go through all of this. Has he forgotten everything he went through to get here and become who he is now? It's better not to be stupid, but to run from here as fast and as far as possible, otherwise it will be the end. The poor thing is struggling to stay on her feet, but they have already been through too much. So he falls to his knees, and one version of it claims that he has already reached the pinnacle of despair. Yun Garam himself thought that the guardian of Gorgon Fortress would last a little longer. He was even disappointed to see this. These words made a big impression on the main character, so he decided to try again. This surprised everyone present, because the guy no longer had any strength left, but he continued to try. Jae Hwan is breathing heavily and can barely stand, but he believes that he will succeed no matter what. His gaze is full of self-confidence, and he asks what exactly has disappointed his opponent. According to some versions, he completely lost his mind, and for a moment even forgot that they were all one person. Thanks to his strength and confidence, the guy convinced himself and all his versions from the past that he can do anything. Yun Haram himself was even glad when he saw that the boy did not give up, but continued to fight. All the previous versions helped the guy, now they also believe. He managed to convince them. This fills the main character with energy, which he is currently sorely lacking. The boy absorbs his strength and tries to concentrate to continue the fight again. And the next moment, the fortress caretaker opens his eyes and begins the second part of the awakening. It begins the inception stage, an important and very serious step on the path of development. Serena can't believe that Huang managed to initiate the birth process, because it's not that easy. So now the fourth station of awakening begins, which has the power to turn lies into truth. Under the dome of the castle, a multitude of purple particles formed, swirling next to each other. This is a very powerful force because it turns any belief into reality. Thus, all these small purple particles turned into a strong and powerful sword. This is a weapon that he invented for himself, and which the next moment was in his hands. Such power is very convenient and necessary. It will definitely help in this grueling struggle. The fourth stage of awakening had arrived, this training, and Haram now saw what Huang's world was like. That which so strongly strives to renounce the whole world is called nothing other than destruction. He understands that this world is catastrophic because it was created with the sole purpose of destroying other worlds. But all that happened does not stop this man, and he continues to attack. Yun Haram himself approaches the boy and believes that all this does not change the course of events. And the main character is now more prepared than ever for this attack. He even wants to finally defeat it. The young man quickly blocked the enemy's blow, and his new sword helped him in this. Jae Huan does a great job of dealing with one of the strongest fighters in the Great Lands. Garam attacks, but the fortress overseer's weapon easily holds back all his power. This man looks pleased with what he saw. This guy became stronger right before our eyes. He likes this type of fighting better because it is much more interesting to fight with a strong opponent. Now their blows follow one after another almost without a break, and the man finds it all simply amazing. He remembers the last time he was this excited was when he was fighting horror 1,000 years ago. So he thanks the guy for helping him experience those unforgettable feelings again. Then he walks up to the fortress guard and delivers a powerful punch to his head. The guy didn't have time to foresee it, so he couldn't avoid it and is now lying on the ground. Yun Haram himself pompously declares that, despite all his successes, everything comes to an end. However, the main character is not going to give up or stop there. After so much effort has been put into getting him to where he is today, it's impossible to just stop it. And the enemy came up very quickly and looked intently at this very confident guy. Another blow occurs. It seems that it will never end. Their fight continues for an unusually long time. And then everything turned into a huge explosion. Fire and smoke rose up. It was difficult to see anything. The main character has defended himself from the blow and is now preparing to attack. Huang has long wondered why he lived such a long life, trying to survive and perfect his lunge. Yun Haram himself had already managed to approach the boy and swing his fist. However, fortunately, the main character managed to dodge. He bent down and the blow hit the wall, not him. Everything happens very quickly. While the major general strikes, Huang is already behind him. The protagonist begins to understand what mistakes he made, but now knows how to correct them. All this time in chaos, this guy only did lunges, nothing more. It was his strategy, to learn one thing, but to perfection. He did it over and over again, as if he didn't understand how this world worked at all. It was completely different from the one Huang came from. Jae Huan was like a little child, completely unaware of what he was doing or whether he was doing anything right. Now the main character feels like everything he did before was just child's play. After being exposed to new and such fundamental information, he has a lot to think about. The protagonist looked at his opponent and realized that he finally had every chance of winning. Garam enjoys watching the fortress's caretaker realize the true truth of this world. Jae Huan smiles and believes that he can now put an end to this long and grueling struggle. But despite everything, he is glad that he met such a strong opponent. He will definitely remember this fight. He even wished that this momentous moment could last a little longer. However, it was not so easy to catch this man. He dodged the blow quite skillfully. The guy is not disappointed at all. He smiles sarcastically and is ready to continue. And then he pretentiously asks his opponent if this is all that the system has to offer him. The Major General bared his white teeth and cheerfully declared that he still had something to show. She attacks the boy, but Jae Hwan easily blocks the blow using his sword as defense. They met again in battle. They are very strong opponents and their strength is almost equal. Because of all this, many explosions occur and the Rebirth Castle is completely destroyed. And Serena is scared and doesn't know how to protect herself from Chung Ho and Kamen because there are so many rocks falling from everywhere. After a while, everything became quiet. They stopped measuring their strength, and small fragments of the building continued to fall to the ground. The protagonist landed softly on a small patch of flat surface and exhaled heavily, and his opponent noted that he liked it, and added that he hadn't had such pleasure for a long time. He can't believe he met such a strong opponent in chaos. He definitely didn't expect this. The fortress commandant looks very serious and turns to his opponent to say something to him. Yun Haram himself fell silent and listened attentively to Jae Hwan. After their fight, the general treated the boy with respect. The fortress guard noted that during the battle he felt the same as Garam, and it was very interesting. Huang has been perfecting his lunge for thousands of years, and this man, like the protagonist, has spent his entire life honing one skill. But he regrets that this man is just an ordinary adapted man, the same words that Mulark once said to him. This man remembered, as Mulark now did, that he was sorry that such a great general had turned out to be an ordinary adapter. It really struck him. Garam sees more and more similarities to this horror. He has only one question for this guy who stands so proudly in front of such a strong man. The man asks loudly what this guy wants. What is his main goal in this life? The main character does not hide anything. He honestly and proudly answers that he is heading into the depths. Now he says out loud that Jae Hwan reminds him of the horror that happened to him many years ago. But then he explains that the depths are full of extremely powerful beings, much stronger than him. It is so difficult in the depths that even great monarchs have given up, and they are very strong. Even the horrors have given in, and this boy naively believes that he can do something. The wind picked up, forming something like a red tornado, and Garam found himself in the center of it all. Jae Hwan didn't expect to see this. He takes cover from the wind and this energy that is floating around. Suddenly, all this action stopped, and a figure holding hands became visible. Some strange creature appeared, something with big wings. It looks very strange. The protagonist cannot believe his eyes. An extremely powerful creature is looming in front of him. Yun Haram himself is all beaming. He smiles slyly, because he understands that now he is about to have a lot of fun. He challenges the commandant of the fortress to demonstrate to him a skill worthy of such ambitions. A dark guardian appeared in front of the protagonist, looking like an angel. It seems that Garam has significantly developed his abilities. Serena can't believe what she's seeing. All these events are extremely shocking to her. How can you watch calmly when a demigod guardian appears before you? It is obvious that Garam has long since surpassed the rank of general. Looking at Sam Yun Garam now, we can confidently say that he has reached the rank of lieutenant. This creature is armed with a long, sharp spear and challenges the fortress's caretaker to prove that it is worthy of going into the depths. The Dark Guardian has a very important and responsible task. He protects the system of this world. However, it is unclear how a person who has accepted this system can summon such a creature. The protagonist realized a very deep truth about his existence when he met the Dark Guardian, and the fortress's caretaker is convinced that he lived only to destroy this world. And at that moment his two swords merge into one superpower. This guy will do everything in this fight to convince everyone, and especially himself, that he is worthy of it. The battle with this supernaturally powerful creature begins, and Jae Hwan is ready. His opponent is looking forward to this fight. It should be impressive. The main character uses all his imagination to get into a fight with the security guard. Their forces clashed, and now it will be possible to see who is stronger, the Dark Guard or the simple guy. A huge, powerful wave rises, sweeping away everything in its path. Serena and her friends are barely holding on. The fortress commandant strains all his strength. His body can barely withstand such pressure. Garam is delighted by this, but believes that the boy will not be able to defeat a guardian who has been alive for thousands of years. Jae Hwan doesn't fall for these cheap manipulations and doesn't listen to this lying man. And the generals have already noticed that the boy still has a chance to stop this creature. The protagonist somehow managed to hold off his opponent for so long. The guy finds all this extremely difficult, but he doesn't stop because it could cost him too much. Oddly enough, he managed to break the powerful force of the Dark Guardian. Jae Hwan discovered a huge power within himself. The guard cannot understand how this happened, because he knows very well how strong he is. This situation made him very angry, so this creature grew large and sharp teeth. But he didn't have time to do anything, as the main character easily smashed his head. Yun Haram himself is shocked by all of this. He definitely did not expect such a turn of events. And then Jae Hwan approaches him, and this scares the man a little, because he turns out to be a much stronger opponent than he thought. The guy raises his hand up, thus controlling the huge sword that is behind his back. The fortress commandant proudly announced that it was time to say goodbye to Major General Sam Yun Haram. And the next moment he pointed his hand at him, thereby aiming his weapon at this man. The huge sword was rapidly approaching him, and Haram no longer had a chance to win. In fact, he doesn't even try, but simply watches in admiration as the sword flies towards him. And at the end, a moment before his death, he admits that it was a wonderful battle and that he was pleased with everything about it. The result was a powerful explosion and release of energy that almost completely destroyed the building. When everything stopped and the smoke cleared, a human body became visible among the debris. Yun Haram himself is breathing heavily and cannot believe what just happened. It is difficult for him to understand that he has lost this fight and cannot even move after such a blow. Now he is in Jae Hwan's world and watches in amazement at what he sees above. He sees the eye that controls creation, as well as the top of the tree of illusion, which is the end of the depths. This is exactly where the first horror is located, and in the meantime the guy is approaching Garam. He looks at the fort guard and explains that this guy needs to get in there. However, the main character categorically denied the man's statement, and pointed out that he was speaking incorrectly. And then he sternly declares that he must not only get there, but also destroy everything. But the general explained that deep down his world would cease to function, and that fact was harder to accept than even the loss of hope. Having seen this world, no soul would want to live any longer. It is amazing that such an unusual world comes straight from heaven. Haram believes that it will be difficult for him to find people who will believe in his world. But if such people still exist, they will be able to find something that they lost in the past, but will burn in despair until the end of their days. And now Sam Yun Garam asks the boy to break the connection between soul and body until he returns to the Great Lands. The boy looked sadly at the man and asked if he wanted to say any parting words to him. The man explains that if he reaches the depths, he must find Hainak and tell him everything, and Mied must be careful. If he finds out that Huang has regained consciousness, there will be trouble. The protagonist takes advantage of the opportunity and asks why this man did not destroy him. After all, the Major General had many chances to kill the guy before he unlocked the final stage of awakening, but for some reason, he didn't take them. The man thought for a moment and remembered his old conversation with the frightened Mulark. Then he wanted to borrow some strength from the Major General to climb the Tree of Illusions, because in this world life is not valued at all. But he is absolutely sure that this world can be changed for the better. And this can be done if the first horror at the top of the illusion tree is destroyed, but Garam is convinced that it is impossible to change this, although these words have sunk deep into his soul. So he smiled at the protagonist and noted that in this way he had repaid his debt to Mulark, and then he said that it was a difficult fight, but very interesting, and asked the guy to finish it. Therefore, the Overseer is a fortress for his weapons and is ready to do what all this was done for. On this day, over 900 years ago, the expedition led by Malarca failed, and Serena and Cayman approached the boy. And today, chaos is finally freed from the Castle of Rebirth that has kept everyone in fear all this time. Meanwhile, in the Gorgon fortress, everything is very quiet and peaceful. People continue to live. The inhabitants of the fortress sit calmly at the bar and, as always, drink beer, from which it is impossible to get drunk. A man sits in a hospital and sadly watches the city's nightlife through the window. Someone comes in and is surprised to see that the man is still alive and looking around. The fortress caretaker entered and noticed that since Yahello had not come to the meeting, Huang thought he had died. The man remarked that he would not allow himself to die so easily, since he was one of 10 owners. The fortress overseer looked at his subordinate and smiled sweetly. He was glad to be surrounded by such people. Jaegal knows that Jae Hwan defeated Sam Yun Garam and notes that he was a great master, great in everything. The main character asked in surprise if they knew each other, because he spoke as if he knew him. He explained that everyone in his family was familiar with the Sam Yun family, as they were the ones who drove his family out of the vast lands. As a result, they took an honorable place among noble families and raised strong warriors. Jaegal once attacked Sam Yun Garam, and he knows his family will not be left out. The protagonist puts down the basket of fruit and remarks that there is nothing to worry about, because they will not be able to get here. The man can't believe it. He wonders for a moment what happened to the rebirth castle. He then asks in surprise if Huang really took control of the narrow gate, and the guy casually replies that he did. That's why their chances of getting into the house are very small, because previously the narrow gates were the only way for them to get in alive. Yahello explains that it is too early to relax, because they can get here without the heavy gates. The fortress chief understands the boy's feelings and remarks that if they are willing to give their lives just to get to Huang, then it will be profitable to deal with them. The boy listened carefully to the commander of the fortress and asked him to be more careful. Although the main character didn't care, he didn't comment on it, but simply left the room. And the man thought that from the very beginning and to this day, this guy never ceases to amaze him. Meanwhile, the main character headed to his office, which he rarely visits. He stands alone at the window and thinks about how long he has been in the Gorgon's fortress. At first, everything was different, but since he came here, a lot has changed. He sighed heavily and thought that even he had changed a lot and would never be the same again. Also, unexpectedly for himself, he became the caretaker of the fortress, although he still did not like this job. And the first days in this position were very difficult for him. And not only for him. Suddenly, someone runs into his office noisily and disturbs this silence and reflection. Young Ho claims that Kaiman invited him out for a drink, although the boy categorically denies any involvement. And then the old man became angry with the boy, and remarked that at his advanced age, he would never have suggested such a stupid thing. But the young man explained that this was indeed the case. The divine doctor abruptly stops his reasoning, thinks for a second, and agrees that this is how it was. A second later, he starts arguing again and is offended that no one respects him, given his age. In his defense, Kaiman notes that he is already 1,154 years old, and is no longer a child. Instead, the divine doctor shouts that he is 1,200 years old and calls the boy a clown. They continue to quarrel, and the main character does not even think about reconciling them. He just watches this cute quarrel. Jae Hwan has an idea in his head, and he knows that it will be the right decision. He looked out the window sadly and realized that it was time for him to leave this place. It seems to him that he is already beginning to become attached to this place and these people. Darkness has enveloped the Gorgon fortress. It is deep night outside, and the whole city is sleeping peacefully. But there is still light in one window. Probably not everyone in this city can sleep peacefully. The main character sits in his chair at the table and looks out the window. He likes to watch the tranquility that reigns outside the window. Carlson says something to the guard in the fortress, but notices that he is not listening to him at all. The protagonist looks around and asks in confusion why they stopped here. The man politely reminds him that they were talking about the tower and the Seize the Day squad. The guy asks in surprise what's going on, and then Carlton realizes that the fortress caretaker isn't listening to him at all. He said that time in the Tower of Terror flows too quickly, and that's why problems arise. Many pedestrians enter the tower and then commit suicide. The protagonist bows his head and thinks that this is quite possible, because time on the first floor goes 100 times faster. The passage of time too quickly can seriously harm the soul because it is not so easy to use it for several years. But awakening cannot be achieved without effort, so he orders Michael to adjust the time. And then he adds that it is impossible to wake up just by doing lunges a few thousand times, and let people not forget this. This system helps the fortress to constantly increase the number of awakened ones. The protagonist believes that it is necessary to get rid of those who do not want to awaken through training. But then he adds that awakening is not the only way to survive and that there are other ways to adapt. But she explains that awakening is not the only salvation, and someone can find themselves by becoming an adapter. The protagonist noticed that Carlton looked a little nervous, as if something was bothering him. So he looks closely at his friend and asks if something happened or if he has any problems. The man is very nervous. He is trying to find the right words to explain his situation. He explains that Huang already knows that he has recently entered the third stage of awakening. But he has certain difficulties because he was never able to see and create his own unique world. This surprised the main character very much. He looked at the man in surprise. Each person's world is different depending on his abilities, but all awakened ones who have reached the stage of self-denial receive their own unique world. This made Jae Hwan think, because he knows that even spiritual energy depends on the system. But all the awakened ones are trying to destroy this system, so it is difficult to immediately understand that this world is someone's unique world. He rushes to calm the man down and explains that perhaps his world is part of the system. Carlton is surprised and asks if this is even possible, but Huang points out that it is very possible, and he also doesn't know everything about awakening yet. The man comes to the conclusion that if his world is part of the system, then one day he will have to fight it. The fortress commandant agrees that if Carlton wants to save this world, he will have to do it. This doesn't seem to frighten him, and the man asks if Jae-hwan really wants to end this world. The main character did not have time to answer anything, because the man standing in front of him was in a hurry to tell him something else. He places his hand on the table and asks the commander of the fortress to take him with him on the next expedition. But this made the main character laugh, and Carlton was very surprised by such a reaction. The guy remembers that many people approached him with such a request, and he was already a little tired of it. Carlson appeals to the law and explains that all captains are obliged to defend the fortress, but Hwan reminds him that he is no longer a captain. And then he slowly gets up from his chair and adds that soon he too will no longer be the head of the fortress. He passes the guest and explains that he will leave Gorgon's fortress in a week. The man asks again if Hwang really intends to give up his position as a fortress overseer, but he understands that if Jae-hwan leaves now and abandons his post, they will be in big trouble. Carlton, you know that the fortress will be destroyed, even all chaos will collapse because of it. The protagonist tries to calm the man down and explains that he has already figured everything out. He calls Carlton along, explaining that he needs to complete his final task as caretaker of the fort. It's completely dark outside, it's raining heavily. Everything around is flooded with water and darkness. But despite such bad weather, many people are standing and waiting for something. They are all very sad, their eyes are full of tears, and it seems that the sky is crying with them. Jurgen saw the fortress guard and hastened to give him a cloak as he might get wet, but the boy refused. He walks slowly in the rain and is already completely wet from the drops, but it doesn't seem to bother him at all. He asks the residents of Gorgon's fortress to give him some attention and thanks them for coming here. The guy says that they all did their best to save their fortress and worked very hard for it. And now is the time to say goodbye to those who gave their lives defending the fortress. All these innocent victims will be mourned at a farewell ceremony for 3 days. The ceremony has begun, and they are mourning their loved ones who died in these battles. Each of these people has lost someone very close to them in their family, whom they now miss. Their salty tears mixed with the drops of water falling from the sky, but now no one cares about the rain. But there is one strange thing that has been hidden for a long time, but it attracts a lot of attention. People start whispering and remembering that he was there from the very beginning of this ceremony. The commandant of the fortress stands on the podium and repeats his words that all these people showed themselves well in battle. However, he adds that everyone understands that this is not the end, and there is no need to relax halfway. His subordinates take the cloak, a narrow gate opens underneath it, and the protagonist explains that the war is just beginning. People are terribly frightened. They understand what it is, and ask the commandant of the fortress to get rid of this creature as soon as possible. They want him to destroy the gates. But these are not all the surprises that Jae-hwan has prepared. He explains that it is too early to be surprised. The people in the stands begin to worry and let someone get closer to the fortress guard. They saw the monarch emerge from the great lands with his hands cuffed, led by Serena. They can't believe their eyes. Is this really the monarch? People are afraid of him. The main character approaches this man boldly and without any fear. It's still raining from the sky, and the rat general looks very scared since Hwang doesn't look friendly. His veins tense, the man shakes with fear and timidly asks if he is going to kill him. He begins to get nervous and asks the commandant of the fortress to do it quickly, but warns him that he will get what he deserves for this. He continues to threaten and explains that the monarch of total darkness will never forgive him for this. Jae-hwan got tired of this meaningless chatter, so he decided to punish this man. It only took one swing of his sword to leave this idiot without both arms. When he looked at his hands, he started screaming hysterically because it was so scary to see. The protagonist assures him that he will not kill him here, because he wants to return this man to the great lands. But he asks that this monarch convey to his master that if he wants war, then let him come. Jae-hwan proudly and very confidently declares that he will wait for him at the top of the Tree of Illusions. The day has come, the weather has become much better, the main character is walking around the fortress, but he can't enjoy the quiet walk because Serena comes screaming after him. She wonders how a man who is going to resign as commandant of the fortress tomorrow dared to do such a thing. She finds it hard to believe that this man is going to fight the Lord of Pitch Darkness. The girl does not understand why the man sent the monarch Reich through the narrow gate. If he was going to destroy this thing, he had to do it quietly and without witnesses. Serena realizes with horror that they are all in for a terrible and irreversible revenge. The guy tries to calm the girl down and asks her not to make noise, because if anyone comes, it will be some lieutenant. Since there is war in the great lands, none of the great monarchs will be able to escape it. The girl explains that she knew the guy was crazy, but she didn't even know how crazy. She realizes that someone much more powerful than the first lieutenant will come to avenge the death of the monarch of silence. She is sure that at least 2, maybe 3 will come, and if representatives of 5 large clans come, then everything will reach incredible proportions. This is exactly what the main character wants, because only his death can change reality. The girl fell silent. She had nothing more to add, and she realized that now she would just have to wait. Jae-hwan looks back and asks why she came, to cry or to ask questions, and he adds that she is even a little interested in how events will develop in chaos, which he very much doubts. The girl admits that she came to hear about something that he had long promised to tell her. She asks the guy again what he saw beyond the 8 gates of hell. She is very interested in it. The main character, without further ado, told Serena absolutely everything that happened there. All this made an incredible impression on the girl. She asked him if he was sure of what he saw there, and what he told her. She asks again if Mulark really left it there, and Hwang confirms that there was indeed a message from her godfather. But the girl is unperturbed. She cannot believe all this, so she demands proof. Jae-hwan gives her a very short answer, cold winter, which makes the girl shut up. She looks at the guy in surprise and asks if she heard everything correctly, but the guy doesn't explain anything, and again answers with the mysterious phrase, cracking egg. At that moment, Serena realized that all this meant the winter of the illusion tree, and this impressed her very much. It was a long time ago. Mularka was in winter near the Tree of Illusions, when the snow crunched under his feet. In the very center of these harsh lands, where a powerful ice storm raged, something magical was happening. This amazing story was told to the main character by Mularka himself on the threshold of the 8 gates of hell. As he approached the glow, a bright egg, like a flower bud, was waiting for him there. At first, he was very alarmed because it was the first time he saw life emerging from an egg. This man assures that he will never forget such an amazing and touching moment. The birth of life appearing in a dream, a cute little creature hatching from a fragile shell. It was at that moment, when Mulark saw the child's face breaking through the thin shell, that he realized his godmother was right. The main character told the girl about all this, about the newborn child and how she found a godfather. He finds the whole story rather strange, but Serena listens to the boy very carefully. And then, with great surprise, she asks why he finds all this strange, because for her, these are completely ordinary things. The protagonist believes that this is strong evidence of something, and the girl is angry at him for speaking as if these were his personal memories. But he explains that according to these memories, all horrors emerge from an egg in the trunk of the Tree of Illusions. This is the winter base of the Tree of Illusion in the Great Lands, where horrors are born from the dreams of the Tree of Illusion and hatch from eggs. But the girl is disappointed. Did Mularka really not leave anything for her? No message or anything like that? However, Hwang answers rather cryptically. He doesn't know if there is any message for her. Maybe there is, maybe not. He explains that Mulark's message was not left in the form of a book, but rather a cluster of stars and chaotic memories. These were fragments of events from the past, which had neither a beginning nor an end. Perhaps he simply did not want his memories to form a whole story. That's why he can't tell her anything special, even though he would like to. But the girl considers him a liar. Jae-hwan looked at the girl seriously and asked why she was looking for a mason, maybe because he was her godfather? And then he added that if she wanted to return to Mulark's memories, she would be better off staying with Hwang. The girl is surprised by such a proposal, and the young man adds that her godfather disappeared into the depths, so she might be interested in it. And then he left her alone with her thoughts and realized that she needed time to think things over. Serena is very irritated by this situation, as she sees that Hwang is trying to manipulate her. And then she remembered again everything he had told her, and she realized that memories could be the key. So she calmed down almost immediately and asked the protagonist to stop for a moment. She asks again if she understood correctly that her godfather left a message in the form of memories. Jae-hwan slowly looks back at the girl and confirms that this is exactly how it happened. In this case, she had a great idea and it made the girl very happy. Serena invited the guy to her lab again, despite the fact that she didn't really like the guest's previous visit. The guy looked at her with a smile and remembered that she herself said that she would not let anyone else in here. She also stated that he fits into her personal life, but the girl explains that it was a long time ago and she needs him now. She was making something, and when she finished, the panels on the roof started moving, and the guy watched with interest to see what would happen next. From there, a cat-shaped device appeared on metal chains looking both cute and scary. The girl briefly and without details explains that this cool thing will help them with compression. But this scares the guy a little, so he asks her to explain, and she tells him that this device attaches to the soul and squeezes out memories. This is often used by horror films that have lost their spiritual strength. It allows them to gather all their emotions and memories together. Thanks to the use of compression, horror always has enough ideas. She then adds that this is her first experience using this method, but others say that squeezing is the best thing you can do to induce terror. Surprisingly, the main character quickly agreed to this experiment and realized that she wanted to use this technique to look into the memories of her godfather. The final preparations are already underway, but this waiting is a little tiring for the guy. He wants to finish everything as soon as possible. It seems that he was right to ask Serena about this technique, but it was too late to back out. She smiles and wonders if he will remain as calm once the procedure begins. She knows perfectly well that squeezing causes incredible pain to a person, but she did not warn him about this at first. But this pain only affects the victim to whom this technique is applied, so she was not interested in talking about it. So the girl began the procedure, which required considerable strength and concentration. But something didn't go as she planned or imagined because she also feels pain. She knew, of course, that the guy would feel it, and she assumed that it would hurt her too, but not as much. Now she sees that his spiritual power is much greater than the siren expected. She put in even more effort, and from a distance it looked like the two of them were in the center of a huge tornado. And then the magical moment came, and the girl realized that she had managed to do what she wanted. She penetrated the inner world of the escort. She found herself at the center of all of Huang's fantasies. Serena looks around in delight and realizes that the other horrors were not exaggerated when they were told about her. But what strikes her most is the huge number of memories. She never thought that a person could have so many of them. Even when he broke through the 8 gates of hell, she realized that he was not an ordinary person. But now that she had a glimpse into his amazing inner world, she realized how unique he was. Looking around in amazement, she accidentally touched a small bundle of memories. This touch hurt the girl, and she turned away sharply and pushed him away from her. She got seriously hurt from such a small and innocent touch, so Serena should pull herself together. If she makes a mistake here, she might be stuck in his memory forever, so she needs to read the memories of her godfather and leave here immediately. But this mission turned out to be not as simple as the girl thought. It will be a little more difficult, because the deeper she dives into consciousness, the more memories she has. Serena is almost completely trapped in the balls, making it difficult for her to see or move. Well, she has no choice but to do whatever it takes to get out of here. Instead of sitting back, she will gather strength and break through the fragments of the past. So she uses her power and quickly breaks through the large and small memory balls. The passage is very narrow, but this does not stop Serena. She continues on her way. And when she finally got outside, she was absolutely delighted with what she saw there. The girl found herself right in front of a huge ball with the memories she was looking for. She finally found her father's memories, and they seem very sweet and tender to her. The girl remembers her childhood and how they spent time together, and how loving her father was. The poor girl hasn't seen Mallarka for an unusually long time, so now she can't look at it calmly. Tears appeared in Serena's eyes. She didn't even realize how much she missed him. In this memory, he extends his hand to a little girl and asks her to follow him. But now Serena can't hold back and reaches out to her father, who is actually just a memory. She cries and screams in despair that she has been looking for him for so long, that she misses him so much. The poor woman has been searching for him for over 900 years and promises that they will definitely meet again. Due to this despair and regret, the siren couldn't help but melt into Jae-hwan's memories. And the next moment, she came to her senses with tears in her eyes, and everything in her head was somehow very confused. She sits up and tries to understand what happened to her because she remembers how she got into the boy's mind, but she doesn't understand what happened next. It turns out that the siren was on the roof of one of the many high-rise buildings and does not understand where it is. Changing her appearance was the right decision, and she doubted the correctness of her guesses. But it turned out that all her guesses were correct. She understands that she is in the 194th world, that is, on Earth. The place is occasionally visited by horrors that move illusions across the tree's bark, and due to the horrors' many attempts to protect the Earth, It has been forced to remain hidden from the authority. It seems she has entered the supernatural, the foundation that was formed when the earth was created. Mularka said that there is a subconscious entity called the supernatural, that it is formed along with the place of birth, and that all the illusions of the world are formed through it. There is only one way to get out of there. You need to find a particle of consciousness in the subconscious world, that is, a guide. Serena is wondering where to find this manual when a boy quickly runs up to her. He runs away from someone and asks the girl not to disturb him and get out of the way. Two more boys run after him and rudely demand that he stop. One of them is holding sticks in his hands. The girl looked at all this, and it seemed to her that this guy looked like someone. These people cornered the child and noticed that the boy had been running away from them for a long time. They say it's time for this little one to give up, but it seems the child is not ready for that. The boy bared his teeth and prepared to fight the two men. Instead, a man in a police uniform waved a stick and declared that the only problem was the children. Serena couldn't take it anymore. She stopped the fight and screamed for them to stop. She asks why these men are harassing the poor child, and her comments surprise the workers. One of them looked at her and asked the girl to leave, as it could be dangerous here. And then they explain that this boy refuses to grow up and use this to justify their behavior. Another explains that refusing to become an adult is a serious crime and carries the death penalty. She adds that it is their duty to run after him, but Serena does not understand how being a child can be a crime. She doubts that such laws exist on Earth. The police looked at the girl, then at each other, and noticed that she was somehow different from everyone else. They find her pronunciation unusual and even very strange, and the girl does not like this situation. One approaches the girl to show her passport, and the other notices that Serena has horns on her head. She realizes with horror that she forgot to hide her horns. Now she is in a very bad position. Mularka warned that if she suddenly found herself in such a world, she had better not stand out in any way. This place is brutally repulsive to anyone who is even slightly different from the mainstream, and no one knows what might happen if they notice that you are different from others. Serena remembered with despair how her father had told her to be careful, but now there was nothing she could do about it. She understands that she is in serious danger, so she will have to use magic. People can't believe they are seeing a fire in front of them, controlled by an unknown girl. She suddenly points her hand at the attackers to take advantage of the situation, but it seems like something went wrong. The poor thing realizes with horror that her magic does not work in this world, and now she has no idea what to do. Suddenly, the city siren began to wail at the top of its lungs, announcing an impending emergency. These people in police uniforms begin to turn into terrifying monsters. Their clothes become too small for them because these creatures begin to grow. They increase in size, and the city siren continues to howl and warn about the detection of a suspicious object. The girl is so shocked by what is happening that she cannot even move. And in relation to these monsters, the system decided to begin immediate destruction. Serena is very scared and begs them to stop and not do this. All this scares her very much. But the monsters do not stop for a minute. They quickly approach the girl. And then one of these creatures grabs the poor thing and holds her face tightly with its hand. However, the guy does not hesitate to rush to help the girl. He is not going to leave her in trouble. He quickly runs up to the monster that attacked the girl and hits him hard on the head. This little boy is very skilled in fighting. It looks like this is not his first time. Another one approaches him from behind, but this child notices him and looks at him not at all childishly, but on the contrary, very sternly. He jumps away from the first monster and destroys the second one in one move. It seems like everything is going very easily for him. Since this creature was holding Serena, she fell, and before she could even blink, this guy had dealt with them. She recognized this boy as Jay Huan, a piece of consciousness in the subconscious world. The conductor of the supernatural is a reflection of the mental age of the ego. Now the girl realized that the mental development of this strong and courageous boy was at the level of a child. Meanwhile, when the boy stood up, looked around and asked who she was and what she was doing there, the girl realized that he was the guide. She somehow managed to explain to him who she was and how she got there. So now this guy is taking her somewhere. He points to a narrow passage and asks if she can fit through it. The girl realized that she would not have any problems, so the guy invited her to go with him. She finds this boy very cute, and his eyes and face express incredible determination. Now she understands that if the conductor expresses the mental age of the ego, then deep down Huang is an innocent child. She thinks about teasing him when she gets back, but she finds it hard to get out of this narrow passage. The child, helping her out, explains that she must have been carried away by a stream of memories. that there are fragments of memories that get lost and are transferred here. He explains that she is the first such creature to appear here, but the girl thinks that this world belongs to adults, and he is the only child here. So he asks why he stays here, since the police are constantly dealing with them. She wonders why this world is trying to get rid of a child who refuses to grow up. The boy briefly explains that this is all because there are only adults around who do not understand children. In this world, everything is the same, so the system tries to get rid of everything that is even slightly different. But the guy has a question for her, and the girl is ready to listen to him. He asks what he really looks like, and then adds that he doesn't care at all. But he asked anyway. This question made the girl think hard, and she was even confused for a moment. Serena recalls the events they experienced together and cannot think of how to describe Huang to her. Now she realizes that if she thinks about it, she knows absolutely nothing about him. But this child is waiting for an answer, and she needs to think of something to say to please him. So she says that Huang is like this child, but the boy does not understand how this can be, because he should be an adult. But the girl explains that he is actually a child, and deep down she knows that just the memory of Huang makes her angry. He seemed to like the idea that he looked like a child too, and it looked very cute. The boy promises Serena that he will help her get out of here. The girl is a little surprised. And then he looks at the girl's pink hair and finds something rather interesting there. He takes out a bright red crystal and says that this thing will help them save themselves. Serena doesn't understand what it is. The boy explains that the thing in her hair is a fragment of a memory. That is, she came here already with this piece of memories, and this piece, it turns out, got tangled in her hair. She doesn't understand how this is supposed to happen, so she asks if he wants to send her along with the fragment and wonders if he knows how to do it. This boy looks very confident in his actions and convinces that he knows how to do it. And then he added that he was doing it right now, and this crystal began to move and emit even more light. The child explains that she wants to regain some of the memories she lost along the way. Now Serena understood why they were called guides. They brought back memories. The boy noticed that, judging by the fact that this particle glowed red, it was a valuable memory. He explains that all memory particles are divided into white, green, blue, and red, and if a particle is not returned to its place, problems may arise in the present. The girl looked closely at the particle and realized that it was a memory of the threat to the monarchs of the 12 regions. She was glad that the guy could send her back right now, but he explains that it is impossible because memories can only be returned when the portal opens. But the problem is that he doesn't know when this might happen, and this answer disappointed Serena. They walked all day and it was getting dark, so the boy suggested that they take a rest in the underpass and continue their journey tomorrow. He lives in this passage alone. Their journey was tiring, so they immediately fell asleep. As soon as the portal opens, the internet signal gets worse, so the guy uses a special device to catch the signal. So they just wait for the signal, and the guy lives his normal life in this world without children. They get up early enough to go to the store and buy food. There is a great selection of onigiri and burgers, and Serena seems to really like them. They are having a great time. They were just waiting for the portal to open. She often wanted to ask if he was okay despite his life, but she kept silent. Maybe it was closed here because of the horrors, because there is a high probability that this world became like this because of the Tower of Horrors. It is hard to even imagine the hardships and terrible events that the surviving Jae Hwan had to endure. But despite all these difficulties, he did not lose heart and did not give up, which probably took a lot of effort. And it is these experiences and all the events that make up this world, so she cannot say anything to it or change it in any way. The girl noticed that there had been no signal for a week, but the child explained that as soon as the signal appeared, he would answer personally. Siren wonders what will happen if the police chase him again, but the boy reassures him that it happens quite rarely if you are careful. She looks at him with sympathy and asks if he is simply trying to put the memories back where they belong. But the boy, keeping his hand in his pocket, explained that, in addition to this, he was looking through other memories. He pulled a crystal out of his pocket and noticed that not all the memories were returning to their place, but the girl was worried that he was simply holding such a thing in his hands. The boy is a little surprised that she is so worried, because he has an empty memory and is not that important. He asks her to carefully observe how memories respond to touch and how they can be evoked. The crystal upon touching began to shake and emit white rays of light. And then a series of very different shots began. It looks magical. This film is very long. It completely envelops the crystal shining in the middle. They find themselves in the center of it all, seeing a multitude of images swirling around them. The girl saw a little boy with his mother and was very surprised to see his childhood memories. These cartoons turned into a continuous video memory, showing Jae-hwan's childhood room. He sits on his mother's lap, ready to listen to the next story she will read to him. Hwang's mother opens a children's book and begins to read, transporting her son into a magical world of history. Serena knows this book very well. It's The Little Prince. It's a popular book among horror lovers. The boy asks his mother if the little prince has arrived on Earth, and his mother confirms this. Once the little prince said that the most important things cannot be seen with the eyes, and his mother repeated this phrase to him. This is a story about a little prince who looked at the world in his own way, in a way that adults no longer know how. He told adults who love numbers and think they are doing something important, that the most important things are not visible to the eyes. This is a beautiful story about a prince who trusts the power of his imagination and values his own naivety. But this beautiful story ends with the death of the little prince, and the ending is not very positive. Perhaps such an end is inevitable. He must die so that his story can remain something pure, because everything pure and innocent must eventually disappear. The boy in the memories asks his mother what happened to the world that the little prince left behind. This child is very curious about what is left there, in that world from which the prince came. But the mother assures her son that the little prince remained there. But the boy does not understand how this happened, because he is dead. Mom explained that the little prince was not dead, and that this child next to her was telling Serena about it. Little Jae-hwan is convinced that the prince did not die, but remained alive on Earth. The girl looked at this naive child with compassion and thought about what he had just said. It was obviously a lie, made up for the child, but the boy firmly believes it. The little prince did not give up his world, and this incredible story became the source of his strength. The girl realized that the main character's world was born after a collision with a cruel system. Despite the fact that it is not realistic enough and does not have a well-thought-out world system and an interesting plot. But his world is unshakable. This is the moment of the birth of the world after destruction. Serena is extremely impressed by what she saw and considers this memory to be very important. But it is very strange that this fragment is white, and as she knows, this is the color of unimportant memories. Perhaps it was precisely these kinds of memories that he had to give up in order to survive in this world. Suddenly, the boy saw a bright flashing dot on the screen of his device. They are both amazed that it has finally happened after so many years of waiting. And the next moment, the baby jumped off the railing and ran somewhere. Serena asks where he is running. He briefly replies that everything has already begun, and we need to prepare everything properly. But this did not explain anything to the girl. She did not understand what was happening and looked very confused. However, a bright blue light immediately appeared in the sky right above her head. It looks like a big blue hole in the sky that forms around the lightning and gets bigger. Serena is extremely shocked and scared. She doesn't understand what's happening, and the guy explains that the portal will soon be completely open. Each time this spot becomes larger and larger, capturing more and more of the sky. The girl looks at the strange phenomenon in shock and cannot understand what will happen next. They both watch this closely, and the boy explains that this portal will take her out of here. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a huge number of monsters appeared, approaching them very quickly. The girl and boy try to escape, and she asks if they all came running here through the portal. Another monster appears on their way, which the boy neutralizes very quickly and skillfully. He explains that this portal is a foreign body in this world, so they instinctively want to get rid of it. They stand near the elevator, and the guy explains that the portal appears for a short time and will soon disappear. But he adds that he needs to get to the roof before it disappears. But at that moment, the elevator doors open and more monsters emerge from there. The child was completely unprepared for this, so they were easily able to grab him by the neck. Serena doesn't know what to do. She's too scared to get her bearings and get help in time. Meanwhile, these scary monsters are already dragging little Hwang into the middle of the elevator, but he somehow manages to escape and attack these creatures with his staff. He fearlessly smashes his captor's head in. The boy copes perfectly well on his own, and then he knocks out two more who were on the sidelines. He doesn't need any outside help. The girl is extremely shocked by how skillfully and fearlessly this child did all this. The boy has completed everything and asks Serena not to stand still, but to go inside as quickly as possible. She is still in shock from all these events, but what surprises the girl most is that he is not scared at all. But on the other hand, he is Jae-hwan's ego, and it is clear that he is not afraid of anything. It seems to be inherent in him. The elevator opened and they saw a terrible picture. There were countless numbers of these monsters in the building. This little boy fearlessly protects and destroys these monsters without stopping. These are just numbers, they don't exist. They are just rules made up by adults in this world. They race up the stairs to reach the roof and get as close to the portal as possible. But there are an incredible number of these creatures on the stairs, and they are all chasing Serena and little Juan. They finally reach the door leading to the roof, but the monsters are already very close. One of these creatures almost grabbed the boy. Another second, and he would have been in their hands. Luckily, he manages to get through the door and Serena closes it, leaving them alone on the roof. The boy holds the door and explains that he will hold them all back and allow her to jump into the portal. Serena is worried about what will happen to him, but little Juan promises that he will take care of it, and she needs to go to the portal because Sarah will close. She doesn't want to leave without him at all, and suggests that they get out of here together. But the boy doesn't understand what she's talking about. Her words sound very strange. Serena explains that if she leaves now, he will be left here all alone. He has no one in this world. She asks him again and again to come with her. The boy thinks for a moment. He barely holds the door and declares that he can't do it. He can't leave there. And then he explains because this is his world, even if it is not the friendliest and most pleasant place. The boy lowered his head and said sadly that he would have to stay here, not looking at anything. He nudges Serena and reminds her that she needs to get out of here quickly before the portal closes. And she adds that she can no longer hold these monsters at the door, so she needs to hurry. At first the girl hesitates because she doesn't want to leave her child in such trouble. But then she realizes that he is right and she needs to hurry. In this situation she cannot act differently. At the last moment, little Huang called out to Serena and she stopped for a moment. Before she disappears forever, he has one last question that interests him very much. He hesitates a little but still wonders if he has any friends at all. The girl smiled and said that he had friends and there were very, very many of them. This answer comforted him greatly, and the boy replied that he was very glad to hear it. He did not even care that the monsters had already broken through the door. So he has to give up this sweet moment and return to his stick. He will continue to destroy monsters again and ask Serena to hurry while the portal is open. Finally, the girl thought that when she returned, she would definitely tell him about this child. When he feels completely alone and unable to move on, she will let him know that the version of the little prince she told him is real. After all, the little prince she saw was still fighting for his world. Here Serena is once again plunged into a stream of memories. Now she needs to decide what to do next. She will have to leave behind the memories of her godfather, because she does not know the time difference between reality and the supernatural. So she decided that she could no longer get lost in memories and subconscious worlds. But she has learned something and thinks that when she returns, she will be able to build a tower. At that moment, she firmly decided that she would go on the expedition with him. She was convinced of it. During it, the girl will try to find out as much as possible about her godfather. Suddenly, Serena remembered something and reached into her pocket. It seemed she had something there. The girl pulled out the memory and realized that she had never opened it, even though it was his memory. But she is convinced that everything will be fine and nothing bad will happen, so she touches the crystal. After activation, everything around turned bright red and Serena looks very surprised. She saw her godfather there, so this memory of Jae Hwan is connected with him. And on the contrary, there was a terrible creature. The girl would never want to see this monster next to her father. After all, it's the lonely king of catastrophe. She can't believe that this could actually happen. This is the first awakened, the king of the dead. His power level is impossible to measure, and he lives in a strange factory. She understands that anyone who wants to enter the depths must face the catastrophe, but it is not necessary to fight it. But this is impossible, because even monarchs are not capable of this, and the girl does not understand why this memory is red. And then it dawned on her. She understood everything, and now she needed to return to reality as soon as possible. She must warn everyone at any cost, because this is very important information. But while she was in the main character's thoughts, the guy did not stand still. The old man looks around and remembers that 900 years have passed since he was last here. Kamen holds the unconscious girl in his arms and announces that they have arrived. They all come to the final gate into the depths. Huang explains that he saw this gate in Mulark's records. The main character has gathered the strongest inhabitants of the house and now stands with them in front of the strange factory. Jürgen asks the fortress commandant if he will go straight there, but he reminds him that he is no longer the fortress commandant. Huang just reminds him and wants to explain that he is not going to write him off. The man understands everything perfectly. However, he repeats that this boy will still remain the caretaker of the fortress for him. The main character has said more than once that an expedition into the depths is not for everyone. But if someone insists, he has the right to go with everyone. So now he has more than 3,000 people behind him. He understands that too many people have come here. It is difficult to convince them to stay, because this expedition is a long-standing dream of all the residents of the house. Juan doesn't like dragging around an unconscious Serena, but the horror of this expedition will not stop him at all because he can be of great help. The doors of this factory suddenly open, and no one understands what is happening. When they opened a little, it became clear that there was someone there, and evil horned monsters were running out of there. The main character understands that no one will let him through so easily, so he will have to fight here first. These creatures are extremely vicious and have strong, sharp teeth that can easily kill. Their eyes are blazing with rage, and these horned monsters are ready to feast on fresh meat. They disperse and quickly approach a large group of people. Cayman grips his weapon tightly and warns everyone to prepare for battle, though he himself doesn't look the least bit concerned. Meanwhile, in Region 9, interesting events are taking place in the ancient castle of Total Darkness. Monarch Rake, also known as the Rat Monarch, bowed his head before his leader and trembled in fear. Although his soul was damaged when chaos cut off his arms, he still managed to peacefully return to his body in the Great Lands. But he can't even imagine what they will do to him when they find out that he returned alone, and the chief finds out that Garam is no longer there, but he knew that this would happen someday. Ice Monarch Vargas and white-haired Monarch Masaha stare at Rika, while someone from afar asks what Garam's last moments were like. He asks if he was happy then, to which the Rat General replies that he was. He is surprised that 5 dragon brothers with the rank of Major General died, as well as the 17th Major General Caniel, the 21st Major General Magito, and the 1st Major General. Even his blood relative, the secret fragrance monarch Sam Yun Garam, died, while the simple brigadier general survived. The monarch approaches him and asks Monarch Reich to look up and look at him. The man looks very scared. Right in front of him stands an extremely strong man with a burning gaze. Rika was scared to death. Huang was very strong, but compared to this monarch, he was much weaker. The difference in strength was too great. This man is the true monarch and lord, for he is the shadow strategist Sam Yun Hong. He says he found himself at the top a few days ago because he just wanted to get out of these mortal lands. The monarch had high expectations, as this world is fraught with horrors and truly lives up to its name. Yun Hong himself explains that he took some souvenir from there and invites the man to look at this thing. The general remarks that it would be an honor for him. He thinks that maybe no one will judge him, because he couldn't do anything. Who knew that some pathetic product would be so powerful? The curtains open to reveal a painting of a cup with a French inscription underneath it. Rika flatters his boss by saying that he has good taste, and that he has never seen such paintings anywhere, but he believes that this man does not understand art at all. However, the monarch was quick to explain that the incredible thing about this work of art is not that it is a painting, and he asks what is depicted on it. The Rat General suggests that it could be a tea mug. The man corrects him, saying it is some kind of tea mug-shaped object, and asks if he can read the writing on the bottom. Rika apologizes, but he doesn't understand what it says, and the guy explains to him that it says, "This is not a tea mug." So, when depicting the cup, the artist obviously meant that it was not she. The monarch finds this surprising. But when he asks if he really sees only a cup here, the general hesitates, but replies that he sees nothing else. Yun Hong himself notes that this is not a cup at all, but simply something very similar to one. He finds it strange because everyone calls it a cup, even though it is not real and you can't drink from it. It is usually said that it is a mug, but it turns out that this is a very strange and incorrect statement. Riko has no choice but to simply agree with his boss, even if he doesn't understand what's going on. The man then releases the frightened Rat General and adds that this is not just a drawing. After all, there are an incredible number of cups in the world, and they are all different, but each of them is usually simply called a cup. If you think about it, you will probably ask yourself what a mug actually is and whether it exists. Rika understands that this is both a mug and not a mug. This work of art makes you think about the meaning of life. Yun Hong himself notes that this is an incredible masterpiece, and such thoughts would never have occurred to an adapter that adapts to the system. He turns to the man and asks if he now understands the true meaning of this work of art, and the general agrees that it is incredible. Yun Hong himself says that when he first looked at the painting, he wondered who this monarch was. But he went on to say that the monarch is the greatest, the most important figure in these lands. noble and important. These are fine words, but what is their meaning? Yun Hong himself wonders if this refers to the Ice Monarch or the white-haired monarch. Or maybe it concerns him, Sam Young-hun. He has yet to think about it. After such reflections, he looked at the monarch standing before him and asked who he was. But he can't answer anything. A man comes up to him and notices that he couldn't destroy a single product. He also returned here completely alone. Having lost the words of his comrades, Rika is now starting to worry. Yun Hong himself leans towards him and asks if after all these events he can still be called a monarch. This man is shaking with fear and cannot utter a word, and beads of sweat are running down his forehead. What happened to him was exactly what he had feared so much, but expected because he knew this man well. But he didn't just kill him, because his hall was heavily polluted after all these events. Ice Monarch Vargas offers his friend a towel so he can wipe his dirty hands. It seems like Sam Yoon-hoon drew something, and asked others if they liked his work, and everyone agreed it was amazing. It turns out he drew Rika, and she actually looks very disgusting and ugly. But the man liked it so much that he decided to name his work of art "This Is Not a Monarch." Having finished admiring his painting, he asked where they were now, and was told that they had most likely already reached the strange factory. So the monarch comes to the conclusion that they will soon reach the depths, so they should prepare for battle. Yun Hong personally orders the 5th and 6th lieutenant generals to be summoned, and cheerfully adds that they should punish this fool for his arrogance. And the man himself went to his office, where there were many different interesting objects. He smiles cheerfully and thinks about the world 296, the Earth. He likes this planet more and more. There are many interesting things on other planets too, but this one seems the most interesting to him. Besides, there is something special on this planet that he won't be able to find on others. He means this poor man who cannot move because he is kept in chains. Yun Hong himself came to Earth precisely for the sake of this man, whom he now imprisoned within himself. This cruel man roughly holds the boy, chained in iron, suspended from the ceiling. The monarch repeats the words that this boy once told him: "You must have courage and honor to accept your death." And with a sly smile, he adds that he will be interested to see if he has the courage to stop them. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and asked permission to enter. He was distracted from important matters. In anger, he explains that he asked not to be disturbed when he was a year old, but the man noticed that the situation was such that they needed his advice. The guy stands behind the door and explains that they have a question. How are they going to get into the house, since the narrow gates are closed? The monarch, with a smile on his face, declares that he himself said that he must accept his death with honor, so he will have to get rid of him with his own hands. He adds that they will have to listen to these words, but Ice Monarch Vargas looks confused. Suddenly, the room the boy was standing in was filled with blue flames. It seems that Sam Yoon-hun does not like to share his plans and coordinate them with others. He put this guy in a position where he would go there first, but he doesn't seem to like the idea. Meanwhile, at the gates of the strange factory, a fierce battle with monsters continues. They try to clear a passage to the factory and can't believe there are so many horned monsters here. But unfortunately, not everyone manages to fight them. Some of the inhabitants of the Gorgon Fortress die in battle. It's very scary and horrible, but no one stops because these people knew what they were doing and understood all the risks. Jae Hwan also fights alongside all these people. This is just one of the stages leading to the main goal. He uses his sword and strength against these monsters to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Kamen remarks that he has seen this many times before, but each time it surprises him, and the divine physician adds that it is amazing. Chung-ho noticed that Kaiman had been quite upset lately, and assumed that he was worried about whether he would be able to take part in the expedition. But the old man hurries to calm him down, because he doesn't know what to do with the rest. But Huang will definitely take this guy. The protagonist thrusts his sword with all his might into the huge horned beast and destroys it, and then feeds his weapon with the horn of this monster to repair and improve it. He probably received less damage in the last fight because he used it to its full potential. This guy could have created a new sword if this one wasn't a spiritual weapon that could self-repair. He recalls Michael telling him that the evolution of spiritual weapons consists of 3 stages. Every time the sword is improved, the boy becomes stronger and his skills increase. But now he doesn't seem to have changed at all. People notice something very strange and scary hiding at the factory gates. It scares them very much. Another monster emerges from the middle of the building, but its eyes reveal that it is much larger than the others. Jürgen also looks scared. He doesn't understand what this strange sound is. It's quite far away, but he still hears it. It is an extremely large and evil creature with strong and very sharp teeth. It turns out that it is an octopus, and it is approaching very quickly, and people are scared and run in different directions. They know little about monsters stronger than the five-horned one, and then a real octopus runs towards them. It took them no less than 3 level 7 adapters to kill the 7-horned one, so their knees are shaking in front of this creature. And to destroy this monster, they need someone of the level of a brigadier general, otherwise they won't cope. This creature is not interested in small goals at all. It is purposefully pursuing Jae Hwan. This 8-horned monster is extremely angry and seems to want to take revenge for something. The monster is very angry that many of his comrades died at the hands of these people. So he releases a huge ball of energy from his mouth, which very quickly approaches the main character. Cayman shouts at the fort guard to be careful. He is very worried about him. However, the divine doctor looked at the boy in surprise and asked if he was really worried about Huang. After all, they both know perfectly well what this man is capable of, so there is no reason to worry. The protagonist uses weapons and directs his energy at the enemy, gaining an advantage. This monster is surprised. He was one of the strongest in this pack, but now he is easy to defeat. Other monsters are also unable to withstand this powerful attack and are seriously injured. They are thrown in different directions, and the creatures can no longer run and attack people. Cayman covers his face with his hand and realizes that this man seems to have become even stronger than he was. He wonders if such strength and power really appears after the beginning of a new stage of awakening, birth. The main character managed to destroy this monster with one blow, although it was very scary to everyone. The guy climbed onto his prey and thanked her for the horns. Now he plans to use them for his own purposes. But it seems that this is not all, and from the gates of the strange factory, voices are heard, surprised that Huang managed to deal with Hainak. The boy looks around sternly and stares at those who say this, without any fear or surprise. The same cannot be said about the rest of his team. Everyone else is very surprised, and some are even scared. The divine doctor believes that a monster has appeared that controls all chaos. This creature claims that it has not seen a person strong enough to defeat Hainak for a long time. Very strange creatures appeared before them. It turns out that it was a 10-horned beast and the owners of a strange factory. This creature proudly stated that there are only 3 decapod crustaceans in the world, which speaks of its enormous power. The main character confidently noted that this amount would be quite sufficient. People stand quietly and wait for these 3 factory owners to come out and show their faces. The owner of the Edsac factory had heard that some people were trying to penetrate into the depths, but he never thought it would be Huang. In turn, the owner of the Joniac factory noted that these people are very brave and fair, although the owner of the IAS plant probably thinks otherwise, because he looks at them all with disdain. Jae Hwan carefully examines and evaluates these creatures and tries to understand how strong they are. They are definitely weaker than Sam Yun Garam, the monarch of Secret Scent, but much stronger than the monarch of Silence and Storm. But if they all gather at the same time, it won't be so easy to deal with them. The divine doctor approaches the protagonist and asks him to wait a little. He looks at these creatures and explains that there is no need to fight them, although he does not like them either, but the factory owners are not their enemies.